This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It's so noisy. Who is it? Can't a person get any sleep? Lin Ning opened his eyes in a daze. He found himself in a forest. Above him was a rather thick, towering tree. He was lying under this tree, and he could hear the sounds of fierce fighting. The clanging of weapons clashing was continuous, like wind chimes stirred by murderous intent. What's all that clanging? Lin Ning was curious, and was about to sit up when he saw a dark figure suddenly fly over. To be precise, it was thrown over. The figure collided with a tree trunk with a rather horrifying sound of bones breaking. The tree, as thick as two people could hug, shook, and its leaves rustled. The person was now positioned directly above Lin Ning's eyes. Judging from their build, it was a man. However, due to the angle, Lin Ning couldn't see the man's face. Lin Ning was startled. Just as he was about to see what the person crashing into the tree looked like, a short gun whistled through the air and pierced the man's skull. The gun's force was immense. After piercing the man's forehead, it embedded itself in the tree trunk. The man was now dangling in the air, pinned to the tree like an insect specimen. Wow! Lin Ning was a law-abiding citizen. He had never seen anything like this before. Logically speaking, this man was surely dead. After all, an ordinary human being couldn't withstand such a bizarre event. Survival was impossible. But Lin Ning clearly saw the man begin to struggle desperately, his hand gripping the short gun piercing his forehead, trying desperately to pull it out. Blood flowed incessantly from the man's forehead, and because of the blood, his hand kept slipping as he tried to grasp the gun. His black robe was almost completely soaked in blood, but the man seemed completely unaffected, moving with boundless energy. It was as if the blood in his body would never run out. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Ning suddenly felt that this was utterly illogical. He silently thought to himself, even like this, he's still not dead. Dead. This word was like a key that awakened memories. When Lin Ning thought of the word death, he immediately thought of something crucial. Huh? Wasn't I already dead? Dead, thoroughly dead, dying from a serious illness, my electrocardiogram flatter than the horizon. Where am I now? Having regained his memories, Lin Ning frantically tried to sit up, but found his body unusually heavy. No. This feeling wasn't just heavy, it was as if he were buried in the ground, struggling to break free. Lin Ning tried with all his might to crawl out of the soil, but from the outside, the place where he was just a flat surface. Apart from a few mushrooms growing there was nothing special. It wasn't so much that Lin Ning was buried underground, but rather that his consciousness was within this soil. However, as Lin Ning's consciousness returned, these mushrooms began to gradually change their form. The mycelium of these mushrooms began to rapidly divide, the resulting mycelium seeping into the ground, absorbing nutrients from the soil, and gradually coalescing into a human shape. However, because the forest floor was already covered in mushrooms, the man nailed to the tree didn't notice Lin Ning beneath him. The man was still trying to escape. Just as he struggled, a female warrior slowly walked over. This woman looked strange. Especially her figure. She wore exquisite armor, her helmet casually draped at her waist. Her waist was incredibly thin, almost disproportionately so. Her red curly hair was slightly disheveled, but her steps were unhurried and elegant. The two short guns from before now hovered beside her like two pets. Every time I see you like this, I feel nauseous. The woman raised her hand, and threw another short gun. This time, the man flicked his wrist, and the blood on his hand instantly congealed into the shape of a scythe, deflecting the attack with a clang. Then, something unbelievable happened. The short gun, though clearly unused, seemed to possess a mind of its own, relentlessly attacking in midair. The man, pinned down and unable to move, was stabbed through several times during the exchanges. Seeing the dire situation, the man suddenly raised the scythe in his hand, pressed the tip against his neck, and pulled hard. With a sound like fabric being torn, he finally fell from the tree. He just wasn't wearing his head. After landing, the man quickly turned back, clutched his head, and pulled it out of the short gun. He then squatted near Lin Ning, cradling his head in his hands, and pressing it back against his neck. The wound began to heal slowly, and the hole in his forehead, which had allowed light to pass through, was gradually shrinking. He looked very weak, constantly panting. Only then did Lin Ning get a clear look at the man. His skin was dazzlingly white, with long, flowing black hair. His face had a youthful appearance, with slightly upturned eyes, and features so delicate they seemed artificially enhanced. The hole in the man's forehead had now healed. Because of his dignified appearance, even the bloodstains on his face looked like some kind of deliberately preserved totem. Besides that, he had a pair of faintly visible sharp teeth, and a pair of pointed ears. Sharp teeth, pointed ears, fair skin, beautiful appearance, strong regenerative ability, and thick blood. Lin Ning couldn't help but think of a legendary creature he often heard about in his past life. The man's injuries were healing, but he was visibly growing weaker. The woman, mocking him, slowly approached. No way, huh? The Nightborn clan, known for drinking human blood, actually lost too much blood? Ha ha, that's hilarious. I didn't. The man seemed to want to explain, but stopped mid-sentence. Lin Ning saw all of this. Now, his memories were gradually becoming clearer, and he was constantly trying to organize his thoughts. This wasn't his original world, that was obvious. He couldn't possibly be his original self either. So who am I now? His head felt like it was blocked by something, like waking up and trying to recall a dream. He could only recall fragmented feelings, but couldn't piece together a complete picture. The spot where Lin Ning stood still appeared unremarkable, but underground, a massive amount of mycelium had gradually accumulated. All the fungi in the entire forest were now interconnected underground through this mycelium. In other words, although this forest appeared to be teeming with fungi, it actually contained only one giant mushroom. These mycelia were relentlessly absorbing nutrients from the soil. Water, decaying wood, buried animal carcasses, and living insects of all kinds were all indiscriminately absorbed, transformed into mycelium, and became part of this giant mushroom. Fungi are the decomposers of nature. They decay everything, absorb everything, all life is food. The two people still fighting, including Lin Ning himself, were completely unaware that the reason this forest had grown so many mushrooms was not due to climate or soil, but because a fungal demon was slumbering here. Chapter 2. The mycelium was spreading, but their aggregation was slow, because Lin Ning's mind was still in a state of chaos. The birth of a demon god requires a consciousness, or a reminder. Meanwhile, the two fighting on the ground prepared to end their battle. The woman raised her hand, and two short spears fell back into her hands like pets. She gripped the spears with both hands, and golden light began to gather at the tips. The man opposite her, who had just reattached his head, saw the opponent's aura and knew that the next attack was no small matter. He raised his hand, and blood from his wounds flew out, gathering in his hand and congealing into a huge scythe. Suddenly, the woman leaped high into the air, the short spears in her hands looking like the two sharp fangs of a giant python. Spear technique giant python bone nail fong. The man also held the scythe horizontally in front of him, ready to defend against the attack. Crystallized triple blood scythe. As the woman attacked, she cursed viciously, "You freaks. Damn demon race." These words had no effect on the scythe-wielding boy. However, Lin Ning, underground, suddenly remembered everything. Demon race. That's right, demon race. Lin Ning was no longer human. He was a demon race. The demon's name. Lord of the mythical fungi. The instant Lin Ning suddenly remembered everything, all the fungi in the entire forest, as if responding to his epiphany, instantly solidified into human form underground. Lin Ning finally felt the existence of his body. He struggled to sit up, but because he was still covered in soil, his upper body didn't fully sit up, only his head suddenly emerged from the ground. The two people who had been focused on their life or death battle were thrown into disarray by Lin Ming's head emerging from the ground. The woman attacking from midair let out a cry of surprise, trying to retract her attack, but she had already lost control of her strength. This brief hesitation caused her attack to veer off course. What was originally aimed at the man was now thrusting straight at Lin Ming's exposed head. Lin Ming, seeing the two menacing short spears, blurted out, "No, this has nothing to do with me." Seeing the woman's attack, Lin Ming abruptly raised his right arm from the soil, grabbed a handful of mushrooms, and threw them at the woman. The moment Lin Ming grasped the mushrooms, they merged with him, transforming into a cloud of brown smoke, which he then tossed out. The woman in midair had no way to dodge. Obscured by the smoke, she suddenly felt her limbs lose all strength, and she collapsed limply in front of Lin Ming. Lin Ming tilted his head and looked at the woman. He didn't actually know what he had just done. The woman tried to stand up, but her body swayed, and she mumbled, "God descends. Demon god species. Unknown species. The woman lay on the ground vomiting, muttering to herself while looking around in terror. Sister, weren't you already? How come there are so many villains? Get away from me." The woman seemed quite confused, but she still maintained her survival instinct. She scrambled on the ground, trying to get away from Lin Ming, constantly saying things like, "I haven't taken my revenge yet, I can't die." Lin Ming couldn't care less about the woman, who was vomiting and crawling away. His immediate priority was to get out of the ground. Wait, where was the man? Lin Ming turned to check and found the man collapsed on the ground. The woman had already run and crawled away. Lin Ming scratched his head in confusion. Some memories had appeared out of nowhere in his mind. These memories seemed to be guiding him to understand his new identity. A demon god, the lord of the mycosis. Lin Ming looked at his hands, then touched his face. His appearance seemed largely unchanged, and his build was similar. As he crawled out of the ground, he recalled the information about his new body in his mind. As a demon god, his current abilities included mycelial transformation, mycelial parasitism, spore diffusion, deadly toxins, hallucinogenic toxins, deliciousness. This information wasn't presented to him like some sudden system, but rather directly imprinted in his memory. The feeling was strange, like he had briefly occupied someone else's mind. Regarding the personal information he suddenly recalled, Lin Ming didn't know where to begin his complaints. What race? A demon god? While the descriptions were imposing and brimming with childish arrogance, a little reflection quickly made Lin Ming realize his current situation. He had been reincarnated as a mushroom spirit. His basic knowledge from his previous life remained. He knew mushrooms were fungi, and that they were composed of mycelium. He also knew that fungi could parasitize certain insects, turning them into mindless zombies. When he repelled a woman with a short gun, he had accidentally released spores, poisoning her after inhaling them. Thinking about it this way, he realized he truly deserved the title of Lord of the Strange Bacteria. Besides, putting everything else aside for now, deliciousness was also one of his skills. Perhaps making himself taste better was a skill in itself. He wanted to take a bite of himself to see if he was really delicious, but the thought of eating himself felt strange. Lin Ming crawled out of the ground, completely naked. He looked around the woods. It was dusk, and in the distance, there seemed to be a small town. He could see some buildings and city walls. Since civilization existed, running around naked was definitely not an option. But where could he find clothes in this forest? Ah, there really were some. The sickle-wielding boy lying on the ground seemed to be dead. What puzzled Lin Ming was that the man, who had been covered in blood, had now vanished, as if the blood had simply evaporated. He first transformed his body into mycelium, making himself essentially a mycelial aggregate, in short, a living, humanoid mushroom. In this form, even fatal wounds could be repaired directly by the mycelium. As long as he maintained this mycelial form, he was virtually immune to all physical attacks. Unless he was completely obliterated. After making thorough preparations, Lin Ming began to undress the man. He turned the man over. His hands touched something cold, indicating he was indeed dead. Although I don't know what your story is with that woman. I really need some clothes right now. Sorry, young man, I leave you some underwear. Lin Ming muttered to himself as he began unbuttoning the man's shirt. But to his utter surprise, just as he was about to take off the man's pants and put them on himself, the man he thought was dead suddenly opened his eyes, looked up at Lin Ming, and their eyes met. Lin Ming suddenly realized that what he was doing was somewhat easily misunderstood. He was naked, about to pull down another man's pants. This was troublesome. Moreover, he clearly saw a flicker of fear in the other man's eyes. Lin Ming quickly glanced left and right to make sure no one else had witnessed this easily misunderstood scene. Seeing his sudden wary glances, the other man assumed he was about to continue his lewd behavior and frantically took a few steps back, clutching his pants tightly. I think this is a misunderstanding. You are? A demon god? The other man finally spoke. Lin Ming shrugged. Probably, after all, I'm new here and not very familiar with the place. Before he could finish speaking, the man opposite him suddenly pointed a finger at Lin Ming, and a red circular pattern appeared out of thin air at the tip of his finger. Soul Capturing Technique. Chapter 3. Soul Capturing Spell. Lin Ming felt his body suddenly freeze in place. This is a spell? Although Lin Ming couldn't move his entire body, his expression was still full of surprise. After confirming that Lin Ming was frozen, the man opposite him stood up with considerable difficulty. He even pulled up his pants. This soul-capturing spell is a very practical immobilization spell. Although its duration is short, and it's easily negated by a priest's immunity sign, once hit, even an elephant would have to stand still. My name is Caven, full name Mozambique Cabrera Hugh Jarena Caven, a demon god of the Nightborn race. I'd like to ask you for a favor. Lin Ming really wanted to say no confidently, but unfortunately, he couldn't move his entire body. The man who called himself Caven looked at Lin Ming and said politely, Our Nightborn race's power comes from blood. Although we can survive without drinking blood, I'm currently severely injured. If I don't drink blood, it will take a long time to heal. I need to. Well, just a little bit of your blood. It won't cause any major harm. Just drink more water later. Wow, he really is a vampire. He was absolutely right. He even tells you to drink more water after being sucked. How thoughtful. Lin Ning couldn't move, trying to express his dissatisfaction with his eyes. But the man ignored his lively gaze and began to approach step by step. At the same time, Lin Ning noticed that the sharp teeth in the man's mouth were becoming more and more prominent. Although Lin Ning was very dissatisfied, he wasn't panicked. Because he didn't have any blood right now. Lin Ning watched with amusement as the vampire bit into his neck and even sucked on it. The vampire released his mouth, looking at Lin Ning with a puzzled expression. He smacked his lips, his face full of disdain. Why are you vegetarian? Of course. Lin Ning thought to himself, I've been in my mycelial form since just now. I'm a giant humanoid mushroom now. It's strange that you can suck blood from me. The vampire seemed quite annoyed and turned to leave. This made Lin Ning unhappy. He took a bite without a word, then complained, didn't say a kind word, and turned to leave. Why would he have such a good deal? The vampire who called himself Caven was already preparing to leave. Lin Ning's soul-capturing spell should wear off in another 10 minutes or so. He was currently very weak, and didn't want any conflict with this newly awakened demonic species. Just as he turned and took 2 steps, he heard a crisp cracking sound behind him. It was the sound of his soul-capturing spell being forcibly broken. The vampire panicked and tried to turn around to check, but found his body unable to move. What goes around comes around, vampire brat. Since Lin Ning was a mushroom, he had to make full use of its properties. He had originally planned to use spores, like he had with that woman, but he hadn't expected this guy to take a bite. And even suck on it. His mycelium had seeped into the vampire's body through that bite, forcibly controlling his body. Now it was the other's turn to be unable to move. Lin Ning, being kind, left him with a mouth that could still move, because he had many questions. But before asking, he still needed to cover his backside. Lin Ning abandoned the idea of stripping the vampire naked. Instead, he pulled off the large cloak on the vampire's body and wrapped it around himself. At least that way, he wouldn't look like a pervert. Lin Ning looked at the vampire in front of him curiously. He found it amusing because this guy didn't seem very bright. From his straightforward fighting style, when he fought that woman, to him immediately giving him, a stranger, his full name, and even thoughtfully telling him to drink more water after being bitten by the vampire. In Lin Ning's eyes, he was a bit simple-minded. The demon god species you mentioned. Are there many in this world? The vampire was taken aback by the question. Many. But none like you. By the way, what kind of demon god species are you? Fungus. Mushroom? The vampire's expression became even more disgusted. He never dreamed he one day willingly gnaw on mushrooms. What kinds of demon gods are you talking about? The vampire seemed taken aback by the question. It seems every animal possesses a demon god, though some have awakened, and some haven't. Cat demon gods, dog demon gods, rabbit demon gods, and so on. Ah, I see. Through his conversation with the vampire, Lin Ning learned the general outline of this world. This world is one where humans and demon gods coexist. Each type of demon god is associated with a particular animal in the world, with only a small number of exceptions. Simply put, demon gods are deities of a certain species, who have taken human form. Lin Ning was such an existence. He was the ruler of fungi, the god of mushrooms. He was the master of fungi, the god of mushrooms. However, according to the vampire, he had never heard of a plant giving birth to a demon god. Fungi are not plants. Lin Ning wanted to emphasize this point, but felt the other party might not understand. Lin Ning looked up at the sky. It was already getting dark. He could sense the vampire secretly trying to break free of his restraints. Thinking there was no point in keeping this guy around, Lin Ning released the restraints, letting him go wherever he wanted. Lin Ning, wrapped in his cloak, sat down on the ground. He planned to spend the night there, and make further plans at dawn. The vampire was surprised to find his restraints suddenly released. You're letting me go like this? Huh? Why don't you kowtow to me before you leave? Lin Ning let him go for a simple reason. He noticed that as the night deepened, the vampire's struggle to break free of the fungal mycelium was becoming stronger. When the man introduced himself, he said he was a nocturnal being. The concise name suggested that their abilities might increase with the night. If things continued to escalate, Lin Ning feared a conflict might occur, so it was better to let him go now, as it would be a favor. After all, he had just arrived in this world, and it was better to consider things from a longer perspective. Lin Ning didn't know that the other person thought the same way. They were both wary of each other's strength. A classic case of a thin stick fighting a wolf, both sides afraid. Seeing that Lin Ning had indeed let him go, the vampire, though puzzled, turned and walked away. Wait! Lin Ning suddenly remembered something important. The vampire was startled by the call. Huh? Really want me to kowtow to you? No, it's not about kowtowing. Do you have any money? The vampire rolled his eyes. No. Then he disappeared into the night, leaving Lin Ning alone in the forest to experience nature. After the vampire was gone, Lin Ning began to familiarize himself with his so-called demonic body. Because of his ability to transform into mycelium, Lin Ning wasn't afraid of getting hurt. Whenever he had a wound, he could simply transform his body into mycelium, and the mycelium would heal itself. Very convenient. He also had some rather useless skills, like conjuring a small mushroom from his palm with a pop. Cute, yes, but useless except for being cute. If he were in his previous world, this would probably be a great way to woo girls. Besides that, his greatest characteristic, and currently his most practical ability, was the use of poison. His toxins could induce hallucinations in those poisoned, and he could even customize these hallucinations within a limited scope. Lin Ning looked at the completely dark sky, and didn't feel hungry. Even if he were hungry in his current state, he had two choices: either eat using a human body, or transform into mycelium and splat onto the ground to absorb nutrients from the soil. Lin Ning felt strangely unfamiliar with this body. Although it still looked like his own body, this sense of incongruity lingered, and many of his abilities seemed restricted, unable to be fully utilized. That being said, he shouldn't be considered weak right now. Lin Ning squatted on the ground, placed his hands on the ground, closed his eyes, and a cloud of spores rose from his body, instantly filling the entire forest. Using his perception of these spores, Lin Ning could almost sense the size of every tree, the condition of every creature, and the location of every water source. If he wanted, he could poison every animal in the entire forest in an instant. Chapter 4. Lin Ning opened his eyes, and nodded with satisfaction. He continued to familiarize himself with his abilities, even restraining a wild boar, and making it somersault in front of him. Just then, he suddenly sensed someone entering the forest. Huh? It's you again? It's that vampire again. For some reason, this vampire seemed somewhat shy. Lin Ning was currently crawling in the shadows within his mushroom patch. He tried to change his form, but couldn't. The vampire didn't seem malicious. He watched Lin Ning crawl on the ground for a while, then tossed him a package. Lin Ning caught the package and found a set of clothes inside. Huh? For me? The vampire didn't speak. Lin Ning glanced at him sideways. Don't be so solicitous unless it's important. Get to the point. Well, it all starts with the history of our clan. Hold on, let me put on some clothes. Lin Ning pulled out the clothes, only to find they weren't new. By the way, didn't you say you were broke? Where did you get these clothes? I found a dead adventurer in another forest. You just stripped his clothes off? Yeah. Lin Ning held the clothes, unsure whether to wear them or not. After hesitating for a while, he thought, I'm not even human anymore, there's no need to worry about it. While putting on the clothes, Lin Ning also found an adventurer's name tag in the pocket. The person's name was Faru, seemingly a professional adventurer. Adventurers, huh? It sounds like a novelist. A job done out of passion, and not much money. This was the kind of clothing often worn for hiking trips. Sturdy, tan, and easy to clean, with a large hood for sun and rain protection. After putting on the clothes, Lin Ning looked at the vampire. What's your name again? Caven, I came to see you this time because... Hold on, we talk later. Lin Ning had just reached into his pocket, and felt a small, heavy bag. He took it out, weighed it in his hand, and opened it to take a closer look. Good heavens, it was gold coins, and besides the coins, there was a very small knife. Lin Ning scratched his head. Although he didn't know what the currency system was like here, this amount of money looked substantial. Will this money be enough to find a place to stay in that town over there? More than enough. Let's go then, let's find a bright place. With the bag of gold coins in hand, and with Caven's help, Lin Ning found an inn. After entering the room, Lin Ning finally found the bed. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Since waking up, everything he had seen was far beyond the realm of reason, and he began to worry that his past experiences would be useless in this world. So far, it seemed that daily life was not much different. There were shops and restaurants in the town, and perhaps because of his body, he could understand the language. After slightly easing his tension, Lin Ming looked at Caven with interest. Since entering the town, Caven had taken out a large black hat, the brim of which could almost completely cover his face, and he even deliberately tucked his pointed ears into his hair. Now, inside the room, Caven took off the hat, revealing his long black hair. You have enemies in this town? Not exactly enemies. All of our people are being wiped out. Wipe out? Caven sighed softly and began to tell Lin Ming what had happened. Yes. We Nightborns were originally the most numerous of the demon god races. Most demon gods are lone wolves. Very few are like us who can establish a clan. This is mainly thanks to our ancestor, whom we generally call the first generation. At this point, Caven's expression suddenly turned somewhat sad. The first generation created the second generation created the third generation, and I am the seventh generation. We Nightborns hate sunlight, cannot bear to look in mirrors, and are extremely bloodthirsty. Lin Ming nodded. What Caven described so far was pretty much what he knew about vampires. The first generation wasn't cruel. He created offspring simply to alleviate his loneliness. He wanted to integrate with humans, to enjoy their prosperity, their bustling crowds, and their close friends and family. However, we Nightborn have always been unable to overcome that most difficult hurdle. Bloodlust? Lin Ming asked tentatively. Caven nodded. Yes, bloodlust. For us, although we can eat, blood is the most efficient way to obtain power. You're also a demon god, you understand, right? Lin Ming understood immediately. It was probably the same principle as how he himself could obtain nutrients from the soil. Although we Nightborn won't die without drinking blood, we will become weak. Animal blood can be used as a substitute, but it's still difficult to completely suppress our desire to drink human blood. The first generation even considered establishing a contract with humans, buying blood with money, but he still failed. Why does it have to be human blood? Caven glanced at Lin Ming, a bitter smile playing on his lips. It's like some kind of innate addiction. The first generation tried to gradually wean the Nightborn off their dependence on human blood through generational changes. Therefore, within the Nightborn, those who could restrain their bloodlust were praised as warriors. But the first generation was wrong. He himself didn't expect to be so utterly wrong. When humans discovered that the Nightborn's numbers were increasing, and that they had carved out their own territories, they began their purge of us. Lin Ming, while playing with the mushroom he had conjured, asked, "There's always a reason for everything." The conflict escalated to the point of a purge. What exactly did you do during that time? Caven looked at Lin Ming with considerable shock. He hadn't expected this demonic being, less than a day old, to possess such insight. Within the Nightborn race, there are factions. Some Nightborns who advocate following their nature frequently attack humans. They even capture people to use as livestock for bloodletting, which is the direct reason why humans decided to exterminate us. Lin Ming didn't speak, only pursed his lips. If what Caven said was true, then the subsequent developments were pretty much predictable. Faced with the human extermination, we could initially resist because the first generation had always had a good reputation among some humans. So even though the National Council issued the extermination order, there were still humans willing to side with the Nightborn. Until later. What happened later? Later, the National Council started spreading rumors that the flesh and blood of the Nightborn could make people eternally youthful, and they began buying back Nightborn blood at high prices. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. He could already guess how things would unfold. Lin Ming listened as Caven recounted the entire story of the Nightborn's rise and fall. After the National Council spread the word that Nightborn blood could grant eternal youth, they began buying it back at exorbitant prices. This created a market for Nightborn blood out of thin air. Under these circumstances, the Nightborn went from being an unpopular alien race to walking gold. Humans began to hunt them spontaneously, using their flesh and blood to make money. Later, the National Council didn't even need to deploy its army. Hunting the Nightborn became a gold rush business. As for Caven's first generation, they initially tried to resolve the issue through negotiation, but later found it useless. Moreover, because they had been suppressing their bloodlust and had created numerous offspring, this first generation's power gradually became insufficient to resist the National Council's army. Later, the first generation was captured, and the other Nightborn were either killed or fled. Caven only escaped by sheer luck. Now, the entire Nightborn race is reduced to a pitiful few. The National Council, seeing the threat eliminated, slowly ceased its purge. While listening to Caven recount everything, Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine, not because the Nightborn were nearly wiped out, but because the National Council's methods were ruthless enough to make one's scalp tingle. In this game, the Nightborn vampires were utterly defeated. If the Nightborn were to resume drinking human blood, they would most likely still be wiped out, the final result possibly being a lose-lose situation. Perhaps the first generation believed that peaceful coexistence was better than mutual destruction, which is why he stopped the race from drinking blood. Like a wolf that eats sheep, yet possesses the heart of a sheep. He had the ability to gradually dispel human fear through abstinence, but he was defeated by human desire. And what about your first generation? When Lin Ming asked about the first generation's current situation, Caven's face suddenly flashed with a demonic rage. He bit his lower lip, drawing blood from his sharp teeth. The first generation was captured. He's in the National Council. The National Council destroyed his body, leaving only his heart. Even among the demon god races, our Nightborn clan has one of the highest vitality, so we can survive with only a heart. But why leave only a heart? Lin Ming asked, puzzled. They kept the first generation's heart to sell for money, relying on the blood it continuously produces. Chapter 5. Lin Ming initially wanted to say that the organ responsible for blood production wasn't the heart, but then he thought again. Leaving the heart meant he valued the vitality of that part. From his observation of Caven, Yi Sheng seemed to be able to produce blood throughout his body. Lin Ming listened to him for a long time. It was almost dawn. While listening to the story, he used mushrooms to create the image of a vampire with sharp fangs on the floor. I heard enough of the background story. So what did you want from me? Did you want me to help you rescue your first generation? No. That's my own business. Then what is it? Caven suddenly became hesitant upon hearing this. Lin Ming didn't know what was wrong with him being so hesitant, when Caven suddenly asked, are you alone? Huh? What was going on? Was this the start of a confession? He only just arrived in this world, and someone was already eyeing him, and a male vampire at that? Was this world really that simple and honest? Yes, I just woke up not long ago. Lin Ming replied cautiously, trying to figure out how to refuse without hurting the young man's feelings. There's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead. What is it? Can I walk with you? Huh? Lin Ming didn't immediately understand. Well, we Nightborns are naturally bloodthirsty. Actually, when I'm with other people, I'm worried I won't be able to control myself. So, I feel like there won't be any problem being with you. Since you're a vegan, I won't worry about my bloodlust affecting you or anything. I see. Lin Ming understood. So this guy just wanted a companion, but was afraid he'd go berserk due to being attracted to living blood and hurt those around him. But Lin Ming's true form was just a mushroom, so there was no need to worry about being with him. To be honest, Lin Ming really needed to seriously consider this suggestion, because Lin Ming didn't plan to fight alone in this world. There wasn't any other reason, he just really hated being bored. Furthermore, he was new to this world and didn't understand many things, and going it alone was indeed somewhat dangerous. This Caven. Although he seemed a little lacking in emotional intelligence, his nature didn't seem bad. Even so, Lin Ming didn't intend to let Caven join him so easily. He couldn't be sure if Caven was truly safe for him. What if we get human companions later? Caven was stumped by the question. Lin Ming sighed. This guy's personality was the kind he was least adept at dealing with. Caven was already extremely weak in the forest, yet he still greeted him and told him to drink plenty of water before drinking blood. This was enough to show that as long as his willpower was strong enough, he could completely overcome his bloodlust. Caven's real problem wasn't bloodlust, but rather his lack of self-confidence. Lin Ming decided to give it a try. By the way, have you ever heard of withdrawal training? What's that? Lin Ming smiled and beckoned to Caven. Now I'm going to give you a test. Caven didn't understand what Lin Ming was going to do, and could only nod blankly. Lin Ming reached into his pocket and pulled out a small knife, cutting his index finger. Bright red blood immediately flowed from Lin Ming's finger. Lin Ming wanted to see the extent of Caven's thirst for blood to determine if this guy was truly reliable. As Lin Ming expected, Caven clenched his teeth immediately upon seeing the blood. Caven reflexively tried to turn his head away, but just as he was about to, he heard Lin Ming's sharp shout, "Don't turn your head." Hearing this, Caven understood what Lin Ming wanted to do. He turned his head with difficulty, watching the blood dripping from Lin Ming's finger onto the floor, sweat slowly beading on his forehead. For Caven, this was nothing short of torture. But Caven knew that if he couldn't get through this, he would never have any human companions, nor could he ever live in human society. Time ticked by, and Caven's breathing remained rapid. This was also what Lin Ming wanted to confirm. If his bloodlust was merely a psychological addiction, then it could be resolved. However, if Caven lost his mind due to the stimulation of blood, that would be absolutely unacceptable. Although Caven appeared to be in great pain, He simply stared intently at Lin Ming's hand, doing nothing else. The wound on Lin Ming's hand was actually quite deep. It would take about 4 or 5 minutes for the blood to clot completely. But much time had passed, and Lin Ming's bleeding showed no sign of stopping. Just when Kevin thought Lin Ming's wound was about to stop bleeding, Lin Ming suddenly raised his finger and walked towards Kevin. Kevin, seeing Lin Ming approaching, was on high alert. Lin Ming's fingers were only centimeters away from Kevin. Aside from constantly swallowing, Kevin did nothing. Lin Ming suddenly laughed. Not bad, not bad. Seeing Kevin's reaction, Lin Ming felt somewhat relieved. At least the guy was genuinely trying to control himself, which was especially important. Lin Ming pulled Kevin's hand and smeared his blood on Kevin's finger. He gestured for him to taste it. Here, try it. Kevin shook his head repeatedly, looking at his blood-stained finger with extreme fear. Don't be afraid, just try a little. Kevin shook his head vigorously. If I tell you to try it, then try a little. Lin Ming completely ignored Kevin's resistance, grabbed his finger, and shoved it into his mouth. The instant the blood entered Kevin's mouth, his expression changed from shock to confusion, then from confusion to disgust. Tui! Tui tui tui! Kevin shoved Lin Ming away, and then kept spitting out Lin Ming's blood. Judging by his posture, he seemed determined to spit out every last drop of saliva in his mouth. Lin Ming looked at Kevin with a wicked grin. How does it taste? Kevin continued cleaning his mouth, as if he had just eaten something extremely awful. Tui! What is this stuff? I never tasted blood this bad in my life. Lin Ming laughed gleefully at Kevin's foolish reaction. Kevin, of course, didn't know that mushrooms can bleed. Among mushrooms, there is a peculiar species called the blood-red mushroom. This mushroom exudes a liquid that looks exactly like blood. Initially, Lin Ming was indeed bleeding, but the bleeding stopped halfway through the test. What came out afterward was all mushroom juice. So, if you want to drink blood in the future, I give you this to drink. After a while, you won't crave blood as much anymore. That's called withdrawal therapy. Calvin's eyebrows were already furrowed. I just want to know if the person who invented this therapy has some kind of psychological problem. Lin Ming shrugged after hearing this. I think so too. Chapter 6. In short, Kevin passed the test. Lin Ming also had a strange companion for the first time in this world. Lin Ming hadn't lied to Kevin. With the help of Lin Ming's crimson mushroom and withdrawal therapy, Kevin later felt nauseous at the mere mention of blood. Initially, Lin Ming thought it was practically impossible to get a vampire to give up drinking blood, but then he remembered that in his previous world, some people suffered from anorexia to lose weight. Therefore, using psychological manipulation to overcome bodily instincts wasn't entirely impossible. For the next few days, Lin Ming spent most of his time in bookstores. He needed the knowledge of this world. He would constantly read the contents of books, and Kevin would stand beside him, explaining and supplementing his knowledge. As the pages turned, a corner of the world he inhabited finally opened up to him. In this world, natural magical elements roamed. Some talented humans could harness these elements for their own use. These people were called cultivators. Lin Ming continued browsing and discovered that, based on their different methods of using elements, these practitioners of elemental techniques were divided into 4 professions: mage, priest, assassin, and warrior. In the bookstore, skill reference books for the 4 professions were neatly categorized and displayed on the shelves. Lin Ming also noticed that each profession was further subdivided, such as ice mage, fire mage, blessing priest, healing priest, chi warrior, blood warrior, night assassin, poison assassin. This moment instantly reminded Lin Ming of the feeling of searching for reference materials in the library before final exams. There are countless books about the 4 major professions, but those aren't what Lin Ming needs to focus on right now. Finally, Lin Ming found the category he was looking for: demon gods. After flipping through several books, Lin Ming finally understood what he truly was. Demon gods, also known as mutated magical beasts. Magical beasts originally referred to wild animals possessing natural elements within their bodies. They lack intelligence, their minds are no different from ordinary animals, but they possess immense vitality. Some higher-level magical beasts can even utilize their internal natural elements in a simple way, such as the Snow Mountain Wolf's ice roar and the Chilan Fish's poisonous water arrows. Demon gods, however, are different from these magical beasts. They are essentially no different from magical beasts, but their levels are generally very high, and they possess intelligence. They often possess special abilities, most of which originate from their original form. Based on current information, demon gods do not have class distinctions. Their method of using power is more direct. There are several hypotheses regarding demon gods. 1. The demon god origin theory. Demon gods are the original species naturally born in this world, and humans are outsiders. 2. The monster evolution theory. Demon gods are evolved forms of monsters. If all monsters were to mutate and evolve one day, the number of demon gods would directly surpass that of humans. 3. The demon god divine creation theory. Demon gods are a miracle, a new species created by the gods after they grew tired of humans. Lin Ning scratched his head. It seems that doing academic work is difficult in any world. He could already imagine the scholars frantically searching for data. The book he brought back yesterday detailed the ranking system of demon gods and cultivators. While there was no need to memorize these things, Lin Ning was simply curious and wanted to observe the order of this world. Among the 4 major professions of cultivators, assassins followed warriors in rank, belonging to the same martial arts category. Martial arts ranks were divided into martial, edge, expert, guardian, and saint. Martial, beginner in martial arts, with some basic knowledge. Edge, proficient in martial arts, suitable as a good soldier. Expert, possessing exceptional skills, suitable as a surprise attack force. Guardian, capable of commanding and guarding a region. Saint, unmatched by 10,000 men, hence the title saint. Besides warriors and assassins, priests followed mages in rank, belonging to the same magical profession. Magic profession ranks were simple and easy to understand, seemingly divided according to brightness. Magic profession ranks were divided into Firefly, Candle, Torch, Radiance, and Sun. Firefly, beginner in the path of magic. Candle, able to cultivate magical seals. Torch, able to defend against enemies with magic. Radiance, proficient in a particular school of magic. Yang, the pinnacle of magic, the Yang rank, like a god incarnate. Each rank has several sub-ranks. Lin Ning picked up another book, and was surprised to find that even demon gods had ranks. However, these ranks weren't a measure of strength, but rather a description of their level of threat. The ranks of demon gods were Beast, Ghost, Evil, Demon, and Outer Demon. Lin Ning studied the demon god ranking system for a long time, then turned a page and saw it clearly stated, "This method of classifying demon gods is not rigorous enough and has been abandoned." Abandoned, and you still wrote it? Lin Ning angrily threw the book back onto the shelf with a pia. It seems the scholars in this world have a lot of free time. Caven, seeing Lin Ning angry over a book, chuckled beside him. Lin Ning glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Just as they were about to leave the bookstore, Calvin suddenly grabbed Lin Ning in a panic, threw him behind a bookshelf, and then quickly hid in a secluded spot, disappearing into his shadow. Lin Ning was about to ask what was going on, when he saw a familiar figure walk past on the street outside. It was the woman he had seen in the woods. It seemed she had gotten rid of Lin Ning's mushroom toxin. The woman paused at the bookstore entrance, glanced inside, and then walked away. After the woman had gone, Lin Ning looked at the strangely surreal shadow that had appeared out of nowhere on the ground. "Your ability is quite useful. It's very energy-consuming. I won't use it easily. By the way, is she looking for you? Is she your ex-girlfriend?" "No. Her name is Maureen, a squad leader in the National Academy. Actually, she's the one who kidnapped the first generation." "So you want revenge?" "Not really. But it looks like I have to settle things with her." Caven asked Lin Ning to check if Maureen had gone far. Lin Ning peeked out, and, seeing no one, called Caven out. As soon as Caven stepped out of the bookstore, a short gun whistled through the air and pierced through the air. "Didn't you say she was gone?" "I definitely saw no one just now." Caven tried to retreat back into the bookstore, but the shop owner swiftly closed and locked the doors and windows in a series of smooth moves. It seems the citizens here are already used to the conflicts that occur on the streets. At the end of the alley ahead, Maureen slowly emerged. "Oh, it's you again, and the newborn one too." Maureen's voice sounded very dissatisfied. While Lin Ning was still pondering what to do, Caven gently pushed him away. "I do it myself. But I don't think you can beat him." Caven glanced at Lin Ning with annoyance upon hearing this. "Then you can help me when I'm about to die. This battle concerns the honor of our Nightborn clan, and I also have some things I want to confirm." "Fine. Then try not to die suddenly, because there's no saving you if you do." After Lin Ning finished speaking, he retreated to a distance to watch the battle. Seeing Lin Ning retreat, Caven darted out with incredible speed, simultaneously conjuring a red scythe in his hand. Blood Scythe Caven's movements were astonishingly fast. Before Lin Ning could even react, Caven had already swung the scythe towards the woman's head. The woman, seeing Kaven's aggressive advance, remained completely calm. She deflected Kaven's scythe with her left-hand pistol, while simultaneously thrusting her right-hand pistol towards Kaven's stomach. Seeing the incoming pistol, Kaven dodged to the side, then gripped the blood-red scythe with both hands and launched a furious, relentless attack. Kaven's speed was incredible. Lin Ning couldn't even keep up with his movements. Meanwhile, unlike Kaven's frenzied attacks, the woman parried with ease and composure, wielding her two pistols with effortless skill. Lin Ning was still wondering why Kaven, who clearly possessed a spell to immobilize, wasn't using it. After watching for a while, Lin Ning broke out in a cold sweat. Kaven's spells, in fact, hadn't stopped. Not just immobilization, but other spells were constantly being cast on the woman, yet she seemed completely oblivious, utterly unaffected. Lin Ning watched intently, and soon, he noticed something amiss. It was the armor. That armor seemed capable of negating Kaven's spells. Clearly, this woman was after Kaven, and her equipment was likely specially designed to counter the Nightborn race. Magic resistance armor is overpowered everywhere. Lin Ning silently complained to himself. Seeing his spells ineffective, Kaven changed tactics. A blood-red spike extended from his right palm, aiming straight for the woman's face. Simultaneously, from the shadow behind the woman, a slender spike pierced her neck. Blood-weaving needled the woman sensed the attack from behind but didn't panic. She threw a short spear in her hand, which, as if possessing its own will, stood upright behind her, deflecting the spike from the shadow with a clang. Seeing this attack ineffective, Kaven jumped back, creating distance. The woman stretched out her hand, and the short gun spun in the air before returning steadily to her grasp. Kaven stared coldly at the two short guns. This feeling was awful. Kaven felt like he wasn't fighting one-on-one, but against three, and with his magic sealed, the situation was extremely difficult. Seeing Kaven looking at her short guns, the woman smiled. How about it? Impressive, isn't it? You were beaten like this by a mere elite rank 3 warrior. The woman, as if showing off, released her grip on the short guns, and the two weapons floated in the air. This is a secret technique passed down through generations of my family. These two guns are like a part of my body. No, it should be said, they were originally a part of my body. Chapter 7. Kaven didn't quite understand. In the warrior profession, there are indeed techniques that can make a weapon fly back into the hand, but to achieve this, one must use a weapon that the warrior is extremely familiar with, one that has accompanied them throughout their life. Even then, it's only to the point of summoning the weapon back to the hand. Kaven had never heard of a weapon that seemed to have consciousness and attack autonomously. The woman, seeing Kaven's shocked expression, seemed quite pleased. She slowly stroked the two short spears and said gently, "This is a secret technique of our Mei family. For a warrior, a weapon should be part of the body. So why not use one's own body as a weapon?" Kaven frowned. He had already guessed the true nature of these two formidable short spears. The material for forging them is my two ribs. Hearing this, Lin Ning instinctively clutched his own ribs. Using one's own ribs to forge weapons was something Lin Ning couldn't comprehend. I see. Others might not understand this, but we Nightborn are quite familiar with it, Kaven said, slicing his arm with his sharp nails. The blood that flowed from Kaven didn't drip. Instead, it congealed in midair, forming two daggers. Just as Lin Ning thought the two were about to engage in a massive battle of floating weapons, Kaven retracted the two blood-red blades. The woman suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, she laughed. I always find it amusing to see you guys so afraid of losing too much blood. Ha ha ha, so ridiculous. The woman's laughter grew increasingly arrogant and manic, her previous elegance completely gone. Look up. Look at the sun called the mother of all things. You disgusting scum, even the sun is driving you away. You shouldn't exist in this world. The woman screamed, two short guns flying with incredible speed towards Kaven. Kaven seemed much slower than before. Lin Ning looked up at the sun, which was approaching noon, and frowned. My vampire buddy's condition is truly dire. In his understanding, vampires are always most powerful at night, and Kaven's large hat clearly indicated that he genuinely hated the sun. Calvin dodged a few times before being struck by the short guns. Although the guns were airborne, their attacks were executed with the precision of dual-wielding combat. Parrying, sneak attacks, feints, all the techniques of dual-wielding were present. Calvin felt as if he were fighting an invisible master marksman. The two short guns moved faster and faster, thrusting, sweeping, and striking relentlessly at Calvin. Scream. Why won't you scream? Scream for me. The woman, for some reason, gradually became hysterical. When you treated my sister like livestock, you showed her no mercy. As if stunned by this roar, Calvin's movements suddenly froze. Lin Ning could see that Calvin was beginning to panic. The sun grew brighter, and Calvin felt as if he were in an oven, his skin scorched by the sunlight. Moreover, according to Calvin, his previous injuries hadn't fully healed. Lin Ning didn't know what Calvin was thinking at this moment. He might be thinking about his first generation, or he might be repenting for the atrocities his people had committed, but whatever he was thinking, Calvin was clearly at a disadvantage. It's over. Although Lin Ning hadn't fought much, he knew a simple principle: once a person loses morale, defeat is practically inevitable. Knowing you has really cost me my life. Lin Ning rushed to Calvin's side. He checked the spore status around the woman and decided to try his best to save Calvin. Having spent these past few days together, Calvin was the first person Lin Ning had interacted with since arriving in this world, so he had some feelings for him. This person, no, this ghost, Lin Ning still had to save him. Seeing Lin Ning rush towards her so quickly, the woman suddenly retreated warily. After all, she had been attacked by Lin Ning before, and she was still somewhat wary of him. I still remember your damn fog. Oh, you mean spore fog. Lin Ning casually waved his hand, creating a small patch of brown spore fog nearby. Morline seemed prepared, deliberately avoiding Lin Ning's spore fog. However, she was too naive. Spores, when suspended in the air, are not easily detected. From the moment Lin Ning entered the town, the air was already filled with his spores. In other words, if he wanted, he could slaughter an entire city in an instant. Maureen was no exception. The spore mist had only been a warning to stay away. The spore poison had already taken effect. In Maureen's eyes, Lin Ning charged straight at her. Just as they were about to clash, Lin Ning suddenly multiplied from 1 person to 4. Huh? Maureen was startled and instinctively tried to dodge backward, but found her body wouldn't obey her commands, her movements slowing down. 2 short guns swiftly returned to defense, but when the guns pierced Lin Ning's body, the woman felt something strange. Lin Ning's body was like gas, offering no impact. At the same time, Lin Ning and her eyes began to swell and shrink, and many colorful butterflies began to flutter above his head. A group of red and white mushroom-shaped figures appeared at her feet, crawling up her legs. Get away! What are these things? While the woman was still frantically standing there, Lin Ning quickly stepped forward, hoisted the blood-soaked, limp Calvin, and ran away without looking back. This was the best escape method Lin Ning could think of. He had no intention of killing Maureen. The feud between Maureen and Calvin was already chaotic enough. Lin Ning didn't want to become part of this chain of revenge. Lin Ning didn't know how long the freeze and hallucinations could last, so he could only carry Calvin and run as fast as he could out of the city. Looking around, Lin Ning decided to escape to the woods on the outskirts of the city first. It would provide shade and be the most advantageous place for him. After escaping into the woods, Lin Ning checked to make sure Maureen wasn't chasing them. He looked at Calvin's injuries. Although he was badly injured, his body almost torn to shreds, he didn't seem to be in mortal danger. After all, he was a vampire. Once it got dark, he should be able to begin self-repairing. Lin Ning looked at Calvin and sighed. Can you still speak? Lin Ning patted Calvin. Yes. Calvin's voice was barely a whisper. Hey, were you trying to die just now? How could you lose your fighting spirit when you were fighting to the death? Heh. Calvin chuckled dryly. I can't die. I still have things to do. Stop talking nonsense. If it weren't for me, you'd be smashed into mincemeat by now, made into those bouncy meatballs. Chapter 8. Calvin didn't refute, closing his eyes. What about the sister Maureen mentioned? I don't know. But according to her, she was captured by the warlike Nightborn tribe as a bloodline. You know, I should say you're really living a twisted life. Lin Ning found a large rock and sat down, casually tossing small mushrooms at Calvin while chatting with him. You're filled with hatred for the humans capturing the first generation, so much so that you want to kill Maureen, who captured the first generation. At the same time, you feel guilty because your tribe once persecuted humans, so guilty that you can't even resent humans. Calvin was silent for a long time before replying, so what if that's the case? Lin Ning curled his lip. Nothing, I just feel like you're living a very tiring life. Are you pitying me? Calvin's tone was utterly disdainful. No, in my opinion, as long as it's a path you choose, you don't need anyone else's pity. I just think you can be more carefree with yourself. Calvin fell silent again. He understood Lin Ning's meaning, but he himself didn't have an answer yet. By the way, how did you escape from that woman? Calvin asked. Hallucination. Anyone who inhaled my spores would be affected by my hallucinations, like this. Lin Ming said, sprinkling some spores on Caven's face. Caven felt a wave of dizziness, and then several red and white mushroom-like figures crawled onto his body. What is this thing? It's disgusting. Disgusting? Not at all. They're cute. I created these illusions on purpose. They can even sing. Before Caven could stop him, Lin Ming directed the mushroom figures and Caven's hallucinations to sing. Red umbrella. Oh, white pole. Caven's expression contorted as he watched the singing mushroom figures. Stop, stop, stop! Make them stop! This is disgusting. Lin Ming grinned wickedly. You said you had things to do so you wouldn't kill yourself. So what do you want to do now? And why are you dragging me into this? This was the question Lin Ming had been wondering about. What's it to you? Why should I tell you? Ready? Sing. Red umbrella. Oh, white pole. Fine, fine, stop singing. I tell you, okay? This bunch of things is disgusting. Lin Ming hadn't expected the hallucinations to be so effective. As darkness fell, Caven's body gradually recovered. Caven told Lin Ming what he was going to do. Caven was going to find the first generation, but not to save him, but to kill him. Although only his heart remains, the first generation vampire is still alive. His body was destroyed by magic and cannot be resurrected. There is only one way to save him now. Kill him, let him return to dust. Although he is our progenitor, this is the best solution for him. Do you know where the first generation's heart is? I know. I can sense it. In the National Government Research Institute, there's a very strong aura of the Nightborn clan. The first generation should be there. Lin Ming remained non-committal. After spending this time together, he had come to understand Caven quite well. Although this guy was a vampire, he was actually ridiculously honest at heart. Like a stubborn mule. Stopping him was unlikely, but for Caven to try and storm, the National Academy alone was like a moth drawn to a flame. Maureen alone was already difficult to handle. It was unimaginable what other experts were inside. So you want me to help you? Caven shook his head at Lin Ming's question. No, I don't want to involve others. Meeting you was accidental. Don't be silly. If you go by yourself, I guess. Wait. Someone's there. Lin Ming's words trailed off, as he suddenly bent down, brown spores spreading around him. Caven also lightly leaped onto a nearby tree. In that instant, both of them realized someone was nearby. Gentlemen, please calm down. Lin Ming and Caven gasped in surprise. They saw a figure gradually come into focus where they had just been talking. It looked like a little girl with a baby face, a few freckles, 2 ponytails, and a slightly chubby face. She looked like a rebellious runaway teenager. What you were talking about was quite interesting. So, gentlemen, do you need mercenaries? Fair prices, honest and reliable, 7 years in the business, never failed, no black history on the entire continent. Caven and Lin Ming remained vigilant, but to be honest, they were a little uneasy. They hadn't even noticed when this person had appeared beside them. If this person had tried to attack from the shadows, they might already be meeting their maker. Caven narrowed his eyes, looking at the name tag on the person's body. The Assassin's Guild? Yes, that's right, I am Shinku, a first-class mercenary of the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild has child laborers? How rude. I'm already 26 years old. Caven touched his nose and scratched his head. Shinku looked like a teenage girl. When did you start following us? Lin Ming wanted to know how much this person had overheard. From the moment you entered this forest. Lin Ming couldn't believe this newcomer, and tried to use spores to restrict her movements. Useless, useless. Don't waste your energy. If I can't even defend against your poison, what kind of assassin am I? Flaming blood flows the next second. This was the most surprising thing Lin Ming had ever seen since entering this world. He could feel that all the spores and mycelium he had infiltrated into Shinku's body vanished in an instant. To be precise, they didn't disappear, but were burned away. In that instant, Shinku's body temperature soared to a point where neither spores nor mycelia could survive. An elemental assassin? Caven couldn't hide his surprise. That's right, a fire elemental assassin. Shinku drew a dagger from his waist, breathed on it, and the dagger immediately turned crimson. Then, Shinku swiftly threw the dagger, which embedded itself firmly in a nearby tree trunk. Lin Ming watched as smoke began to rise from the spot where the dagger had struck the tree, gradually turning charred black. At that moment, Lin Ming felt a chill. Because he realized that along the straight line the dagger had flown, his own spores had also been burned away. Although he couldn't see any fire, he could feel the incredibly high temperature. The Nightborn clan, the first generation, Caven, Lin Ming didn't care about any of it anymore. He actually felt a fear of encountering a natural enemy. That's right, Lin Ming was afraid of fire. After all, his true form was a mushroom. Without spores and mycelium, parasitism, hallucinations, and toxins were all useless. Right now, Lin Ming could wipe out a city in 5 minutes using the toxins spread by his spores, but he couldn't harm Shinku in the slightest. This feeling was truly frustrating and infuriating. Well, have you come to terms with the situation? I really did come here to talk business. After all, the two of you combined can't beat me. Caven looked at Lin Ming, who was standing quietly like a kid inside, and jumped down from the tree. I heard of the Assassin's Guild's mercenaries, and seeing them today, I can confirm their reputation is well deserved. No need for formalities, just tell me if you're interested in the business or not. Caven definitely needed help, and having a professional like Shinku would be a great advantage. Then, what's the price? To destroy the demon god's heart at the National Council, right? 3,000 gold coins fixed price. His. Caven gasped, turning to look at Lin Ming. His. Lin Ming mimicked Caven's gasp, then looked back. They were two penniless wretches, their only money scraped from the dead. Just as the two were gasping for breath, Shinku bluntly struck at their sore spot. Actually, I guessed it. You demon races are generally very poor. The top 50 mercenaries in the entire continent are right here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can get the money, you can hire a top-tier assassin. Shinku continued his self-promotion. Let's discuss this. Caven led Lin Ming aside and whispered. You really want to hire her? Lin Ming was still a little shaken. Caven nodded. No way. I just don't feel right. Lin Ming was genuinely afraid that if he angered Shinku one day, he would be burned to ashes. But this is a good opportunity. What good opportunity? You're not afraid of fire, but I am. Don't be afraid. I won't kill demon races. A businessman needs more friends. I'm very easygoing. Shinku called out to them from afar. Lin Ming ignored her and continued talking to Caven. Even if you say that, we don't have any money. Lin Ming still wanted to persuade Caven to give up hiring Shinku. Caven lowered his head and thought for a long time. He stared at Lin Ming for a while, then stammered, I have an idea. What idea? It's just that. You can sell. Goodness, are all you vampires this open-minded? What? You want me to sell myself without even saying a word? Chapter 9. No, I meant mushrooms. Mushrooms? Lin Ming was completely confused. You can create mushrooms, right? Yeah. Any kind of mushroom? Theoretically, anything fungus will do. Ah. Lin Ming knew what Caven was up to. You bastard, do you want me to sell mushrooms? Caven scratched his head, looking embarrassed. If you really like them, I think you could give it a try. Mushrooms at the market are quite expensive. Hearing this, Lin Ming pointed at Caven, but couldn't utter a word. I finally started to consider you a brother, and you want to use me to make money, and the way you're making money is practically selling yourself. I think it's a good idea. Mushrooms are super expensive right now. Shinku shouted from the side. What kind of mess am I having? Lin Ming was on the verge of tears. After discussing it with Caven for a while, the two returned to Shinku's side. Lin Ming still looked resistant, but after weighing the options, he felt that if he could make money, it wouldn't be a bad thing, since it was a necessity. Do you like mushrooms? Lin Ming asked Shinku. I quite like them, why? He's a vampire, he doesn't like vegetarian food, and my true form is a mushroom, so I always have a bit of a psychological aversion to eating myself. Lin Ming said, creating a brown mushroom in his palm using mycelium. Of the three of us, you're the only human, so you should try it first. You're not afraid I poison you, are you? Indeed, I didn't expect to be invited to try something while discussing business. Shinku seemed quite happy. She took the mushroom from Lin Ming's palm, smelled it first, and then her hand radiated heat. So particular, even about the heat. Lin Ming thought to himself. The mushroom roasted in Shinku's hand for a while, and a fragrant aroma wafted through the woods. It doesn't need salt. I roasted mushrooms quite often, Shinku said, opening her mouth and tossing the mushroom into her mouth, chewing carefully. Oh! Not bad. Delicious. Shinku chewed the mushroom, her eyes shining. One more, please. Lin Ming handed Shinku another mushroom, somewhat skeptical. One isn't enough, give me more. Seeing how happily she was eating, Lin Ming pulled out a large handful of mushrooms. Shinku carried the pile of mushrooms to a large rock and placed one hand on it. Lin Ning could feel the temperature of the stone steadily increasing. When he felt it was about right, Shinka placed the mushrooms one by one on the stone, making a sizzling sound as they touched it. Then, Shinka pulled a small water bottle from his waist, popped the stopper off, and a strong smell of alcohol wafted out. Lin Ning watched Shinka begin his picnic in front of him, wanting to complain, but considering that Shinka's abilities had just surpassed his own, and that he was the person he was going to discuss business with, he obediently kept his mouth shut. The thought that he might just be food in someone else's eyes made him feel somewhat inferior. Shinka ate and drank, his two ponytails swinging happily. Lin Ning and Kaven, like two waiters attending to a young lady, obediently waited for her to finish her meal. Ha ha ha, that was so satisfying. I was wondering where to go for dinner, but I didn't expect to get to eat roasted mountain delicacies. Mountain delicacies. Hearing those two words, Lin Ning imagined himself being roasted on a stone slab, and a chill ran down his spine. Miss, what do you think of my mushroom business opportunity? Lin Ning asked tentatively. I think it will sell like hotcakes. Shinka gave a very confident answer. How about we convert the mushrooms into gold coins? No way. Shinka refused decisively. Cash only. Besides, I can't eat mushrooms every day. But even if you say that, we don't know where to sell them. That's easy. I know some merchants in the city. I give you a stall. Shinka packed up the wine jug, stood on tiptoe, and patted Lin Ning and Kaven on the shoulder. Starting a business? I definitely lend you a hand. I won't charge you for the stall. The agreed upon 3,000 gold coins are settled then. Just go to the vegetable market in the north of the city tomorrow, mention my name, it work. Shinka was clearly drunk, constantly hiccuping. But the National Council in the city. Shinka waved his hand dismissively. It's alright, it's alright. According to my intelligence, the third company was just passing through. They have their original itinerary. They're soldiers after all, they won't disrupt their original marching plans. They should have left by tomorrow. Besides, they probably didn't expect you to be back in the city openly doing business. What's that called again? Under the lamp. Under the lamp. The darkest place is under the lamp. Yeah, the darkest place is under the lamp. Just do your job with peace of mind, ha ha ha. Lin Ning and Kaven finally saw Shinka off, and the two looked at each other in the woods. Lin Ning never imagined that he, as a demon god and the lord of the alien fungus, would one day be selling mushrooms at a stall. Kaven never imagined that his biggest challenge in order to personally eliminate the first generation would be doing business. Neither of them spoke. They both felt somewhat resistant to the idea of selling vegetables at a stall. But neither of them rejected the idea, because seeing how much Shinka had enjoyed eating earlier, they both felt that selling mushrooms really had potential. Are we really going to do it? Lin Ming asked. Let's do it, Kaven replied. Kaven thought for a moment, and began discussing the profit sharing with Lin Ming. If you make money, consider the 3,000 gold coins alone. I find a way to pay you back later, after all, you're the supplier. Lin Ming was extremely annoyed by the word supplier. So what do we do now? Go back to the city. Wait until tomorrow, after confirming the Holy Army has left. Sigh. Lin Ning was exhausted from the series of events that had happened that night. He just wanted to rest and soothe his weary soul. Lin Ning saw a large rock nearby and plopped down on it without thinking. His butt had barely settled when he jumped up. The roasted mushroom was still warm. Ugh, I'm really fed up. Lin Ning rubbed his butt, which smelled slightly burnt. He had originally wanted to improve his relationship with Shinku, but now it seemed like a waste of effort. Chapter 10. The next day, Lin Ning and Kaven, two young entrepreneurs, successfully secured their own stall. Lin Ning checked prices at other mushroom vendors and opted for a more conservative middle price. Then, the two prepared a huge pile of mushrooms, spreading them out on a cloth on the ground and creating a small mountain. However, from morning until noon, they didn't sell a single mushroom. What do we do? Lin Ning stared at the pile of mushrooms, wondering where things had gone wrong. Why don't you try advertising? Lin Ning nudged Kaven. How do we advertise? Go shout it out, or strike up a conversation with passers-by. Will that work? How will you know if you don't try? I'm the boss now. Listen to me, go. It'd be a waste of your handsome face if you didn't attract customers. Kaven obediently walked towards the crowd. Lin Ning watched him wander around aimlessly, then finally return. What's wrong? I can't open my mouth. Useless. Watch me. Lin Ning also walked into the crowd, wandering left and right, before finally returning. How is it? I really can't open my mouth. Their business venture failed halfway due to their excessive shyness. Lin Ming thought for a long time and decided to get a stove. He used the money he had left to buy a charcoal stove, along with some salt and seasonings. He remembered how Shinka had wolfed down his food the night before. Kevin, seeing the stove, understood and helped Lin Ming start the charcoal fire. Then they put up a sign in front of the stall that read free samples. The method worked. Soon, the aroma of roasted mushrooms attracted a crowd. Almost everyone who tried the mushrooms raved about them, and business slowly picked up. 1 pound, please. 2 pounds, please. There aren't any mushroom groves around here. Where did you get such fresh mushrooms? They looked like they were just picked. More and more people started arriving, and Lin Ming and Kevin were starting to struggle to keep up. Most importantly, their stock was running low. The two of them had initially thought they'd make a good profit selling this batch, but in less than an hour, all the mushrooms were sold out. Lin Ming and Kevin exchanged a glance. How about you get some more? Getting mushrooms is possible, but conjuring them up out of thin air like this seems a bit too suspicious. Then what do? We need to think of something. It was only then that the two of them realized how addictive making money could be. Hey, isn't this my future employer? Lin Ming looked up and saw that it was Shinku. You two brothers, business is booming. Shinku had actually been observing them from the shadows since they arrived. She had originally just wanted to ask Lin Ming for some more mushrooms, but their business was surprisingly good. How about it? Need my help? I'm a veteran in business. Lin Ming quickly nodded. Having someone to help was always a good thing. Helping is fine, but is a 50-50 split of the profits reasonable? Lin Ming clicked his tongue inwardly. She was really ruthless, demanding a 50-50 split right off the bat. The problem is, we're out of stock now, and we can't just dig mushrooms out here. What should we do? Easy, watch my performance. Lin Ming and Kevin looked at the confident Shinku with skepticism. Shinku first borrowed a sunshade from a nearby stall, then covered the surrounding area completely with cloth. Shinku tossed Lin Ming into the sunshade, which resembled a makeshift changing room, and told him, you don't need to worry about the outside. Just focus on supplying the mushrooms, I handle everything else. Lin Ming obediently started cultivating mushrooms inside the sunshade, when he heard Shinku outside shouting, passing customers, don't leave. Today is the first day of our Assassin's Guild's high-end magic giveaway. Can't buy fresh mushrooms? No problem. Teleportation magic will help. Mushrooms picked from mushroom forests dozens of miles away will be instantly teleported back to the city. Guaranteed fresh, with an exceptional taste. Try before you buy. Plenty of stock available, so get in line. This works. Kevin muttered. Thanks to Shinku's effective sales tactics, their fresh mushrooms delivered via teleportation portal quickly gained popularity. Lin Ming continuously supplied the mushrooms from behind the stall. Kevin was responsible for displaying the mushrooms and bagging them for customers, and Shinku handled the promotion and collecting payments. Thanks to the high quality of their products, their business was booming from noon until nightfall. At first, it was just middle-aged women buying vegetables to cook for themselves, but later nearby restaurants started buying from them, and the quantities they purchased increased steadily. Finally, night fell, and the number of people in the market gradually decreased. Shinku and Kevin were so exhausted that they sat down on the ground. Hey Lin Ming, that's enough. You don't need to supply any more. That's enough for today. I feel like I'm at my limit. Even if you want more, I don't have any more. Lin Ming answered listlessly. At least 1,000 gold coins a day, my god, that's way faster than being a mercenary. After clearing out the last of their stock, Shinku returned the sunshade. She saw Lin Ming, who had been hiding inside, and paused, surprised. Am I imagining things? You look shorter than I thought. Kevin chimed in. I definitely have. Lin Ming wasn't really interested in arguing with these two heartless capitalists. He struggled to his feet. He was now only about the same height as Shinku, and his once-fitting clothes were now loose. You know, you're actually quite cute. Come on, call me big sister. Lin Ming rolled his eyes at Shinku. All he wanted now was to eat something or find a damp grove to sleep in. The three of them returned to Shinku's place and began the most exciting part, counting the money. After deducting the cost of the oven and stall, and converting the change into gold coins, their daily revenue was approximately 1,400 gold coins. Whoosh! Yeah! The three of them frolicked around the mountain of money piled on the ground, looking remarkably like primitive people dancing around a campfire. Money is a good thing. This is a universal principle in any world. But just as they were discussing how to divide the money, Lin Ming collapsed to the ground with a thud. Actually, simply growing mushrooms wasn't too stressful for Lin Ming. What was unbearable was consistently producing the best-tasting variety. He had produced at least a ton of mushrooms that day. Even the demon god variety had its limits. Caven glanced at Lin Ming, who had drastically shrunk in size, then grabbed him by the back of his collar and lifted him up. The money's yours for now. I take him to recover. Where to? The woods. He feel like he's home there. Caven lifted Lin Ming, shook him slightly, and sensed that Lin Ming was becoming somewhat delirious, muttering things like the price should go up, and we should buy a house in the city center. Just as Caven was about to leave the house, Shinku suddenly asked abruptly, "Are you sure you only want to kill the first generation?" Caven, still holding Lin Ming, froze in place. His back was to Shinku, so she couldn't see his expression. "We assassins deal with the dark side of this world. I know about the Nightborn clan. If you want revenge, I can do that too, but it costs a different price." "Okay, I understand. Thank you." Shinku took out her wine flask, took a sip, and pointed at Lin Ming. "And him? I'm curious, what is he to you?" Lin Ming was still rambling unconsciously, completely unaware that the topic had shifted to him. "A tool? Or a friend?" Caven remained silent for a long time. "I guess I just envy him. I always feel like he lives a very easy life. After knowing him, I seem to be able to temporarily forget all my bitterness and hatred." "That's good." Shinku interrupted Caven. "Knowing this is enough. I just seen too many betrayals and power struggles. I'm a bit tired of it. As long as you don't end up killing each other in front of me, that's fine." A hint of melancholy appeared on Shinku's face. He tilted his head back and took a large gulp of wine, saying softly, "That kind of scene, really, once in a lifetime is enough." Chapter 11. The three's business was going smoothly, and they quickly saved up 3,000 gold coins. Caven decided to talk business with Shinku and Lin Ming. "We made a fortune lately. It's time to talk about the first generation." Actually, this matter didn't have much to do with Lin Ming. It was the other two who insisted on getting Lin Ming involved. "If we three want this to succeed, one of us needs to attract the attention of all the guards." "Ah, I can definitely do that." After saying that, Lin Ming showed Shinku the hallucinations produced by the spore toxins. Shinku looked at the disgusting little mushrooms in the illusion and was overjoyed. "I didn't expect you to have such a high-level skill as illusions. I really underestimated you." "How big can your illusion range be?" Shinku asked. Lin Ming thought about it seriously. "The maximum distance is about half a city. That's enough. When we move out, you don't need to come with us to the National Academy Research Institute. You just need to use illusions to hold off the guards." Lin Ming was still quite reluctant. After all, this trip wouldn't benefit him. Shinku saw Lin Ming's thoughts and took a bead from her ponytail. "If you help, this is yours." Lin Ming looked at the bead. It was entirely blue and seemed to have a slight fluorescent quality. "What's this?" Lin Ming asked, puzzled. "A fire-repelling bead?" Hearing the words fire-repelling, Lin Ming immediately became interested. Seeing Lin Ming's interest, Shinku began her product introduction. "This kind of bead inherently possesses a strong ice element. We fire elemental cultivators carry such a bead on our bodies to constantly train our elemental circulation, just like those who train their physique or lead weights." Shinku waved the bead in front of Lin Ming's eyes. "But because this kind of bead is very effective against fire, we don't wear it except for our own cultivation." Lin Ming's eyes widened. For someone like him, who was naturally afraid of fire, this was a divine artifact. With this bead, he wouldn't be so afraid of being burned to ashes. "If you help, this bead is yours. How about it?" Lin Ming patted his chest. "Look at what you're saying. With my friendship with Caven, of course I help. I don't need any bead." "Oh, then I won't give it to you." No, I was just pretending. Don't take it seriously. I still want the bead." Caven breathed a sigh of relief seeing that Lin Ming had confirmed his participation. "I still have something to ask you." Caven looked at Shinku. This woman was currently showing off the bead's fire-repelling effects to Lin Ming. "We all seen your strength. With your skills, there's no need for you to provoke the National Academy for 3,000 gold coins." Shinku's expression turned serious upon hearing this. "You're right, I do have ulterior motives." Lin Ming sighed. He had already considered this, but he hadn't expected Caven to be so direct. However, this was indeed in line with Caven's straightforward personality. "I want to go to the National Academy's Research Institute to confirm some things." "Confirm what?" "The demon god experiments." "Experiments?" Lin Ming and Caven had never heard of such a thing. "That's right, experiments. You think the first generation's heart has been preserved all this time just to profit from that little bit of blood? Why would the National Academy be short of that little bit of money? But what would we gain from experimenting with demon gods?" Lin Ning and Caven had barely uttered the question when the answer was already clear in their minds. Weapons. As mutated magical beasts, the abilities possessed by demon gods, regardless of their type, were something humans desperately wanted to possess. The Nightborn clan shadow escape, blood manipulation, soul absorption, Lin Ning's hallucinations, spore toxins, mycelial parasitism. Moreover, there were far more demon gods in this world than just Caven and Lin Ming. If humanity could use demon gods to develop new technologies, then human power would undergo a qualitative leap. But even if they used demon gods for experiments, you belong to the Assassin's Guild, so what? Does that have to do with you? The perceptive Caven still saw the problem. Shinka opened her mouth, then closed it again, as if there were something she couldn't say. After a long while, Shinka finally sighed softly, and uttered a name that neither Lin Ming nor Caven had ever heard of. The serpent demon god, Illic. After his death, his body was taken away. I suspect the national government is using his body for experiments. Shinka spoke each word with apparent difficulty. Illic, he was my former lover. Caven and Lin Ming both suddenly understood. In this way, Shinka's goal was actually similar to Caven's, to find the remains of his deceased friend in the National Government Research Institute, and then return them to their rightful place. However, Lin Ning had a vague unease. The first generation and Illic, two demon gods, had been studied by the Research Institute for a considerable period of time. The current national government might have already used the power of these two demon gods to create many weapons they had never seen before. Just like Maureen's armor. When Caven's spells failed to work on Maureen, it already caused them considerable trouble. And that Illic. Because this person was clearly Shinka's sore spot, Caven and Lin Ming hadn't actually inquired about the serpent demon god in detail. Now, the three of them had a clear objective. That night, they began to formulate a plan to infiltrate the National Government Research Institute. Speaking of which, I have a question. Lin Ning suddenly remembered that when they first met Shinku, she could silently sneak up to them without being detected, which meant that Shinka actually had the ability to infiltrate the National Government Research Institute single-handedly. With your abilities, can't you just infiltrate the Research Institute yourself? Lin Ming voiced his doubts. No. Wu Zhu answered quite decisively. I belong to the Assassin's Guild, and the Assassin's Guild and the National Council actually have a series of contracts, one of which is quite unique. Members of the Assassin's Guild are not allowed to use teleportation or stealth spells to enter the National Council. If any assassin dares to do so, they will be directly wanted by the National Council, and the Assassin's Guild will no longer protect them. What a strange treaty. Shinku shrugged. This was negotiated by the Assassin's Guild and the National Council more than 10 times, with both sides making various compromises and engaging in tit-for-tat discussions before finally reaching this agreement. They don't oppose Assassin's Guild intrusions, but rather silent ambushes. Lin Ning could somewhat understand the National Council's thinking. If members of the Assassin's Guild entered the National Council using stealth and teleportation abilities, the National Council wouldn't even know who the attackers were. Moreover, most assassins aren't strong in direct combat, so breaking through the National Council head-on would become drastically more difficult. How arrogant, Lin Ming thought. The subtext of this treaty is that the National Council doesn't consider the assassins a threat at all. While this provision seems like a compromise by the National Council, a closer look reveals it's actually a way to indirectly weaken the assassin's strength. The invasion of the National Council is like a trap, always ready to catch any assassins attempting to cross the line. Over time, the National Council could even directly crush the assassins in public opinion. Lin Ning glanced at Shinku again. This was probably why Shinku had sought them out. If Shinku directly invaded the National Council, the matter would become assassin members invading the National Council. But now, as a mercenary who received 3,000 gold coins, the matter becomes assassin members, entrusted by the demon god, invading the National Council. In this way, all the subsequent grudges would fall on Caven and Lin Ming. Brilliant, you hot potato. Feeling that he had actually been tricked, Lin Ming felt a slight annoyance. Chapter 12. There's one more thing to be careful about. Shinku drew a vertically oriented eye on the paper. Eyes. You must be careful of eyes like these. If you see any similar eyes, do not look directly at them. What will happen if we look? Lin Ming asked curiously. These are Illic's eyes, also called snake eyes. They have the ability to disrupt people's minds. If you look into his eyes, you will directly lose your sense of self and enter a state of chaos. Originally, Illic could use snake eyes to command people in a chaotic state, but if it's only the eyes, the person affected will most likely become unable to distinguish friend from foe. The National Council has taken Illic's body. Now we need to prepare for the worst. If the National Council turns snake eyes into weapons, that will be troublesome. Illich's other abilities shouldn't have much impact on the two of you, but Snake Eyes is unique. Both humans and demons will be affected, and in Snake Eyes' current state, the stronger the person, the greater the trouble after being affected. After everything was planned, the invasion finally began. The plan was quite simple. First, Lin Ming would scatter spores outside the main entrance of the Research Institute. Then, after the guards inhaled the spores, they would be controlled with hallucinogenic toxins. At this point, Kaven and Shinku could directly enter the Research Institute. Using Kaven's perception of the first generation's heart, they would locate the laboratory conducting the demon god experiments. Illich, also a demon god experiment subject, was likely in the same location as the first generation. If Illich wasn't near the first generation, Kaven and Lin Ming could evacuate the Research Institute first, and Shinku could handle the rest. This isn't a good idea. What if you get caught after we leave? Don't worry, a mere researcher can't catch me. If I'm discovered, the worst that can happen is I be expelled from the Assassin's Guild and become a wanted criminal. It's not a big deal. It didn't sound like a small problem at all. Kaven, Lin Ming, Shinku. The three of them hid in a grove of trees outside the Research Institute. Considering Kaven's combat abilities, they chose midnight as their intrusion time. The Research Institute was built on a huge plaza, and guards constantly patrolled around it. Spore dispersion spores began to slowly spread around Lin Ming's body. These spores drifted into the Research Institute with the wind. This was the first time Lin Ming had used such a large-scale hallucinogenic toxin. After waiting for a while, Lin Ming closed his eyes and began to sense the distribution of the spores. After confirming that all the guards outdoors had inhaled the spores, Lin Ming activated his hallucination. Lin Ming had actually thought for a long time about what kind of illusion to create for this intrusion, but in the end, he felt that no plan was good, so he simply gave up. Then Lin Ming created this extremely simple and brutal illusion, hallucinogenic toxin confinement room, the so-called confinement room. Visuals, complete darkness. Hearing, utter silence. Guards poisoned by the hallucinogenic toxin would feel as if they were trapped in an extremely small space, unable to see or hear anything. Suddenly being cut off from sight and hearing would cause a person to lose their balance. His use of the hallucinogenic toxin was now much more skillful than when he encountered Maureen. The reason for choosing such a simple illusion was that there were too many people to influence, and in this situation, only illusions that would affect everyone could be chosen. And the instinctive fear of darkness is universal. After the illusion unfolded, the guards outside the Research Institute all collapsed on the spot, frantically groping around. Alright, I should be able to maintain this for several tens of minutes. The illusion should be lighter for those inside, but I'm not sure if the basement will be affected by the spores. Good. Seeing that the guards were under control, Kaven and Shinku jumped over the wall and rushed into the Research Institute. Inside the institute, guards were struggling everywhere, weapons in hand. Shinku followed Kaven, running towards the location of the first generation's heart that Kaven had sensed. The first generation's heart was underground. Kaven and Shinku were prepared for this. Such important research material naturally had to be kept in the most secret location. On their way to the basement, they encountered no obstacles. The night guards were all trapped by Lin Ming's illusions. But as they entered the Research Institute and began their ascent underground, they encountered a strange figure. It was a woman, with a curvaceous figure and considerable height. If Shinku stood next to her, he would only reach her chest. She held a staff, wore a mage's robe, and had her black hair haphazardly draped in front of her. From her attire, it was clear she was no ordinary guard. "There's a mage here," Shinku muttered under his breath. Mages were the rarest of the four classes: warrior, mage, priest, and assassin, and those who became mages were mostly exceptionally talented chosen ones. What puzzled Shinku and Kaven even more was that all the guards affected by Lin Ming's illusions were immobilized, while the tall female mage could walk. "Someone's there?" The female mage suddenly spoke, startling Kaven and Shinku. "No sound, strange," the female mage muttered to herself, tapping the ground with her staff. Seeing this action, and noticing the woman's hair almost completely covering her eyes, Shinku immediately realized that this female mage was blind. Before entering the Research Institute, she and Kaven had heard Lin Ming say that his illusions were simply darkness and silence. But for this blind mage, this illusion was simply part of her familiar life. That's why she was only puzzled by the lack of sound. He. The blind mage suddenly laughed coldly. "So that's it? A demonic race? Are they here to invade?" Kaven and Shinku were startled. They initially thought the blind mage had dispelled the illusion, but then realized their guess was wrong. The blind mage extended his finger, slowly moving it through the air, finally locking onto Kaven's location. No sound, but there's a smell. Wind blade. Before Kaven could react, the blind mage flicked his middle finger against his thumb, sending a wind blade hurtling towards Kaven with a whooshing sound. Kaven dodged the blade with a swift movement, the wind blade striking the stone wall beside him, carving a mark more than an inch deep. Did I dodge it? The blind mage tilted his head, thinking for a moment. My sense of smell isn't my forte, and there was no sound. Chapter 13. Shinku was analyzing the battle situation. So far, what concerned Shinku the most was the blind mage's voice. The blind mage's voice always sounded somewhat delicate, a stark contrast to her tall, mature figure. No, what am I doing admiring this contrasting mature woman at a time like this? Shinku patted his face, trying to focus on the battle, and not get distracted by the woman. But just as Shinku pulled himself out of his reverie, the blind mage began to remove her robes. After the loose robes were removed, the blind mage's arms and back were completely exposed. What Shinku didn't expect was that the blind mage then began to remove her trousers. With the sound of fabric hitting the floor, the blind mage's legs were also revealed before Shinku's eyes. Shinku's eyes widened. Hey! Stop looking. If you keep looking at this novel, it'd be banned. Don't you know how vulgar it is? Kaven shouted at Shinku. Shut up. You demons don't understand. This isn't vulgarity, it's art. Just as Shinku and Kaven were still trying to figure out why the blind mage was taking off his clothes, the blind mage tapped the ground with his staff. Wind flow. Shinku and Kaven felt a gentle breeze begin to swirl around them. As the wind rose, a meaningful smile appeared on the blind mage's lips. A slender man, a petite girl. I see you. Only then did Shinku realize. This woman was a wind mage, naturally very sensitive to wind. She had removed her loose clothing to allow her skin to better perceive the air currents. Now, Kaven and Shinku's positions were completely exposed by the air currents. Wind blade tornado. Kaven felt a strong gust of wind rise from where he was standing. He quickly leaped backward, but even so, several wounds were still inflicted by the wind blades. Prepare yourself, intruder. The blind mage's words had barely faded when wind magic began relentlessly attacking Kaven and Shinku. Wind blade cross slash. Wind blade ring slash. Wind blade nail. Wind blade flower needle. Every gust of wind released by the blind mage was like a sharp blade. Shinku tried to block with his dagger, but after only a few parries, his hand began to go numb, and his dagger was almost knocked away. This mage possessed at least the strength of a torch-level expert. Soul Drain. Kaven finally found an opening, and used Soul Drain to temporarily immobilize the blind mage. Oh! Nightborn? I heard they're all very handsome. It's a pity I can't see them now. Wind blade thousand slices. The blind mage, immobilized, didn't panic. Instead, he increased his attack frequency. Countless wind blades slashed back and forth in the small space, their speed now completely beyond the reach of the naked eye. Shadow Cloak. Kaven temporarily disappeared into the shadows. Although he would still be scratched by the wind blades in the shadows, this minimized the area he was attacked. Fire Armor. Seeing that he could no longer block the wind blades, Shinku simply put the dagger in his mouth, clasped his hands together, and a crimson barrier appeared around him. This contest had thus become an endurance race. An attack like the blind mage's would inevitably consume a great deal of energy, and couldn't be sustained for long. Similarly, Kaven's Shadow Cloak was like diving. It couldn't be maintained for long, and Shinku's Flame Armor also had a time limit. Now it depended on whether the blind mage's attack would stop first, or whether Kaven and Shinku would break through their defenses first. The meat grinder-like wind blade attacks continued for a while, finally gradually calming down. Kaven seized the opportunity, leaping out of the shadows, a long, thin, blood-red thorn extending from his hand, aimed directly at the blind mage's throat. Wind Shield. Kaven's blood-red thorn was blocked by the wind shield, stopping in midair. This attack was ineffective. Instead, it revealed Kaven's position. Several wind blades flew straight towards Kaven. Kaven tried to retreat, but was still a step too slow. Shinku reacted quickly, grabbing Kaven's clothes and pulling him backward sharply, preventing Kaven from being sliced into pieces. Shinku pulled Kaven to a safe spot, and just as she was about to ask about his condition, she saw a scene that made her heart tighten. Kaven's left hand, severed at the forearm by a wind blade, lay scattered in front of the blind mage. The blind mage sniffed the air. The smell of blood. Looks like we finally succeeded. Shinku and Kaven never dreamed they would be forced into this situation by a mage who couldn't see, hear, or even move. Looking at his severed arm, and the bleeding wound, Kevin suddenly thought of a very risky method. He forcefully flung his arm, now missing his left hand, into the air, spraying blood everywhere. Blood manipulation, blood mist. The blood seemed to shatter in midair, turning into a red mist. As Kevin's blood flowed more and more, the concentration of the blood mist also increased. The blind mage, now devoid of sight and hearing, relied entirely on her skin to sense the flow of wind within the space, determining Kevin and Shinka's locations. Consequently, all the wind in the space inevitably blew towards the blind mage. The blood mist grew increasingly dense, until finally a small patch, carried by a wisp of wind, touched the blind mage's arm. The blind mage suddenly felt a slight burning sensation in her arm. Sensing something was wrong, the blind mage stopped the flow of wind. The wind in this space had been constant since it opened, but now it was suddenly still. Kevin's blood mist also remained suspended in the air. Could it be poisonous? The blind mage murmured to herself. At this point, the blind mage could only make assumptions. If what touched his arm was poisonous, and the poison was now spreading in the air around her, continuing to use the airflow to sense her location would only cause the poison to adhere to her more quickly. Completely stopping the wind flow could prevent the poison from spreading, but then, she wouldn't be able to pinpoint the two people's locations. Furthermore, she had noticed Shinka's astonishing strength and speed ever since he blocked the wind blades with his dagger, so she had been constantly on guard against him, using the wind blades to restrict his movements. Now, she couldn't sense Shinka's location, and she couldn't move herself. Even if she erected a wind shield to protect herself, it might not be enough to withstand more than a few blows from this young girl. The burning sensation on her arm continued. Chapter 14. Sigh. The blind mage sighed. You should leave. Huh? Shinka couldn't believe his ears. I'm just a salaried security guard. It's not worth fighting you. Kevin knew he gambled correctly. The blind mage's tone was languid, clearly devoid of any fighting spirit. Kevin's blood was indeed poisonous. However, unless Kevin's blood directly seeped into the human body, it was difficult for it to exert its toxicity. The blood mist he just seen wasn't actually very toxic. He only guessed based on intuition that this blind mage wasn't the type to risk his life. Sure enough, he was right. Moreover, once the blind mage stopped the wind's movement, he and Shinka could slip away from him. Huh? Has he already left? The blind mage was still muttering to himself. Kevin and Shinka crept along the wall, passing the immobilized blind mage. Kevin even picked up his severed arm along the way. Just as Shinka passed the blind mage, she suddenly whispered, "Little girl, my name is Ellie. I like your scent. Remember to come visit me sometime." Shinka blushed. "I'm 26. She complained to Ellie, but then, remembering Ellie couldn't hear her, she turned and stormed off. So annoying. I didn't help at all and got teased too. Although Shinka was still complaining, she was more afraid than anything else. She never expected to encounter someone like this at the research institute. Even with almost all her senses sealed, Ellie could still fight two opponents. Before Kevin released the blood mist, Shinka was completely suppressed. She couldn't even launch an attack. Just defending against the wind blades left her no time for anything else. If she were to fight Ellie without any scruples, she could at best fight her to a draw. Shinka noticed that Calvin was trying to reattach his severed arm. Calvin pressed the cut surfaces of the severed arm together, and then the arm began to slowly fuse back together. Although the arm could be reattached, Calvin was now clearly weakened. His breathing was becoming noticeably erratic. "Hey, do you want to rest for a while?" Shinka asked. "No need. Lin Ning's illusion has a time limit. We need to find what we need quickly, and then leave." Shinka nodded and continued to descend underground with Calvin. Following Calvin's guidance, they arrived at a huge door. Calvin could sense that the first Hokage's heart should be inside. "Is this it?" Shinka asked. Calvin nodded and pushed the door. When the door opened, both Calvin and Shinka realized that things might be bad. Behind the door was a massive research lab. In the center of the lab, a still beating heart was contained within a transparent container. Calvin, finally seeing the original heart, wasn't overjoyed, because besides the heart, the lab also housed dozens of fully armed guards. These guards seemed completely unaffected by Lin Ning's illusion. As soon as Calvin and Shinka pushed open the lab door, they were suddenly struck by a strange spell. Reverse holy light weakness cage. Shinka suddenly felt a surge of illness coursing through her body. Her muscles felt like they were melting. She tried to activate her fire element, but found her body completely unresponsive. From among the guards in the research lab emerged a man wearing a monocle. The man had blonde hair, an effeminate air, and wore a white robe, indicating his profession as a priest. "Who are you?" Calvin asked. "Me? Zieg, chief researcher at the National Academy of Political Science Research Institute. Zieg looked at Kaven and said, I know what you're up to. Your first generation is basically beyond saving now, only a faint trace remains. The Nightborn clan's invasion at this time can only be to destroy this heart, right? Kaven, seeing his plan completely guessed, could only glare at Zieg without saying anything. As for you, Zieg looked at Shinku. Are the assassins hired as combatants? I don't think so. The assassins generally wouldn't want to get involved in something as important as invading the National Council. So you must have your own reasons for coming here. Let me think. Could it be? You're here for Snake Eyes? Oh, those shifty eyes. Looks like I was right. Zieg clapped his hands, celebrating that he had guessed correctly. The first generation's heart definitely can't be destroyed by you. My research isn't finished yet. Zieg walked to Kaven's side, scrutinizing Kaven's face. You too. This Nightborn will stay and be my test subjects. The Assassin's Guild's little girl will be handed over to the National Council. The first generation's last words. Where's Snake Eyes? Shinku noticed that there were 2 experimental tables in the research room. One contained the first generation's heart, while the other was empty. Zieg's face was filled with displeasure when Shinku asked about Snake Eyes. Failure. The research on the Snake Eyes has almost completely failed. One eye is ruined, and the other is only a half-finished product. To be honest, I wouldn't mind giving you that half-finished product. Hearing Zieg's disdain for Illich's Snake Eyes, Shinku's anger reached its peak. That's because you're all useless. Zieg's face darkened. He seemed extremely sensitive to the word useless. He brought his face close to Shinku's ear and whispered, Do you know what the biggest advantage of being a priest is? It's being able to lock someone like you up in jail, then break your fingers one by one, then heal the fractures, then break them again, then heal them again. That way, you can experience the feeling of having 100 fingers broken in a single day. Ha ha ha. Guards. Cripple them first, then deal with them. Looking at the dozens of guards rushing towards them, Kaven and Shinku both felt that they were going to die here today. Their resistance was futile. These dozens of men weren't ordinary guards, they were a well-organized, elite squad. Each member was at the level of a squad leader. Kaven and Shinku resisted for only a short while before giving up. Just when Kaven and Shinku thought all was lost, a familiar spell appeared in the research lab. True soul-capturing spell. All the guards, including Zieg, froze. Zieg realized he had been hit, his terror evident. Nightborn clan, did you do this? No, something's not right. You're just a low-level henchman, you can't have such powerful magic. Then who is it? Are there other Nightborn clan members here? Here. Zieg suddenly remembered, there was indeed another Nightborn clan member here. It was the first generation. Chapter 15. It's the first generation. Kaven realized this too. His own soul-capturing technique could only control 3 to 5 people at most. He never even considered a technique that could control dozens simultaneously. Tears streamed down Kaven's cheeks. First generation, are you still awake? Awake? Don't be ridiculous. This guy didn't utter a sound even after his body was burned to ashes. How could he still be awake? Zieg's tone was full of disdain. But the next second, a familiar voice entered Kaven's mind. Ah, I'm still awake. Kaven walked to the first generation's heart. He never dreamed he could still hear the first generation's voice. Although I'm still awake, the fact that I can see you means my days are numbered. Kaven bit his lip and shook his head desperately. He wanted to deny it all, but he couldn't refute what the first generation said. You come to send me off, haven't you? Kaven nodded with difficulty. Not bad, not bad. Compared to Kaven's grief, the first generation's voice sounded surprisingly light. The Nightborn. Have lost? I was too naive. I hope you won't blame me. No, first generation, no one blames you. Speaking of which, ever since I fell into human hands, I've been waiting for this day, to have a Nightborn descendant come and personally send me, this past, away. Zieg was frozen in place by the soul-stealing technique, but his words remained sharp. I actually fell for your schemes, you Nightborn beast. Shinku angrily walked up to Zieg, stood on tiptoe, and with a slap, slapped Zieg across the face. You? Zieg started to speak, but Shinku slapped him again, with a slap. You dare hit me. Slap. After a dozen slaps, Zieg finally fell silent, his face so swollen he couldn't speak. I'm not a priest, but I can still slap you 100 times a day. One more word, and I smash your blonde head off. Alright, Yishungs Jr., what's your name? The first generation asked. Kaven, Mozambique Cabres Ugerina Kaven. Good, Kaven, listen carefully. I don't intend to repent for my mistakes in front of you, But you must always remember the lessons I learned from my failures. Caven remained silent. My era is over. From now on, it's your era. Huh? Caven didn't understand the meaning of the first generation's words. I preserved my consciousness until now, not just to chat with you. Here, I have something to give you. What is it? Caven asked, puzzled. It's this thing in front of you, my heart. Caven looked at the still rhythmically beating heart before him, somewhat bewildered. As you can see, I only have this one heart left in my body. I used up some of my last remaining strength to control these minions. Now, the last thing I can do is bestow the first generation upon you, my successor. Bestow it means what you understand. If I were to die completely, the Nightborn clan would be finished. You were created by me, we are one. After I was captured, did you feel weaker? That's true. Since the first generation was captured, almost all the Nightborn have become weaker. That's because you are all my clones, and I am the original. Since the original has been weakened like this, the clones naturally become weaker as well. So I decided to transfer my original body to you. But, how do I transfer it? Is that even a question? Don't we Nightborn only have one way to obtain energy? Eat. That word flashed through Caven's mind. In other words, Caven only needs to eat the first generation's heart to complete the transfer of the Nightborn's original body. Once he eats this heart, from then on, Caven will be the first generation, the original body of the Nightborn. By the way, after you eat me, you will inherit my abilities, but not my knowledge and memories. I actually think that's a good thing. But, Caven wanted to say something more. Alright, enough nonsense. Indecisive people can't accomplish great things. You originally wanted to kill me completely, right? This outcome is practically perfect. What else are you dissatisfied with? I'm just afraid I can't bear this responsibility. TSK, the first generation's heart groaned in dissatisfaction. Since that's the case, kid, listen carefully, you don't need to fear the responsibility that's about to come. I only gave you the ability, I didn't give you responsibility. Should the first generation bear the burden of the entire Nightborn clan's survival? Not necessarily. Does possessing the power to protect the world mean you must protect it? Not necessarily either. With great power comes great responsibility. That's just self-righteous talk of individual heroism. If you accept my ability and choose to live a quiet, secluded life, I won't blame you. You are my children, and I am but a useless parent. I roughly brought you to what I thought was a good place, instilled in you what I thought were good ideas, and made you obey what I thought were good rules. But the result is that you are confused. The first one paused for a moment, then slowly said, "This is my last command as the first one to you, my avatar. It is also my last instruction as an elder to a junior, and it is also my last words as a remnant soul. Listen carefully to every word. From now on, do not do anything that benefits the Nightborn clan. Only do what you believe is right. If you encounter someone you believe deserves to die, kill them. If you believe someone should be saved, save them. From now on, do not refer to yourself as a member of the Nightborn clan. From the moment I die, the Nightborn clan is extinct. You are Caven. You do not represent any race. You only represent yourself. From now on, ignore the useless sins you bear, discard your useless fantasies about the future, and only listen to yourself in the present. This is my final expectation of you, my child, as your parent. Now, Calvin, tell me, what should you do in this moment?" Calvin looked into the first generation's heart, listening to the first generation's teachings, what the first generation wanted him to do, what the first generation wanted him to become. He understood perfectly. Cast aside everything, just be yourself. To others, this might seem like nonsense, but for Calvin, it was a way of life he had never experienced since birth. Calvin looked into the first generation's heart, his gaze gradually hardening. In this moment, you are a good leader and a good parent. Thank you. Ha ha ha. The first generation laughed with great relief. You learn quickly, Junior. That's good, that's good. Calvin raised his hand, shattered the glass container surrounding the first generation's heart, grabbed the still beating heart, and brought it to his lips. Chapter 16. Tearing, sucking, chewing. Caven swallowed the first generation's heart piece by piece. A layer of red mist gradually rose around Caven. Huh? Shinku, who had witnessed everything, suddenly noticed that Caven's form was changing. Caven's body was originally no different from a human's, the only difference being his sharp teeth and nails. But now, a pair of wings began to grow from Caven's back. These wings had no feathers and looked like bat wings. His ears also began to point, and his body seemed to have become much stronger overall. Finally, The last piece of the first generation's heart was also stuffed into Kaven's mouth. Kaven slowly stood up, moved his newly grown wings, stretched his body, and touched his pointed ears. Then, as if to vent his anger, he let out a sharp roar. Ah! Shinku instinctively sensed that this roar was ominous. Flame armor, she deployed her defenses with all her might, and a wave of blood-stained air suddenly swept over them. Just as the first generation's heart was completely devoured, the first generation's soul-sealing technique was cancelled. Sieg's body, barely able to move freely, immediately deployed its own defenses. Holy Light, Shinku, and Sieg quickly activated their defenses, but the other guards weren't so lucky. Those guards affected by Kaven's roar were all killed, bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing one after another. Kaven turned around, his expression as if he had just woken up. His chin and clothes were covered in the first generation's blood, and blood was still dripping from his newly grown wings. He looked like a demon who had just crawled out of hell. Kaven stood there for a long time, before finally looking around, as if he had come to his senses. Kaven pointed to the guards lying sprawled on the ground and asked Shinku, "Did I do this?" Shinku grinned. "Who else could it be but you?" Kaven stroked his chin, his wings swaying casually from side to side. "That's fine, anyway, we all be taken down eventually." Shinku sensed that Kaven's aura was completely different from before, and she was actually a little worried. She wasn't sure if the Kaven now was still the same Kaven from before. Kaven pointed at Sieg. "We're going out now? Are you going to stop us?" Sieg, shrouded in his holy light, glanced at the guards on the ground and quickly shook his head. This suited Kaven perfectly. While Sieg was vicious, he wasn't useless, and the priest was adept at stalling. Getting entangled with Sieg here would only be a waste of time. He didn't have that much time to waste right now. "Let's go, Shinku, hurry. I can sense something's wrong with Lin Ming." "Huh?" Shinku was startled. Their initial plan was for Lin Ming to simply release an illusion and wait quietly. Had he been captured? She listened carefully. Indeed, there seemed to be some noise in the plaza outside. "I don't know what happened either. This might be the power of the first generation. I think I sense Lin Ming releasing power haphazardly. In any case, he must be in trouble." Hearing Kaven's words, Shinku, while worried about Lin Ming, also breathed a sigh of relief. Kaven was still Kaven. Shinku was about to turn and leave through the lab door when Kaven pulled her back. "Weren't you going out?" Shinku asked, puzzled. "The stairs are too slow," Kaven said, lifting her arm and tucking Shinku under his arm. Wait! What are you doing?" "I'm not ready yet. Tell me what you want." Kaven ignored her and suddenly spread his wings. After absorbing the first generation, he found his senses had become extremely sharp. From that roar just now, he knew the floor directly above the lab wasn't thick. Kaven, still holding Shinku, crouched down, a huge magic seal lighting up beneath his feet. Realizing what Kaven was about to do, Shinku quickly raised her defenses and closed her eyes. "My goodness, you never been this crazy before." Kaven completely ignored Shinku's complaints, pushing off the ground with both feet and flapping his wings with a thud. He shot straight out of the research lab ceiling. Only Zig remained in the lab, staring at the gaping hole in the ceiling. The lab was on the second basement level. Kaven first rushed to the first basement level, then repeated his trick to reach the surface. Kaven and Shinku were stunned into silence upon reaching the surface. It was a truly hellish scene. And in the very center of this hell stood Lin Ming motionless. The decomposer. After Shinku and Kaven entered the research institute, Lin Ming began to stroll aimlessly around the area. Waiting like this was incredibly boring. While he was walking in the institute's plaza, he suddenly saw something strange. It was a large box. Several guards surrounded the box. These guards had originally been escorting the box, but now they were all controlled by Lin Ming's illusion. Lin Ming approached the box, torn between two options. Open it? Or not? Just as he hesitated, another group of guards rushed out of the research institute. They must have been underground and unaffected by the spores. The guards charged towards Lin Ming, cursing incessantly. Damn demonic species, they actually came to the research institute to steal things. Mycelial parasitism rigidity. Lin Ming effortlessly controlled the charging guards, taking the opportunity to test his newly acquired skill. Mycelial parasitism puppet. The guards controlled by the mycelium felt their limbs begin to slip out of their control. Excellent. Lin Ming was quite satisfied with the skill's effect. Attention at ease, sword in hand, parry. Lin Ming controlled the muscles of the guards through his mycelium, making them like puppets, completely at his command. This skill of mine really looks like something a detestable villain would use. Come on, smile. Lin Ming manipulated the guards, lining them up, and forced a smile. Judging by the skill alone, I'm truly terrifying. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. Illusion, immobilization, motion control. Fortunately, he wasn't the kind of villain who enjoyed forcing others, nor was he a psychopath who enjoyed watching people kill each other. Otherwise, he would surely have become a notorious demon. Alright, don't move. We leave once we're done. Lin Ming posed for a group photo with the guards before starting his stroll again. He only took a few steps before turning back. He was still very interested in the box. After much deliberation, Lin Ming decided to open it. Ever since arriving in this world, he had wanted a weapon, but he hadn't succeeded yet. The box in front of him looked very much like a sword inside. Lin Ming was undeniably tempted. The box had a lock. After fiddling with it for a while, and failing to open it, Lin Ming decided to use force. Decomposition. Lin Ming's true form was originally a decomposer in nature. Whether it was rotting wood or a corpse, Lin Ming could decompose it, turning it into nutrients. This wooden box was no exception. Lin Ming used mycelium to continuously corrode the wooden box until it was loose and decayed. Then, he raised his hand and smashed the box with a crash. Inside the box, it didn't seem to be a sword. Judging by its shape, it looked like a staff. The staff was covered with a cloth. Lin Ming lifted the cloth without thinking. He completely forgot Shinka's instructions before the operation. It was indeed a staff. A very beautiful staff. The staff shaft was inlaid with gems, each one priceless, but even these gems couldn't compare to the dazzling one at the top of the staff. At the top of the staff was a strange, round gem. Lin Ming brought his face close to examine the gem, and the moment he saw its true form, he regretted it. But it was too late for regrets. It wasn't a gem at all. It was an eyeball. An eyeball with a vertical pupil, exquisitely encapsulated. Chapter 17. These were Lin Ming's last thoughts. The next second, his consciousness vanished. That eyeball was the snake eye. Lin Ming didn't know why the snake eye was here. Why would the snake eye, so important in Shinka's words, be so carelessly placed in this wooden box, looking like a gift for someone? The research institute before Lin Ming's eyes gradually blurred and finally disappeared. He seemed to have entered a pure white world. Slowly, people appeared in this world. Mom. Xiaoli. What are you doing here? Lin Ming recognized these people. They were all acquaintances. Relatives, friends, superiors, subordinates, neighbors, doctors, nurses. How come you're still alive? A curse echoed in Lin Ming's ears. That's right, a day in the hospital is expensive. Who? Who is it? Lin Ming searched for the source of the voice. Oh dear, so young to die, what will happen to our parents? Who's speaking? Lin Ming felt his head begin to burn. This person was useless while alive, so it's probably for the best, right? Lin Ming felt his mind filled with extreme emotions, anger, self-blame, guilt, jealousy, sadness. No one's with you. Go on your own. What have you accomplished in your life? Ha ha ha. Huh? Still alive? The sooner you go, the better. Just unplug him. Ah. Lin Ming's mind suddenly felt like a television set that had been unplugged. Sound, images gone, only lingering warmth remained. I long for this world. I hate this world. I hate this world. These 6 words remained in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming's eyes stared blankly at the sky, and mycelium began to spread incessantly beneath his feet. He looked like a statue. The instant Lin Ming's consciousness faded, all the guards' illusions dissipated. The guards looked around blankly, and finally, they all noticed Lin Ming standing there, head tilted back, frozen in place. The guards, weapons in hand, slowly approached Lin Ming. They had only just awakened from their illusions, and didn't know what had happened. They could only conclude that this strange fellow was the intruder. The guards reached Lin Ming. The ones closest to him noticed that Lin Ming was lying face up, and there seemed to be a thin black line in his mouth. Following that black line upwards, it seemed to connect directly to the sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. Lin Ming was currently in a completely unconscious state. His mind was trapped in the chaotic dream created by the snake's eyes. He had no thoughts, only extreme emotions, and his body seemed to be responding to these emotions. Lin Ming entered an unconscious attack state. Mouldy snow, this was a skill that Lin Ming himself was unaware of. From the sky, connected by the black line from his mouth, snowflakes suddenly began to fall. Huh? Why is it snowing? The guards beside him were also puzzled. A guard in the front row looked at the snow, wondering why it didn't look pure white. He reached out to catch a snowflake. The snowflake landed in his hand, and he realized that it wasn't snow at all, but rather a small clump of mold that looked like a dandelion. The clump of mold landed in the guard's hand. He turned to the others and laughed. "What's this?" "It's just mold." Before he could finish speaking, he sensed something was wrong. Looking back at his palm, he saw a hole had rotted away. Through that hole, his pale metacarpal bones were visible. Even more bizarre and chilling was that he hadn't shed a single drop of blood. Instead, mold continued to fall from his palm. Decomposers of nature are inherently terrifying beings. "Ah!" Screams echoed across the square. The guards tried to flee, but some stumbled and fell halfway, only to discover their feet had vanished. The ground was covered in multicolored mold, growing at an unbelievable speed, creating an extremely grotesque spectacle. People, trees, flowers, weapon handles, moss in the cracks of bricks, nothing was spared, all completely corroded by mold. Kevin and Shinku, who had just emerged from underground, witnessed this scene. Kevin tried to approach Lin Ming with Shinku, but snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. The snowflakes landed on Kevin. Seeing the situation was dire, Kevin swiftly ripped off the mold along with a piece of flesh and threw it aside. "I'm alright, you get out of here." Shinku felt much better, and pushed Kevin back sharply. Kevin understood and flapped his wings, flying to safety in the air. This is... Kevin was stunned. As a member of the Nightborn race, he had experienced countless battlefields and witnessed countless deaths, but he had never seen such a bizarre and cruel scene before. And something strange was that Lin Ming's hair had turned white. Fire armor. Crimson flame flow. Flame step. Flame breath. Shinku was extremely grateful at this moment that she was an elemental assassin. Elemental assassins themselves weren't actually very strong. Compared to mages, their use of elements was extremely limited. Mages could freely manipulate elements, but apart from mages, even those with elemental talent could only make elements flow within their bodies. In short, they could enhance themselves through elements, but couldn't use them as a means of attack. Even so, it was enough to deal with the current situation. Shinku used almost all of her fire-based defensive skills. She was now like walking lava. Even her breath was scorching hot enough to heat a red-hot iron plate. Besides her specially protected clothing, everything else on her body had been burned to ash. Shinku began to walk step by step towards the center of hell. Lin Ming. She dared not advance suddenly. Maintaining this fully armed state was no easy feat. She knew that the slightest carelessness would result in her being melted by the mold. If Lin Ming were to be rated by the National Academy now, given the rarity of fire mages, he would likely be classified as a demon-level mage. With each step Shinku took, a surge of heat rose from beneath her feet, burning the falling snowflakes before they even touched her body. The guards' screams continued unabated. Several lucky guards managed to reach a safe area. Thankfully, the mold stopped corroding their bodies after they were out of danger. Shinku had seen the snake-eyed staff lying on the ground from the very beginning. She hadn't expected things to be so coincidental. Considering what Zeke had said in the lab, Shinku had a pretty good idea of what was going on. The snake eye originally had two parts. Zeke said one was destroyed, and the other was just a failed attempt. That failed attempt must refer to this staff. And coincidentally, they arrived just as the Research Institute was about to send the staff away. She didn't know where it was going, to the National Academy or to an enemy country. Shinku drew closer to Lin Ming. As she passed the snake-eye staff, she saw the eyeball embedded at the top. Shinku looked at the eyeball, then bent down and picked up the staff. Illick. Looking at the staff, her former lover's eyes, and words flashed through her mind. "I can't even look at your face properly. This isn't fair." Shinku had once complained to Illick like that. "Ah, this, come here, I leave you a spell." The former Illick hugged Shinku's forehead and kissed her. "Alright, the spell is complete. This is the Serpent Demon God's unique serpent, antibody spell seal, unique to you alone in the world." Shinku touched her forehead, as if the touch of those cool lips was still there. She smiled, tears welling in her eyes, but they evaporated instantly. She glanced at the staff, then at Lin Ming. "You two, neither of you is easy to deal with." The way to bring Lin Ming back to his senses was actually quite simple. Just completely destroy the serpent eye. She was so certain of this because Illick had once said that the serpent eye's influence on people wasn't about creating illusions, but about dragging a person's consciousness, or rather, their soul, into the dream world where the serpent eye resided. He could control others through his snake eyes, essentially manipulating dreams, while those outside were merely sleepwalking. Therefore, once his eyes were destroyed, the snake eye's influence would dissipate. Shinku held the staff, gently grasping the end inlaid with the snake eye in her palm. Looking at that eye, she felt as if she were gazing into the eyes of someone from the past. Looking at that eye, Shinka finally couldn't hold back her tears. I finally saw you one last time. Illick, you've been gone for so long. I wanted you to stay with me. I missed you so much. Shinka sobbed, uttering her final words, her gaze fixed on the eye, the warmth in her hands gradually rising. The eyeball, amidst Shinka's choked sobs, was gradually burned away. Finally, only a handful of ashes remained. The black line from Lin Ming's mouth disappeared, the mold on the plaza withered rapidly, and Lin Ming, as if his soul had been suddenly ripped away, collapsed stiffly to the ground. His hair, which had turned white, returned to black. Shinka also lowered his defenses, carefully cradling the handful of ashes in his hands, and began to sob loudly, letting his tears flow like raindrops. Dawn was breaking, and the slanting sunlight shone on Shinka's endless tears, reflecting a jewel-like light. Chapter 18. After Lin Ming dispelled the extremely strange snowfall spell, Caven flew away with Lin Ming and the still-crying Shinka. This time, they really gotten themselves into trouble. Things had far exceeded their expectations. They originally thought this invasion would be a stealthy affair, coming and going quietly. But instead of being quiet, it turned into a major incident. Lin Ming and Shinka, one unconscious and the other emotionally distraught, were settled by Caven like two children in an abandoned dwelling of the Nightborn clan. This place had originally been a temporary inn for the Nightborn clan, now long abandoned. After settling the two, Caven let out a long sigh before suddenly feeling exhausted. It seemed his fusion with the first generation wasn't so simple after all. Caven checked that the surrounding area was safe and saw that Shinka was quiet, unsure whether she had simply fainted or fallen asleep from exhaustion. Caven stared at the unconscious Lin Ming for a while. Remembering Lin Ming's lord-like appearance in the plaza last night, Caven suddenly felt a chill of fear. After all, he had bitten him once. After this incident, Caven felt his personality had become much more carefree. He didn't know if it was because of merging with the first generation or because of the first generation's last words. Oh well, everything will come to a conclusion anyway. It's good that everything's alright, Caven muttered to himself, then rolled over and hung upside down from the rafters, taking a nap. When Shinka woke up, Caven was still asleep. Shinka looked around and noticed a piece of white paper on the table beside him, with a small pile of ashes on it. That was the ashes of Illick that Shinka had been clutching tightly in her hand all day. Shinka looked up and saw Caven hanging upside down, startled. Caven, hearing Shinka wake up, also opened his eyes. Hey, do you usually sleep like this? Shinka looked at Caven hanging from the rafters. She noticed an inconspicuous hand seal at Caven's feet. It must be this seal that allowed him to stay firmly attached to the rafters. Not before, but now I suddenly feel more comfortable sleeping like this. Where's Lin Ming? I don't know. He probably woke up first, and went out to get something to eat. Shinka walked to the small handful of ashes, lost in thought. Did you collect this for me? She remembered that yesterday, until she fell asleep, she hadn't let go of this small handful of ashes. Yes, although I don't really understand, it's a very important thing, so it's better to keep it safe. Thank you. Caven thanked, was momentarily at a loss for words. Shinka searched the room, and found a small bottle that had originally been used to store medicine. She opened the bottle, and examined it for a while, confirming that it was clean, before carefully filling it with the ash. Shinka clutched the bottle tightly in her hand. Let's go find Lin Ming. People afflicted by snake eyes don't remember what happened. He's probably still wondering what happened. Caven nodded and climbed down from the rafters. To their surprise, Lin Ming was right outside the door as soon as they opened it. He was sitting on the floor, hugging his knees, with his back to Shinka and Caven. Caven and Shinka didn't know how long he'd been sitting there, but judging from the cluster of mushrooms growing beside him, he'd probably been there for quite a while. What are you doing here? Lin Ming didn't answer. Do you know how outrageous you were yesterday? I know. Huh? Shinka's eyes widened in surprise. You know? Yes. You mean, you remember everything that happened yesterday? Yes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The impact of this on Shinka was no less than Caven swallowing the first generation's heart yesterday. Then, what do you remember? Shinka asked tentatively. I killed a lot of people. This was true, which meant Lin Ming did indeed remember what happened yesterday. But something was wrong. Shinka thought to himself. Illick had once told Shinka that snakes could sense souls. His snake eyes were a technique that directly controlled souls. It's impossible for someone to remember what happened around them when their soul is completely out of control. Those who were once controlled by Illick all lost their memories of that time. If Lin Ming still remembers yesterday's events, It can only be explained by the fact that the snake eyes didn't actually work, and Lin Ming was simply insane at the time. But this assumption is highly unlikely, because when the snake eyes were destroyed, Lin Ming did indeed break free from that berserk state. How did you remember yesterday's events? I don't know. I only know that when I woke up, yesterday's memories were perfectly clear in my mind, as if I had been standing there watching everything happen yesterday. Shinka pondered for a long time, making countless assumptions in her mind, only to eliminate them one by one. After eliminating all the assumptions, only one possibility remained. Shinka tentatively asked Lin Ming, could it be you have two souls inside you? Lin Ming was also stunned by this question. The reason he was so depressed was because this was the first time he had personally killed so many people. He wasn't some bloodthirsty demon, he knew those guards were innocent, so when he recalled the scene of his rampage, the moral condemnation in his heart was almost unbearable. But now, Shinka's question made him feel uneasy. Indeed, his memories of yesterday were strange. It was as if he had seen everything from another person's perspective, and then stuffed everything he saw into his head. Moreover, the possibility of having two souls inside him wasn't entirely impossible, because he himself was an outsider. In other words, it's highly likely that before Lin Ming was reborn into this world, the lord of the alien fungi, this demonic species, actually belonged to someone else. It's just that when his soul descended into this world, it forcibly took over this body, temporarily suppressing the previous soul in the shadows. If this hypothesis is true, then Lin Ming will have to re-examine his demonic species body. Chapter 19. The three decided to rest for the next few days. Kevin spent time each day fusing with the first generation. According to him, the first generation's power was gradually returning to him, a power on a completely different level than his past self, so he needed time to adapt. Shinku, on the other hand, focused more on processing her emotions and making plans for the future. Having settled Ilik's afterlife, she felt much more relaxed. She understood that one couldn't live in the past forever. She hung Ilik's ashes around her neck with a rope, deciding to bring him back to the Assassin's Guild. Although Ilik was a demon god, he was also a registered member of the Assassin's Guild. Shinku decided to bring him back and build him a grave at the guild. As for Lin Ming, he was terrified. This fear stemmed from multiple sources. One aspect was his fear of the power he displayed when he lost control. This power even exceeded his own imagination. Most importantly, that bizarre skill wasn't something he wanted to unleash. If he were asked to use it again now, he simply couldn't. On the other hand, the notion of two souls made him extremely uneasy. He was afraid that one day, the other soul within his body, the true lord of the alien, would awaken, and everything he currently cherished would be completely corrupted. It was precisely because of this unease that Lin Ming had been deliberately avoiding Shinku and Kevin for the past 2 days. At first, Shinku and Kevin thought Lin Ming's depression was only temporary, but later they felt that Lin Ming's depression was excessive. They decided to talk to Lin Ming. The two searched around the inn, their temporary base, and finally found a large brown mushroom, as tall as a tree and as thick as 2 people could hug, behind the inn's building. Kevin patted the mushroom. "Is that you?" The mushroom replied, "Yes, it's me." "What's with your giant mushroom form? It looks pretty cool though." "It's nothing. It makes me feel calmer." Kevin and Shinku exchanged a glance and shrugged in unison. Shinku gestured to Kevin, signaling him to speak first. Kevin quickly shook his head. Although he was much more insightful now, he was still not good at giving advice. He gestured again to Shinku, letting Shinku speak first. Shinku sighed. "Lin Ming, although we haven't known each other for long, we've been through thick and thin together. I roughly know what you're thinking." This was the truth. Although Shinku was usually decisive, she was, after all, a girl, and she had already guessed Lin Ming's thoughts. "I won't waste any more time on small talk. I get straight to the point. First, there's no concrete evidence regarding the two souls. If Ilik were still alive, he could definitely give you a definitive answer, and I think he could even separate two souls," Shinku said, touching the small bottle hanging around her neck. "And as for your outburst, I don't think you need to worry so much." Lin Ming remained silent. Seeing Lin Ming's stubborn attitude, Shinku was also a little annoyed. She decided to try a different approach to persuasion. "Lin Ming, don't be so arrogant." "Huh?" Lin Ming was taken aback by these words. "Who do you think you are? Even if you go berserk, what can you do? Do you think you can destroy the world? Putting everything else aside, even if I gave you another chance to go berserk, could you hurt either of us in the slightest?" Hearing this, Kevin quickly waved his hand, signaling Shinku not to drag him into his boasting. It was true that Shinka was Lin Ming's natural enemy, but Kevin was still somewhat afraid of Lin Ming's eccentricities. Listen to me, Lin Ming. You pretty much know what kind of person I am now, and I know what kind of person you are too. If you consider me a friend, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. After that, the rest is up to you. Shinka paused, then said decisively, if one day you lose control again, or if one day you suddenly stop being yourself and become a demon who corrupts people into nothingness, I will personally burn you to ashes. I mean what I say. As Shinka spoke, heat rose from his right hand, then he slapped the giant mushroom, leaving a charred handprint. The charred handprint slowly healed itself after a short while. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly transformed from a giant mushroom into a human form. Seeing Lin Ming in human form, both Shinka and Kevin were startled. Among Lin Ming's originally black hair, there were several strands of white. Lin Ming noticed the expressions on their faces and beckoned to them. Come inside, I have something to say. The three entered the house, and Lin Ming smoothed his few noticeable strands of white hair. Judging from the current signs, it seems to be confirmed that I have another soul inside me. But fortunately, the other soul in my body has no interest in controlling this body. Huh? What does that mean? I've been carefully recalling what happened that night. When I was dragged into the snake-eye dream, my other soul was merely passively observing the outside world. Because that memory was directly transmitted to my mind, I could even feel his emotions at that time. Shinka rubbed her temples with 2 fingers. This was simply too bizarre and complex for her to keep up with. What were his emotions then? Kevin pressed. Lin Ming slowly shook his head. No emotions. No emotions? Yes, no emotions, not even consciousness or thought. In that memory, he was simply passively watching what was happening around him. He had no reaction to the outside world. Chapter 20. After hearing Lin Ming's description of the other soul residing within his body, Kevin and Shinka felt somewhat relieved. At least Lin Ming wouldn't remain depressed forever. After resting for a while at the inn, Shinka made a suggestion. Why don't you two come with me to the Assassin's Guild? Lin Ming and Kevin were both taken aback. They really didn't have anywhere to go right now. Lin Ming had already decided to travel the world, and Kevin, after absorbing the first generation, had resolved his biggest worry, and also had no plans for the time being. But we are a demon god, it's alright. We've seen people from the Assassin's Guild before, Shinka said. Besides, after everything that's happened, I can tell you're not bad guys. Oh right. Shinka seemed to suddenly remember something. She reached into her ponytail and took a bead from it, tossing it to Lin Ming. Here, take this. Lin Ming caught the bead, a cool sensation spreading through his palm. Goodness, he almost forgotten about this. This was the fire-avoiding bead that Shinka had promised to give him before infiltrating the research institute. Be careful, Shinka said, tying her twin ponytails into a single ponytail. Lin Ming carefully put the bead away. After some discussion, Lin Ming and Kevin agreed to go to the Assassin's Guild with Shinka. The reason was simple. After experiencing so much, Lin Ming realized he wasn't invincible. Going it alone in this world, he might be wiped out anywhere, and he still needed more intelligence about this world. Besides, having an organizational background would give him a legitimate identity, making many things much easier. All things considered, going to the Assassin's Guild with Shinka was a good choice. The next day, the three bid farewell to the inn where they were temporarily staying. Shinka bought some food along the way. She was quite envious of the 2 demonic beings beside her, who wouldn't starve even if they didn't eat. How long does it take to get to the Assassin's Guild from here? Kevin put his huge black hat back on. The newly grown wings on Kevin's back were retracted, but his pointed ears couldn't revert to their original shape and had to be hidden inside the hat. It'd take about 7 or 8 days. We just caused such a commotion at the National Assembly, so it's best to avoid the cities and take the mountain roads. But we can't hire carriages on the mountain roads, so we have to proceed slowly. Lin Ming and Kevin didn't complain about this. They were like 2 newly taken-in children, showing Shinka utmost respect. Although they had taken the mountain roads as a precaution, they hadn't expected trouble to arise there. To save time, they decided to travel through the night. It was already late, the moon was high, and there was little light in the woods. Just then, Lin Ming saw a little boy by the roadside. Hey! Look, there's a child over there. Lin Ming felt he saw a child out of the corner of his eye and quickly called out to the 2. His thought was that this was deep in the mountains, and if it really was a lost child, he wouldn't be safe alone. Where is it? Shinka and Kevin turned around and looked around, but they couldn't find the child Lin Ming was talking about. You must be mistaken. This is deep in the mountains, Where would a child come from? The two assumed Lin Ming had misjudged and ignored him. But after walking a while longer, Lin Ming saw the child again. This time, the child was hiding behind a tree, only half his face showing as he looked at them. This time, he could see him more clearly. It was a short little boy, with deathly pale skin, wearing black clothes. "Hey! Look, there he is!" Lin Ming called out to the two again. The two stopped to look, but still saw nothing. This time, Lin Ming didn't intend to let the little boy go. He quickly ran to where the little boy had been standing, but the boy was gone. He was just here. Lin Ming turned around and found Kevin and Shinku whispering to each other. "What are you talking about?" Well, it's nothing, it's nothing. It's just a little boy, right? Maybe he's mistaken." Lin Ming scratched his head. Could he really have mistaken him? For the rest of the way, Lin Ming walked ahead, with Kevin and Shinku following behind. Kevin whispered to Shinku, "Do you think he's having another episode?" Shinku quickly put his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be quiet. Who knows? Maybe he's under too much stress. Sigh, he was perfectly fine when we first met. How could he be like this? Exactly, it's so pitiful, he just suddenly went crazy. Lin Ming overheard their whispers, and turned around helplessly. Seeing Lin Ming turn around, Kevin quickly pretended to adjust his hat, while Shinku frantically smoothed her now vanished twin ponytails. Lin Ming sighed. "I wasn't mistaken, there really was a little boy." The two quickly chimed in, yes, that's right, we saw him too." "Oh dear, where did this child come from?" "Oh, how strange." Lin Ming, watching their banter, was about to get angry when he caught sight of the little boy again out of the corner of his eye. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. Lin Ming frowned, deep in thought. Although the three of them were on foot, the two demonic beings plus the assassin weren't moving slowly, and this child had appeared 3 times so far, each time appearing ahead of them. Moreover, he was certain that the little boy he saw all 3 times was the same person. That's impossible. There are only 2 possibilities now. The first hypothesis is that the little boy repeatedly overtook them from the side at incredible speed, appearing in front of them each time. The second hypothesis is that they hadn't actually gone very far, and the little boy had remained in the same spot. Their current situation might be what's known as being trapped in a maze. Thinking of the phrase being trapped in a maze, Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. You two come closer. I'm a little scared." Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their faces immediately becoming amiable. "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you scared? Tell your big sister." Lin Ming didn't have time to complain to Shinku, and told the two of them his deduction. Now Kevin and Shinku also started to get scared. Could it be a teleportation or stealth skill?" Shinku tried asking Kevin. After merging with the first generation, Kevin possessed extremely strong perception. If someone used a skill near them, he couldn't possibly not sense it. Kevin quickly shook his head. No way. If someone used that skill, I couldn't possibly not have noticed. Besides, I haven't sensed any living beings along the way, let alone assassins. Then, is it some kind of hallucination? Shinku tried asking Lin Ming again. No, it's not. We haven't been poisoned or cursed. The three of them looked grim at the same time. Chapter 21. Under these circumstances, many things couldn't help but be considered carefully. Shinku's voice was already trembling slightly. Don't scare me, okay? This isn't fun at all. Kevin suddenly seemed to remember something, reminding Lin Ming, you said the child was wearing black clothes? Yes, why? Do you think it's possible that it wasn't black clothes? You only saw a face. Hearing Kevin say this, Shinku completely lost her temper. Let's go, hurry forward, we be out of the mountain. The three of them hurriedly walked forward at full speed, but before they had gone far, Shinku suddenly seemed to be nailed to the ground, completely still. Kevin quickly came up and patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Shinku tremblingly raised her right hand and pointed behind a large tree ahead. There, a little boy dressed in black stood motionless. His black clothes blended into the night, and at first glance, it really did look like a pale face floating in the air. Now Calvin saw it too. Logically, Calvin wasn't afraid of ghosts, but the atmosphere was too much for him. The three of them completely panicked this time. They didn't even have time to howl anymore, heads down, hearts hardened, and they started running as fast as they could. As they ran, Shinku began to cry. It's over. I saw it again. Are we just going in circles? I'm scared. My legs are weak. Shinku was clearly about to collapse. Calvin was about to ask Lin Ming to watch over Shinku, when he realized Lin Ming, was already trembling with fear. Calvin looked at the two of them, only Lin Ming remained calm. Sigh. He sighed, and reached out to place his large hat over Shinke's head. Wear this, and don't look around. Shinke, now terrified like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, obediently clutched the brim of the hat tightly with both hands. Calvin then pulled Lin Ming to Shinke's side. You, stay with her. Hearing Calvin's firm tone, the two barely managed to calm themselves. Can you still start a fire? Calvin asked Shinke. Yes, I can do it. Shinke's hands trembled as she picked up a nearby branch and started a small fire. Calvin nodded when he saw the fire. Okay, that's good. You two stay here, don't move. Don't let the fire go out, I'll be right back. As Calvin spoke, bat wings sprouted from his back, and his pupils gleamed an eerie red in the darkness. Strangely enough, even though Calvin looked more like a demon now, seeing him like this actually made Shinke and Lin Ming less afraid. At this moment, Calvin, still extremely calm, seemed like a savior father, filling them with a sense of security. Calvin flapped his wings, and with a gust of air, he leaped into the air. His idea was simple. To determine if they were trapped in a maze, he only needed to look down from the sky. Calvin flew through the air, constantly looking down. The fire that Shinke had just lit shone brightly in the darkness. They were now in a vast, dense forest halfway up the mountain. Calvin looked in the direction they had come from, then recalled the location Lin Ming had first mentioned seeing the little boy, and mentally estimated the distance. Judging from the distance, they were indeed moving forward. Knowing this, he felt relieved. At least it proved they weren't really lost in a maze. But this was strange. Calvin remained airborne, arms crossed, deep in thought. Was this little boy really that fast, able to silently circle around to their front? Ah! A sudden inspiration struck Calvin. With this hypothesis in mind, Calvin quickly flew back to Shinke and Lin Ming's side. As soon as he landed, he saw Shinke and Lin Ming huddled together, looking around in terror. Listen to me, that little boy might be... Calvin's words were cut short as Shinke pointed in horror behind him. Calvin, in turn, pointed behind Shinke and Lin Ming. Behind Calvin stood the little boy, and behind Shinke stood an identical little boy. That's it. Calvin thought to himself. It wasn't a stealthy assassin, nor an illusion, nor some kind of ghostly maze. It was simply that on this mountain, there were countless little boys who looked exactly alike. As if echoing Calvin's thoughts, one little boy after another emerged from the surrounding woods. This time, Calvin sensed the presence of these little boys. These boys who appeared seemed to be different from those who had been hiding all along the way. Get up. He's not a ghost, he's a demon. Before Calvin could finish speaking, 7 or 8 identical-looking little boys surrounded them. Hearing the words demon god seed, Shinke and Lin Ming calmed down somewhat. But just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the boys launched an attack with unbelievable speed. Calvin saw a boy rushing towards him, and reflexively raised his hand to strike. The boy was sent flying with a bang, slamming straight into a tree trunk. All three were shocked. If the boy had been human, this blow would likely have shattered his internal organs. But to their surprise, after enduring such a blow, the boy stood up without batting an eye, as if nothing had happened. Calvin stared in astonishment at his hand. When he struck the boy, the sensation was like hitting a sheet of iron. Then, more and more boys emerged from the shadows, and the 3 of them were surrounded without realizing it. The boys' attack began. These little boys were incredibly fast. Shinke and Lin Ming, realizing they were being attacked, felt a sense of relief. As long as they were certain these boys were enemies and not ghosts, everything would be fine. But things weren't as simple as they thought. Although these little boys appeared harmless, each one was extremely fast and incredibly resilient. Soul capturing technique. Calvin wanted to use the soul capturing technique to control them first, then find an opportunity to escape. However, to his surprise, the number of boys gradually exceeded his expectations. Every time he immobilized a group, another group immediately rushed in. Lin Ming was in the same situation. After using mycelium to parasitize and control several little boys, countless small, black-clad figures would emerge from the shadows. Shinke relentlessly parried the attacks with her dagger. Each time her dagger struck a little boy's body, it produced a metallic clang. The little boys continued to attack them. Soon, what they were standing on was no longer ground, but a hill formed by countless little boys. These were only the ones controlled by Calvin and Lin Ming. What on earth is he? Lin Ming, who was never good at hand-to-hand combat, gradually felt the strain. Shinke and Calvin were managing, but both of them were frowning. They couldn't find a way to defeat him, and if things continued like this, they were almost certain to lose. As the number of little boys increased, The three of them were almost swallowed up by the crowd. Kevin seized an opportunity, grabbed the two boys' hands, and flapped his wings forcefully, trying to fly into the sky to escape. But just as he tried to fly, he felt his ankle being grabbed. A little boy clung tightly to his foot, while other boys climbed up, actually pulling Kevin down from the air again. The three falling from the sky landed in a mass of boys, losing their balance. Sensing something was wrong, Kevin shouted to Shinku, "Protect your chest and head." He wasn't worried about Lin Ming. Although Lin Ming was at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat, he could transform into mycelium. Even if he were crushed into a mushroom pancake, he probably wouldn't be in mortal danger. But Shinku, being human, was different. If Shinku's flame armor broke, he would probably be crushed to death by the sea of little boys. Before Kevin could think further, the three of them were enveloped by the horde of little boys. Looking at the dark mass of people, Kevin felt a chill run down his spine. There were thousands. No, tens of thousands. Chapter 22. Bloodthorn. Blood Scythe. Soul-capturing technique. Kevin struggled incessantly in the crowd. He could no longer find the other two people, only sensing their presence through their auras, realizing they were being crushed beneath him. Kevin continued to resist, feeling like he was struggling in a swamp. He had strength, but nowhere to use it. He could easily send 6 or 7 people flying with a single wave of his hand, but dozens more would immediately pounce on him. Secret technique. Summoning the flame god, Kevin felt the area beside him gradually becoming scorching hot. Then, with a bang, Shinku, bathed in red light, burst out of the crowd. She looked furious, carrying the mangled Lin Ming in one hand. The spot where Shinku had held Lin Ming was charred, but Lin Ming hadn't been completely burned to ashes, presumably due to the fire-repelling bead Shinku had given him. Shinku tossed Lin Ming to Kevin. "Grab him and get away." Kevin looked at Shinku and noticed strange stripes on her face, resembling tribal tattoos. "I see how tough you are," Shinku said, grabbing a little boy's head and slamming it down. With a loud thud, a large, charred crater appeared in front of her. "You're too young to hurt me, so you keep pushing your luck." It was clear Shinku was truly angry. In this form, every strike from Shinku was accompanied by scorching heat and explosions, instantly filling the area around her with flames and smoke. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kevin quickly grabbed Lin Ming and flew into the air. Upon reaching the sky, Kevin was stunned by what he saw. He discovered that these little boys had come from all directions of the mountain, their numbers seemingly endless, like an army urgently summoned. In Kevin's arms, Lin Ming gradually returned to human form. The moment Lin Ming opened his eyes, he saw Shinku bombarding the ground. "My goodness! That fiery lion-like thing, is that Shinku? Don't let her hear you, or you're dead. You're telling me she's an assassin? Who would believe that?" Whether it was his imagination or not, Lin Ming felt that Shinku's figure had grown considerably larger. The two watched from the sky for a while, discovering that this form of Shinku was actually on par with the strange group. Most importantly, the intense heat emanating from Shinku was enough to set the little boy's black clothes ablaze. When one little boy was engulfed in flames, the little boy next to him would also be set ablaze. The crowd instantly became a sea of fire. Shinku was like Neza trapped in this inferno. "I say, this isn't good," Lin Ming quickly patted Kevin's hand. "What? Haven't you heard? Setting fire to a mountain is a death sentence. An old acquaintance." Slowly, the number of little boys began to decrease. In the raging flames raised by Shinku, even the strongest defenses would be burned. The little boys seemed to realize this and gradually stopped attacking. Seeing that they had stopped attacking, Shinku also stopped, but the flame god state hadn't yet dissipated. The little boys who discovered the forest fire seemed somewhat panicked. They lost interest in Shinku and turned to try and put out the fire, but there was no water nearby, and their efforts were futile. They could only desperately try to extinguish it with their bare hands. Seeing this, Shinku deactivated the flame god. Kevin and Lin Ming, seeing the fighting below had subsided, also landed on the ground. The situation was dire. The fire was starting to grow larger. "What do we do?" Shinku asked nervously, earning only disdainful looks from Lin Ming and Kevin. "You started the fire. We thought you had a way to handle it." "What way?" "Starting a fire doesn't mean you can put it out." This was really bad. The little boys were still desperately trying to extinguish the spreading flames. The three of them really wanted to help, but they all knew in their hearts that this fire was beyond their ability to handle. But if left unattended, the entire mountain would burn down, and it might even affect the nearby town. This was truly a disaster. The three of them panicked and followed the little boy to try and put out the flames. "I know, we should create a firebreak first." Lin Ning recalled some fire prevention knowledge he had learned. Fire break? What's that? It's when you cut down all the trees in a circular area, so the fire only burns in that area. Kevin and Shinku looked at each other and assessed the fire. This seemed unlikely. Although the little boys were strong and fast, they were too small. It would be too difficult for them to uproot a whole cluster of large trees. Although Kevin and Shinku could use their blood sickles and daggers to cut down trees, their speed was nowhere near the speed at which the fire was spreading. The same two words flashed through the minds of all three. It's over. Just as they were about to abandon the mountain and run to the nearby town to warn the residents to evacuate, a sweet, delicate female voice suddenly rang out beside them. Little sister, I come to play with you. Shinku and Kevin were both stunned, their mouths agape at the sight of the graceful figure reflected in the firelight. Ellie? What are you doing here? Are you pursuers from the National Council? The two hadn't forgotten the scene of their battle with the blind mage Ellie that night. Seeing Ellie appear, they immediately went into battle mode. Oh dear, don't be so fierce. I'm not a member of the National Council anymore. Shinku was completely bewildered. What do you mean? I was fired because I couldn't stop you too. Ellie's tone was flippant, as if she were telling an amusing story. Putting everything else aside, why is it so hot here? Is it on fire? Right, Ellie is blind. Shinku just remembered that. Putting everything else aside, there's something I need your help with. Shinku suddenly remembered Ellie's wind blades. I'm not so easy to talk to, you have to beg me. TSK? Shinku couldn't help but click his tongue. Little girl, as long as you say, sister asked you for a favor, I help you. Ellie smiled broadly. She seemed to particularly enjoy teasing Shinku. Shinku glanced at the fire, and knew he couldn't delay any longer. Please help me with a favor. Shinku's voice was barely audible. The point isn't begging me, it's that I want to hear you call me sister. Little girl, you really don't understand my feelings. Shinku rolled her eyes so hard they almost reached the moon. Sister. Shinku stammered out the word sister through gritted teeth after a long pause. Lin Ning and Kevin watched Shinku's flushed face with great interest. It was the first time they had seen her so shy. Both of them covered their mouths, trying to hide their already unrestrained smiles. Oh dear, little girl, you have such a sweet tongue. What can your sister do for you? Seeing Shinku clutching her clothes, Lin Ning knew she was nearing her limit and directly told Ellie that they needed to create a firebreak first. Ellie had Lin Ning describe the size of the fire and the approximate width of the firebreak. Wind blade circumferential field. Ellie raised her hand and flicked it in the air, instantly snapping several large trees at their roots. Ellie continued to use wind blades to cut down the trees. Seeing Ellie's efficiency, Lin Ning realized the plan was feasible and turned to tell Kevin to quickly drag the fallen trees out of the fire area. Seeing Kevin's actions, the group of little boys nearby seemed to understand what to do and all rushed to help. With Ellie's help, a spectacular firebreak was finally completed. From the sky, the mountain looked like it had developed a circular scar. No problem. Now, we just need to pray the wind doesn't pick up. Lin Ning looked at the newly completed firebreak, hoping it would be effective. Ah, that's easy. Ellie heard Lin Ning's words and pointed her palm towards the fire. Wind stopped field in an instant. All the wind in the fire area stopped. And so, the four of them and the group of little boys watched as the trees and the fire were burned to ashes, while simultaneously trying to extinguish any remaining embers that might spread. The group worked tirelessly until dawn, and finally, the fire was extinguished. The little boys, seeing the fire out, all ran around excitedly. They circled around Ellie, clapping and cheering, as if welcoming a hero. Kevin watched Ellie being showered with attention, and felt a pang of resentment. He'd been the one doing the most work, moving trees all night. After a night of exhaustion, the three of them collapsed onto the ground. At first, Ellie was a little bewildered by the boys surrounding her, but after a while, she suddenly remembered who they were. She reached out and picked up one of the boys beside her, touching him up and down and smelling him. Ha ha, I remember now, I know you. The three, who had been exhausted and sprawled on the ground, turned to look at Ellie with curiosity when they heard her recognize the boys. It's you, and demon god Anti. The boys quieted down upon hearing the name Anti, then looked at Ellie and nodded in unison. Chapter 23. Wait, we have a lot to ask. The three girls gathered around, the little boys now huddled around Ellie, looking incredibly obedient. Ellie reached out and patted the head of one of the little boys beside her. So what do you want to ask first? What's the deal with the ant demon god? Why do you know him? Ellie sighed, pointing to her eyes. If I weren't blind, I'd probably still be a mage instructor at the National Academy of Politics. Ellie tapped her staff on the ground, found a large rock to sit on, sat gracefully, and carefully straightened her clothes before slowly beginning her explanation. I was originally a wind mage instructor at the National Academy of Politics. I also had some dealings with the Research Institute. I participated in a project for them, the purpose of which was to find those demon gods who hadn't yet awakened. Not yet awakened? Lin Ning suddenly realized that Ellie might be able to answer the questions about the two souls within him. Yes, not yet awakened. The demon gods we humans have encountered, like the two of you, are those that have awakened self-awareness. But according to our research, newly appearing demon gods in this world do not possess self-awareness. Then, this ant demon god. That's right, Antai was the demon god we found back then. At that time, he was just a strange child who would occasionally appear in this mountain. The nearby residents said the mountain was haunted because Antai would unconsciously release his clones. These clones existed like roadside weeds, without any aura. Sometimes their appearance was unclear, and they didn't move, but they would suddenly disappear when discovered. Lin Ning and the other two looked as if they had suddenly realized something. The ghostly figure they initially thought was probably the clone. That's why we couldn't capture Antai's true form. Antai's rating was only the lowest, beast level. Later, the Research Institute felt they were wasting too many resources on Antai, so they abandoned him and turned to searching for other demonic species. Ellie casually picked up one of the Antai clones and placed it on her lap, gently stroking its head. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on her lips. But what the Research Institute didn't know was that I was actually hiding Antai. The three were utterly shocked. You could hide this? Actually, it wasn't really hiding. Because I was very lazy at the time, I fell asleep on this mountain when I was sent out to find Antai's true form. That's when I encountered Antai's first physical form. The Antai Ellie was holding looked incredibly docile, completely different from the sinister and terrifying creature that had attacked them earlier. And then you kept this a secret? That's right. Antai was already so cute back then, like a little kid just opening their eyes, curious about everything. I couldn't bear to report discovering Antai's physical form, so I kept it a secret. I see. The three of them looked at Antai, who was dozing on Ellie's lap, and indeed, if you looked closely, the child was quite adorable. Lin Ning thought for a moment, then suddenly asked, "When did you first meet Antai?" Ellie thought for a long time, as if recalling a specific year. Let me think. It was probably about 10 years ago. 10 years ago? How old are you this year? Shinku's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. Oh, how rude. You can't just ask a girl's age like that. Shinku rolled his eyes again. He really couldn't handle Ellie's personality. Back then, I was probably 15 or 16, and I just managed to get a position in the National Academy. Lin Ning exclaimed in amazement. 15 or 16, and already working in the National Academy. Everyone knows that someone like that is considered a genius. Shinku was still counting on his fingers. Wait! You should be younger than me. Why are you calling me a little girl? Caden stepped forward and patted Shinku's shoulder, looking at Ellie's tall, slender, and curvaceous figure, then at Shinku's physique, and gave him a meaningful look. Big Bat, what do you mean? I burn you, you hear me? He. Ellie listened to the three of them bickering and laughed heartily. As Ellie laughed, she inadvertently tilted her head back, and the hair that had been covering her eyes slid to one side, revealing her eyes that had been hidden. Lin Ning noticed something was wrong. Ellie's eyes were tightly closed, making her appear at first glance like an ordinary blind person. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that there were actually some runes on Ellie's eyes. The runes appeared and disappeared on Ellie's eyes, and seemed to have a life of their own, flowing. Your eyes. Hearing Lin Ning mention her eyes, Ellie became unusually flustered. She hurriedly tidied her bangs with her hands, and only after confirming several times that her eyes were properly covered did she breathe a sigh of relief. It's ugly, isn't it? My eyes. Why do you say that? Lin Ning keenly sensed the paradox in Ellie's words. Ellie was blind, so theoretically she couldn't see her own eyes after she lost her sight. Ellie was silent for a moment, then, as if making a decision, she lifted her hair. As she lifted her hair, her hands trembled slightly. Now all three of them could see clearly that there were indeed runes on Ellie's eyes. The runes looked like stitches covering her eyes. As you can see, strictly speaking, I'm not blind, but my sight has been sealed. Ellie let her hair down and slowly stroked Antai's head again. I can sense the seal on my eyes. And as far as I know, the sealing runes are all ugly. Lin Ming sighed inwardly. It was clear that Ellie was a person who cared a lot about her appearance. Someone so concerned about her appearance is forced to live with this ugly seal forever. And most importantly, she doesn't even know what the seal looks like. It's like an unknown ugliness hanging on her face. For Ellie, this seal must bring not only disgust but also fear. No, your eyebrows are beautiful, and your eyelashes are very long, enviable. Kevin and Lin Ming stared at Shinku in disbelief. They hadn't expected such gentle words to come from Shinku. Shinku noticed their gazes and glared back fiercely. Thank you. Ellie's thank you was completely devoid of its previous flippancy. It contained only heartfelt gratitude for the kindness shown to her. However, it's not like I never see again. What do you mean? This seal doesn't seal away my sight for life. It gives me a time limit. A time limit? That's right, a time limit. I can actually break the seal at any time and see what's in front of me, but that will consume my sight time. Shinku's expression suddenly relaxed. Then you just need to use it carefully, occasionally glancing at things. Seeing that Ellie didn't respond at all, Shinku knew he was wrong. How much time do you have left with your eyes? The time I can use my sight in this lifetime is about 3 minutes left. Chapter 24. 3 minutes. Lin Ning recalled a text he had studied in his past life. Why are you telling us so much? Shinku, having heard so much information, suddenly wondered why Ellie was so frank with him. Well, mainly because I want to go with you. Ellie returned to her frivolous tone. Do you know where we're going? No. Then why are you coming with us? Anyway, I have nowhere to go, and I like this little girl's scent. It's warm and pleasant. Shinku sighed. Back at the research institute, you went easy on her, didn't you? Ellie smiled but didn't speak. On the contrary, Kevin seemed deeply shocked. What? She went easy on him? Shinku tilted his head, looking at Kevin with an expression of looking at a fool. Of course she held back. I noticed she wasn't going all out, and didn't you also sense it to some extent? Kevin remained silent. Now, having merged with the first generation, his strength had greatly increased, but during the infiltration of the research institute, he was indeed a weakling. Why did she hold back? There's no particular reason. I'm naturally lazy, and I was transferred from the academy to the research institute. I originally thought I'd be a researcher or a research assistant, but instead, I was made a security guard. Ellie shrugged. I'm a scholar. Being assigned to night watch, I was already resentful. Why should I work so hard for them? That made sense. Then how did you catch up with us? I wasn't chasing you. I just went this way by instinct. It's very difficult for a blind person to travel far. Shinku glanced at Ellie's dusty clothes. Although she was a wind mage, the inconvenience caused by her blindness couldn't be compensated for by magic. Where were you originally going? The Assassin's Guild. Huh? What were you going to the Assassin's Guild for? There's a former student of mine at the Assassin's Guild headquarters. I'm unemployed now, and I wanted to visit him. Wait a minute, let me think. Shinku stroked his chin, pondering for a long time, then a man's image appeared in his mind. You were going to see Yin Feng? Huh? You know him? Ha ha ha. Mentioning Yin Feng, Shinku suddenly laughed. I know him, I know, that explains it. That guy's usually so weak, I didn't even realize he was a wind mage. Turns out he's your student. Ah, he's still that weak. But that makes sense, ha ha ha. Ellie said, laughing along. Kevin and Lin Ming looked at each other blankly. Shinku, seeing their bewildered expressions, quickly explained, You meet him when we get there. How should I put it? He's a gifted mage, but incredibly weak. Yeah, incredibly weak. Shinku and Ellie burst into laughter again. The two laughed for a long time, saying a lot of bad things about the Yin Feng. Lin Ning and Kevin were puzzled. These two were at odds just a second ago. How did they suddenly become best friends? Maybe all girls are like that. Probably. The two men could only console themselves with this thought. Alright, that's good too. We were going the same way anyway, so it's fine to travel together. What do you two think? We wouldn't dare have any objections. Whatever you say, whatever you say. Shinku got up and packed her things, deciding to find a comfortable place to rest. After all, they had been up all night. She turned her head, and saw Anti still holding Ellie's hand tightly. What about him? Ellie looked troubled as well. This little guy doesn't seem to want to let me go. Kevin blurted out as if he had suddenly thought of something. Does he think you're his mother? What are you saying? Exactly, what are you saying? Lin Ming and Shinku quickly covered his mouth. No, I heard that some animals take the first person they see after birth as their parents. Hearing this, Ellie felt even more troubled. Oh right, I have another question. Shinku suddenly remembered that there was still one unanswered question. Why did he attack us? Did he attack you first? Yes. Then, it might be because of the two of you. Ellie pointed to an open space nearby. We're over here. Lin Ming whispered a reminder. Oh, okay. Ellie quickly pointed in the direction Lin Ming was speaking. Actually, many demon gods are territorial. They don't care much about humans, but since you're both demon gods, he probably thought you two were here to cause trouble. Oh, I see. You two, apologize. Kaven and Lin Ming quickly stood at attention and bowed to the group of boys. We're sorry, little brothers. The two looked up and found that the boys' faces were still full of disdain. Our sincere apologies don't seem to have been conveyed. They're just kids. Maybe they get better with time. Ellie crouched down, took Antai's hand, and asked softly, Do you want to come with me? Or stay on this mountain? Hearing this, Antai glanced at Lin Ming and the other two, then at Ellie, then looked around the forest, and tightened his grip on Ellie's hand. Yes, I understand. Ellie patted Antai's head and stood up. He's coming with us. Shinku looked at Antai. She was still somewhat wary. After all, this little guy had just fought her 300 rounds. But how can such a large group travel together? Lin Ming frowned, looking at the throng of Antiotes. As if understanding his question, all the boys except the one Ellie was leading scattered and disappeared in no time. Lin Ming found it amazing. It seemed that each of these Antiotes was actually a separate entity. They were usually scattered in different places, but when they sensed danger, they would quickly assemble, gathering nearby clones in one place. Just like last night. Lin Ming walked to Antiote's side and asked, Can you talk? Antiote opened his mouth, seemingly trying hard to say something, but only managed a soft ah. It seemed that even demons needed to be taught to speak. And so, the 2 men, 2 women, and 1 child continued on their journey. Chapter 25. With Antai leading the way, Ellie found things much easier. She no longer needed to rely on her staff to tap around. Antai seemed to know Ellie was blind, and would help her with chores. It really looked like Ellie was taking care of her own son. The other 3 would occasionally speak to Antai, and he understood them all. By the way, why is the Research Institute so obsessed with studying the demon god seed? Along the way, Lin Ming kept probing Ellie with questions about the demon god seed. This intelligence is top secret of the National Council, but I actually know it. So your position is that high? No, I just peeked at the Research Institute's classified information. It's quite amazing you weren't executed by the National Council. Speaking of which, the Research Institute isn't actually that important. The National Council has invested a considerable amount of money in it, but the results it produces are ultimately unusable, so it's always been neglected. Otherwise, why do you think there are so few guards at the Research Institute? Indeed. Wait, don't change the subject, have you? Heard of True God Seeds? Hearing the words True God Seeds, Kaven and Shinku stopped and turned to look at Ellie with wide eyes. Ellie didn't notice their surprise and continued, Actually, the term Demon God Seed isn't accurate. In a narrower sense, Demon God Seed refers to vampires like him. Ellie pointed to an open space nearby. I'm over here. Kaven whispered a reminder. Oh, Ellie adjusted her finger position. They seem to be related to humans, but they are different from humans. In human history, they mostly appeared as monsters, hence the name demon gods. But beings like Antia, born from nature, are less like demons and more like humanoid embodiments of a certain species in the world. They should actually be called world gods. Then I probably don't count as a demon god. Lin Ming thought to himself. After all, I'm a mushroom. What about true gods? Lin Ming asked impatiently. Want to hear? Of course I want to hear. That cost a different price. Seeing Ellie starting to put on airs, Lin Ming grabbed Shinku. Quick, Shinku, call her sister, call her sweetly, maybe she talk. Shinku kicked Lin Ming. If you want to hear it yourself, why don't you just call out to her? She's not interested in me either, is she? Just pretend you're sacrificing yourself for the truth. Hurry up and act all cute. Shinku held a dagger in one hand and put the other on her hip. Little brother, do I look like someone who would act cute? Kaven looked at Shinku's bossy demeanor and blurted out, definitely not. Before he could finish speaking, Shinku's dagger grazed his scalp and flew past. Lin Ming walked over and patted Kaven on the shoulder, a mischievous grin on his face. Talking before thinking is a big no-no for a man. You're still too young. Shinku actually still wanted to hear about the True God Seed. She walked over to Ellie, knowing there was no way to avoid it. Tell me, what do you want before you continue? Ellie beamed. Just come closer, and let me smell you. Shinku blushed. She didn't know why Ellie was so interested in her scent. Ever since Ellie said she liked her smell, she'd been curiously smelling herself every day, but hadn't noticed anything different. Then, where do you want to smell? Huh? I can choose the spot? That's great. My mouth? Shinka wanted to slap herself inwardly. Then, neck. Anyway, they were both girls. A sniff wouldn't hurt. Thinking this, Shinka reached down and pulled her clothes down around her neck. Come on here. Ellie's face was full of excitement, her hands groping, burying her head in Shinka's neck. The moment Ellie's breath touched Shinka's neck, goosebumps rose all over her body. She felt like Ellie wasn't just going to smell her, but to devour her. Although her neck was itchy, it wasn't unpleasant, and when Ellie leaned down, Shinka also smelled a sweet fragrance. Ellie sniffed Shinka deeply, then blushed. Do it smell that good? For some reason, Shinka felt a little shy. I don't know, maybe it's because of the fire element. It just smells really good, warm and comforting, the kind that's addictive. Shinka quickly straightened his clothes, and when he turned around, he saw that Kaven and Lin Ming's eyes were practically glued to him. I kill you too. Aw no, we're looking at Anti, look how cute he is. Yeah, the more I look, the cuter he gets. Kaven and Lin Ming had a strong survival instinct. Alright, continue. Illy nodded. The following information, just listen and don't spread it around, otherwise, you'd probably be hunted down. Lin Ming nervously swallowed. Kaven was still pondering the fact that he was the demon god, and Shinka touched his neck, which still seemed itchy. None of the three of them realized that the information they were about to hear would completely change their fate at that moment. Chapter 26. Have you ever thought about what a god is supposed to do? Ellie's question stumped all three, who shook their heads in unison. A true god is someone who governs this world. Ellie pointed at Shinka, this time pointing to the right spot. Fire element flows through your body, but have you ever thought about whether there's a god in this world who governs all fire? You mean the god of fire? Shinka had indeed thought about it, because in some countries, there seem to be sects that worship the god of fire. Yeah, that move of yours, wasn't it called something like Flame God? Kaven recalled the fiery lion-like move Shinka used during his battle with Anti. That's called conquering the Flame God. It's just a cool-sounding name. It has nothing to do with gods. Ellie smiled, then continued, so what if I told you now that the god of fire truly exists? What would you think? All three were stunned. They now roughly understood what a true god was. Ellie continued, true gods, who govern many laws of this world, gods who control fire, gods who control water, even gods who control gravity, the earth, and lightning, they all truly exist in this world. No, how could that be? Shinka immediately refuted. If such gods exist, why has no one ever discovered them? They possess such power, have they been hiding all along? No, not hiding. They haven't been discovered because they haven't awakened yet. Speaking of awakening, all three glanced at Anti, who appeared to be the youngest. The ultimate goal of the Research Institute is to guide the awakening of true gods, and to harness their power for their own use. Based on the emergence of demon gods and world gods, they deduced evidence of the existence of true gods. But I'm not good at purely theoretical research in this area, so I don't know much about it. Because true gods are still just a theory. Guiding their awakening is a massive project the Research Institute plans over a century. If successful, humanity will truly and completely control this world. First discover the gods, then awaken them, and finally control them. Or perhaps don't even need to awaken them, but directly materialize them before they even awaken their consciousness, and then utilize them directly. They collectively call individuals with strange abilities, like demon gods and world gods demon gods, because the Research Institute doesn't want to expose their purpose. This way, they can confuse the public. Truly arrogant. After hearing this, Lin Ning could only describe the Research Institute as arrogant. Arrogant, and chillingly so. Could the person in charge of this be that Zeke? Shinka recalled the blonde jerk. How could that be? Zeke is just a simple-minded, twisted researcher. His mental age isn't up to the task of such a grand undertaking. The real head of the institute rarely shows his face. We don't even know his name. We just refer to him as director. However, there are rumors that the person in charge is actually a member of the National Council. After listening to Ellie's account, the three of them struggled to process such a large amount of information. At this moment, Lin Ming had his own thoughts. According to Ellie, in the early stages of a demon god's birth, there's a phase where it lacks self-awareness, like a newborn infant, unaware of who it is, what it wants to do, or where it is. Could the other soul within his body be like that? If that soul doesn't experience external interference, after some time, it might very well become a true fungus demon god. How long does it typically take for a demon god to awaken from birth? Lin Ming asked. It varies. Someone like Antai took about 10 years, which is already considered very slow for a known demon god. Antai seemed oblivious to their conversation, still holding Ellie's hand obediently. Hearing Ellie's words, Lin Ming felt as if a time bomb was hidden within him. If his assumption was correct, the true demon god within him might one day suddenly awaken and fight him for control of this body. Caven seemed to sense Lin Ming's worry and patted him on the back. Though he said nothing, the comfort from the vampire was conveyed. Their journey to the Assassin's Guild was far from easy. To avoid the National Council surveillance, they mostly traveled through deep mountains and forests, either traveling through the night or setting up camp. After walking for nearly 5 days, they finally approached the Assassin's Guild's headquarters. Almost there in their territory, Shinka couldn't contain his excitement. Look! That town is it! Shinka pointed happily ahead. Lin Ming and Caven looked in the direction Shinka was pointing and were both startled. It was a town that looked like a fortress. Watchtowers, guards, and even chariots were parked outside the city gates. Lin Ming and Caven had initially thought that the Assassin's Guild's headquarters was just a building in some town, but they hadn't expected that the headquarters itself was a city. Just as they were still shocked by the scale of the headquarters, Lin Ming suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by an extremely exaggerated crashing sound from afar. The sound sounded like thunder, but upon closer listening, it seemed more like the sound of a massive siege weapon striking a city gate. They looked in the direction of the sound, and saw plumes of dust rising from the location. Lin Ming quickly called out to Shinka. Is everything alright over there? Could it be an enemy attack or something? Shinka smiled and waved his hand. Relax, relax, it's not an enemy attack. That's probably the vice president practicing his sword. Practicing sword? Lin Ming squinted at the location of the tremor. Even if he were told they were testing a bomb there, he would believe it without hesitation. To achieve this level of skill through sword practice, just who is this vice president? Shinka noticed Lin Ming's curiosity and began to explain. The current president and vice president of the Assassin's Guild are a married couple. Vice President Harrison's profession is warrior, and President Wimper's profession is assassin. Those two are exceptionally strong. Without them, the Assassin's Guild would never have the qualifications to negotiate with the National Council. And because of that, do you know what the Assassin's Guild's greatest disaster is? Lin Ming was completely bewildered. What is it? Shinka smiled wryly. It's that the two of them are arguing. Chapter 27. Shinka pointed to a mountain nearby. No, to be precise, it was half a mountain. Look, that's the spot where they had their first argument after their marriage. Lin Ming looked in the direction Shinka pointed and saw a dilapidated mountain. The side of the mountain, like the one belonging to the Assassin's Guild, was pitted and uneven, looking like it had been through blasting and mining. Lin Ming looked at the mountain and gasped. So, how is their relationship lately? Lin Ming asked guiltily. Pretty good, always so sweet. That's good, that's good. The vice president, who was practicing swordsmanship, soon returned to the city, and Lin Ming and his group arrived at the city gate. Shinka called out towards the city gate. I'm back. Open the gate. Open the gate. Lin Ming asked curiously. Will anyone hear us? No problem, as long as we're outdoors. Yin Feng can hear everything. Yin Feng? That's right, Yin Feng, a wind mage, is now the secretary of the Assassin's Guild. As soon as Shinka finished speaking, the city gate creaked open. The 5 of them finally arrived at the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Lin Ming was immediately struck by the bustling atmosphere upon entering the city. It looked like an ordinary town, with vendors lining both sides of the road, though most of the goods sold were weapons and armor. Shinka continued his introduction. Like a tour guide, the Assassin's Guild possesses the best forging technology on the entire continent. These weapons are our specialty, and most of our funds come from weapons. Shinka glanced at Ellie, who hadn't spoken. She seemed somewhat bewildered by the noise, tightly gripping Antai's hand, and constantly listening to the surrounding sounds. Then I settle you in first. Let's go see Yin Feng, and have him arrange accommodations for you. Yin Feng's first impression on Lin Ming. How to put it? A bit eerie. On their way to Yin Feng's office, every door opened automatically. Lin Ming confirmed that there were no hidden mechanisms on the doors. I say, is Yin Feng some kind of ghost? Before Lin Ming could finish speaking, a young boy's voice came from a room ahead. Ghosts are too rude. Come to this room, I'm busy. With the boy's voice, the door to the office ahead creaked open. Shinka seemed completely unfazed by all this. Entering the office, The first thing that caught their eye was the room filled with official documents. The phrase "filled the entire room" was exactly what it sounded like. The documents weren't stacked on a table, nor were they placed on the floor. They were floating in the air. The entire office, from ceiling to floor, was filled with floating papers. In the center of these papers, a young boy sat in a swivel chair, pen in hand, diligently correcting something. Yin Feng appeared slender, with shoulder-length black hair and a slightly childlike face, giving him a harmless appearance. He wore a green mage's robe, and his bangs were pinned back with a hair clip so they wouldn't obstruct his vision while working. Perhaps because of his small stature, it might be difficult to tell Yin Feng's gender without careful observation. "Ah, you arrived. This is your accommodation arrangement and general itinerary." A piece of paper floated lightly to Shinka's feet. Shinka picked it up, glanced at it, and nodded. The president and vice president would like to meet the 3 demon gods a little later. The 3 demon gods referred to Lin Ming, Caven, and Anti. Yin Feng spoke, but showed no intention of looking up at them. Ellie smiled slightly upon hearing Yin Feng's voice. "It's rare for a disabled person like me to walk this far to see you, and you didn't even recognize me. It's so heartbreaking." Lin Ming noticed that Yin Feng visibly trembled upon hearing Ellie's voice. "Ellie, Ellie." Yin Feng finally looked up at them, and the papers floating in the air seemed to respond to his inner turmoil, rustling and shaking. Ellie seemed quite displeased with Yin Feng addressing her by her name. "Call me teacher." "Ellie, teacher." Good boy, you made quite a bit of progress these past few years. All my hard work teaching you back then wasn't in vain." When Ellie said the word teaching, the pieces of paper visibly trembled. Sweat was already seeping from Yin Feng's forehead. This made Lin Ming wonder if Yin Feng had some kind of psychological trauma from studying under Ellie. Ellie slowly walked closer to Yin Feng, who was sitting in a swivel chair, inching backward using the wheels. As she walked, Ellie inquired about Yin Feng's recent progress. "What's your rank now?" "Still a Firefly? Now I'm at Candle Tier 3. "That's progress, no doubt. Have you learned Wind Blade yet?" "No, not yet." "Where's the little tornado?" "No." "Where's the Wind Wall?" "That's almost done." "You finally mastered the Wind Cannon, haven't you?" Yin Feng had retreated to the wall, watching Ellie approach him step by step, like a rabbit cornered by a brown bear. "Wind Cannon. I mastered that." "Look!" Yin Feng raised his hand, a green magic seal appearing in his palm. With the appearance of the seal, the papers in the room began to shake, and a gradually shrinking ball of energy appeared in Yin Feng's palm. Yin Feng looked incredibly focused, his face turning red as he filled the ball of energy. "Heh!" Yin Feng let out a soft shout, and the ball of energy in his hand shot forward with a sudden burst. Ellie seemed to sense the wind cannon and casually dodged it. The wind cannon struck Lin Ming squarely in the face. Lin Ming hadn't realized what was happening. He only felt a breath on his face, and instinctively let out an "ah," but aside from his bangs being ruffled, nothing else happened. The entire office felt eerily quiet. Everyone turned to look at Lin Ming, as if expecting his evaluation. Lin Ming stammered for a long time, trying to find a word that wouldn't hurt Yin Feng's feelings, something even remotely pleasant. Finally, after much hesitation, he managed to stammer, "It was truly like a gentle breeze." Chapter 28. Ha ha, it's like a gentle breeze, ha ha ha. On the way to his lodgings, Shinka laughed unrestrainedly. Alice was still defending Yin Feng. He worked very hard. When he was studying with me, he couldn't even unleash a wind-charging cannon. And Alice looked up and sniffed the air in front of her. And this town is full of wind elements, he must have put a lot of effort into setting it up. Shinka finally stopped laughing and waved his hand in the air. "Yes, it's because of these wind elements that Yin Feng can hear us. Our voices travel to him through these wind elements. When he first came to the Assassin's Guild, the guild leader and vice-guild leader thought he was under some kind of seal, which explained his low magic power. But after investigating for a long time, they discovered that his magic power really was just a little bit." Lin Ming, hearing about the mages, asked curiously, "Is magic power that important?" Ellie replied, "Of course it's important. For a mage, magic power is equivalent to a normal person's strength. The higher the magic power, the stronger the spells released. Although magic power can be trained, innate conditions directly determine the upper limit. Someone like Yin Feng is like someone born weak and unable to even kill a chicken, but ending up as a warrior. But those floating papers and this wind hearing." A relieved smile appeared on Ellie's face. Casting spells isn't just about magic power, it also depends on the precision of elemental control. Although Yin Feng's magic power is pitifully low, His control over the wind element is at a genius level, a rarity in a century. He can manipulate hundreds of sheets of paper to float in the air in an orderly manner and obtain sound information about the entire city through wind element vibrations. This is something that no wind mage, including myself, can do. Before meeting me, all the mentors said Yin Feng could never become a mage, but I know Yin Feng is a genius, just a little unbalanced in his studies. Lin Ning looked up in the direction of Yin Feng's office, wondering if Yin Feng would feel any better after hearing this. Elemental control. Lin Ning muttered, trying to sense the wind element in the air. He could feel it. The elements existed in the air like wisps of wind. Lin Ning tried to gather the wind element in his hand, recalling how Yin Feng had gathered the wind cannon. Slowly, a wind ball the size of a glass marble appeared in Lin Ning's hand. Hey, this is pretty fun. Just as Lin Ning was having fun, the other three all stopped in their tracks. Ellie tilted her head, seemingly listening intently to the sound of the wind ball in Lin Ning's hand. Shinka looked like he'd seen a ghost. Even Kaven, who was usually calm, gaped. Huh? Why are you all looking at me like that? Isn't this pretty simple? You mean simple? Shinka looked at the wisp of wind and swallowed hard. Olivia frowned. Wait, why is there still ice element in it? The wisp of wind in Lin Ning's hand was slightly blue, and cold air kept seeping from it. Shinka seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly asked, Fire-avoiding pearl. Where did you put the fire-avoiding pearl? Lin Ning pointed to himself and said, I was always afraid of losing it if I kept it on me, so I put it inside my body. Put it inside your body. Upon hearing this, Capon instinctively covered his backside, and Shinku and Olivia also looked incredulous. No, what are you thinking? It's in my shoulder. I put it in my shoulder. To prove his innocence, Lin Ning, after mystifying his shoulder, reached inside and pulled out the fire-repelling pearl. Shinku, seeing this, was completely dumbfounded. Kaven and Ellie described how Lin Ning pulled the fire-repelling pearl from his shoulder, and Ellie was also stunned. The only one who remained calm was Antai, who was still watching the blacksmith hammering the red-hot iron. What's wrong with you guys? Explain yourself. Lin Ning looked at the three people, who seemed to have their brains overloaded, completely bewildered. Kaven looked at the fire-repelling pearl and explained, normally speaking, any living being who puts something with such a high elemental concentration into their body, no matter where it's put in, will undoubtedly die, unless they're like her, born with elemental adaptability. Kaven pointed at Shinku, who was still in shock. But you did it. Logically speaking, your ability to adapt to the fire-avoiding pearl suggests you might have a natural affinity for ice elements, but... Ellie continued, but you just sense wind elements, and even formed a vortex of wind. I never heard of anyone who can sense two elements simultaneously. Could it be more than two? Ellie's tone became excited. Oh dear, I really stumbled upon something interesting. Just as Lin Ming and the others were enthusiastically discussing Lin Ming's special physique, a calm female voice rang out. Vice President. Shinka cried out in surprise. The woman Shinka called Vice President was now leaning on a large sword, smiling at them. Vice President Harrison. She was the one Shinka had mentioned before, one of the strongest members of the Assassin's Guild, a first-tier warrior, only one step away from the highest rank of warrior, Saint. She was the one who had made an explosive sound while practicing her sword. The Vice President had red hair, with a long braid swinging behind her. Her pupils were also slightly red, and her eyes were slightly upturned, making her look like she was always angry about something. With each step, the Vice President would tap the ground with her sword. It was a two-handed sword, the blade looking somewhat tattered, and because she always used the tip to tap the ground, the tip wasn't very sharp. The Vice President walked with a swaying gait, leaving footprints and small dents in her wake from the sword tip. Harrison walked with a sword because of her left leg. Her left leg, from the knee down, was a prosthetic. A multi-elemental adaptable person. I never heard of such a thing. Please be sure to spar with me at the training grounds later. Lin Ning looked at the Vice President's red glowing eyes. He knew she was serious. No, I only just discovered I can control elements. I never even tried it before. Ha ha, the Vice President laughed heartily. Alright, I introduce you to some elemental users to mentor you, and also to Yisheng over there. Kaven was startled when he heard the name Yisheng. I always feel the aura of an old acquaintance within you. It seems the rumors were true. The old acquaintance likely referred to the first generation. Alright, you guys go and rest first. You can come to the training ground when you have time, I'm usually there. The Vice President turned around and walked away unsteadily, leaving behind a final remark. Since you entered the city, you should be mentally prepared. There's a group of people waiting to test your mettle. Chapter 29. Hey, we're not going to get beaten to death, are we? Lin Ming asked Shinka cautiously. Of course not. The vice president isn't some thug. She's just a bit, a martial arts fanatic. Then what's the training ground? Shinka pointed to the west of the town and said, the training ground is over there. Since its inception, the Assassin's Guild has always believed in the supremacy of strength, so everyone has a habit of fighting one-on-one at the slightest disagreement. The training ground exists to provide a place for everyone to fight. Shinka scratched his head and said to Lin Ming and the other two, it might be a bit late to talk about this now, but I still have to ask you guys, do you want to join the Assassin's Guild? Huh? Lin Ming, Kevin, and Ivy didn't seem to have considered this question. Ivy crossed her arms and thought for a while, seemingly quite conflicted. I hadn't thought about that. I was just expelled from the National Academy. Is joining the Assassin's Guild really a good idea? Won't you suspect me of being a spy or something? Shinka tilted his head and thought for a moment. Ellie's concerns were indeed valid. It was a real problem. As for Kevin and Lin Ming, they had considered joining. For them, joining the Assassin's Guild was definitely more beneficial than harmful. According to Shinku, the Assassin's Guild didn't exclude demon gods. Many demon gods had previously worked as mercenaries there, like the serpent demon god Illic. Moreover, for Lin Ming, the biggest temptation of joining the Assassin's Guild was the ease of making money. After all, Shinka had initially asked for 3,000 gold coins. The real reason the Assassin's Guild accepted demon gods was because of the guild leader and vice leader, a married couple. Deep down, neither of them considered the demon god race a threat, because in their view, it wasn't particularly powerful. Although the Assassin's Guild didn't exclude demon gods, everyone who joined had to pass the so-called 6C test. The 6C test meant that newcomers needed the approval of 6 high-ranking managers within the Assassin's Guild. Of these 6, Lin Ming and his companion had already met 2, the vice president and Yin Feng. The vice president's position was self-evident. The reason Yin Feng was among the 6 was because he oversaw most of the Assassin's Guild's clerical work and knew best what kind of talent the guild needed. Besides the president, the vice president, and Yin Feng, what kind of people are the other 3? Lin Ming and Kevin began asking Shinku about the Assassin's Guild's 6 seats. Priestess Mei is mainly responsible for medical work at headquarters. Assassin Susa is the enforcer of the Assassin's Guild, mainly responsible for cleaning up internal personnel who violate regulations, and Thunder Mage Heisen is a nobody. A nobody? Yes, a nobody, but you can't blame him. He knows nothing but thunder magic. Routine affairs and enemy attacks are handled by others, so he's never needed. The truly difficult matters are handled by the guild master and his wife, so he's never involved. Therefore, he's always been idle. To join the Assassin's Guild, one must pass the tests of 6 people. Lin Ming suddenly felt immense pressure. Yin Feng's arrangement for them was to rest for the night, and starting tomorrow, they would meet with each of the 6 members one by one. Shinka returned to her own residence. Ellie and Antai had a separate room, while Lin Ming and Kevin shared a room. Calvin closed the door and glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine from his gaze. What's wrong? Just say it. You're not going to bite me again, are you? Calvin took off his signature large hat and sighed. No, although the urge to drink blood is still there, I can control it now. It's just, I'm not used to it here. Lin Ming didn't understand Calvin's meaning. What's so unsettling? Calvin smiled awkwardly. I never lived in such a peaceful place before. It feels strange. Lin Ming just smiled and didn't say anything, then conjured a ball of wind in his hand, examining it back and forth. Just as Lin Ming and Calvin relaxed and decided to get a good night's rest, a figure suddenly appeared in their room. The door was closed, the window was open, and there was no sound. The person suddenly appeared in their room. Lin Ming and Calvin both jumped to their feet. An enemy attack? No, that's not right. This person doesn't seem hostile at all. He's just looking Lin Ming and Kevin up and down. The man glanced at the two of them and nodded. You, newcomers, joining the guild? I heard. Lin Ming's eyebrows furrowed. He'd never seen anyone speak like that before, each word enunciated slowly and deliberately, sounding like a broken typewriter. At first glance, the man's hair appeared gray, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that the gray was actually black hair mixed with many white hairs. His skin was extremely pale. One could even see pale purple veins on the skin near his neck. The man was short, dressed in a sharp, capable outfit. His muscular forearms clearly indicated he was a skilled fighter. Lin Ming, relieved to hear him mention joining the Assassin's Guild, knew he was a member. You are? The man pointed to himself. I am Sousa, 6th seat, assassin, elite rank 1. Sousa. Lin Ning kept recalling what Shenke had said during the day. Sousa was supposed to be an enforcer responsible for dealing with rule breakers. What was he doing here at this time? Anyway, Lin Ning and Kaven had decided to join the Assassin's Guild, so Sousa was their leader. Lin Ning gave Kaven a wink, but Kaven didn't understand. Go make some tea. Oh, okay. Kaven suddenly understood, and quickly went to make tea. Please have a seat. Lin Ning was about to offer a polite greeting, when Sousa raised her hand to interrupt him. Sousa then pulled a piece of black velvet cloth from a bundle behind her. Sousa picked up the cloth, gave it a gentle shake, and it unfolded onto the ground. She then took off her shoes, walked to one side of the cloth, and sat down cross-legged. Sousa adjusted her posture, and then gestured for Lin Ning and Kaven to sit. Lin Ning and Kaven obediently sat down. The three of them formed a triangle. Sousa then pulled out a box from behind her. She skillfully opened the box and took out a deck of cards? Sousa took out the deck and began performing a series of dazzling shuffling motions. You guys, do you know how to play cards? Chapter 30. Have you ever played cards before? Lin Ning asked Kaven. I have. But why suddenly start playing cards? Sousa, seeing the two still looking puzzled, snorted with considerable displeasure. 6th seat, assessment, me, playing cards, win, join, lose, get out. His. Lin Ning gasped. So this card game was part of the assessment. Well, there's no way around it then. Since it's an assessment, he'd give it his all. Seeing the two were ready, Sousa quickly spread the cards on the velvet cloth. The rules are simple. Sousa demonstrated how to play, and it was indeed very simple. It's basically drawing the Joker. Among the stack of cards was a skull card, depicting a skull in a strange pose. Besides this skull card, there were 4 of each of the other cards. After the cards were dealt, the 3 players played their pairs of cards, and then began drawing cards counterclockwise. If a player had 2 cards of the same number, they could play them. The player left with only a skull card was the loser. Lin Ning was very familiar with this rule. Kaven quickly understood as well. 10 rounds, I lose 3, you win. Understood. This was a very favorable rule for them. If they could get Sousa to draw a skull card 3 times in 10 rounds, they would win. Alright, let's go. Lin Ning rolled up his sleeves, ready for a big game. Only when he received the cards did he realize they weren't playing cards. The material used to make them was an extremely sturdy metal. Truly amazing technology. But what bothered Lin Ning most was the numerous scratches on the cards. The drawing of the Joker began. As Lin Ning played, he realized that Kaven was truly unsuitable for playing cards. This guy's expression was extremely straightforward. A little probing was enough to tell if he held a skull card. Every time someone drew a card from him, he would tensely bare his fangs. In the first round, the skull card remained in Kaven's hand. Sousa seemed quite satisfied. In the second round, the skull card still remained in Kaven's hand. In the third round, it was still Kaven. Damn it, are you even good enough? Lin Ning was so angry, he wanted to throw this useless teammate out, and then have a one-on-one duel with Sousa. In the fourth round, Lin Ning suddenly noticed that Sousa was actually making some subtle moves. When Kaven drew his card, Sousa used extremely fast movements to switch the order of the cards in his hand. Good heavens, cheating. Sousa, seeing that Lin Ning had discovered him, calmly raised an eyebrow at him. So that's how it is. Under this rule, cheating is permitted. Realizing this, Lin Ning began to play more freely. When the skull card was in his hand, he left a tiny spore on it that only he could detect. This way, he could pinpoint the exact location of the skull card. Sousa seemed unaware of this, and lost the next 2 rounds. Kaven seemed to be getting stronger with each game. Lin Ning wondered if Kaven had also used some tricks. After a fierce battle, the score was 2-5. Sousa had lost twice, Lin Ning had lost twice, and Kaven had lost 5 times. The final round would decide the winner. At the start of the round, Sousa looked at the two of them, smiled slightly, picked up the deck of cards, and began shuffling them rapidly. Finally, Sousa slammed the deck down in her hand. After that slam, both Kaven and Lin Ning panicked. The scent and marks they had left on the cards had vanished. This meant that this final round would have to be a real fight. To be on the safe side, Lin Ning released spores at the start of the round. He planned to use an illusion on Sousa. Lin Ning deliberately drew each card slowly, just to allow Sousa to inhale enough spores. But to his surprise, just as he was about to activate the illusion, Sousa suddenly stopped the game. Wait a minute, Sousa said, coughing forcefully a few times, clearing her throat carefully, and then turning her head to spit out a mouthful of saliva. That saliva was full of the spores Lin Ming had just released. This was the second time Lin Ming's illusion had failed. Seeing his methods neutralized in such a simple and brutal way, Lin Ming was honestly a little discouraged. Ugh, this is difficult. Seeing that there were no other options, he had no choice but to go all out. Fortunately, both Lin Ming and Kevin had good luck this round. Kevin started with very few cards, while Lin Ming was the first to empty his hand. The tense game finally came to an end. Now, Kevin had only one card, while Sousa had two. Undoubtedly, the skull card was one of the two cards in Sousa's hand. Sweat was dripping down Kevin's chin. He shakily chose one of the cards, but just as he was about to draw it, he discovered that the card was still in Sousa's hand. Unmoved. Draw it? Sousa held the card in her hand, her expression unchanged. Kevin began to exert force, and Lin Ming saw veins bulging on Kevin's forehead, but the card remained firmly in Sousa's grasp. Only then did Lin Ming realize why the cards had scratches. This card game wasn't about the cards at all. Kevin realized this too. He stood up and forcefully lifted the card. Sousa remained seated cross-legged, watching Kevin with a smile. Moreover, as if in a provocation, Sousa directly revealed the card in her hand to Kevin. That's right, Kevin had indeed chosen the right card. Once this card was drawn, Sousa would only have the Joker left in her hand. Seeing victory within reach, Kevin extended a blood-red thorn from his left hand and thrust it towards Sousa's face. Seeing Kevin attack, Sousa remained calm, ducking to dodge the attack and simultaneously lowering her center of gravity. Kevin, clutching his card tightly, was unexpectedly forced to his knees by Sousa's sudden movement. Kevin didn't give up. He flapped his wings and swung his wings. He intended to throw Sousa away, but Sousa, with one hand firmly gripping the card and the other gripping the window frame, used the momentum to spin, and the two crashed through the window and flew out. Only Lin Ming remained inside, staring blankly at the shattered window frame. Lin Ming quickly climbed onto the window and looked in their direction. The two had already fought their way onto the main street. Both only had one hand free. Kevin attacked relentlessly, but Sousa parried every attack. Where they went, chaos ensued and dust billowed. Lin Ming hurriedly jumped out the window, worried that Kevin, that idiot, would cause too much trouble. Lin Ming had just jumped out of the window onto the main street when he saw Shinka running over to see what was going on. Lin Ming, what are those two doing? Well, Lin Ming scratched his head awkwardly. If I said they were playing cards, would you believe me? Chapter 31. Gradually, more and more people gathered to watch the spectacle. Kevin and Sousa looked like they were engaged in a strange tug-of-war. To Lin Ming's surprise, the onlookers seemed completely used to it. As the crowd grew denser, some even started selling snacks and beer. The blacksmith shop nearby had already started taking bets. Shinka glanced at the odds and placed a bet on Sousa winning. Lin Ming looked at the two still tug-of-war and also placed a bet on Sousa winning. That's a bit unfair. Isn't Kevin your good buddy? What do you know? If we fail to join, I can still make some money. That's called risk hedging. The crowd had started cheering for Kevin. Go you with wings. Go. Spit on him. Trip him. Yes, kick him in the groin. Kick him now. Shinka leaned against the counter, eating peanuts and drinking beer. No chance. He has absolutely no chance against Sousa in a physical contest. Lin Ming looked at the two still locked in a stalemate. Shinka was indeed right. Sousa's movements were incredibly agile. His shoulders and elbows could rotate 360 degrees, and when he deflected Kevin's attacks, he didn't use brute force, but rather internal energy. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand through simple brute force, Kevin decided to change tactics. He opened his mouth and bit his left hand, pulling hard, causing blood to splatter. As soon as the blood reached the air, it seemed to have its own consciousness, gradually coalescing into a small humanoid figure. Blood Disciple, this was a technique Kevin could only use after absorbing the first generation. Although the humanoid figure looked small, it was extremely agile. Sousa was now facing two opponents. Not bad, kid, you're pretty capable. There's potential. There's potential. I bet 10 more. The spectators weren't intimidated by Kevin's skill at all. Instead, they were excited by his counterattack. Caught in a pincer movement, Sousa was no longer as at ease, but his fingers still gripped the card tightly. Kevin glanced at the lights on in the nearby shop and suddenly had an idea. He feinted a few attacks, then summoned a blood scythe, and swept it towards Sousa's lower body. Seeing Kevin trying to strike his leg, Sousa jumped to dodge. The instant Susa jumped, a magical seal lit up beneath Kaven's feet, then his wings flapped violently, carrying Susa into the air. Shinku, seeing this move, was still a little shaken. After all, she had been carried away by Kaven once before. Seeing that both of them were still clutching their cards, Lin Ming exclaimed sincerely, "Wow, just how sturdy are these cards?" Kaven carried Susa upwards until, looking down, the entire Assassin's Guild headquarters seemed rather small before stopping. Then, Kaven folded his wings. Huh? Before Susa could react, Kaven had already slammed him straight to the ground. The people on the ground fell silent, all looking up, occasionally taking a sip of beer, quietly waiting for the two to land. Soon, the silhouettes of the two could be seen. The two were still wrestling in the air, and Susa was starting to feel a little guilty. So he concluded that Kaven was testing his courage. Whoever gets scared first loses. He knew the Nightborn were resilient, but from this height, even a Nightborn would be reduced to a pulp. Moreover, he was confident in his skills, but he didn't know if Kaven could escape unscathed. This was originally a spur-of-the-moment card game, and he, as the sixth seat, would feel guilty if the newcomer got hurt. At first, Susa thought Kaven was bluffing. He would naturally let go once they were close to the ground. They were getting closer and closer to the ground, but Kaven showed no sign of dodging. The ground was getting closer. They could already see the crowds on the main street. Susa started to panic. Kaven still showed no intention of dodging, his hand still firmly gripping the card. The people on the ground could now clearly see their faces. Susa finally couldn't hold on any longer, because if they continued, he wouldn't have a chance to adjust his posture. He finally released his grip on the card, pulled an extremely long iron chain from behind him, and swung it forcefully in the air. The chain, like a thin snake, coiled around a nearby tree. Susa then gripped the chain, swung in the air once more, his entire body rising into the air before landing steadily with a thump on the rooftop. After landing, Susa immediately stood up and leaned forward to check on Kaven. He had expected to see a pile of flesh on the ground. But where Kaven should have landed, there was nothing. Only a shadow. Susa looked up at the light on the shop nearby and saw that the slender, blood-formed shadow that Kaven had initially summoned was now outstretched, blocking the light. A shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere on the street that should have been brightly lit. Then, a hand emerged from the shadow, holding two identical cards. Shadow Cloak. Susa muttered in frustration. Yay! We won! We won! The crowd cheered, toasting and laughing. Kaven slowly emerged from the shadow, slamming the two identical cards to the ground. Then, hands on his hips, he looked at Susa with a smug expression. Susa breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Kaven wasn't injured. Although he felt a little aggrieved by the loss, Susa was still pleased, because he discovered that Kaven actually possessed considerable physical talent. Strength, speed, flexibility, all were top-notch, but Kaven didn't know how to utilize them, relying only on brute force and self-sacrificing tactics, which Susa found somewhat regrettable. If he could be properly trained, this kid could become a god of war. Susa reached out to the cards on the ground, and the two cards returned to his hand, as if they were pets obeying a call. He stood on the rooftop and said to the still celebrating crowd below, "The drinks are on me today." This made the crowd even more boisterous. Shinku and Lin Ming stood there dumbfounded, unable to process what had happened. He won? Yeah, he won. How much did you bet? 200 gold coins. What about you? 500. Lin Ming patted Shinku on the shoulder. At least for me, passing the test is a good thing. It's a hedge against risk. Shinku glanced at the still gloating Kaven in the crowd, then at Lin Ming, his expression worse than if he'd eaten shit. Chapter 32. Having lost to Kaven and Lin Ming, Susa didn't join the crowd's revelry. He simply sat down on the rooftop, watching Kaven from afar. Oh, it's rare to see someone so appreciative of talent. A light, amused voice rang out from behind Kaven. Susa didn't turn around. He knew who it was. The person standing behind him wore a purple mage's robe and had thick, voluminous purple hair. This was one of the 6 seats, the Thunder Mage Hyson, ranked at the Radiant 3rd tier. Hyson adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. His face always seemed to be smiling, his eyes perpetually half-closed. You? Drinking? Not going. Hyson squatted down next to Susa. No, I had enough to drink today. Hyson sat on the rooftop, chin in hand, watching Lin Ming perform a mushroom trick. I sensed a strange magical power in the city during the day, and I asked Shinku about this mushroom-like kid. I was planning to come check him out tonight, but you intercepted me halfway. Susa looked at Lin Ming, somewhat puzzled. Him, magic? Yes, it's him. His body doesn't seem to have any aversion to the elements. If that's true, he could very well become the world's first all-elemental mage. Sousa's eyes widened. Although he was a novice in magic, he knew what an all-elemental mage meant. But why? Sousa was confused, because judging from his performance, while playing cards with Lin Ning earlier, Lin Ning didn't seem like a magical genius. Heisen pondered for a long time. I guess it's because his true form is too special. His true form a mushroom? Yes, although he's a demon god so far, all the demon gods discovered by humans have had animal-type true forms, like Illic, or Yi Sheng who was just fighting you for the card. According to Illic, things without souls cannot awaken as demon gods. Why? Because they lack consciousness. Without consciousness, they cannot perceive their own existence. Without perceiving their own existence, they cannot awaken. Therefore, non-animal-type demon gods, even if all conditions are perfect, will only form a strange energy accumulation and will not awaken into human form. This is different from humans. Humans have a body first, then awaken consciousness. Demon gods must first realize their own existence before they can have a stable body. Heisen tilted his head and looked at Sousa, asking, "Do you think mushrooms have souls?" "No. I think." Sousa was also stumped. Although he loved eating mushrooms, he couldn't imagine mushrooms having souls. "That's the problem," Heisen said, lightly touching his index fingers together, then slowly separating them. A blue arc of electricity lit up between his fingertips. Spells are related to the elements a mage can perceive and use. The elements a mage can perceive are also related to the mage's soul. Every soul born in this world will inevitably lean towards a certain element, which means, in other words, either he has no soul, his body is just an empty shell, or his soul wasn't naturally generated by this world. This time, a hint of killing intent flashed in Sousa's eyes. Heisen also stared intently at Lin Ning, his brows furrowed. I'm starting to suspect now. Is he related to the artificial soul project the research institute once initiated? At this moment, Lin Ning was completely unaware that he was being watched closely by 2 seats. He was still teasing Shinku about losing money, while Shinku just silently drank his wine. The lively atmosphere on the main street continued until midnight, when everyone finally had enough and went home to sleep. Early the next morning, Lin Ning heard a loud voice outside the window that had been smashed the day before. "Get up, let's fight." Lin Ning peeked out the window and saw the vice president standing in front of the room, leaning on his great sword. Lin Ning turned and slapped Caven on the head. "Hey! The vice president wants you to go fight." Caven, still half asleep, sat up and, along with Lin Ning, peered out the window. The vice president was waving enthusiastically at them from outside. "Wake up, newbie! Come on, come fight with me." "No. Come for morning training." Caven and Lin Ning exchanged a glance. They were too scared to go, but they also didn't dare refuse. In the end, the two obediently followed the vice president. Although it was supposed to be accompanying the vice president for morning training, he also treated them to breakfast. Lin Ning even got to eat the Assassin's Guild's specialty, the Iron Shield cake. Although it looked dark and hard, it tasted surprisingly delicious. Vice President, what do you usually do for morning practice?" "Morning practice, well, it's mainly just to stretch and warm up, then I spar with you. I heard from Shinku that you two demon gods have very strong vitality, and are extremely difficult to kill." Saying this, the vice president looked at the two of them with a mischievous grin. An unkillable opponent is a rare find. Lin Ning keenly sensed why the vice president was being so enthusiastic towards them. To the vice president, the two of them were perfect punching bags delivered to his doorstep. My stomach hurts, ouch, my stomach hurts. I drank too much yesterday, my head hurts, ouch, my head hurts." The vice president couldn't contain his laughter, and completely ignored their excuses. Just as Lin Ning and Caven were about to turn and run away, the vice president grabbed them by the collar, and threw them into the training field. The other practitioners, seeing the vice president arrive with two newcomers, all consciously retreated to a safe distance. "Alright, since we're already here, let's consider this part of the 6-seat assessment." The vice president slung the two-handed sword he'd been leaning on over his shoulder. "I won't use any defensive skills, nor will I move. If either of you can catch me before noon, I consider it a loss. How about it?" Chapter 33. Lin Ning and Caven were standing a few meters away from the vice president. After explaining the rules, the vice president gripped his sword hilt with both hands. The instant the vice president tightened his grip, Caven and Lin Ning instinctively dodged backward. Caven immediately spread his wings, preparing to take flight, when the vice president casually swung his sword in Kaven's direction. Slash! A red sword aura grazed Kaven's scalp. A patch of hair was shaved off Kaven's head, making him look like a balding old man. Lin Ming was about to mock Kaven when another vertical sword aura flew straight towards his left arm. Lin Ming wasn't good at hand-to-hand combat. He could only dodge by pushing his reflexes to the limit. The sword aura grazed past him, and Lin Ming nervously looked at the ground where the sword aura had passed, leaving a crack the size of a palm in its path. Is there any way to use illusion magic? Kaven shouted to Lin Ming, while dodging the relentless sword energy. No way. All the spores have been blown away. Lin Ming looked at the vice president, who was constantly waving her two-handed sword at them. In this situation, let alone touching her, it would be difficult for either of them to even survive. Kaven, can you hold off me for a bit? Hearing this, Kaven raised her hand and summoned the blood shield. He used the blood shield to barely withstand the sword energy, but with each strike, the immense force of the energy knocked him back a distance. Okay, that do. Lin Ming crouched down behind Kaven and placed his palms on the ground. Mycelium leyline. Although from the outside, Lin Ming appeared to be kneeling motionless, unseen underground, his mycelium was expanding rapidly. How much longer? We can't hold on much longer. Kaven's blood shield was already riddled with cracks, and Lin Ming was almost ready. It's ready. Watch for the right opportunity, Lin Ming said, raising his hand and making an upward gesture with his index finger towards the vice president. The vice president was observing Kaven's blood shield while unleashing sword energy when suddenly, the ground in front of her began to tremble, as if something was about to emerge. Then, mushrooms the size of trees rose from the ground. The vice president was about to jump back to avoid them, when she suddenly remembered the rules she had set. Giant mushrooms began to rise continuously from all directions around the vice president, and at the same time, Kaven and Lin Ming moved from their original positions rapidly. So that's how it is. These mushrooms, while not particularly lethal, could obstruct her vision. She was now like a hunter in a mushroom forest, with her two prey darting about. The plan's alright, but it's useless. The vice president raised his one-handed sword and began a rapid series of slashes. The two-handed sword was swung around in a blur, the sword energy almost coalescing into a single wave of energy. Ha ha ha. The vice president, wielding the two-handed sword, let out a gleeful laugh. The large mushrooms that sprouted from the ground were reduced one by one to tiny mushroom pieces. The finer the mushrooms were chopped, the happier Lin Ming became. Now, countless spores had surrounded the vice president. As long as the vice president inhaled the spores, he could use mycelial parasitism or illusion magic to subdue him. Now all he had to do was wait for the vice president to inhale. Huh? Lin Ming could sense the location of the spores he had placed, but to his surprise, the vice president wasn't breathing. The vice president looked in Lin Ming's direction, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He then planted his sword in the ground in front of him, forcefully opened his palms, and slammed them together. Although it looked like just a simple clap, what Lin Ming heard was a deafening bang. Shocked with this clap, a shockwave rose around the vice president, pushing away all the spores and mushroom fragments. Lin Ming and Kaven were also pushed back dozens of meters. Lin Ming felt his head buzzing from the shock. Lin Ming suddenly remembered the scene they had witnessed when the vice president practiced his sword when they first arrived outside the city. He realized that the vice president had used the same technique when he felt the ground tremble then. Information is still quite useful, Mushroom Boy. The vice president picked up his sword again, smiling at the two of them. I see. The vice president already knew Lin Ming's spores were poisonous, so when he sensed the foreign object nearby, he held his breath and used a shockwave to push all the spores away. Lin Ming shrugged at Kaven. I'm out of ideas. No, I think you're still okay. I'm really out of ideas. I used everything I can. That's not necessarily true. You can't unleash your potential unless it's a critical moment. What critical moment could there be in this state? Lin Ming was only halfway through his sentence when Kaven grabbed his neck. Wait, what are you doing? Limb enhancement. Kaven ignored him. He used the first generation's ability to enhance his right arm, holding Lin Ming. Now his right arm looked quite thick, seemingly disproportionate to his entire body. Kaven raised his hand, gathering his strength, then suddenly flung Lin Ming towards the vice president. Aya Kaven! IF ***** you aha! Lin Ming flew towards the vice president with a deafening scream. Chapter 34. The vice president saw Lin Ming being thrown towards her, and was about to unleash a sword strike, but as soon as she raised her sword, she realized Kaven had vanished. Having fully grasped the information on both men, the vice president looked at Lin Ming's shadow, which was moving rapidly across the ground. Clearly, Kevin was hiding in the shadow, attacking the vice president alongside Lin Ming, who was flying in the sky. A warrior's instinct made the vice president hesitate as she raised her sword. If she were to cut Lin Ming in two now, the shadow would also be split in two, and she wouldn't be able to tell which part of the shadow Kevin was hiding in. But if she didn't attack Lin Ming, judging from his flight path, he would inevitably crash into her directly. Since she had stated beforehand that she wouldn't use defensive skills, blocking or shaking off Lin Ming wouldn't work. Therefore, she still had to attack. The vice president raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. Lin Ming, seeing the sword energy heading straight for his face, panicked and tried to block it with his right hand. Perhaps Kevin was right, one can't unleash their potential unless in a critical moment. As Lin Ming tried to block the sword energy with his right hand, he suddenly felt a chill run down his right shoulder. Immediately afterward, a crisp sound of ice condensing rang out, and an ice spike 4 or 5 times the size of Lin Ming's body emerged from his palm. The sword energy struck this ice spike, and a cloud of icy mist rose from the entire arena. At this moment, Hyson, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but clap his hands and exclaim self-taught. What talent! Now, everyone, both inside and outside the arena, was amazed by the ice magic Lin Ming had unconsciously released in his moment of desperation. Of everyone present, only Kevin remembered to get down to business. Taking advantage of the vice president's momentary lapse in attention, Kevin swiftly shifted his position using the shadows cast by the shattered ice, eventually slipping into the shadows behind her. The vice president was aware of Kevin's impressive stealth, but since she had been instructed not to move, she had no way to counter it. She could only watch as Kevin reached out from her shadow and grabbed her left foot. Hey, you grabbed the wrong foot. My foot is the other one. The hand frantically released its grip from the shadow, grabbing the other foot instead. Ha ha ha. The vice president twirled her two-handed sword, then leaned back on the ground and nodded. Alright, come out now. You passed the test. Hearing this, Kevin emerged from the shadows behind the vice president, but the moment he appeared, he was met with a flying kick from Lin Ming, who had rushed towards him. The kick from the mushroom-like figure was, of course, painless. Kevin didn't even flinch from the impact. You heartless bastard. You could have used Shadow Meld to throw a rock. Why did you throw it at me? Are you out of your mind? It's the same. You're bigger than a rock. Bigger. Bigger my foot. Seeing Lin Ming's incoherent rage, the vice president was quite pleased. You two might be very suitable for the Assassin's Guild. Neither Lin Ming nor Kevin understood what the vice president meant. The vice president just smiled, offering no further explanation, and turned to walk away, leaning on his greatsword. Afterwards, the two returned to their lodgings, Lin Ming cursing the entire way. Kevin, on the other hand, was quite happy. He felt as if he had merged with the first generation again, his power significantly increased. After passing the vice president's test, the two decided to seek information from Shinku. They had already suffered from a lack of intelligence in this battle, and if they wanted to pass the 6 seats assessment, information about these 6 seats was naturally indispensable. Ah, you're asking about the 6 seats? Shinku answered their questions absent-mindedly, while watching the blacksmith sharpen his dagger in the blacksmith shop. The 6 seats assessment won't be like this for every one of them, you can rest assured about that. Lin Ming and Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. If every assessment was like this, it would indeed be quite difficult. Yin Feng shouldn't make you do anything. As long as he confirms you be valuable to the assassins, he let you pass directly. The same goes for that priest, she's naturally very kind. As for Hyson, he's a drunkard, it's hard to say whether he even remembers the 6 seats assessment. Shinku frowned as he said this. The problem is the chairman, he's not at the Assassin's Guild headquarters right now. Then where did he go? I asked around, and they said the chairman suddenly left a few days ago. Apparently, he had some official business to handle personally. Don't be fooled by how relaxed everyone in the Assassin's Guild seems, they actually have a lot of official business. The entanglements with the National Council, relations with neighboring countries, and dealing with some high-ranking employers. The chairman personally handles all these diplomatic negotiations. And it seems the mess we made with the National Council also needs his attention. Lin Ming and Kevin suddenly felt very sorry for this chairman they had never met. Just as Shinku was talking about the chairman, they heard a commotion coming from afar. The three of them squinted in that direction, and soon they saw a burly man carrying an axe running towards them. People on the roadside, seeing this, instinctively made way. Kevin and Lin Ming, though unaware of what was happening, also stepped aside. The burly man drew closer, and Lin Ming noticed something snake-like chasing him. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ming realized it was a chain. Run? Useless. Breaking the rules. You're finished. Accompanied by that familiar, stoic tone, Sousa walked slowly behind. Sousa didn't seem in a hurry. He simply followed behind the chain, a piece of iron shield-shaped bread in his hand, munching on it while uttering threats, occasionally glancing up. The chain was like a swiftly moving snake, constantly changing direction in the air. No matter how the burly man tried to escape, he couldn't shake off its pursuit. Sousa walked halfway before seeing Lin Ming and the other two. Hey, good morning. Lin Ming and Caven quickly chimed in. Not at all, SOSO, Sousa walked up to them and surprisingly stopped. Boss, are my cards ready? The blacksmith stopped hammering when he saw Sousa. Ready. Your cards are the hardest things to fix. They almost kill me every time. The blacksmith said, taking a card from a box. It was the very card Caven and Sousa had used for tug-of-war the night before. This card is a weapon. Caven couldn't hide his surprise. Sousa smugly snorted, holding the card in her hand, and with a flick of her wrist, the card flew out with a whoosh. Caven and Lin Ming watched as the card traced a beautiful arc in the air before landing steadily back in Sousa's hand. Speaking of that person, Lin Ming pointed in the direction the burly man had fled. No rush, we already caught up. Sousa had barely finished speaking when they saw the burly man, already bound by chains, being dragged towards them. The burly man drew closer, and Lin Ming was shocked by his appearance. The burly man's thigh was pierced by chains, which then pierced his shoulder, looped back, and passed to his hand, making him look like prey carelessly hung up. Sousa walked to the burly man's side and grasped the chains. You, murdering your employer, killing, robbing, a heinous crime. Chapter 35. So that's how it is. Sousa was on official business at the time. Shinku shook his head after hearing the charges Sousa read out. This kind of person only has money in his eyes. He probably saw that his employer was wealthy and just killed him to steal his goods. But this kind of thing can't be hidden from headquarters. Lin Ming swallowed hard. Then, what will happen to him? He'll be crippled, then expelled from the organization, and the charges will be reported to the National Council so they can decide according to national law. Sousa, dragging the burly man, nodded to Lin Ming and the other two. I'm leaving now. We talk again when we have time. After saying that, Sousa dragged the burly man away, leaving behind a trail of groans. Cavan looked in Sousa's direction and asked Lin Ming, Don't you think the chain looks familiar? Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly remembered someone. Maureen. She was the first enemy he encountered after meeting Cavan. Maureen crafted 2 short guns from her own ribs, allowing them to move nimbly and independently. Cavan suffered greatly at her hands. Reminded by Cavan, Lin Ming realized that Sousa's chains and Maureen's short guns did indeed resemble each other. The two shared their questions with Shinku, who quickly shook his head. No, Sousa's chains aren't that basic. Then how did he do it? Sousa is skilled in concealed weapons and soft weapons. The reason the chain chases after someone is because of Sousa's lock-on ability. Lock-on? Yes, although assassin's skills are supposed to be secret, everyone is so familiar with Sousa that his abilities have gradually become public knowledge. Shinku picked up the freshly sharpened dagger and nodded in satisfaction. Sousa can leave a mark on his chosen enemies. Once a mark is left, Sousa's weapon can automatically track the target. Judging from the appearance of that person just now, he probably had multiple marks on him. The weapon refers to, including that deck of cards? Yes, and Sousa is actually missing 1 card. Was it damaged? Although the deck of cards was unexpectedly sturdy, it was still as thin as paper. Lin Ming's first thought was whether the cards were destroyed. No, his cards wouldn't break so easily. The creation of that deck of cards involved a lost secret technique of the assassin profession. Blacksmiths today can only repair it, not create it. The blacksmith shop owner beside him could only shrug helplessly, indicating that Shinku was telling the truth. Then why is there 1 card missing? Because that card is still tracking someone with a mark. Lin Ming and Cavan exchanged glances. How long has it been tracking him? 3 years. 3 years? Yes. What crime did this person commit after tracking him for 3 years? Shinku scratched his head. Actually, he didn't commit any crime. That person used to be one of the top figures in the Assassin's Guild, an assassin proficient in teleportation skills. He left the Assassin's Guild voluntarily, but because he had a really bad relationship with Sousa, and neither of them could do anything about the other, Sousa threw out that card. It felt like she was deliberately trying to annoy him. Lin Ming was starting to realize Sousa's twisted sense of humor. Having a card constantly chasing you must be incredibly annoying. However, Judging from Seuss's skills, he is indeed very suitable as an enforcer to apprehend violators. By the way, where's Ellie? I haven't seen her lately. Shinka chuckled when Lin Ning asked about Ellie. Ellie. She's being pursued relentlessly by one of our 6 seats, Archmage Hyson. She's probably hiding in her room, too afraid to go out. Lin Ning and the other 2 discussed it for a moment, and decided to go check on Ellie and Anti. They arrived at Ellie's door, and Kaven knocked. Get out! A shout came from inside. Kaven turned and looked at Lin Ning and Shinku, his face full of grievance. It's us, Ellie, not that man. Only after hearing this did Ellie allow Anti to open the door. Seeing Anti open the door, Shinku was the first to go in. Shinku had barely entered when he glanced at Ellie before turning and pulling Lin Ning and Kaven out. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Ning and Kaven looked at Shinku, whose face was flushed, wondering what had just happened. They only heard Shinku mutter softly, too big. Big? What's big? Lin Ning hadn't yet realized what Shinku had seen. Shinku turned and shouted angrily into the room. I said, you should at least wear more clothes. Huh? I should be wearing quite a lot. Your clothes are see-through. Ah. Silence fell both inside and outside the room. Then, a series of commotion erupted from Ellie's room. After a while, Ellie slowly opened the door. Lin Ning and Kaven were both facing away from the door. All dressed up, we're turning around now. Shinku glanced at Ellie before letting them turn around. The 3 of them then entered the house. Ellie sat on the bed, a thin gauze dress beside her, which looked quite expensive. Normally, such a dress would be draped over the body to protect against wind, sand, and sun. Hey, where did this shabby dress come from? It was a gift from that lame mage. He said it would suit me perfectly, so I thought I'd try it on to see if it fit. Perfect. Shinku rubbed her forehead, the scene she had just witnessed still haunting her. She felt a deep sense of defeat as a woman. That despicable Hyson. I burn him to ashes, and scatter them to the wind sooner or later. Ah, it's not entirely his fault. Ellie was still defending Hyson. He seemed to have seen me once from afar when I entered the city, and every time he saw Anti buying things for me outside, he would ask Anti to bring me some gifts. He probably doesn't know I'm blind. Why are you so sure? Because he also personally delivers letters, and every time he comes to deliver a letter, he rambles on and on at my door saying a bunch of mushy things. Shinku nodded. It seemed that Hyson really didn't know that Ellie was blind. Then, why haven't I seen you go out lately? Lin Ning asked curiously. Yin Feng came to see me. He said he wasn't sure if there were any radical factions within the Assassin's Guild who were hostile to the National Council, and he told me to stay at my residence and not move around easily. Shinku nodded. This was indeed Yin Feng's usual cautious style, and besides, she needed to find an opportunity to clarify things with Hyson. Just in case, Shinku still asked, what do you think of Hyson? Ellie frowned slightly. I don't like him. His smell isn't unpleasant, but it's a bit pungent. Thinking that Hyson was caught in a one-sided love affair, Shinku felt a little smug. Lin Ning suddenly asked Ellie curiously, what does this vampire next to me smell like? Blood. And me? Mushroom. Well, it was as if he hadn't asked at all. And Shinku? Hearing Lin Ning ask Shinku, Ellie suddenly became shy. Well? Oh dear, I'm embarrassed to say, it's so embarrassing. Lin Ning looked at Shinku, who seemed used to it. Lin Ning then noticed the letters Hyson had written to Ellie on the table beside him. The letters hadn't been opened yet. Should we read them to you? Shinku rolled his eyes at Lin Ning. Actually, you're the one who wants to see it, aren't you? Don't you want to see it? Shinku remained silent. Alice frowned. That's not a good idea. Although I'm not curious about what's written, it's still a love letter. Lin Ning slapped Shinku on the shoulder. What if we trade one of her clothes for it? This? Alice hesitated. A close-fitting garment, the kind that still has body heat. Deal. Read it now. Chapter 36. Lin Ning's plan to see Hazen's love letter was thwarted by Shinku's reprimand. In the end, they decided to return the love letter on Ellie's behalf and explain the situation to Hyson. By the way, there's something else I want to ask you, expert. Lin Ning explained to Ellie in detail the ice spell he used during his battle with the vice president. This kind of situation usually happens to some extremely talented children. Some children, in a moment of desperation, will activate the elements within their bodies, but because they haven't learned the hand seals, what they release are just very pure elements that can't really be called a spell. Ellie raised her hand to demonstrate. She extended a finger, and a small, barely noticeable hand seal appeared at the tip. This is the hand seal for a wind blade. Then she raised her finger again, and a ring-shaped hand seal appeared on the back of her hand, looking much larger than the wind blade hand seal from before. This is a giant tornado. Ellie then opened her palm forward, and with a hum, a massive magic seal that almost filled the entire room appeared out of thin air. You probably haven't seen this before. This is the azure wind passing through. Ellie put away the seal, and said to Lin Ming, a magic seal is a converter that can change the state of elements. The released elements are transformed into various forms through the seal. Those who cannot master magic seals cannot be called mages. According to what you just said, your magic power comes from that fire-repelling bead. If that's the case, that bead should be ineffective now. Hearing this, Lin Ming quickly took out the fire-repelling bead. Sure enough, the bead, which had originally glowed with a blue light, had now turned gray. As soon as Lin Ming pulled out the bead, he felt Shinku's murderous aura emanating from behind. Hey, is this how you treat a testament to our friendship? I was forced to change my hairstyle just to give you this bead. Lin Ming swallowed nervously. Anyway, if you really want to be able to control all elements like we think, then the number of hand seals you need to master will be several times that of an average mage. So, how do you master hand seals? Lin Ming asked tentatively. Memorize them. As long as you remember the details, you can cast them. Lin Ming rolled his eyes, thinking, even though I moved to a different world, I still can't escape memorizing texts. While the group was chatting, a young figure stood outside the door. Huh? You're all here. It was Yin Feng, carrying a stack of documents. Seeing everyone was there, Yin Feng walked straight into the room and slammed the large stack of documents down on the floor. Since you're all here, I get straight to the point. Although these two haven't passed the 6 seats assessment yet, the matter is urgent, and I tentatively designated them as part of the Assassin's Guild's fighting force. Teacher Ellie and Antia might also need to help this time. What happened? Shinku asked. The Assassin's Guild received a commission from a neighboring small country. The commission is to eliminate 2 demon gods. Shinku's brows furrowed. Are you sure it's elimination? Yes, elimination. What did those 2 demon gods do? Yin Feng didn't speak, but instead pulled a page from the documents and handed it to the 3 of them. The page detailed the actions of the 2 demon gods. In short, they slaughtered the entire town's inhabitants. The town wasn't large, but it had about 800 people, mostly farmers and hunters. These 2 demonic beings swept through the town overnight, leaving no one alive, the old, the young, women, and children. Their motive for killing is currently unknown, but judging from their true forms, they might simply be bloodthirsty, Lin Ming said, noticing the general information about the 2 demonic beings in the document. He pulled out the paper, which clearly stated their true forms, the wolf demon god and the raven demon god. Their rating was tentatively set as evil. Wolf and raven. I see. Then, why do we have to go? Lin Ming asked Yin Feng, puzzled, as he looked at the information on the 2 demonic beings. Since they arrived at the Assassin's Guild, they encountered countless masters. Why use these 2 newcomers, who haven't even gained recognition yet, now? I don't need to hide this from you. The reason I want you 2 to fight is twofold. First, it's my way of testing you. Second, these 2 demon gods are extremely aggressive, and humans don't seem to have a good way to deal with their abilities. I don't want our people to die. It was quite blunt, but not entirely incomprehensible. And there's one more thing. Yin Feng looked at Lin Ming and Caven. Although the Assassin's Guild doesn't reject demon gods, it's not exactly friendly either. At the very least, we need to confirm that you're on the side of humanity. Caven frowned. Yin Feng's words displeased him. After all, Caven had witnessed the efforts the first generation made to gain human recognition, only to be betrayed by humanity in the end. Now, they had to prove themselves in this way. Lin Ming noticed Caven's emotions, and patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to overthink it. Shinku, standing nearby, carefully examined the documents again, and asked Yin Feng doubtfully, are you sure I don't need to go? No, this is too dangerous. You can stay with the Assassin's Guild. Shinku continued flipping through the information on the 2 demonic races. She seemed worried about Lin Ming and Caven. After listening to them for a while, Ellie finally understood the gist of the matter. Then, what do I need to do? Yin Feng looked at Lin Ming and smiled slightly. What you need to do is give this guy a crash course. Ellie suddenly understood. That's right. They're definitely not up to the task of confronting the enemy demonic races right now. Enemy? Caven asked, puzzled. Yes. There aren't many demon gods like you who rationally integrate into human society. Most demon gods consider themselves gods, believing humans should be enslaved, These are the inferior beings. We generally call these the enemy faction. Yin Feng gave Lin Ming and Caven a meaningful look. Actually, in this world, most demon gods are the enemy faction. Ellie sensed the awkward atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. Then what should I teach them? Yin Feng pointed to Lin Ming. Since he doesn't have an aversion to the elements, he has the potential to become an all-elemental mage. Therefore, if we want to maximize his combat power, I think he should be familiar with all elemental seals. Ellie nodded in agreement. Indeed, most mages only need to specialize in one elemental seal, but he can't. It's best if he memorizes them all. Lin Ming weakly raised his hand. How many elemental seals are there? Not many, just over 3,000. Adding the newer school seals, it's about 5,000. Ellie said casually. Lin Ming tried to slip away unnoticed, but he was stopped halfway by Yin Feng. It's too late to leave now. Besides, if you want to join the Assassin's Guild, you have to accept its principles. We always cherish opportunities to become stronger. I don't want to memorize. Caven, save me. Lin Ming started throwing a tantrum. In his previous world, Lin Ming hated memorizing the most. He hadn't expected to be unable to escape this fate even in another world. It's no use, he can't save you. Huh? Caven looked at Yin Feng in horror. I'm all prepared. Susa has high hopes for your physical abilities. You'll be learning martial arts from Susa for the next period of time, but Susa's methods might be a bit extreme. Caven swallowed hard. What do you mean by extreme? Nothing much. It's just that his last disciple was bedridden for over 3 months after his special training. Hearing this, Caven tried to slip away when no one was looking, but Yin Feng grabbed him again. Lin Ming, save me. No way. You can't even save yourself. Yin Feng held Lin Ming with one hand, and Caven with the other. Alright, prepare yourself mentally. Your special training will begin now. Chapter 37. The following days were a nightmare for Lin Ming and Caven. Lin Ming's task was extremely simple. Ellie asked Yin Feng to find all the books on spell signs from the Assassin's Guild. Because this matter also involved Heisen, Heisen also came to help. Although Heisen learned about Ellie's eye condition after Shinku's explanation, to Shinku's surprise, Heisen's enthusiasm was not affected in the slightest. Moreover, after hearing Ellie tell him about her eye condition, Heisen did not restrain his pursuit of her in the slightest. Every time Heisen saw Ellie, his first words were always, "Miss Ellie, marry me." Ellie's response was always a firm and forceful, "Get lost. It's okay if you have a child. I will love this child too. How many times have I told you? Entai is not my son." Lin Ming thus began his special magical training under the supervision of 2 Radiant-level archmages. Heisen found many elemental crystals so Lin Ming could use these crystals of different elements to familiarize himself with the application of elements. Yin Feng was a great help in applying elements, as their situations were somewhat similar. Yin Feng needed to make the most of his limited elemental resources, while Lin Ming had no elemental attributes of his own, and could only rely on external elements. To help Lin Ming and Caven quickly defeat the 2 demonic races, their special training was almost non-stop, day and night. Every time Lin Ming was on the verge of collapse from memorizing, Heisen would kindly give him an electrotherapy treatment. While it did indeed refresh his mind, Lin Ming's voice would tremble after each shock from Heisen. "I feel you shouldn't be called Heisen, your surname should be Yang." After trying Heisen's invigorating electrotherapy, Lin Ming recalled a demon named Yang from his previous world. For the past few days, Lin Ming hadn't even left his room. His dreams were filled with various magical hand seals. Shinku would occasionally bring him food and take care of his demonic form, sometimes even bringing him a piece of rotten wood. He was very considerate. Finally, his training began to show results. In 7 days, Lin Ming had memorized all the basic spells passed down among mages, and could roughly grasp them using elemental crystals. "Your memory is exceptionally good," Heisen exclaimed. Lin Ming, sporting dark circles under his eyes, didn't really want to talk to him. He and Ellie had been taking turns supervising him day and night, and he only got 3 hours of sleep a day. Having achieved this initial milestone, Lin Ming now possessed the combat strength of a mage. If he had enough elemental crystals, he would likely be a torch-level mage by now. Heisen and Ellie, seeing the initial success of their training, gave him a half-day off. With his temporary freedom, Lin Ming decided to check on Caven. Caven's training was combat-oriented, so it would continue at the training grounds. Lin Ming arrived at the training grounds and saw the vice president and Susa there. The training grounds looked like they had just witnessed some epic battle. Blood was everywhere. "Yo, you're here. How's training, mushroom boy?" The vice president, carrying a 2-handed sword, greeted him cheerfully. It's going pretty well on my end. Where's Kevin? Lin Ning noticed only the vice president and Sousa. He didn't see Kevin. The vice president pointed to the ground of the training ground. Look, aren't they everywhere? Just then, Lin Ning heard Kevin's voice from beneath his feet. Get out of the way, you stepped on my finger. Lin Ning quickly jumped back, only to realize that the ground wasn't blood at all, but rather Kevin's remains, fragments of him smashed to pieces by the vice president and Sousa. Lin Ning watched as the fragments of Kevin slowly coalesced, forming a human shape, then gradually becoming clearer, and finally reverting to Kevin's original form. The whole process made Lin Ning grimace. What are they training? Counterattack. Sousa explained, fiddling with the cards in her hand. Battle, disadvantage, counterattack, bottom line. Alright, I explained. The vice president seemed quite impatient with Sousa's way of speaking. We're training his ability to counterattack when he's at a disadvantage. But he's so badly broken, he could be used as filling for dumplings. Ha ha ha. The vice president laughed. I know this is a bit hard to understand. Let me give you an example. If we humans lose our hands, we're generally considered incapable of fighting back, or if we're unconscious, we're also considered incapable of fighting back. In a life or death struggle, after losing the ability to fight back, we try to find a way to die together or escape. But he's different. The vice president pointed at Kevin. Even if he's broken in two, he can still fight. Even if he's disemboweled, he still has the ability to fight. So, we're testing when he loses his ability to fight back, so he can have a clear understanding of his condition when facing an enemy. So, what happened? As you can see, it's ruined, but don't worry, we avoided vital points. Lin Ning recalled the scene of Kevin lying on the ground, amazed that Kevin, even in such a state, still possessed the concept of vital points. The Nightborn race, although possessing strong vitality, still has several cores in their bodies that cannot be destroyed. The vice president began to explain at length the recently discovered principles of Kevin's body healing. In short, after being injured, the body heals around several cores. There are 7 cores in total, and their positions are roughly fixed. As long as all 7 cores are not destroyed, they won't truly die. If only the flesh is torn apart, but the cores remain intact, it will recover as quickly as it has now. Before sparring with us, this guy himself didn't know this. Indeed, Kevin had once told Lin Ning that as long as his heart wasn't destroyed, he could regenerate. Now it seems that the heart was just one of Kevin's cores. Therefore, protecting the core is the key to the Nightborn clan's battle. Kevin looked at Lin Ning, a weary expression on his face. Alright, let's begin the next round. The vice president and Sousa didn't seem to want to give Kevin any time to catch his breath. Sousa's chains and cards began flying wildly around the arena, while the vice president watched from the sidelines, occasionally unleashing a sword aura for a surprise attack. Lin Ning only watched for a short while before noticing Kevin's transformation. The current Kevin was no longer the Kevin who only relied on brute force and self-sacrificing tactics. His actions were now quite methodical, and thanks to the partial physical enhancement he received from the first generation, he could even hold his own against Sousa in hand-to-hand combat. The vice president nodded repeatedly, seemingly very approving of Kevin's progress. This guy has extremely high martial arts talent. If he could use chi, he might become a warrior like a god of war. After watching for a while, Lin Ning suddenly had a mischievous thought. He carried several elemental crystals given to him by Heisen. He took out an ice crystal, held it in his hand, and unexpectedly threw an ice spike at Kevin, who was focused on fighting Sousa. Kevin was fully engaged in the battle against the vice president and Sousa, completely unprepared for a fourth person to join the fray. This ice spike instantly threw Kevin off balance. Seeing Kevin's movements become unsteady, Sousa showed no mercy. With cards and chains flying through the air, she quickly dismembered Kevin into several pieces. Ah! Lin Ning looked at the pieces of Kevin that had flown to his feet, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. I just wanted to help you cultivate. Chapter 38. Lin Ning and Kevin's special training finally ended. According to the vice president, they had gone from rookies to recruits. Before setting off to hunt down the wolves and crows, the vice president arranged a banquet. At the banquet, members of the Assassins Guild came one by one to toast them, each with a serious expression. Lin Ning felt as if they were sending them on their way. Among the equipment Heisen gave Lin Ning were some ice crystals and lightning crystals, which were Lin Ning's 2 most proficient elements. As a beginner, Lin Ning was already considered a genius. He had even learned several forbidden techniques with extremely exaggerated destructive power. However, Relying solely on elemental crystals was insufficient to unleash these forbidden techniques. Furthermore, during their training, Hyson and Ellie had figured out why Lin Ming could use elements. Although the explanation using professional terminology was extremely complex, simply put, Lin Ming could absorb the energy within the elemental crystals. Mushrooms, or rather fungi, are decomposers in nature. Lin Ming originally thought his diet was limited to organic matter, but unexpectedly, he could also absorb the unique elements found in this world. After absorbing elemental crystals, some elements would temporarily remain in Lin Ming's body, allowing him to use magic. As for Kevin, because he was favored by the vice president and Sousa, the Assassin's Guild made an exception and gifted him a set of brown and black armed guards in the guild's color scheme. While Kevin still possessed a somewhat effeminate air, he now looked like a martial artist. Before setting off, the one most worried about the two of them was naturally Shinku. Shinku rambled on while drinking, but it all boiled down to one thing: they had to come back alive. He was somewhat emotional. After spending so long in the Assassin's Guild, it actually felt like home to Lin Ming. Several elders, a group of ridiculously powerful monsters, and friends were there. The place they were heading to was called Qinglin Town. According to Yin Feng's intelligence, the two demonic beings seemed to have set up camp there after slaughtering the town's residents, showing no intention of leaving. Qinglin Town was normally a 2 or 3 day journey from the Assassin's Guild, but considering travel efficiency, Lin Ming simply had Kevin carry him and fly there. This way, they could reach Qinglin Town in less than half a day. Being able to fly is really convenient, Kevin said, grabbing Lin Ming's backpack and flying towards Qinglin Town. Wait, look over there, isn't someone there? Lin Ming looked down and saw a strange figure. The person looked like a homeless man, carrying a huge bundle on his back. Kevin flew lower and discovered that what the man was carrying was actually a whole bundle of weapons. The bundle contained knives, swords, axes, and hammers. He seemed to be heading towards Qinglin Town. Brother, there's no one left in Qinglin Town now. It's best not to go. Kevin flew even lower, grabbing Lin Ming and shouting at the strange man. The man heard Kevin's voice and looked up at the two of them flying in the sky. The man looked quite old, his clothes were tattered, but his eyes were still bright and piercing. Lin Ming glanced at the weapons the man was carrying and roughly counted about 20. Arms dealer? Lin Ming guessed that this man must be selling weapons, which explained the large number of swords and knives he carried. Are you selling weapons? It's best not to go any further, it's too dangerous. The arms dealer didn't seem surprised to see the two of them. He simply smiled knowingly, waved them off, and asked in a rather amiable tone, "Young men, do you have anything to eat?" "Food, we do have some." Although they could go without food, Shinku had packed some rations for them before they set off. Lin Ming took out a flatbread from his food pouch. Seeing that the man looked quite robust, he worried that he might not have enough, so he took out another one and handed it to him. The arms dealer took the flatbread, his expression seemingly a little disgusted. "This is a local specialty. Don't let its dark color fool you, it's delicious." Hee. "Thank you, young man, you've been a great help. I remember you." Lin Ming scratched his head, feeling that this sounded a bit odd. The uncle took the pancake, put it in his pocket, and continued walking without stopping. Never mind, let's go." Lin Ming patted Kevin's hand, signaling him to take off. Kevin nodded. Their speed would allow them to reach Qinglin Town a day earlier than the arms dealer. If they could resolve the crisis in Qinglin Town, the stubborn uncle would be out of danger. When they were still some distance from Qinglin Town, Kevin smelled a stench of decay. He frowned and landed on the ground with Lin Ming. They decided to enter the city on foot first, to quietly observe the situation inside. As soon as they arrived, they were stunned by what they saw. Corpses. Corpses were everywhere. These corpses were carelessly discarded by the roadside, some so decomposed that the bones were visible. Some houses had walls that looked as if something had smashed open large holes, and these holes seemed to connect in a straight line. They couldn't sense the location of the two demonic beings. To them, the city was utterly empty except for death. Lin Ming was seeing such a scene for the first time, and his brow was furrowed from the moment he entered the city. He instinctively imagined what the city would have looked like when everything was normal. It didn't appear wealthy, but it was still clear that it had once been a bustling place, with street stalls and shops still open. Lin Ming entered a house by the roadside. Inside, a dining table stood with food laid out, now dried by the wind. Lin Ming turned to look at the house's former owner, a woman, her body kneeling on the floor, cradling the corpse of an infant. Anger made Lin Ming tremble slightly. Due to the intense emotional turmoil, mycelium began to uncontrollably emanate from his body. Hey, calm down. The enemy is in the open, we're in the shadows. Don't act rashly. Kevin noticed Lin Ming's unease, and quickly reminded him. Lin Ming took a deep breath, calming himself down. This town wasn't small. They didn't know where the 2 demonic seeds were, so they decided to use Lin Ming's spores and Kevin's sensory abilities to advance step by step, finding the wolf and the crow's location before devising a strategy. It was evening now, the sun was beginning to set, and nighttime would be advantageous for Kevin. As they gradually ventured deeper into the town, Lin Ming began to discover corpses that differed from those of the city's inhabitants. The corpses appeared to be soldiers, their deaths all strikingly similar. They all seemed to have been pierced through the body by something. Some soldiers, despite wearing armor, had their armor pierced as well. Kevin bent down and noticed some black feathers on the ground. Kevin was about to pick up a feather when he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It's just ahead. Before Kevin could finish speaking, there was a whoosh. Before Lin Ming could react, a black feather was embedded in the wall behind Kevin. The feather was stained with blood. It was Kevin's blood. This sudden attack caught both of them off guard. The feather had pierced Kevin's chest. That was the first time Lin Ming had seen such terror on Kevin's face. Chapter 39. Lin Ming looked in the direction the feathers had come from. A woman's figure stood silently at the crossroads not far away. The woman was naked, her body was covered in black feathers. Now that it was completely dark, the moonlight shone on her, making the feathers reflect a crystalline light. Behind the woman were a pair of equally black wings, now circling in front of her. In stark contrast to her shimmering black feathers was her pale and alluring face. In the moonlight, she looked like a black work of art, possessing an eerie beauty. The woman looked at Kevin, nodded, then looked at Lin Ming, her face full of doubt. Although he didn't know what she was doubting, judging from her appearance alone, he could guess that she was the raven demon god. No, it shouldn't be. Lin Ming heard Kevin mutter this repeatedly. Hey, what's wrong? This little injury shouldn't be enough to upset you. Kevin shook his head. I need to check. You stay here, don't move. Kevin lowered his body, spread his wings, and flew close to the ground towards the raven woman. As Kevin approached the raven woman, she relentlessly hurled black feathers, each one incredibly powerful. Even with his diligently honed agility, Kevin could only dodge about 70 to 80 of them. Many feathers still pierced his body. After reaching the raven woman, Kevin summoned his blood scythe, ready to engage in his preferred melee combat, when he noticed the raven woman deliberately keeping her distance and launching ranged attacks with her feathers. Seeing this, Lin Ming initially thought the crow woman was just a dart thrower, and that if he could get close, she wouldn't be a match for Kevin. However, he saw Kevin only attack a few times before suddenly turning around and charging towards Lin Ming. Hey! Why are you back? Kevin asked anxiously. Run! Kevin grabbed Lin Ming and sprinted into the alley. The crow woman seemed to be able to see their location, constantly firing feathers as she chased after them. But what puzzled Lin Ming was that the crow's feathers seemed to be only attacking Kevin, not him. What's wrong? Why are you running? Explain yourself. Kevin shouted at Lin Ming as they ran. I don't know why, but she can see where my core is. Kevin kept weaving left and right through the alley, hoping to shake off the crow woman. She can see the core? Lin Ming was also shocked. He knew that the Nightborn clan possessed a core, a fact even Kevin himself had only learned a few days ago. Her first feather directly destroyed one of my cores. I initially thought it was a coincidence, but now I realize that every single one of her attacks is aimed at my core. Could it be an information leak? No, impossible. My core can slowly move over several days. No one but me knows its location. In other words, this might be the Raven Demon God's ability. She can see the fatal wounds on others. Lin Ming recalled that every corpse in this city that had been pierced to death had either its left chest or skull pierced. She also roughly understood why Lin Ming only attacked Kevin and not her. Lin Ming had completely transformed into mycelium as a precaution, and mushrooms weren't actually that dangerous. So how are you now? I still have 5 cores. I can't risk it anymore otherwise. Lin Ming knew what would happen without Kevin saying it. Kevin might die here. But just running isn't a solution. That wolf hasn't shown itself yet. Let's try one more time. If it doesn't work, we retreat. Seeing the situation, Kevin stopped running and turned towards the crow woman. Lin Ming took out an ice crystal and pressed his hand directly onto the ground. Ice rink, a smooth layer of ice quickly formed beneath the crow woman's feet. Lin Ming had noticed that the crow woman's feet were actually like bird claws. He figured those claws would be quite inconvenient for walking on smooth ice. Sure enough, as Lin Ming expected, The crow woman seemed quite puzzled to find herself standing on ice. A mage from the demon god's race? Lin Ning grinned upon hearing the raven woman's voice. Although her face was undeniably alluring, her voice was hoarse, like a broken arrow. Just as Lin Ning was setting up the ice, Caven had already used Shadow Cloak to stealthily approach the raven woman, following the shadows of the houses along the roadside. What sent chills down Caven's spine was that even though he had already disappeared into the shadows, the raven woman's eyes remained fixed on his location. Lin Ning figured the crystal could still cast 3 more spells. Estimating Caven's approximate location, he cast his next spell towards the raven woman, Ice Prison. For ice walls suddenly rose around the raven woman's body. Although she could have tried to shatter the ice walls with her feather darts, Lin Ning deliberately left the ice prison open. Almost instinctively, the raven woman leaped towards the top of the unsealed ice prison, attempting to escape. Just as her head emerged from the 4 ice walls, Caven sprang from the shadows, raising his blood scythe to strike the raven woman's neck. Just as Caven's scythe was about to touch the raven woman's neck, he suddenly noticed something rushing towards him at incredible speed. Caven quickly dodged, but was a step too slow. He felt his left arm being struck, but felt no pain, only a slight numbness. As Caven tried to raise his left arm to assess the injury, he found his left hand not appearing before him. His left arm was completely shattered, muscle and bone had turned into a cloud of pulverized blood mist. It all happened too fast. Lin Ning barely managed to catch a glimpse of the fleeting object with his naked eye. He could only vaguely make out that it was a human figure, now standing several dozen meters away. Lin Ning glanced at the path the figure had taken. It was a straight line about 100 meters long, and everything in that line was instantly crushed into fragments. What terrified Lin Ning and Caven even more was that the figure flashed across that 100-meter distance in a mere instant. It was as if a rocket-powered shredder had swept past. The speed was so fast that it appeared to the naked eye as if it had vanished into thin air. The identity of that figure was no longer a question. It was a case of crying wolf. Chapter 40. Seeing the situation change, Caven immediately used Shadow Step to retreat, returning to Lin Ning's position. Caven stood beside Lin Ning, his left arm gradually healing, as if the flowing blood had automatically gathered into the shape of his arm. Lin Ning saw from afar that the wolf seemed to take a step forward, but the next second, he was already in front of the raven woman. Lin Ning and Caven hadn't seen his movements clearly at all. The only thing they could see was that the wolf demon god's path was still a straight line, and everything in its path was torn to shreds. The wolf demon god stopped in front of the raven woman. His appearance wasn't as exaggerated as hers, except for his eyes, which reflected a fluorescent light in the darkness. He was otherwise indistinguishable from a human man, with gray hair and what appeared to be soldier's clothing. The wolf didn't seem to intend to pay attention to Caven and Lin Ning. He simply walked up to the raven woman, reaching out to smooth the feathers on her neck. It was only then that Lin Ning noticed that the wolf was holding something in his hand. It was a human arm. It looked like a woman's hand, and it was already somewhat rotten. The wolf handed the arm directly to the crow woman. "This should be pretty good, try it." The crow woman took the arm, and began to gnaw on it without hesitation. Lin Ning watched the crow woman devour the arm with relish, and a chill ran down his spine. The wolf turned to Caven and Lin Ning and called out, "My name is Squir, and her name is Ji Ning. May I ask what brings you here?" Lin Ning looked at Ji Ning, who was still happily gnawing on the arm. He didn't really want to talk to these 2 demonic beings. "You slaughtered everyone in the city, so we come to punish you," Caven said. Squir seemed quite bewildered by Caven's words. "Aren't you also a demon god species? What's wrong with killing creatures like humans?" "No, don't compare us to you," Caven said, his tone tinged with anger. Squir gently stroked the golden oriole's wings as he slowly said, "Do you know? The more you understand humans, the less valuable they seem. But our very existence, our overwhelming power against humans, should have led humans to submit to us. We should be the ones giving orders in this world, cleaning out these filthy and useless creatures. Is that wrong, for a demon god species? We are simply a naturally born species, no different from humans," Caven replied calmly. "Oh, so that's what you think. You must be very happy interacting with humans." "No, not happy at all." Lin Ning knew that Calvin's words were true. Before meeting Lin Ning and Shinku, Calvin's interactions with humans were extremely difficult. If it weren't for the influence of the first generation's friendly attitude towards humans, Calvin might very well be behaving like a wolf and a crow now. Squir seemed to be deep in thought. He blinked his fluorescent eyes and asked, "What do you think of the name Ji Ning?" "To be honest, it's strange. Lin Ming thought silently to himself. It was clearly a jet-black raven, yet its name was Ing, meaning nightingale. It just seemed strange no matter how you looked at it. It sounds nice, doesn't it? But it doesn't quite fit either. Square slowly stroked Jean Ying's head. In his presence, Jean Ying was as obedient as a little girl going out with her brother. Jean Ying was the stage name she took when she was auctioned off. At that time, she was just a little girl. You mean auction? Yes, auction. She was beautiful. She was captured by humans when she was still innocent and naive, and then treated as a commodity, auctioned off on the black market. Those wealthy merchants, after enjoying all sorts of pleasures, became bored. They were tired of toying with humans. What they wanted to defile was a beautiful demon. Lin Ming and Caven remained silent. When I met her, she was being transported from one wealthy man's house to another, her wings nailed to a wooden board with steel spikes, looking like a specimen. At that time, I had just escaped from the National Academy's Research Institute. Squire's face was filled with a contemptuous smile as he spoke of his past. You know what? I was originally a soldier. I planned to hide my demon seed abilities and live as an ordinary soldier, but one time, to save my captain, I used a dash attack on the battlefield. A dash attack. Presumably, this refers to Squire's ability to sprint in a straight line. After the army discovered I was a demon seed, I didn't run away. I thought I would be thanked, but instead, I was imprisoned in the Research Institute. 5 times. Squire held up one hand, spreading 5 fingers. As a soldier who saved my captain, I'm dissected alive 5 times a day, Squire said expressionlessly. The two of us never sleep, because we're afraid of dreaming. Everything that happened will relive itself so vividly. Dreams are probably the most vicious curse in the world. I quite enjoy chatting. Maybe I should catch a few smart people to listen to me talk sometime, Squire muttered to himself. Caven frowned upon hearing Squire's words, then flapped his wings and licked his fangs. Lin Ming wanted to refute Squire's views on humanity, but the words caught in his throat. Lin Ming didn't want to stir up Caven's painful memories of the first generation. The first generation, whose body was obliterated in the lab, leaving only his heart for research, and the wolf and crow, who also fell into human hands, suffered the same fate. You know what? After being in the Assassin's Guild for so long, I feel like I gotten smarter. Huh? Lin Ming took a moment to process what he was seeing before realizing Caven was talking to him. Ah, I hadn't noticed you getting smarter. Caven rolled his eyes at Lin Ming, then looked towards Wolf and Raven, sharing his insights with Lin Ming. Before the first generation died, he told me to abandon my Nightborn identity and just be myself. After that, I kept thinking about his words, and after joining the Assassin's Guild, I feel like I figured it out a bit. Oh, tell me about it. Seeing that Wolf and Raven were also listening quietly to Caven, Lin Ming simply started checking his elemental crystals in his backpack, just in case things got chaotic during the fight. Caven continued, no single human can represent all of humanity, and no single demon can represent all of the demon race. Similarly, even if we obtain membership in the Assassin's Guild, we cannot represent the guild itself. Each person is an individual, and all individuals are different. Good people are good in their own way, and bad people are bad in their own way. Then, what's the conclusion? Lin Ming finished counting the elemental crystals, preparing for Caven to give a concluding speech. Caven stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite nonchalant. Imagine there are only 10,000 people in this world, and I need to get to know them all. After meeting the first 9,999, I find that everyone verbally abuses me, physically assaults me, drinks my blood, and gnaws on my bones. But even so, when I meet the last person, I won't feel hatred. Lin Ming's hands, which were still fiddling with the elemental crystals, stopped upon hearing this. It was unbelievable that such divine words came from the mouth of a ghost. But it also made perfect sense. Based on Lin Ming's understanding of Caven, Caven wasn't exactly a sentimental person, and that insightful statement he just made required extremely rational thought to arrive at. You definitely become smarter. Lin Ming packed his backpack, stood up, and patted Caven on the shoulder. Chapter 41. Caven's emotional intelligence was low, something Lin Ming had noticed long ago. But now, it might not be a bad thing. Especially after merging with the first generation, Caven seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, always preferring to silently ponder profound questions. At first, Lin Ming was curious about what conclusions could come from that emotionally unintelligent mind. Now, it seemed Caven might be a potential philosopher. After uttering the 9,999 villain statement, Wolf and Crow fell silent. Lin Ming could roughly understand their feelings. Although they had justified their actions with grand reasons, like humans or demon races, frankly, they were just two pitiful people venting their anger. Yes, that's all. Lin Ming didn't follow Caven's lead. No matter what, the entire town had died at the hands of these two demon races. Faced with established facts, all words were meaningless. The Oriole had finished gnawing on the arm, leaving only bare white bone. After finishing, the Oriole slowly ruffled its feathers, which seemed thicker and brighter. Squirrel listened to Caven's words and remained silent for a long time. Lin Ming noticed a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. All right, since we come this far, and you won't leave easily, let's see you out, Squirrel said, taking a step towards Lin Ming and the others. Oh no! Caven realized something was wrong and shoved Lin Ming sharply, pushing him out of Squirrel's attack path. The shockwave generated by Squire passing between the two sent Lin Ming staggering. Following Squire's attack, Jining also leaped into the air. Squire unleashed a relentless, unstoppable straight-line barrage from the ground, while Jining, high above, relentlessly blocked their paths with her feathers. Jining's feather darts alone had already overwhelmed Lin Ming and Caven. Now, with Squire and Jining's combined attack, they were forced to retreat. In previous battles, Caven had been more worried about Lin Ming, as Lin Ming's close-quarters combat was truly weak. But now, Lin Ming was constantly worried about Caven. Jinying's ability to see vital points was quite troublesome for Caven. Now that Jinying was in the air, Caven followed suit, trying to suppress her firepower as much as possible. The battlefield was now divided into two parts, Jinying and Caven in the sky, and Lin Ming and Squire on the ground. Although Lin Ming was worried about Caven, he had no time to be distracted. He took out a water elemental crystal from his backpack and smashed it against a nearby wall. Lin Ming didn't have time to consider the consumption of these crystals. Normally, this crystal would be enough for 3 or 4 spells, but the spells he was about to use required range and quality, not just the number of spells. Therefore, it was better to smash the crystal and release the elements into the air than to absorb them little by little. Soaring mist, a light blue hand seal appeared between Lin Ming's hands. Then, centered on Lin Ming, a dense mist, like smoke from an explosion, enveloped almost the entire town. Within the spell's area of effect, visibility was only about 2 meters. Sure enough, Squire's attack stopped after the fog rose. Lin Ming's original plan was to use the dense fog to block Squire's vision, preventing him from pinpointing his location. A good plan, but simply not being able to see me won't stop me, Squire said, sniffing the air left and right, then took a step in a direction within the fog. During his charge, Squire realized he had smashed something soft. He recognized it by scent. It was Lin Ming. A wolf's sense of smell is very keen. That way, one's taken care of. Next up. Squire assumed Lin Ming had been smashed by the charge, but when he looked back at the spot he had just passed, he only saw a pile of mushroom fragments on the ground. Wolves have an incredibly keen sense of smell, something Lin Ming knew, so as soon as the mist rose, he placed several mushrooms that smelled exactly like him. Squirrel realized he'd been tricked, and quickly tried to distinguish the scents again, discovering that there were about a dozen individuals around him emanating Lin Ming's scent. Of these individuals, Lin Ming wasn't actually present. Lin Ming had already retreated a considerable distance. He simply wanted to buy himself some time to think about how to win. He also knew that those few mushrooms wouldn't stop Squirrel. Squirrel could probably destroy them all in about half a minute. Half a minute was enough time for him to think. The most lethal spell Lin Ming could currently use was lightning magic, but lightning spells were mostly fixed-point attacks, making them quite difficult to hit against an opponent like Squire, who was constantly moving around. He had also tried using spore toxins, but both Squire and Jining seemed to have a high degree of resistance to his poison. The spore toxins were insufficient to affect them. This greatly frustrated Lin Ming. Ever since encountering Shinku, his prized spores had repeatedly failed. He would ask the vice president and the others about the specific reasons for the spores' ineffectiveness when he returned to the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming secretly calculated in his mind. Lin Ming looked up to check the situation in the sky, but because of the fog, he couldn't see how Caven was doing. He could only hear the sound of feathers whistling through the air and the flapping of 2 people's wings. The dozen or so mushroom dummies he had left behind had almost been cleared away by Squire. Lin Ming kept changing his hiding place. He initially wanted to hide in a shed that had once been a butcher's shop, but as soon as he opened the door, a rotting female corpse fell towards him. Eek! Lin Ming used both hands to catch the falling corpse. Presumably, the body had been leaning against the door before dying, so when Lin Ming opened it, it crashed down on him. Terrible, terrifying, terrifying. Although Lin Ming knew these corpses belonged to former residents, the sudden appearance of corpses in this thick fog still sent chills down his spine. Lin Ming used his hands to support the corpse, preventing it from falling to the ground with a sound. His hands could now feel the sticky, rotting fat on the corpse's body. Lin Ming felt a wave of nausea from the sensation, and he carefully squeezed the corpses with his hands. Although the corpses were severely decomposed, the low temperature prevented them from completely turning into skeletons. By carefully examining the state of the decaying bodies with his hands, Lin Ming had an idea. After cleaning up all the mushroom-shaped imposters, Squire suddenly heard a rustling sound in the distance. He was about to rush towards it when he realized something was wrong. The strange sounds began to rise from all directions, increasing in number and converging on him. Due to the fog, Squire couldn't see what was coming towards him. He didn't dare to act rashly until one by one, humanoid figures slowly appeared before him. They were decaying corpses. These corpses, as if resurrected from the dead, were dragging their mangled bodies, slowly moving towards him. Squire didn't want to waste any more time on these rotting corpses. He turned to escape the encirclement, but upon turning back, he discovered that the number of corpses far exceeded his expectations. As far as the eye could see, there was a mountain of corpses, a sea of corpses. Almost all the dead residents of the town were converging on him. Mycelial parasitism walking corpse, these corpses were able to move because Lin Ming had attached mycelium to them. Since this technique could be used on living people, it should also work on those who weren't completely decomposed. After trying it, Lin Ming found that controlling the dead was much simpler than controlling conscious living people, so he could directly command such a large number of corpses to act together. Lin Ming sincerely hoped that he would only use this ability once in his life. He still felt a deep-seated aversion to desecrating corpses. But, if I don't avenge you, you probably won't rest in peace, Lin Ming thought to himself. Since that's the case, men of all ages in town, come and lend me a hand. Chapter 42. Squire, surrounded by the horde of zombies, didn't hesitate and charged straight out of the encirclement. But as soon as he landed at his new spot, the horde surged back. Now, amidst the overwhelming zombie horde, Squire couldn't pinpoint Lin Ming's location. Squire looked up at the sky, but couldn't see Jining either. If Jining were there, with her abilities, she should be able to find Lin Ming's true form directly in the fog. Since Jining wasn't helping, it meant the situation on the other side was dire. In fact, in the sky, the two were already locked in a fierce struggle. After several rounds of maneuvering with Jining, Caven realized the best way to deal with the crow was to get close, and this closeness needed to be extremely close. They needed to be so close their bodies were practically touching. Caven also needed to get inside Jining's arm, then the flying feathers wouldn't pose a threat to him, and he could defeat the black-feathered crow with his own strength. To execute this tactic, Calvin resembled a perverted lecher, repeatedly trying to grab Jining in midair. Jining seemed to realize this, constantly dodging and weaving, a hint of disgust on her face. Squire began to worry about Jining's situation. He decided to abandon the troublesome Lin Ming for now, and rush out of the fog to check on Jining. Squire began to dash in one direction, hoping to escape no matter how large the fog covered. With each dash, Squire smashed through several corpses, sending pieces of flesh flying throughout the town. As Squire rampaged through the pile of corpses, a blue magic seal suddenly lit up at the other end of the mist. Seeing the seal's light, Squire immediately locked onto Lin Ming. Since Lin Ming had revealed his location, he didn't need to be polite. He was about to take a step when he stopped. Besides the blue magic seal, flashing blue lights began to appear throughout the mist, their numbers increasing. Squire didn't rush in. Instead, he slowly walked towards the nearest light. It was a man's corpse, wrapped in a layer of constantly flashing lightning. Forbidden technique. Lightning surge. Death squad lightning began to emanate from all the corpses in succession, appearing from a distance in the mist like blue knife lights flickering in a foggy day. Lin Ming maintained the magic array behind him, while controlling the numerous corpses. This spell was originally intended for suicide squads on the battlefield. Those who charged first had almost no chance of survival, so the lightning mage developed this spell to maximize the power of these suicide soldiers. Soldiers afflicted with this spell would unleash a devastating lightning storm after their bodies were destroyed. This spell was originally intended to be an extremely terrifying self-destructive attack on the battlefield, but it had a major flaw. Those subjected to this spell would often become disoriented due to the lightning clinging to their bodies, unable to distinguish friend from foe, frequently resulting in suicide bombers turning back and charging into their own ranks. Because of this unpredictability, this spell was extremely unreliable, and was therefore designated a forbidden technique. This flawed forbidden technique, in Lin Ming's hands, became the best way to deal with Squire. Although Lin Ming's position had been revealed, if Squire dared to charge directly, he would inevitably smash several corpses, each releasing a lightning storm upon shattering. Currently, a lightning zone formed by the corpses separated Squire and Lin Ming. The corpses' lightning storms had no delay. Even if Squire was incredibly fast, he couldn't possibly escape unscathed by traversing such a lightning zone. The lightning continued to approach Squire, but he wasn't reckless. He wasn't foolish enough to directly crash into these suspicious objects. Squire picked up a hoe from the roadside and swung it at the nearby corpse. As a demon god, Squire's strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. He shattered the corpse instantly, but the very next second, a dazzling bolt of lightning exploded before him. Squire instinctively tried to dodge backward, but behind him lay another cluster of corpses shimmering with blue light. Zzz. Crack! Like a blue candle suddenly illuminating the mist, a burst of lightning flashed, then gradually dimmed. Although Squire had escaped the center of this small-scale lightning storm, he was still affected. His body was struck by the shockwave and lightning energy. His hands and feet began to tingle. Squire glanced at the spot where the corpse had exploded. There was a charred crater, about 7 or 8 meters in diameter, on the ground. Squire slowly moved his still numb body. While the lightning storm wouldn't have killed him instantly, its power was still astonishing. He glanced at the slowly approaching corpses, noticing the gaps between them. Was it to prevent an uncontrollable chain reaction of explosions? Squire pondered, a smile slowly spreading across his face. This corpse lightning array was indeed effective against his linear attack skill, but Squire wasn't incapable of walking normally. Given the corpse's slow movement, he could simply bypass them, right? Having made up his mind, Squire lowered his body and slowly began to weave through the corpses, carefully avoiding their positions. But before he had taken more than a few steps, an ice spike flew from Lin Ming's direction. Squire instinctively tried to dodge, but immediately realized the ice spike wasn't aimed at him, but at the nearest corpse. After being pierced by the ice spike, the corpse, like before, exploded in place, leaving a charred mark. Having withstood 2 lightning storms, Squire's body began to sway. Just as Lin Ming on the ground was gradually establishing his advantage, Caven in the sky was still struggling. The battle with Jean Ying was putting immense pressure on Caven. This pressure wasn't about the difference in strength, but rather the fear that he might die here if he wasn't careful. Since his birth, Caven had been virtually immortal. As long as his heart wasn't damaged, he could regenerate his body. During his training with Sousa and the vice president, he even discovered that after absorbing the first generation, he had as many as 7 cores capable of restoring his body. But against Jean Ying, all of this was futile. Moreover, Caven had to withstand this psychological pressure to get close. Just as the two were still engaged in a fierce aerial battle, Jean Ying suddenly stopped. After flashing 2 lightning storms in the mist below, she abruptly left Caven standing still and plunged headlong into the mist. As soon as Jean Ying landed on the ground, she began a relentless barrage of attacks. Unlike Squire and Lin Ming, who were affected by the fog, Jean Ying could still accurately hit every corpse even in the thick fog. The trigger condition for a thunderstorm is the destruction of flesh, and Jean Ying only needed 3 feathers to destroy a corpse. For a time, the sound of thunderclaps was incessant. Chapter 43. This is troublesome. Lin Ming was startled to realize that Jean Ying had joined the ground battle. Carvin! Carvin! Lin Ming shouted Carvin's name. I'm still alive, don't panic. Seeing that Jean Ying had landed on the ground, Carvin flew down and landed steadily beside Lin Ming. Phew, you scared me to death, I thought you were dead. Don't joke around, this woman is troublesome, but I'm not that easy to kill. What's next? Seeing that the minefield he had set up was no longer a threat, Lin Ming simply dispelled the spell, conserving his remaining elemental crystals and stamina. How did your fight with that crow go? Lin Ming asked Carvin. 50-50. Her true form is a bird, so she's better at flying than me. In a ground battle, I actually be a little more confident. What about you? A little stronger than you. If that crow doesn't come, I should be done by now. Meanwhile, Square and Jean Ying were discussing something when Jean Ying suddenly spread her wings and flapped them at the thick fog. The flapping of her wings instantly created a strong wind throughout the town. The fog dissipated. Without the fog's cover, the 4 exchanged glances. Everything seemed to be back to square one. Since strategy was useless, they might as well be straightforward. The chaotic battle began. The 4 demonic beings, although they initially used various strategies, ultimately found that absolute power was more convincing. Blood splattered everywhere, bricks and stones flew in all directions, and with Lin Ming's magical intervention, it looked quite chaotic. Although it was already in the midst of a chaotic battle, Lin Ning and Caven both knew that in a contest of stamina and attrition, neither of them would be at a disadvantage. As long as Lin Ning remained on the ground, he could draw nourishment from the underground, and even though Caven had lost 6 of his 7 cores, he still had the ability to hold onto one. Time gradually passed, and the sun slowly rose on the horizon, a red glow slanting into the town. Unbeknownst to the 4 of them, a person walked in from outside the town within this glow. The nerves of all 4 were on high alert. Caven was wary of Jin Ying's feathers. Lin Ning held a hand seal in each hand. Jin Ying continuously sealed off Caven and Lin Ming's positions, and Score was ready to deliver a decisive, fatal blow at any moment. The demon races engaged in battle were also unaware of the arrival of this human. Oh dear! It wasn't like this last time I came here. Upon hearing this, the 4 jumped back in surprise. Lin Ning and Caven looked in the direction of the newcomer, their faces filled with astonishment. It's you? Ah, it's the little brother who gave me the dark-colored pancake. The newcomer was the arms dealer Lin Ning, and Caven had encountered on their way to town. But this was strange. At a human's pace, it would take him at least a day to reach this town. How could he have arrived so quickly? And Lin Ning surveyed the scene, finding it even stranger. The 4 demonic beings were already fighting desperately, each with some degree of their true form exposed, making them look somewhat grotesque. Moreover, the town was now littered with fragments of corpses. This person could actually stroll in so casually, and even utter a sarcastic remark like a dark, mushy pancake. Based on that alone, he couldn't possibly be an ordinary arms dealer. The man glanced around and slammed down the large bundle of weapons he was carrying on his back. Lin Ning noticed that the atmosphere around this person was starting to feel off. This feeling was hard to describe. Lin Ning was clearly facing a human, but in the rising sunlight, he had a strange feeling that he was facing a mountain. I say, who did this to the place? Since encountering this person, he had been carrying those weapons, so his back was always hunched. Now that the man had unloaded his weapons and straightened his back, Lin Ning realized that this person was unusually strong. Besides that, Lin Ning also sensed a murderous aura. Although his tone remained calm, his features were twisted into a demonic shape by anger. The man pointed to the ruins on his left. That weapon shop over there? They made me some armor. Then he pointed to a house on the right. That shop over there? Their cookies are delicious. Something's wrong. Lin Ning was starting to sense something was off about this person's aura. He wasn't sure if it was a hallucination, but there seemed to be a layer of orange-yellow mist around him. He was about to warn Caven when he noticed Caven's body trembling, slowly backing away. This is the hometown of my fallen men. Who did this? Young man, could it be you? Lin Ning and Caven shook their heads vigorously. No, we came here to resolve this matter. The man then turned to Squire and Jin Ying. So it's you too. Squire and Jin Ying didn't deny it. Jin Ying had been staring intently at this man ever since he entered the town. The instant he looked at her, a feather shot directly from her hand, heading straight for the man's face. Watch out. Lin Ning instinctively warned. He knew how difficult Jin Ying's feathers were to deal with. This man was just an ordinary human. He was definitely going to get a headshot. The moment this thought crossed Lin Ning's mind, he saw the man's right hand firmly grasping Jin Ying's feather. He caught it? None of the 4 of them had seen this man's movement. Lin Ning and Caven's eyes widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the troublesome feather that had terrified them had been caught so easily by a human. That's it? And then? After catching the feather, the person yanked it back the way it came with brute force. Jin Ying never expected anyone to use the same attack method against her. With a whoosh, Jin Ying's right wing was pierced through by her own hard feathers. The beautiful wing, covered in black feathers, drooped down, looking like a makeshift prop. Ah! Jin Ying's emotions shifted from initial confusion to shock, and finally to a wail, a full 10 seconds of emotional transition. Jin Ying's hoarse screams echoed throughout the entire town. You weak humans, how dare you hurt her? Squire, his eyes bloodshot with rage at Jin Ying's injury, took a step forward. Charged seeing Squire's attack, the man showed no fear, only rage. You said? Humans. Weak. The man faced Squire's charging direction, assumed a fighting stance, and raised his right fist. Think before you speak, monsters. Lin Ning and Caven didn't even see what happened, they only heard a terrifying bang. And by the time they reacted, Squire had been sent flying straight through the air by the punch, crashing through several walls, before finally landing in a pile of rubble, buried under broken stones and tiles. You arrogant beasts, You must understand that you live in this world only because of the mercy of us humans. And remember the name of this weak human, Karen, former highest-ranking general of the Kingdom of Alovis, a warrior, and her rank is Saint. Chapter 44. Saint. 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 Lin Ning repeated the word over and over in his mind. The rating for warriors and assassins is martial edge, essence, town saint. Even someone as strong as the vice president is only at the town level. According to the vice president, there are very few people in this world who can be rated as saint. If you really encounter someone at the saint level warrior level, I advise you to stay away. You should know that saint level and yang level guys, either one, are capable of destroying the world single-handedly. The vice president's words echoed in Lin Ming's mind. The country of Alovis that Karen mentioned earlier is a neighboring country of Lin Ming's. Although its land area is not large, its national strength is still considerable. But he said the former supreme commander. Lin Ning looked more closely at the man's tattered clothes and remembered how he looked when they were eating together. The supreme commander had actually fallen to this state. It seems that a lot must have happened. Jean Ying was still wailing, and Karen's rage hadn't subsided. He pulled a sword from a large bundle of weapons beside him, then dragged it slowly towards Jean Ying. Jean Ying tried to fly away, but her right wing had been pierced. She frantically tried to flap her wings, but each time she fell to the ground. The once beautiful black bird's feathers were now stained with blood mixed with dust, turning a muddy color, and her once delicate face was distorted with fear. As Karen slowly raised his sword, a puddle of water was left on the ground where Jean Ying had crawled. Just as Karen raised the sword above his head, a wolf's howl echoed from the nearby ruins. Squire flung away the rubble that had pinned him down, no longer advancing on 2 feet, but on all fours, charging towards Karen. This charge was more astonishing than any he had ever made. Everything in Squire's path was swept away. Seeing this, Jean Ying retreated hastily. Karen stood alone, coldly watching the wolf demon charging towards him with a massive whirlwind. Faced with a straight-line attack, Karen made no attempt to dodge, instead simply holding his sword horizontally in front of him. Chisek sword. Karen uttered these 3 words, and a golden sword phantom suddenly appeared around the sword in his hand. The phantom's color gradually deepened, finally transforming into an extremely large golden great sword, at least 10 meters long at a glance. The instant Squire and Karen's Chisek sword collided, a terrifying explosion followed, and a massive shockwave spread outwards. Lin Ming quickly erected a massive mushroom, as thick as 2 people could hug, in front of him. He then pulled Caven behind it as well. Rocks and rubble, whipped up by the shockwave, pounded against the mushroom. Lin Ming infused it with ice element to make it more resilient. After a while, the shockwave finally subsided. Lin Ming and Caven peeked out from behind the mushroom to assess the situation. Karen's clothes were torn to shreds by the shockwave, but he still gripped the golden great sword, his stance remaining steady. On the other side, Squire's arm was limp at his sides, one eye was closed, and blood streamed from his mouth. The battle was over. Squire's all-out attack, if dealt with by Caven and Lin Ming, would likely have forced a hasty retreat. But Karen, with just a sword, withstood it. Squire was clearly badly injured, his legs could no longer support his weight, and he collapsed to his knees before Karen. Jean Ying struggled to crawl out from the rubble. Seeing Squire's condition, she didn't panic and run away as before, but slowly walked towards him. Squire looked at Jean Ying, her face covered in dust, one wing drooping, as she approached him, and shook his head repeatedly. Go. Squire's voice was extremely weak. Jean Ying didn't listen to him, but still slowly moved closer, nestling beside Squire. Karen slowly raised the great sword. His expression was no longer one of anger, but filled with sorrow. Why don't you go? Squire asked Jean Ying. Jean Ying shook her head and rested it on Squire's shoulder. Squire looked at Jean Ying's pierced right wing, and in a daze, he seemed to see again the moment he had rescued her. Back then, Jean Ying had been nailed to a wooden board by humans, and he had personally pulled out the nails. Then, Jean Ying, exhausted, leaned against him, her wing bleeding as well. Suddenly, as if in a final burst of energy, Squire roared at Karen, "It was all my plan. It has nothing to do with her. Let her go." Hearing this, Jean Ying smiled sweetly. Karen, who had already raised her sword, looked as if she had aged 10 years in an instant upon hearing this. Squire looked at the raised sword and reached out his still functioning hand, trying to protect Jean Ying's head. In that instant, Karen seemed to break through some kind of limitation. The golden Chisek sword in her hand suddenly grew larger, now almost the size of the town's clock tower. Karen gripped her great sword with both hands and brought it down with a mighty slash. Seeing the scene before him, he roared at the two demonic beings, "If you have any humanity, why did you have to do this?" The sound wasn't a roar of anger, but a wail of despair. Watching Karen's sword strike, Lin Ning instinctively reached out towards the wolf and the crow. Ah! Lin Ning had barely uttered a cry of surprise when the force of the Chi-Sec sword strike shook the ground beneath his feet, followed by another astonishing shockwave. When Lin Ning recovered, half the town in the direction Karen's sword had struck had been razed to the ground. Under the Chi-Sec sword's exaggerated destructive power, the wolf and the crow were reduced to nothing. In the air, a black feather, blown into the sky by the shockwave, fell back down. Lin Ning reached out and caught the feather. A black feather, shimmering with light. Chapter 45. Lin Ning stared at the spot where the wolves and crows had been wiped out. Karen's sword had returned to its original state, its tip gently touching the ground, before which lay a large, radiating pool of blood. Looking at everything before him, Lin Ning collapsed to the ground. For some reason, he felt an urge to cry. But he didn't know for whom he was crying. The emotion choked him, making it hard to breathe. Kevin looked around. When they first entered, the town still bore some resemblance to its former self, but now it was completely unrecognizable. Few walls remained standing, and the ground was littered with blood and corpses. In the distance, Karen planted her sword in the ground and sat down cross-legged. Then, Lin Ning heard a song. After listening closely, Lin Ning realized it wasn't singing. Karen was chanting. The chanting of sutras drifted through the rubble and remains, and Lin Ning looked at the black feather in his hand as he listened. He temporarily put the feather in his bag and pulled a cart from the nearby ruins. "Kevin, come help me." Kevin saw him push out the cart and initially didn't understand what he was doing. Then he saw Lin Ning continuously picking up the remaining bones from the ground and using the cart to gather the remains in one place. To Karen's chanting, Lin Ning piled the remains into a small mountain. Besides the remains, Lin Ning also added some flammable materials like bedding and clothing. Then, he lit a fire. Watching the blazing pile of remains, Lin Ning took out a handful of feathers. While collecting the remains, Lin Ning also gathered many feathers scattered on the ground. Just as Lin Ning was about to throw the feathers into the fire, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Lin Ning froze, holding the feathers. Ever since he learned of the presence of the demon god here, he had felt a sense of unease, and now, he finally understood. The wolf and the crow's appearance in this town was a death wish. Square had been a soldier. He couldn't possibly be unaware of how humans dealt with such a threat. Having been tormented to the point of fearing their own dreams, the wolf and the crow knew they could no longer live peacefully. The demon god possessed resilient bodies, but their spirits could still be damaged. For the wolf and the crow, their spirits were fatally wounded. Used as commodities because of their beauty, and met with ingratitude for their kindness, their shared circumstances amplified their despair after they met. So they came to this town. Perhaps something happened with the people of the town, or perhaps nothing happened at all. They slaughtered all humanity, and then waited for an executioner to come and execute them. This executioner was originally supposed to be Lin Ning and Kevin, but in the end, it became Karen. Lin Ning raised his hand, and threw the feather into the fire. While these explanations made sense, they were all just his own conjectures. Lin Ning watched the flame soaring into the sky, and silently sat down against the broken wall nearby. Karen also came over, holding the sword, looking somewhat troubled. Lin Ning looked at the saint-level warrior. He now looked like any ordinary middle-aged man, completely lacking the imposing aura he had when wielding the Chi-Sec sword. "Did I delay your mission?" Karen asked Lin Ning. "No, our mission was originally to defeat those two. You're helping out, how can you say it delayed us?" Karen sat down, touching a large bundle of weapons lying to the side. "I came here by chance, to return the weapons of my fallen men to their hometowns." Lin Ning looked at the bundle of weapons, a question rising to his lips, but he swallowed it back. He wanted to ask, were all the owners of these weapons dead? Karen seemed to guess Lin Ning's thoughts. "That's right, the people who used these weapons are all gone. There were initially 51 weapons, I already returned 24, and there are 27 left." Lin Ning's mouth dropped open, because this large bundle of weapons already seemed quite a lot. He hadn't expected that the number of weapons had almost doubled. "You said to return them to their hometowns, then this town." Karen nodded. "This is the hometown of one of my former lieutenants. I met him here. He fought alongside me for 7 years," Karen sighed. "But I never imagined he'd die on the battlefield, and his home would be gone too. I thought I'd meet his family again, but now it seems." Karen stared at the still burning pile of corpses, the flames flickering in her eyes. Lin Ning now understood why Karen had been so angry when she saw the town destroyed. By the way, you're from the Assassin's Guild, aren't you? Karen suddenly mentioned the Assassin's Guild. How did you know? Karen pointed to the gauntlet Calvin was wearing. That gauntlet is clearly from the Assassin's Guild. I have some connections with your guild. How's Harlinson doing these days? Harlinson. Lin Ning thought for a moment before realizing that Harlinson referred to the vice president. Ah, she's doing well. She's always looking for fights with a fierce air. Ha ha ha. Karen burst into laughter. Harlinson is like a junior sister to me. We studied under the same teacher and trained together for a while. Thinking back, it's been so many years since we last saw each other. I heard she got married and became the vice president of the Assassin's Guild. It's good that she's doing well. Please tell Harlinson that I go see her after I finish my business. Karen told him a lot about Harrison's teenage years. This information terrified Lin Ming and Kevin. They were afraid that if they knew this, the vice president would silence them when they returned to the Assassin's Guild. After chatting for a while, Karen suddenly changed the subject. If I hadn't come, could you have done it? Lin Ming noticed that Karen's gaze was fixed on him as she asked this. He didn't know how to answer. Karen smiled. If I hadn't come, you should have been able to defeat those two monsters, but could you bring yourself to deliver that final blow? Karen looked at Lin Ming's face, seemingly conducting some kind of test. Let me put it another way. If you didn't kill those two demon gods, he would die. Would you do it? Karen said, pointing at Kevin. Of course. Lin Ming answered decisively this time. Someone like you would be happy to be friends, but if it were a recruitment drive, I wouldn't let you go to the battlefield. If you were a soldier, you probably wouldn't even survive the first charge. When I finished off those two monsters, didn't you instinctively want to stop me? Lin Ming didn't deny it. Although he knew the wolf and the crow needed to be eliminated, he still instinctively reached out to stop Karen. Empathy with the enemy is the biggest taboo on the battlefield. Remember, you are demon gods. Chapter 46. After dealing with the corpses in Qinglin town, Lin Ming, Kevin, and Karen parted ways at the fork in the road at the town's entrance. Kevin slung the large bundle of weapons over his shoulder. He was heading to the hometown of his next subordinate. Karen's retreating figure resembled that of an ascetic. Tell me, if he hadn't come, would we really have been able to win? Kevin asked Lin Ming, watching Karen's departing figure. Their attacks were both physical. I wouldn't die, but once I run out of elemental crystals, I'd be useless. It seemed Kevin was still somewhat resentful that the duel with the wolf and the crow hadn't resulted in a direct victory. Tell me, have you been spending too much time with the vice president? You become quite the battle maniac. Lin Ming said, spreading his arms wide and looking at Kevin. Kevin was taken aback by this gesture. What? Want a hug? Hug my foot. Fly. Are we going to walk back? Kevin finally reacted, spreading his wings and grabbing Lin Ming, just like before, flying into the air. Lin Ming looked at the unrecognizable town from the air and suddenly remembered something crucial. Hey Kevin. What is it, passenger? Should we keep the fact that Karen killed a wolf and the crow a secret? Huh? Why? Think about it. The assassin sent us to hunt down the demon race to see if we'd be decisive when facing our own kind. But the result is, we didn't directly wipe out the wolf and the crow. Ah, I see. In that case, this assessment is meaningless. Kevin glanced down at Lin Ming's head and asked curiously, don't you get tired of thinking so much all day? Just tell me if what I said makes sense. It makes sense, but I don't want to lie. Lin Ming thought it over carefully and decided to report the truth. Firstly, he didn't think his lie would fool Yin Feng, and secondly, he didn't want to put Kevin in a difficult position. The two flew back to the Assassin's Guild. Seeing the guild's gates, Lin Ming already felt like he was coming home. Ah, finally back. Let's have some bread, a drink, and a bath. We only been gone for less than 3 days. We need to report back first. Kevin dragged the wanting to relax Lin Ming to Yin Feng's office. In that office filled with countless floating documents, they reported the situation in Qinglin town and their encounter with Karen. Yin Feng sat in his swivel chair, listening to the whole story. Although outsiders interfered, the final result was still achieved. As for Marshal Saint Karen. Marshal Saint? Lin Ming hadn't expected Karen to have such an extravagant title. That's right, Marshal Saint. There aren't many people who can reach the saint level to begin with, and Karen was once the most famous among them. That Marshal Saint is now wandering around. Yin Feng pushed his swivel chair to a nearby bookshelf, rummaged through it for a while, and pulled out a stack of documents. This is the chronicle of major events in the Kingdom of Alovis. It should include his resignation as Supreme Commander. Yin Feng flipped through the pages rapidly for a while, finally pulling out a few sheets and examining them carefully. So that's how it is. Marshal St. Karen was originally just a company commander, but later, due to his exceptional talent in using qi, he became one of the strongest warriors in the entire class. The Kingdom of Alovis, possessing such terrifying combat power as Karen, continuously promoted him and used him as a war machine. They also allowed Karen to gather elite troops and form the 51 Regiment. Yin Feng explained Karen's story to Lin Ming and the other men while looking at the dossier, but when he mentioned the 51 Regiment, he suddenly frowned. The 51 Regiment. Wiped out in another siege battle. Yin Feng read on, and the following section recorded that after the 51 Regiment's annihilation, Karen was depressed and eventually resigned from his command. Yin Feng wanted to read further, but found it was the last page. He reviewed the contents he had just read for a long time, finding only the section on the 51 Regiment, which was suspiciously concise. The Marshal Saint's elite force wiped out? Ignoring Lin Ming and Caven who were waiting for his instructions, Yin Feng entered a state of deep thought. To be able to wipe out the entire 51-man squad under the Marshal Saint. If they were demon gods, they would at least be close to the level of outer demons, or perhaps, not demon gods, but internal strife? Interesting. I need to investigate this. It might be useful as a bargaining chip when negotiating business with the Kingdom of Alovis. Seeing Yin Feng already engrossed in his own thoughts, Lin Ming and the others decided to leave. We be going now? Wait a minute. From a pile of floating papers beside Yin Feng, one piece flew to Lin Ming's side. What's this? A bill. A bill? What bill? Elemental crystals. Those things are very expensive. What? So it's not directly for me. Of course, it's just materials for you to use, you need to pay for them. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Ming gritted his teeth in anger, holding the bill. Fine, I pay then, let me see. 23,210 gold coins. As soon as Lin Ming saw the number, he raised his hand and tore the bill to shreds in a few swift motions. Yin Feng rolled his eyes at him. What are you doing? What? I didn't see anything. Yin Feng waved his hand, and the torn pieces of paper reassembled into a complete sheet. Come on, do you see it now? I can't read. Then I read it to you, 23,000. A swindler. A swindler. Lin Ming's wails echoed throughout the Assassin's Guild. Although reluctant, Lin Ming knew in his heart that elemental crystals were inherently valuable. However, the price of over 23,000 was truly outrageous. Lin Ming covered his face with his hands, recalling his first encounter with Shenke, which was exactly the same as now. He originally thought that demanding exorbitant prices was just Shenke's own problem, but he didn't expect it to be a tradition inherited by the Assassin's Guild. Anyway, I passed your assessment. Now that you completed your overseas mission, the assessments for the other 6 seats aren't so important anymore. But if you have the chance, you should still meet Pastor Mei Yi. She should be finishing her seclusion soon. Oh right, besides the guild leader, who hasn't returned, there's another pastor among the 6 seats of the Assassin's Guild whom they never met. Finishing her seclusion? Lin Ming, unable to accept that he owed over 23,000, was still throwing a tantrum, while Caven seemed quite wary of this pastor. Yes, she's in seclusion. As a pastor, Mei's a bit different from a typical healer. Yin Feng hesitated slightly when speaking of Mei. Hearing that she's different from a typical pastor, Caven became even more wary. He thought of the blonde-haired Zig from the Research Institute. But personally, I think she's quite kind. You see when you meet her. Chapter 47. After returning to their lodgings from Yin Feng's, Shenke, hearing they were back, came over to inquire about the situation. The 3 of them, unusually, ate a meal together. Halfway through the meal, Lin Ming brought up the matter of Mei Yi. At the mention of Mei Yi, Shenke's chewing mouth froze, and he quickly waved his hand at Lin Ming. We're eating, don't talk about such scary things now, we talk about it later. Scary? Lin Ming was completely baffled. After the 3 finished eating, Lin Ming was about to continue pressing about Mei Yi, but Shenke had already dashed off. That's strange. Why don't we ask the vice president? Caven suggested. Good idea. The 2 went to the martial arts arena and found the vice president practicing swordsmanship. You 2 are back. I heard you ran into Karen. Yes, we did, but we talk about that later. We wanted to ask about Mei. We talk about it later. Okay, I be going now. Hearing that the 2 wanted to ask about Mei, the vice president turned and left, his left leg prosthetic, yet he still walked with incredible speed. Huh? That's strange. What kind of person could make even the vice president refuse to talk about it? Maybe we should just forget about it. Kevin shrugged. Since no one wants to talk about it, we see when we meet. Even the vice president wouldn't say, so there really wasn't anything else to do. Lin Ning went to report on the application of the spell to Ellie and Hyson, then returned to his residence to rest. The next day, Lin Ning got up in the morning, intending to go to the training ground first to try out the hybrid spell he had conceived. When facing wolves and crows, he had tried holding different hand seals in each hand, wanting to test whether he could cast mixed spells on his own if the elemental types in his hands were different. Lin Ning got up early, tidied himself up, and went to the training grounds. Perhaps because he got up so early, there were few people on the streets, and the shops were all closed. Is it because it's cloudy? Does everyone dislike getting up? Lin Ming wondered. Not long after Lin Ming left, Shinka rushed into his and Kevin's residence. Where's Lin Ming? Ah, he went to the training grounds. What happened? Mei Yi finished her seclusion today. He's already gone out, so we can't control him anymore. You stay home and don't go out, okay? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Shinku repeatedly instructed Kevin. What's going on with Mei Yi? Shinku opened the window a crack, and Kevin peeked in too. They saw a black house not far away. Its door suddenly slammed open. Or rather, kicked open. A girl in black armor stepped out. The armor wasn't ordinary heavy armor. It looked more like a dress with added armor plates. The girl had pink curly hair, big eyes, a doll-like face, and fair, translucent skin. At first glance, she looked as delicate as a large porcelain doll. Strangely, despite her sweet face, her expression was fierce and menacing. The armor is different again. But why is it always black? Shinku muttered to himself as he peeked. She's a priest? Kevin asked, somewhat incredulous. Shouldn't priests wear white robes? Generally speaking, yes, but unfortunately, our priest isn't ordinary. Just as Kevin was still marveling at Mei Yi's armor dress, Mei Yi turned and pulled something from the house that left Kevin speechless. It was a black, spiked mace almost as tall as a person, resting on the ground. The mace's head looked about the same size as Mei Yi's head, covered in sharp protrusions. Mei Yi slung the mace over her shoulder, then glanced left and right. At that moment, several explosions suddenly came from the direction of the training ground. That must be Lin Ming, who was experimenting with magic. Mei Yi looked in that direction and walked towards the training ground. With each step, her armor dress made a crisp sound. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Shinku turned back and gave Kevin a meaningful look. We can prepare to provide psychological counseling for Lil Lin Ming. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail, Shinku sighed. As you can see, Mei isn't an ordinary pastor. Although she's a genius among pastors, her personality isn't really suited to this profession. Shinku was still silently praying for Lin Ming. But you can't entirely blame her. Because Mei is cute, she's been constantly harassed since she first became a pastor. Every wounded person who seeks her treatment clings to her and doesn't want to leave, some even deliberately injuring themselves just to see Mei. There shouldn't be anything to be this scared of, right? No, at first, it wasn't scary, but later, Mei finally couldn't take it anymore and developed her own unique super regeneration spell. Isn't that great? The effect is quite good. Super regeneration is almost the most powerful healing spell currently available, but it has a side effect. What is it? After Kevin asked those two words, he saw Shinku's eyes fill with sorrow. The side effect is excruciating pain, worse than death. Ah, I see, but it's not that bad. Listen, this isn't the end of it. After developing the super healing spell, Mei discovered that this painful healing spell had another benefit. It deterred those lecherous men who were bothering her. Isn't that great? At first, it was great, but later, for some reason, Mei seemed to have flipped a switch, extremely enjoying the feeling of having super healing spells applied to others. That armor and mace. After Mei awakened this fetish, she discovered that some wounded soldiers would resist during super healing spells, so she developed a physical enhancement that she could use on herself. During the physical enhancement, Mei's melee combat strength was at least at the town level. After that, she replaced her priest's robes and staff with armor and a mace, and this also brought her some conveniences. What conveniences? Shinku said, raising his hand to his forehead. In order to enjoy the feeling of healing, Mei, who evolved into her hammer form, believes in the following doctrine. If there are no wounded, then I will create wounded myself. Chapter 48. Moreover, The project that Mei was focusing on during her seclusion was the further upgrade of super restoration. Now that she's finished her seclusion, it means the upgrade is complete. If it were you, what would be the first thing you want to do after upgrading your ability? I want to test it on someone else first. That's right. That's why everyone's hiding away today. Nobody wants to be the guinea pig for the upgraded super restoration. Kaven also began silently praying for Lin Ming. And there's a rumor that the pain level of super restoration is determined by Mei Yi's mood. Last time, someone who spoke ill of Mei Yi went to her for treatment, and the person's screams terrified even the Assassin's Guild's dogs. So we usually don't dare to talk about anything related to Mei Yi. No wonder even the vice president is tight-lipped. At this moment, Lin Ming was still constantly trying to mix lightning and ice magic together. In his understanding, ice should be a conductor, so he should be able to release things like ice spikes, but progress wasn't going smoothly. It seemed that using the laws of physics to understand magic still didn't work. He was using the elemental crystals left over from the Clear Spring Town campaign. Since he was already in debt, he figured he might as well use them. Lin Ming was unaware that our Western-style armored, wolf-tooth hammer, doll-like Mei Yi was walking towards him. Today, Lin Ming was wearing a brown and white assassin's uniform. His hair was tied in a small braid at the back of his head, with a white strand at the end, proof of the existence of another soul within him. Oh! Hybrid magic? Mei Yi looked behind him for a while and asked. Lin Ming heard this clear female voice, turned around, and saw Mei Yi carrying a spiked hammer. Wow, a mace! Mei Yi was somewhat surprised to see Lin Ming's eyes light up as he looked at her mace. Yeah, a mace, I made it myself. Cool. Lin Ming marveled at Mei Yi's mace. Hearing Lin Ming praise her mace, Mei Yi felt a little happy. When Mei Yi grew tired of the priest's staff, she wanted to change to a weapon that suited her aesthetic. From a young age, because of her cute appearance, she was always required to wear light, flowing clothes and speak softly. Even her pink hair was forcibly changed by her mother using magic, because her parents thought pink was cuter. This was also a major reason for Mei Yi's estrangement from her family. She loved her black hair. She loved black, loved things that were sturdy and powerful. She loved fighting. As a priest, she didn't even dislike pain. But because she was a lovely girl, these preferences were described by those around her as twisted, terrifying, and incongruous. In the eyes of others, she had fallen from a lovable, adorable girl into an oddball. But no one knew that this was her true nature. Ever since she created that spiked hammer, few in the Assassin's Guild dared to speak to her. Lin Ming was the first to praise the hammer. And what about this armor? This armor was also made by Mei Yi according to her own aesthetic. In fact, every time she went into seclusion, it was only to make armor for herself. Researching healing techniques was just a pretext. She didn't like light, flowing dresses. She preferred the heaviness of armor, so she designed various kinds of women's armor based on formal dresses and gowns. Lin Ming circled Mei Yi several times, carefully examining the armor. He discovered it was no ordinary suit. It was clearly meticulously designed. Mei Yi watched Lin Ming scrutinize her. This was the first time she encountered someone with a similar passion, and the first time someone hadn't dismissed her design with a dismissive "it's unsuitable, too dark." Seeing Lin Ming's earnest examination of her design, she felt a little nervous. Lin Ming looked at it for a while, then pondered for a moment before giving it high praise. The completion is practically perfect. The visual elements are very unified, and it's a perfect match for the hammer. You look like a female jailer who crawled out of hell for a stroll. Like a female jailer who crawled out of hell for a stroll. This praise made Mei Yi overjoyed. Really? Really? Mei Yi was ecstatic. She felt this was the happiest day of her adulthood. Come on, come with me. Mei Yi grabbed Lin Ming and pulled him back to her residence. Lin Ming was dragged along the way, still curious why there was no one on the streets today. Shinku and Kaven also saw Lin Ming being pulled by Mei Yi into the house. Shinku stared at the crack in the window and muttered to himself. What do we do? Did he upset Mei Yi? Probably not. He's usually quite good with words. That's not necessarily true. What if he said something wrong, and she holds a grudge? Shinku and Kaven watched as Mei Yi pulled Lin Ming into her house, and then the door slammed shut. We're doomed. Shinku's vision blurred. She's locked him in. Now there's no way we can save him. Seeing that Mei had locked Lin Ming inside, shopkeepers on both sides of the street quietly opened their doors a crack, peeking out. Everyone thought Lin Ming was definitely finished this time. His physical health wouldn't be a problem. After all, it was Mei who possessed the super regeneration technique. However, he might suffer some psychological trauma, After all, it was Mei who possessed the super regeneration technique. But what outsiders didn't know was that Lin Ming, who Mei had brought to her residence, was currently sitting awkwardly on Mei's bed. Mei said she was going to find something for him to see, and then she went out, leaving Lin Ming alone in the room. Lin Ming looked around. The blankets weren't folded, just casually spread out on the bed. Lin Ming could even smell a faint odor emanating from the blankets. On the table beside him were various bottles and jars of unknown contents, and on the wall hung a very conspicuous, ornately decorated one-handed sword. Lin Ming looked at the one-handed sword, somewhat surprised. Although they only known each other for less than an hour, Lin Ming already understood her aesthetic sense. This sword was clearly not her type. A while later, the girl excitedly entered, accompanied by the clanging of metal typical of armor. Lin Ming looked up and froze. Logically, it was a wedding dress. However, what was unusual was that the wedding dress was decorated with intricately carved armor plates. Lin Ming examined it carefully for a while, marveling at it. Although the overall design was clearly that of a wedding dress, upon closer inspection, he discovered that this armored wedding dress wasn't just flashy, it strictly adhered to the necessary protective design of armor. In other words, if an attack were to occur at the wedding, this wedding dress could be used as armor. The girl stood before Lin Ming in this outfit, looking somewhat shy. What do you think of this? A truly ingenious design. Really? Really? Lin Ming meticulously explained all the design details he had noticed to the girl. Her face flushed slightly, and she sat down next to him. The two chatted non-stop. From clothes to armor to weapons to favorite foods. Lin Ming felt as if he were playing with a lively little animal. He hadn't felt this relaxed in a long time, having spent so much time with Caven. They chatted for a while, until it was noon. Elbow, I invite you to lunch. Lin Ming quickly shook his head at this suggestion. No, let me treat you. Oh, are you rich? Of course, 23,200 gold coins. Savings? Debt. The girl couldn't help but laugh. Let me treat you. I have some reputation in the Assassin's Guild, after all. Ah. Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something extremely important. He didn't know the girl's name. By the way, what's your name? Lin Ming was about to ask her name when his eyes suddenly caught sight of a dusty stick leaning against a tattered rag in an inconspicuous corner of the room. Ever since entering the room, he had assumed it was just a dusty stick. Only now did he realize that it wasn't a stick at all, but a priest's staff. Next to the staff, there wasn't a tattered rag either, but what should have been a white priest's robe. The Assassin's Guild, priests, they're somewhat well known. Could you be Mei? Chapter 49. Yes, I am Mei. What, is it different from what you expected? Ah, it is a little different. When Lin Ming and Mei walked down the street again, the shops on both sides had gradually opened. Everyone assumed that Lin Ming had been sacrificed to Mei, so there was no need to worry about Mei going out on the street to experiment on super restoration techniques. But when everyone saw Mei, beaming with joy, holding Lin Ming's hand, everyone was stunned. The blacksmith's hammer froze in midair, and the cook stared dumbfounded at the two of them, completely unaware that the food in his pan was already burnt. Shinku and Caven also came out, watching the two of them from afar. Don't you think they're quite a good match? Shinku asked Caven. A good match? I don't really understand this kind of thing. Shinku looked at Mei, who was as happy as a pink-furred rabbit, and couldn't help but smile. I never expected this. Our little mushroom cutie has already snatched a big one away as soon as he joined the Assassin's Guild. Shinku looked at Lin Ming with the feeling that his own pig had finally learned how to root for cabbages. Mei and Lin Ming played wildly together all day. Although they had a lot of fun, Lin Ming didn't forget his business. Since Mei was the chief priest of the Assassin's Guild, she should be able to answer his questions. I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Go ahead. Why were those two demonic beings I encountered last time immune to my illusion magic? Illusion magic? What's the principle behind it? Is it poison, hypnosis, or elemental interference? True to her professionalism, her question left Lin Ming speechless. Ah, I guess. It's a toxin. Don't say I guess, academic work requires rigor. How about I use it on you once, then you know? Okay, wait a minute. Mei said, pressing her right hand to her forehead. Elemental stability dispel physical protection dispel protective holy light dispel defensive counterattack dispel self-destructive body dispel. Mei dispelled about a dozen protective spells on herself, like reciting a menu. Alright, come on. Mei dispelled all the protective spells on her body, and opened her arms to Lin Ming. Putting everything else aside, what were those spells you just dispelled? Just self-protection. As a weak woman, I naturally need to ensure my own safety first. Weak woman. Then, in that state, what level of protection did you achieve? Mei tilted her head and pondered for a moment, seemingly calculating something in her mind. Let me put it this way, if you had dared to slap me just now, your entire arm would have evaporated. What a weak woman. Lin Ming thought to himself. Lin Ming used an illusion spell on the unprotected Mei. Out of politeness, Lin Ming only showed Mei a small mushroom-like figure. Mei looked at the small mushroom-like figure in front of her, while simultaneously sensing Lin Ming's spores within her body, and remained silent for a moment. What were the true forms of the two demonic beings you fought? A wolf and a crow. A wolf and a crow. Hold on to this illusion, I need to conduct some experiments. Lin Ming nodded in agreement. Mei adjusted her posture, straightening her back, and slowly closed her eyes. Lin Ming silently watched Mei. Mei's eyes were tightly closed, her eyelids trembling slightly. Her eyelashes were long, with a slight upward curve. Lin Ming rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the adorable pink-haired priest. Although Mei dressed rather unconventionally, it couldn't hide the fact that she was an incredibly cute girl. Before, Lin Ming had always dared to scrutinize Mei closely, but now that her eyes were closed, he could look at her freely. Lin Ming stared, somewhat lost in thought, and without realizing it, muttered, "She's so pretty." Realizing he had spoken aloud, Lin Ming quickly covered his mouth. Unsure if Mei had heard him, he looked up and saw that although her eyes remained closed, her face was flushed red to her ears. Just as Lin Ming was racking his brains about how to explain this to Mei, his illusion suddenly dissipated. Dissipated? Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Yes, it's solved. Mei, still blushing, opened her eyes. At first, I overthought it, thinking it was some kind of interference at the soul level, but after checking everything, I found the principle is actually very simple. What principle? Body temperature. Body temperature? Lin Ming, hearing these two words, had an inspiration. That's right. He remembered the first time he met Shinku, when Shinku used a single move, fiery blood flow, to burn all the buns and mycelium. The two demonic beings you fought, because they fought in human form, would actively raise their body temperature to the limit to maximize their physical functions. As Mei explained, she touched her still slightly flushed face with the back of her hand. Most demon races possess this ability because their vitality is inherently stronger than that of ordinary humans, so such fluctuations in body temperature have no effect on them. However, for the infectious agents you spread, it seems that even a slightly higher temperature will cause them to lose their activity. Ah, I see. Lin Ming finally understood. But then he thought, as a human, could Mei have controlled her body temperature just now? You can even control your own body temperature? Of course I'm a genius, Mei said, placing her hand on the table. Come feel it. Lin Ming looked at the small, fair hand of the girl in front of him, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He stole a glance at Mei, her face was still red, and now even her neck looked pink. Come on, Lin Ming. Don't be a coward. Lin Ming encouraged himself mentally, as he reached out to touch Mei's small hand. Lin Ming recoiled as soon as he touched Mei's hand, as if he'd been electrocuted. Mei's hand was burning hot. How is it? This temperature is the temperature at which your infectious agent can't survive. Maintaining this body temperature is exhausting, Mei said, fanning her flushed face repeatedly. Finally understanding the root of the problem, Lin Ming felt incredibly relieved. At that moment, Lin Ming thought, so her blushing was just because her body temperature was rising. Looks like I was overthinking it. But Mei was thinking, oh how clever of me. Even blushing gives me an excuse. Chapter 50. Since Lin Ming and Mei became acquainted, Mei often came to visit Lin Ming. Over time, Mei also became more familiar with Kaven and Shinku. After meeting Mei through Lin Ming, Shinku suddenly realized that she was actually just a cute little girl with a slightly eccentric sense of style. Aside from her somewhat terrifying healing magic, she wasn't as twisted as rumored. Kaven, on the other hand, always kept his distance from Mei. Lin Ming guessed that this might be due to the natural hostility vampires have towards priests. Days passed like this, and the first to reach his limit was Shinku. Why is this never going to end? Kaven looked at Shinku, who was so angry that the air around her seemed to distort, and didn't understand why she was upset. I just went to see Ellie, and she and Hyson are actually starting to get along better. Isn't that good? Kaven looked completely bewildered. Look at Lin Ming again, he and Mei are always so lovey-dovey, like they're glued together. Aren't they just good friends? Shinku glared at Kaven, gritting his teeth. You're probably the only one in the whole world who can't see it. Caven scratched his head. Men and women. I really don't understand. After all, our race doesn't need to understand these things. Huh? Why? Don't you guys talk about love? No. Shinku was genuinely shocked this time. He originally thought the Nightborn clan just had slightly lower emotional intelligence, but were otherwise normal. He hadn't expected them to genuinely not need to date. So you guys, get married, have children, and stuff like that. Ah, we're both hermaphroditic, so one person can handle it. Shinku's brain went blank. Just as Shinku was still in a state of limbo, Lin Ning returned from outside. As soon as he entered, he saw Shinku, stiff and seemingly dead. Caven, what's wrong with her? I don't know, I just told her I'm hermaphroditic, and she reacted like this. Lin Ning's brain also went blank. Shinku and Lin Ning took a while to recover their senses. They exchanged a glance, slammed the door shut with perfect understanding, quickly drew the curtains, and then surrounded Caven with shining eyes. Come on, tell us in detail, what does hermaphroditism mean? So all this time, I haven't been living with a man? Caven hadn't expected their reaction to this, and couldn't think of an explanation for a moment. Seeing Caven's bewildered expression, Shinku tried her best to ask as many questions as possible. You mean, the top? Shinku gestured to her chest. And the bottom? She then gestured to her hips. Does that mean both? Of course not, can't you tell? Caven immediately denied it. Ah, I know. Lin Ning suddenly perked up. Then it's the top. Lin Ning also gestured to his chest. And the bottom? He also gestured to his hips. Neither. Right. What are you guys guessing for? Caven was both amused and exasperated by the two of them. Our hermaphroditism, to be precise, means we don't have a concept of male or female, but our physical forms are distinct. Unlike you, we can switch between male and female states. Lin Ning and Shinku's mouths formed two O's in shock. Then, can we change any time? Lin Ning asked cautiously. Yes, Caven answered readily. Shinku asked curiously, then why have I never seen you change? Because this male state is more convenient for movement, and I'm stronger, so I've been using it. Lin Ning and Shinku exchanged another glance. The two checked the door lock and curtains. Then, turning back to Calvin with a mischievous grin, he said, All right, let's begin. Huh? Begin what? Need I say more? Transform. Transform into what? Female form. Hurry up and transform. Why should I transform? Master Calvin, I'm begging you. Please just transform for me, okay? Shinku and Lin Ning began to use both soft and hard tactics on Calvin. In their past impressions, Calvin had always been a slightly androgynous boy. Even by feminine standards, his features were quite delicate, and he had long hair, so sometimes they had imagined Calvin as a woman. Now, their imagination was about to come true. Unable to withstand their persistent pleading, Calvin had no choice but to agree, otherwise he felt he wouldn't be able to leave the house today. The process might be a little scary, just be prepared. Lin Ning and Shinku nodded frantically. Caven spread his wings, his fangs protruding from his lips, and his ears gradually sharpened and thinned, his vampire features becoming increasingly obvious. Then, his body began to melt. To be precise, gradually, all his tissues turned into blood. Although Caven was now a bright red blob, this blood didn't stain his clothes. After a while, this blob of humanoid blood began to become clearer, from bones to muscles to skin. Lin Ning and Shinku watched Caven's transformation in stunned silence. Finally, Caven's form stabilized, and he let out a long sigh of relief, then slowly opened his eyes. Before Lin Ning and Shinku appeared, in short, a beautiful woman. Because she was still wearing the clothes she wore when she was in male form, she was now somewhat scantily clad, her entire shoulder exposed, her skin dazzlingly white. Calvin's originally delicate features, when placed on a woman's face, appeared charmingly coquettish. Just as Calvin was about to stand up, and her clothes were about to slip off her chest, Shinku swiftly pulled them back up. Hey, can't you have some self-awareness as a girl? Shinku placed her hands on Calvin's chest, the sensation making her speech falter. Oh, how about this? As soon as Calvin opened her mouth, Lin Ning felt a tightness in his back. The sweetness of her voice rivaled that of Ellie. Calvin straightened her clothes, rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a belt, and tightened it around her waist. Calvin then twirled around in place. So? Pretty good, right? Shinku and Lin Ning stared at the excessively stunning Caven, feeling their blood pressure almost depleted. They covered their mouths, speechless, and silently gave him a thumbs up. Oh! Kevin walked up to Lin Ming. He was originally about the same height as Lin Ming, but now he only reached Lin Ming's shoulder. Since I became an adult, I haven't used a woman's body. You, being of the opposite sex, give me your opinion. Well, pretty good. Ha, so perfunctory. Kevin dismissed Lin Ming's assessment. Kevin. What? Kevin looked at Lin Ming, his expression lively. Lin Ming nudged Shinku, who was still in a daze. I said, don't you think his personality has even changed? Indeed. I feel a bit noisy. Noisy? What kind of evaluation is that? How rude. Kevin stood to the side, hands on his slender hips, a mischievous grin on his face. To be honest, this result was somewhat unexpected for Lin Ming and Shinku. Based on Kevin's usual demeanor, they had assumed her female form would be quiet, composed, and rational. But the girl in front of them now. How to put it? A bit of a jerk. In school, she'd be a total delinquent. I'm tired. I want some water. Okay, water. Hearing this, Lin Ming quickly poured her a glass of water, which Kevin took and drank in one gulp. Thanks, mushroom girl, I want to sleep. Will you keep me company? No. I can't accept such kindness. Lin Ming had barely finished speaking when Shinku punched him on the head. Shinku looked at the yawning Kevin and silently pulled Lin Ming aside. I understand what's going on with her now. You understand? I don't. Shinku glanced back at Calvin, then turned to Lin Ming and explained, she's probably in her female form, but her personality is different from her male form, almost like the opposite of male. Calvin is already overly reserved, and now she's acting like this, blurring the lines. Plus, she's never lived as a woman before, so she has absolutely no common sense about women. So that means we're dealing with a naive, overly familiar, beautiful young woman. Goodness. A naive, overly familiar girl. If we let her run away now, it'd be dangerous enough. The two discussed it for a while, deciding to turn Calvin back first, but when they turned around, Calvin was gone. Oh no. Our naive, overly familiar beautiful girl has run away. Chapter 51. When Lin Ming and Shinku chased after him, Kevin was already chatting with the owner of the blacksmith shop next door. Hearing Kevin and the blacksmith's hearty laughter, Lin Ming and Shinku were somewhat dazed. That's Kevin, right? Yes, he turned into this right in front of us. Perhaps because he was having such a good time chatting with Kevin, the blacksmith's hammer was practically flying. After finishing his conversation with the blacksmith, Kevin went to chat with the vegetable vendor. After only a few words, the vendor beamed. Just as Lin Ming and Shinku were about to pull her back, she moved on to chatting enthusiastically with the baker. Seeing this, Shinku decided not to chase after him anymore, watching from afar as Kevin greeted the shop owners one by one. How about I talk to Yin Feng and have her be the mascot of the Assassin's Guild? It'd be quite suitable. Lin Ming immediately became anxious upon hearing this. You want her to stay like this forever? I brought such a big guy like Kevin. A man. Alright, there's no use in worrying. The stands aren't going back to normal yet. Just follow her for now, make sure she's safe. We deal with the rest when she's tired. Okay, that's the only way then. Lin Ming and Shinku followed Kevin, fending off countless idle mercenaries, who tried to chat her up, and even helping carry the bags of gifts from shop owners. While Shinku was happily munching on the popcorn the snack shop owner had given Kevin, she discussed with Lin Ming, I think this is pretty good. All the things the shop owners have given her along the way are enough for us to eat for a week. That's all you got. Lin Ming angrily berated Shinku for being opportunistic, while munching on a meat pie the shop owner had given him. Kevin was still strolling along the street when she bumped into the vice president. Oh! Little girl, I never seen you before, you are. The vice president, leaning on his two-handed sword, looked puzzled. The girl in front of him was clearly wearing the Assassin's Guild's uniform, but it didn't seem to fit her quite well. Just as the vice president was about to grab Kevin and demand an explanation, he noticed Lin Ming and Shinku following behind. The vice president looked at Kevin, then at Lin Ming and Shinku, and then swept Kevin's bangs back, scrutinizing her closely. Could she be Kevin? Lin Ming and Shinku were no less surprised than when they first saw a female version of Kevin. Vice President, how did you recognize her? Ha ha ha. The vice president laughed heartily, lifting Kevin into the air. Didn't I tell you? I know the original generation, and I know they can decide their own gender. I guessed it when I saw you two following behind. Looking closer, even though she's a girl now, the facial features are still recognizable as Kevin. Kevin, lifted into the air, struggled, kicking and flailing, trying to get down. Do you want her to turn back? It's fine whether she turns back or not. I have no objection. Shinku had finished his bag of popcorn and casually pulled out an apple to eat. What about you? You're his old teammate. What's your opinion? The vice president, lifting Kevin like a kitten, shook her at Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the female version of Kevin and pondered for a moment. Let him turn back. I'm really not used to him like this. That being said, do you have a way to turn him back? The vice president turned to look at Lin Ming, a mischievous grin on his face. A naughty child, a beating will do, right? The vice president said, picking up Kevin and walking towards the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Susa was there. Susa looked at the vice president carrying a little girl, a puzzled expression on her face. Who is this? Who else could it be? Your precious disciple. The vice president threw Kevin in front of Susa. Disciple? Susa carefully examined Kevin, who was sitting on the ground, for a long time. Who? Asking so many questions is useless. You find out if you try. Hearing the vice president say try, Susa naturally understood what he meant. He took 2 steps back, took a deep breath, and then suddenly lunged forward, throwing a straight punch at Kevin's face. Kevin, seeing the aggressive Susa, calmly turned his head to dodge. Susa's attacks followed like a whirlwind, giving Kevin no chance to breathe. Lin Ming watched Kevin in the midst of the fight, and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, Kevin was still the same Kevin. That focused gaze in his eyes during battle was exactly the same for both men and women. But after watching for a while, Shinku noticed something different. His fighting style has changed. The vice president nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kevin's previous fighting style mostly relied on physical strength to withstand attacks and observe the opponent's weaknesses. But now, look closely at Kevin. As the vice president was speaking, Susa swept her leg towards Kevin's left ribs. Before Susa could even react, Kevin suddenly sidestepped and bent over, perfectly dodging Susa's kick. Kevin's body was so flexible it was as if her spine didn't exist. With this physical ability, Kevin's movements were incredibly unpredictable. Susa's attacks almost all missed. Normally, when Susa and Kevin sparred, the arena was filled with the sounds of Kevin parrying attacks, but now, only the sound of Susa's punches echoed. All attacks were completely evaded. Not only had Kevin become incredibly flexible, capable of performing near-impossible movements, but her increased size also made her faster. Lin Ming watched in stunned silence. Could it be that the female version of Kevin is stronger than before? The moment he uttered this, Shinku and the vice president gave him looks as if he were an idiot. What are you talking about? Strength isn't just about speed, look. Shinku said, pointing towards Kevin and Susa. Kevin, feeling she had figured out Susa's attack patterns, began to counterattack. Susa took her stance, parrying a few moves from Kevin, but then a moment of carelessness gave Kevin an opening. Ha ha. Take this punch. Kevin's cheerful, girlish voice echoed in the training ground. Kevin seemed to have gathered all her strength, landing a punch on Susa's left abdomen. Susa didn't even flinch, he didn't even feel a punch. Hey! Kevin let out a soft shout and threw another punch. This time, Susa didn't even need a defensive stance, simply standing there with his hands on his hips, watching Kevin. Ha ha ha. The vice president laughed until tears almost streamed down his face. Although combat experience could be retained in memory, Kevin's previous body, honed through countless trials, was nothing like this girl's body. Susa also noticed how excessively weak Kevin's current body was. He reached out and grabbed Kevin's slender wrist, barely enough to be grasped, and flung him into the air. Whoa! Kevin's cry trembled as he was thrown through the air. Kevin instinctively spread his wings, but he flew erratically and clumsily in the air. Because Kevin had never flown in this body before, the flying experience in his mind was completely irrelevant, resulting in clumsy flight. After a few swishes, Kevin, like a stunned fly, circled back to the ground. Just as Kevin was adjusting his landing posture, Susa suddenly rushed over and launched a powerful shoulder strike, sending the still unsteady Kevin flying. In the instant he was thrown back, Kevin struggled to regain his balance, but before he could regain his footing, Susa followed up with another attack. On the training ground, Kevin's screams of pain echoed continuously. In Lin Ming's eyes, Susa seemed to be engaged in some kind of physical exercise called Don't Let Kevin Land. After a short while, Kevin couldn't hold on any longer. Wait. Ah. No. Wait for me to say something first. Ah. Susa completely ignored what Kevin was saying and continued playing enthusiastically. Chapter 52. After a while, a blood mist began to rise around Kaven's body. Almost there. The vice president nodded. As the blood mist thickened, Kaven's appearance became increasingly obscured from the outside. Sousa smiled slightly, and pulled out his chain from behind him. He had already placed tracking points on Kaven, so no matter how he swung his chain, it would always reach him. Sousa gripped the chain, flicked his wrist, and the chain, like a snake, stabbed towards Kaven. Just as Sousa's chain approached the blood mist around Kaven, it was suddenly grabbed by a hand with a bang. A slender hand emerged from the blood mist, but unlike before, this hand was a man's hand. Sousa pulled, retracting the chain. The blood mist around Kaven slowly dissipated, and the familiar male Kaven stood before everyone once more. Looking at the familiar Kaven, Shinku and Lin Ming felt a pang of sadness for some reason. Although they knew the two Kavens were the same person, the personality differences were so vast that they had felt like they were spending the whole day with a newly met friend. Now that this friend was suddenly gone, they felt a little melancholic. Kaven, now back in his male form, returned to his familiar body. The ensuing sparring session was a familiar affair. Dust filled the training ground, and Sousa was no longer handling things with ease. Alright, back to normal. The vice president pointed thoughtfully at the transformed Kaven. Although Sousa and I are more familiar with this version of Kaven, that female version from before, if she could be trained, she'd be a good prospect. But how do you know that Kaven will willingly turn back into a man? Lin Ming asked the vice president, puzzled. Kaven has a very strong sense of pride. Being weak is a shameful thing for him, and that's precisely why he was able to pass my and Sousa's training. So being teased like that just now is definitely unacceptable to him. To end the kind of amusement-like treatment, he has no choice but to turn back. Lin Ming looked at Kaven, now back in his male form, and gradually found a familiar sense of security. By the way, since you're all here, I have a mission for the three of you. Shinku pointed to himself and asked, should I go too? Yes, you go too. I originally wanted Sousa to go, but considering their past grudges, it's better to send someone else. What kind of mission? Go find Nazi. Nazi? Who's Nazi? Lin Ming interjected. Remember when I told you that Sousa had a card he held, and he'd been chasing someone for 3 years? Shinku explained. Ah, I remember that. The person being chased is Nazi, an assassin ranked as a town, a top-tier teleportation expert, a true master. Then why did he leave in the first place? The vice president pointed to the culprit Sousa. 3 years ago, Sousa wasn't yet a 6th seat. Back then, Nazi and he were very close. Two things truly made Nazi lose heart in the Assassin Guild. Lin Ming, anticipating the vice president's potentially lengthy explanation, simply conjured up a short, chubby mushroom from under his buttocks and sat down. Shinku's eyes lit up when she saw the mushroom Lin Ming was sitting on. Did you learn this new? Come on, give me one too. Lin Ming patted the ground near Shinku, and a plump mushroom popped up. Shinku sat on it, swaying from side to side. I reinforced it with mycelium. Don't worry, it's very sturdy. Cough, cough. The vice president was frantically gesturing for her to get one too. And so, the three of them sat on the mushroom, watching Sousa and Kaven spar, while talking about Nazi. The first reason Nazi left the Assassin's Guild was that Sousa had mastered the tracking mark. As long as Sousa left a mark on someone, her weapon could track that person until she canceled the spell or the person died. Having just mastered this ultimate skill, Sousa was extremely excited. He trained with his best friend Nazi every day. At that time, Sousa was already a martial arts fanatic comparable to the vice president. Nazi, who initially managed to fight Sousa to a draw using his teleportation spells and stealth abilities, began to struggle against him after Sousa learned the tracking mark. He frequently suffered injuries in sparring with Sousa. This is when the second reason for Nazi's departure from the Assassin's Guild emerged. Mei learned the Super Regeneration spell. Before Mei learned Super Regeneration, Nazi had pursued her. Back then, Mei, with her pristine white priest's robes, pink hair, and delicate features, was practically universally adored. However, for Mei at that time, these suitors were utterly annoying. Finally, one day, Mei, fed up with the fawning men, locked herself in a room for over a month, developing a super healing technique. Mei was extremely excited about her newfound technique, as it was a high-level healing technique that very few people on the entire continent could achieve. Back then, Mei would spend her days squatting in the training ground, waiting for someone to get injured. As soon as she heard the sound of someone being hurt, she would rush over, and the injured person would let out an even more agonizing scream. Mei listened to the screams with a look of pure pleasure. At that time, Nazi, because he was constantly sparring with Sousa, was often injured and was Mei's primary treatment target. And because Nazi had harassed Mei quite a bit before, Mei never held back when facing him. Healing was as fast as she could, and the pain was as intense as she could bear. The vice president, at this point, couldn't help but laugh. Nazi has always been a bit childish and afraid of pain. Later, Nazi finally couldn't take it anymore. On one hand, he couldn't dodge Sousa, because his various teleportation spells and Sousa's tracking mark were essentially natural enemies. This meant he was Sousa's best test subject. And while he couldn't dodge Sousa, he also couldn't dodge Mei. At that time, Mei needed a lot of data on wounded soldiers healing to perfect her super regeneration technique, so regardless of whether Nazi suffered a major or minor injury, it was treated to the highest standard, and the side effects were naturally at their highest level. Then Nazi ran away. As Nazi ran out of the Assassin's Guild, Sousa threw that card at him. But it's been 3 years already, so that card was probably destroyed or fixed somewhere. Lin Ning had just voiced his guess when the vice president shook his head. Sousa's cards aren't easy to deal with. Even I'm not confident I could escape unscathed from the tracking mark. Besides, Sousa seems to have a connection to his own cards. According to him, that card is still flying back and forth. So that means? The vice president couldn't hold back his laughter. So that means, for 3 years, that unlucky guy Nachi has been chasing after a single card. Chapter 53. After packing their luggage, the three prepared to set off. Hey! Should we call Ellie? Shinka walked down the street, looking towards Ellie's room. Why call her? Kaven asked, puzzled. Ever since she joined the Assassin's Guild, she's been like under house arrest. Anyway, this mission is just bringing someone back. There's no real danger. I was thinking, could we take her out for some fresh air? The three discussed it briefly, and went to Ellie's residence. As soon as they reached the door, they heard arguing coming from inside. What are you saying? Don't make decisions based on wishful thinking, okay? Ellie spoke, her tone clearly agitated. I'm not being wishful thinking. I believe that. As a descendant of the family, I also bear responsibility for this. Another voice belonged to Hyson, who seemed to be defending himself. Ellie and Hyson stopped arguing when they heard someone at the door. A moment later, Antai opened the door for the three of them. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. Hyson sat on a chair with his arms crossed, while Ellie sat on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched tightly on her thighs. What's going on? Hyson, did you force yourself on me again? Seeing this, Shinka's first thought was that Hyson had probably shamelessly harassed Ellie again. Neither of them had calmed down yet, and neither spoke. Seeing no one speak, Shinka looked at Hyson and gave Lin Ming a wink. Lin Ming understood, patted Hyson on the shoulder, and led him out of Ellie's room. Hyson knew the three of them were trying to smooth things over, so he obediently followed Lin Ming out. After closing the door, Shinka and Ellie, along with Lin Ming, Kaven, and Hyson, spoke privately. Lin Ming confirmed the door was closed and asked Hyson about the matter. Hyson sighed. I might be able to break the seal on her eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ming's eyes widened. Before joining the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming might have thought breaking a seal wouldn't be difficult. But now, Lin Ming was a proper mage who had studied all the elemental seals. The more he studied magic, the more he realized that the seal on Ellie's eyes was not so simple. Sometimes he would try to analyze the seal, but he would immediately be intimidated by the sheer amount of information within it. To use an analogy, Ellie's seal was like weaving countless seals into an extremely difficult math problem. The countless seals were layers upon layers of dense locks, and the math problem was the code shrouded in mystery. Moreover, after cracking the first code, no one knows if there won't be a second one. Such difficulty. How could Hyson have a solution? You really can? I only said possibly, because I've been staring at it a lot, so over time I become more and more familiar with the seal. Recently, I suddenly discovered that the encryption method of this seal is a secret technique used by my family. Family? I thought you were some self-taught wandering mage. Hyson rolled his eyes at Lin Ming. My family was a noble family with a small reputation throughout the continent, but later, I couldn't stand some of the family's ways of doing things, so I broke with the family, and in the end, even my surname was taken back. Unexpectedly, this Hyson has quite a bit of backbone. So what was your original surname? Mei. Lin Ming and Kaven exchanged a glance, tacitly thinking of the same person. Do you know Maureen? Maureen? That sounds familiar. Let me think. I do know her. By blood, she's my distant cousin. Hyson was puzzled as to why Lin Ming knew Maureen's name. Well, I suffered some hardships under her before. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Ellie first. Hyson nodded and began to explain his ideas regarding the sealing of Ellie's eyes. First, the May family has 4 secret techniques. Maureen's ability to forge ribs into weapons and control them at will is only one of them, while the sealing technique on Ellie's eyes is another. Coincidentally, before Hyson broke with the May family, he had just been chosen as the inheritor of this sealing technique. However, he ran away from home before he had finished learning the details of the sealing technique. Right now, he could only understand the principle of the seal, but the specific details of breaking it require a lot of time to study. Even so, Hyson wasn't confident he could break the seal, because even the May family themselves wouldn't attempt to break the May family's sealing techniques. It wasn't that they lacked the ability to break it, but rather that the price to pay for breaking the seal would be extremely high. The person attempting to break the seal might die due to elemental imbalance. Therefore, if a situation arose where breaking the seal was absolutely necessary, the May family would implicitly agree to sacrifice a mage. Lin Ning listened for a while, then scratched his head. You've been talking for so long, but it's still just a hypothesis, isn't it? And it's for Ellie's good, so why is she so angry? Hyson sighed. It might be her inner turmoil. Someone might have said before that the seal could be broken, but she must have experienced countless moments of hope ignited only to plummet to the bottom, and she probably doesn't want to experience despair again. You said breaking the seal could very well cost you your life. Do you want to die for love? Of course not. I haven't planned to die. I don't think I can completely break the seal, but I should be able to loosen it as much as possible. Loosen it? Lin Ning was a little confused. I should be able to extend that 3-minute time limit, but how much longer, I don't know. So that's how it is. Having sorted things out, Lin Ning felt that he still needed to see Ellie's attitude first. Just as they finished explaining, Shinko opened the door. She glanced at Hyson, a slight smile flashing across her lips. Come in, we're done talking. Hyson entered the room and saw Ellie standing in the center. I'd like to apologize first. Just as Hyson was about to apologize, he saw Ellie bow deeply to him. Thank you. Ellie's voice trembled slightly. Shinko quickly helped Ellie sit down on the edge of the bed. I just wanted you to express your gratitude first, but there was no need for such formality. Actually, Hazen's guess was correct. The seal in her eyes had become a knot in Ellie's heart. She had repeatedly wavered between hope and despair, experiencing countless deceptions along the way. Therefore, her first reaction to Hazen's words was that he was using such words to flatter her, or, like in the past, simply giving her a glimmer of hope before leaving her with nothing more. Shinko had persuaded her for a long time. Ellie knew that Hyson's suggestion was well-intentioned, and according to Shinko, Hyson had never broken his word since joining the Assassin's Guild. After a frank discussion, the atmosphere finally became much more harmonious. Hyson also clarified the limits of his abilities. He could only potentially loosen the seal. Shinko successfully convinced Ellie to let Hyson study the seal first. After all, she knew that Hyson's position as one of the 6 seats in the Assassin's Guild was definitely not just about using lightning magic. Most of the 6 seats in the Assassin's Guild were actually academic types, who excelled in research. Yin Feng, who had developed his pitifully weak wind magic to its fullest potential, Susa, who mastered the incredible tracking mark, and Mei Yi, who developed super restorative magic, all were examples of this. Since Hyson said he had a way, he must have his reasons. Although Hyson seemed frivolous on the surface, his reputation within the Assassin's Guild stemmed from his unwavering commitment to keeping his word. Therefore, Shinko decided to trust Hyson this time. By the way, why did you break with your family? Lin Ning asked curiously. Hazen's brows furrowed. The May family. They conduct human experiments. Lin Ning's brows furrowed as well. Then, the people they experimented on. At first, it was prisoners, then servants, and later even apprentices who were usually disliked. Lin Ning suddenly felt a static electricity in the air. He felt his hair almost fly off. By the way, we originally came here to take Ellie with us on a mission. Lin Ning quickly changed the subject. A mission? Hyson asked, puzzled. Yes, a new mission. We need to find Nachi and bring him back. Ellie, do you want to go? Lin Ning had barely finished speaking when he saw Ellie nod her head almost imperceptibly. Ellie was getting really bored staying here. The long-awaited group of 2 men, 2 women, and a child had reunited. Meanwhile, poor Nazi was still calculating how long it would take for the cards to catch up with him, unaware that he was about to face the arrival of these 5 devilish individuals. Chapter 54. Hey, is Nazi really that strong? Lin Ning asked Shinko curiously on the way. Let's put it this way, If Nazi had stayed with the Assassin's Guild, there would probably be more than 6 seats now. Isn't it a shame he left like that? What's there to regret? The 6 seats in the Assassin's Guild aren't exactly lucrative positions. Besides, that's just his nature. He probably wouldn't like being tied down by a position. The biggest challenge in their search was that they didn't actually know where Nazi was. The direction they were heading was just a rough estimate given by Sousa based on her connection to the cards. How are we supposed to find him? Are we just going to rely on luck? It's okay, Sousa gave us this, Shinku said, pulling a card from her pocket. The card depicted a man resembling a sea god, holding a harpoon. Shinku drew her dagger, found the balance point in the center of the card, and placed it steadily on the tip of her blade. Then the card began to slowly spin, eventually settling in one direction. Look, it's over there. Shinku pointed to the direction the card's harpoon was pointing. This is really convenient, Lin Ming exclaimed, praising the card compass. They chatted and laughed along the way, not finding it boring at all. As they walked further and further, the card compass's rotation gradually accelerated. This meant they were close to encountering Nazi. But just as they were preparing to conduct a thorough search of Nazi, they encountered a group of strange people. The first to realize something was wrong was Ellie. Stop, stop! The group stopped by Ellie were bewildered. What's wrong? Do you need to pee? Ellie blushed. No, it's not that. It seems like people from the Research Institute have been around here. I smell something. Lin Ning suddenly became curious upon hearing this. Do people from the Research Institute have a special smell? They do. There's a kind of incense circulating among the Research Institute people that can temporarily increase elemental efficiency. Only the Research Institute uses this incense, and the smell is easy to identify. Lin Ning tensed up upon hearing this. After all, they had caused a huge mess at the Research Institute, and they didn't know how the guild leaders' negotiations with the Institute were going. If there really were people from the Research Institute, it was best to avoid them. Lin Ming glanced at Caven. Is anyone nearby? Caven closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and pointed to a low hill nearby. There are people behind the mountain, about a dozen, and they all seem to be mages and priests. A dozen or so priests and mages from the Research Institute in this desolate wilderness. Lin Ming suddenly became curious. He turned to look at Shinku. What, you want to go take a look? Shinku saw right through Lin Ming's thoughts. No, if we're discovered, a dozen people, if they're all at the radiant level, we won't be able to escape unscathed. Just as Lin Ming hesitated about whether to go, Ellie seemed to suddenly remember something, and her face turned deathly pale. Ellie. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you need to pee, just say so. Where is this place? Where is it in the Research Institute? Is there sand nearby? What color is the sand? Lin Ming was completely bewildered by this barrage of questions. You suddenly. Answer me first. Ellie was extremely agitated, her bangs shaking, revealing her eyes, which were covered by seals. Shinku took out a map, first confirming the direction, then estimating the location of the Research Institute, and finally calculating based on the distance from the researchers to the Assassin's Guild, giving Ellie a rough estimate. Lin Ming kicked around, discovering that there was indeed sand nearby, and it was blood red. He even tried to sense the ground by letting his mycelium seep in. This sensation was alarming. His mycelium recoiled as soon as it entered the ground, as if electrocuted. Lin Ming plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. No. This can't be. This doesn't make sense. For Lin Ming, letting his mycelium seep into the ground could be considered a form of sustenance. He could absorb nutrients from the ground through mycelium, and if there were elemental minerals underground, he could absorb those as well. But the ground beneath his feet had just rejected him. Rejected might not be the right word, it was more like blocked him. From Lin Ming's perspective, it felt as if the ground, or rather the elements and nutrients it contained, was consciously protecting itself. This feeling was like eating for years, and then suddenly being slapped in the face by the rice in your bowl. A bizarre experience. Lin Ming looked at Ellie in horror. What's going on here? What are the people from the Research Institute doing here? Ellie's face was deathly pale. No. I can't say. Why? I can't say. If I say it, I won't be able to live anymore. But, no. I can't say. Ellie's expression was one of extreme terror. Lin Ming guessed that the secret she was hiding was related to her sealed vision, and the reason Ellie's vision was sealed instead of her being executed was probably related to the strange thing he had discovered. You don't need to tell me this. Just as Lin Ming thought he should ensure the group's safety and leave, a man suddenly appeared behind them. Silently, he appeared there directly. You don't need to say anything. I will explain. The man spoke calmly. Only then did Lin Ming notice that a thin, protective shield-like thing had appeared around them at some point. This is a protective shield, capable of neutralizing the elemental fluctuations generated by large magical seals. The man had slender eyebrows and long, smooth, medium-length hair that fell across his face. He appeared quite thin, even somewhat frail. Nazi? Shinku exclaimed. Yes, long time no see. Nazi smiled at Shinku. Everyone, this place is not suitable for lingering. Please come to my humble abode for a chat. As Nazi spoke, a huge magical seal rose from beneath his feet. Lin Ming glanced down at the magical seal, then quickly looked away. The hand seal was too complex. He felt it would give him a headache if he looked at it for too long. Lin Ming was about to speak to Nachi when he suddenly felt tinnitus, and then the scenery before him began to distort as if interfered with by some kind of signal. The tinnitus lasted for about 3 seconds before disappearing, and the scenery before him became clear again. They were no longer near the low hill, but in a secluded cave. Just as Lin Ming felt his vision and hearing stabilize, a wave of dizziness suddenly washed over him. Ugh! Ugh! Lin Ming, Shinku, and Anti all gagged. Kaven and Ellie, however, were unaffected. It's normal to feel this way the first time you use a teleportation spell. Just rest for a bit. Nachi turned and went into the cave, returning shortly with several cups and a pot of hot water. The three of them gagged for a while before recovering. Lin Ming then began to examine this so-called humble abode. Although it looked like just a cave, it was surprisingly spacious inside. Lin Ming curiously peered inside, and found it to be quite lavishly decorated. Let's get down to business. What are those people from the Research Institute doing there? Nazi didn't answer immediately, but instead looked around at everyone present. Finally, his gaze settled on Ellie. You're from the Research Institute, aren't you? Nazi asked Ellie. I used to be. Then how much do you know about their god-making plan? The Research Institute has a plan to actively awaken demon god seeds, even true god seeds. That's all I can say. Nazi nodded. He glanced at Lin Ming again. You might be disappointed, because I, too, cannot speak of what happened to you today. What? Lin Ming almost swore. You can't say that after all this build-up, you never been this suspenseful. Nazi gestured for him to calm down. I have my reasons for not saying. Nazi reached for a cup of tea, blew on it, and carefully took a sip. I roughly deduced what happened here, though it may not be entirely accurate. But the reaction of this researcher, a former researcher, somewhat confirms my guess. So my conclusion is... Nazi put down the teacup, which landed on the table with a pleasant thud. My conclusion is that if there were eavesdroppers, or if any of you were loose-lipped, the assassins might even have been silenced. Nazi paused, arms crossed, and pondered for a moment. I should say, luckily I was caught up there by that stuttering card of Sousa, and coincidentally, I'm good at stealth, and coincidentally, I can teleport directly, so I wasn't discovered. Otherwise, I would have been silenced long ago. Lin Ming found it hard to understand. What could have such a huge impact? What the researchers were doing? Wasn't it awakening a demon god seed? Yes and no. Then they discovered a true god seed? What could be more serious than that? Nazi narrowed his eyes. That's right, definitely more serious than that. Ugh. Lin Ming started to throw a tantrum. You know, but won't say anything. Although I can understand you too, it's so annoying that you won't say anything. Nazi looked at Lin Ming. He quite liked this strange kid. Do you know how many people are behind at Low Hill? Isn't it a dozen or so? Nazi nodded. There are 12 people there in total, 7 mages and 5 priests. Among them, 8 are at the radiant level and 4 are at the sun level. Sun level, 4 people. Hearing this, Lin Ming calmed down considerably. Although he hadn't personally witnessed the power of sun level mages, he had seen the might of saint level warriors, who were also among the highest ranks. He imagined 4 people of Karen's level there, and a chill ran down his spine. Really, you can't tell me? I'm curious, I'm uncomfortable. Lin Ming was still unwilling to give up. Nazi smiled and shook his head. I can't tell you. The truth there is enough to become leverage against this world. Chapter 55. The weakness of this world. Lin Ming muttered to himself as he walked out of Nazi's cave. It seems I don't know enough about this world. But then Lin Ming thought again, realizing he knew very little about the world he once lived in. He had only just arrived in this world, yet he had already touched upon its weakness. Thinking about it that way, it seemed quite remarkable. Lin Ming sat on a large rock, gazing at the stars while organizing his thoughts. This matter was actually over. Nazi had been found, and the process had gone unexpectedly smoothly. The problem was Ellie. Ellie knew far more than he had imagined. He had thought that what Ellie had told him on the mountain where he met Anti was shocking enough, but he hadn't expected there to be an even more dangerous truth. As he was thinking this, he heard a rustling sound behind him. It was Anti. Anti had gradually become familiar with the three of them, and when he wasn't with Ellie, he would wander around the other three. Just as everyone was quietly enjoying the peaceful evening, they all seemed to have forgotten something important. Lin Ming saw something flying in from the horizon, bright and shiny, getting closer and closer. Nachi, inside the house, glanced at the clock on the wall and calmly said, "It's here." Before anyone could figure out what was coming, they heard a loud thump overhead. Everyone came out to check, and saw a golden card, as if it had hit some kind of transparent wall, suspended in midair. The card depicted a mermaid. So that's how you defended against. Shinku was about to say that this was how Nazi defended against Seuss's card when, a second later, the card began to vibrate, seemingly extremely angry that it had been blocked. The card vibrated for a while, then began to spin in place. The spin increased rapidly, and the card now looked like a circular saw at full power. The invisible protective shield was gradually sawing away at the broken magical seals. It won't last long. This mermaid card is exceptionally strong at breaking defenses. Nazi packed his belongings and turned to the others, saying, "I'm teleporting directly to my lab. There's no room for you all there. You stay here tonight." Nazi pointed to the card. "It will follow me for about 12 hours, catching up with me. I come back when it reaches the lab." Lin Ming slapped his forehead. So that's how he dodged the card. So simply and directly. "Alright, I'm leaving now. There's nothing urgent anyway. We can talk about other things tomorrow. Use whatever you have here. Good night." Nachi said, a huge magic seal rising beneath his feet. Then with a whoosh, it disappeared. The card seemed to freeze suddenly, ceasing its attack on the protective shield. After about 2 seconds of hesitation, it suddenly flew up again, a golden light streaking in the opposite direction. Shinku couldn't help but laugh out loud. These two are truly a pair of sworn enemies. Ha ha ha. The cave was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Why didn't he just go back to the Assassin's Guild to find Susa? Kaven asked, puzzled. Just showing off. That card was like a bet between two people, whoever went first lost. Just as everyone was chatting, Anti suddenly seemed to sense something, ran to Ellie's side, and appeared to be drawing something on Ellie's leg. Huh? Really? Anti scribbled for a while longer. Ellie looked up and said to everyone, Anti said there's another Anti near Nazi's lab, and that Anti is with Nazi right now. Wait a minute, I have a lot to ask. Lin Ming rubbed his temples. Was Anti writing just now? Yes, Hyson taught him. Then why can't he speak? Well, it seems to be due to his physical structure, he still can't speak. Lin Ming suddenly had an idea. Judging from Anti's reaction just now, the Antis can communicate with each other. Although Anti can't speak, writing is enough to convey information. In other words, Anti could become a huge intelligence network covering the entire continent. Me, Kaven, Ellie, Anti. Among those of us who join the Assassin's Guild, perhaps Anti is the truly important figure worthy of attention. Chapter 56. The next day, Nazi returned with another Anti. The two Antis met and sat obediently side by side, their postures identical, looking like dolls displayed for sale by the roadside. Anti, Lin Ming called out curiously, and then saw both Antis turn their heads to look at him in perfect unison. Nazi and Lin Ming looked at the two Antis, marveling. Nazi looked at Anti and suddenly asked, "What is this little boy's true form?" An ant. Nazi leaned closer to Anti and asked out of the blue, "What does an ant mean to you?" The two Antis looked at Nazi in unison, then lowered their heads to think. Then, both Antis simultaneously stretched out their hands and pointed to the ground. Lin Ming looked in the direction Anti was pointing and saw a small group of ants gradually gathering on the ground. Then, the ants slowly dispersed, forming 4 words on the ground. I don't know. Lin Ming stared at the words formed by ants on the ground, a chill running down his spine. Upon closer inspection, the words seemed to slowly wriggle along with the ants' movements. But what made Lin Ming uncomfortable wasn't just the wriggling ants, but Anti's answer. Although Anti said he didn't know, his actions spoke volumes. Anti could control the ants, meaning that in his eyes, they were more like servants, or rather tools. Lin Ming's true form was a mushroom, and since mushrooms didn't obey his commands, he felt nothing for other mushrooms. Nazi saw Anti's answer and simply smiled, as if it were expected. Let's go, it's already the second day. Shinku stepped forward and handed Naki the confidential document Yin Feng had given him. The document was given to them by Yin Feng before he left. It was an envelope with a small seal on the outside, presumably containing an extremely important document. Naki took the envelope and easily unsealed it. How come you're still using this seal after all these years? Don't you know how to change it? It's because you're gone. This seal is like your keepsake. Seeing it reminds us of you. Shinku joked casually with Naki. Naki had been chatting and laughing with Shinku, but after reading the contents of the letter, his expression slowly turned serious. Is the guild leader in the Assassin's Guild now? No, he hasn't returned yet. Naki finished reading the letter and handed it back to Shinku. Dispose of it. Shinku took the letter, slammed it down in his hand, and it instantly burned to ashes. What happened? What did the letter say? Lin Ming asked curiously. Nazi sighed and said 2 words. War. War. That's right, war. Who and whom? The National Council and Xiaolincel. Shio what? Xiaolincel, Shinku explained from the side. Although I could roughly guess that calling Nazi back must be for something important, I didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. But isn't it the National Council that's involved in the war? What does this have to do with the Assassin's Guild? It must be that the chairman has established a mercenary relationship with the National Council, or reached some kind of agreement. Nazi found a chair and sat down, resting his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed. Xiaolincel, that's a purely martial arts-oriented nation where everyone is a cultivator. Are the people in the National Council out of their minds to go into conflict with a country like that? But what is the purpose of the war? This was Lin Ming's most curious question. Every war must have a reason, or rather, a struggle for interests. Shinku roughly drew a map for Lin Ming. Xiaolincel wasn't close to this country. Zhongwen Kingdom, here, is where we are. Xiaolincel here. Lin Ming watched Shinku gesture on the paper. Zhongwen was the name of their country. It was also the place where Lin Ming first arrived in this world. Logically speaking, Lin Ming was considered a demon god from Zhongwen, but unfortunately, after hearing about the many deeds of the National Council and the Research Institute, Lin Ming had no good feelings towards this country. I have some ideas about the reasons for the conflict between the 2 countries. Nazi looked thoughtfully at the map Shinku had drawn on the paper. If we're talking about a conflict of interests, the first thing that comes to mind is the recently discovered giant crystal mine. It's sparsely populated, a complete wasteland, but since its discovery, various countries have been vying for it. So, the assassins have already been included in the main story's combat capabilities? It seems so now. The battlefield. Since arriving in this world, Lin Ming has only experienced small-scale conflicts. He hasn't witnessed a true battlefield yet. We can find out by asking Yin Feng when we get back. Let's go back. Shinku looked at Naki, who shook his head. No, I don't plan to go with you. Huh? This surprised Shinku. As you can see, I have my own research here, and I believe that the people in that research institute need to be monitored. No one is more suitable than me for this. And Naki's eyebrows shot up, his face full of displeasure. Isn't the Assassin's Guild supposed to be full of experts? They haven't remembered me for 3 years, and now they're calling for reinforcements? Where's the vice president? Where's the stutter? I heard Mei is already a 6-seat member. You don't need me. It was clear that Naki harbored great resentment towards the Assassin's Guild for ignoring him for 3 years after his departure. Besides, you asked me to go back without giving me any promises, just a letter. Couldn't you at least apologize? Couldn't you at least say something nice? Why should I go back? You have to. Soul-capturing spell Nachi, who was rambling on, suddenly stopped and froze. Everyone turned to look at Kaven. Kaven scratched his head. Shinku gave him a thumbs up. Kaven was truly something else. He easily accomplished what she wanted to do but couldn't. But not long after, Nachi released Kaven's soul-capturing spell. Heh, still using magic? I can break this kind of spell in a minute. When I used magic, you probably weren't even born yet, just some nobody who just joined the Assassin's Guild. Solitary confinement. Nachi's voice stopped abruptly again. He seemed unaware of what had happened, frantically groping around with his hands. Everyone glanced at Lin Ming again. This isn't a solution either, since our mission is to bring him back. Lin Ming tentatively asked Shinku. Forcibly taking him back wouldn't be an option, would it? Chapter 57. After a while, Nazi became much more obedient, sitting quietly on the ground without saying a word. Lin Ming dispelled the illusion. After Nazi regained his sight and hearing, his face was filled with disbelief. How did you do that? Lin Ming had expected him to be angry. He hadn't anticipated Nazi's first question. It's through spores, and then toxins. Lin Ning briefly explained the abilities of his spores and mycelium, and Nazi clicked his tongue in amazement. Wait a minute, spores, mushrooms, demon god seeds. Nazi looked at Lin Ning, his eyes shining. You are now a member of the Assassin's Guild, right? More or less, because we haven't met the guild leader yet, so I guess I'm not really. Anyway, you won't be leaving the Assassin's Guild for the time being, right? That's correct. Nazi turned to look at Shinku. I go back with you, but on one condition. I want this mushroom to participate in my research project. What research project? Lin Ning felt a little guilty upon hearing this, afraid he might be subjected to live experiments. Don't worry, my recent research project concerns the correlation between the self-reproduction and physical characteristics of the demon god species, as well as the physical transfer of the demon god species soul and consciousness, and... Nazi used a lot of technical terms, each word familiar to Lin Ning, but the whole thing was incomprehensible. Could you be more concise? Nazi looked at Lin Ning and smiled mysteriously. If the research goes smoothly, in this war against Shilinsel, you might be all we need on the front lines. Is Lin Ning going to develop some weird abilities again? Caven asked curiously. Lin Ning rolled his eyes at him. Can you not use the word develop? It sounds weird. Having agreed to return to the Assassin's Guild, Nazi quickly packed up and used a teleportation spell to send everyone back to the guild headquarters. Anti and his group only brought back one, but no one could tell whether it was the first one or the later one. After the teleportation circle ended, Lin Ning still started gagging. Although he still felt very dizzy, he sincerely marveled at the convenience of the teleportation skill. You see, they had traveled a long way to find Nazi, but Nazi brought them back in an instant. As soon as Nazi returned to the Assassin's Guild, he encountered Susa. The two faced each other, staring at each other for a long time. Then Susa laughed first. Hee hee. You little bastard. You still hee hee? Dungeon well a pitch-black circle suddenly appeared beneath Susa's feet, making him look like he was standing on a black manhole cover. Susa instinctively sensed something was wrong with the black circle. He tried to jump away, but found his legs sinking into the darkness. Susa pulled out an iron chain from behind him, swung it around, wrapped it around a nearby tree trunk, and pulled himself out. Yo, a chain, a new gadget. Spirit behind Nazi suddenly drew 2 daggers from his waist. Because Nazi had been using what appeared to be extremely advanced teleportation magic, Lin Ning had almost forgotten that Nazi was actually an assassin. Nazi, wielding 2 daggers, vanished in a flash. When Lin Ning looked again, he was already silently standing about half a meter behind Susa. Susa instinctively turned around, but found no one there. He turned several more times, but still couldn't see Nazi. Susa himself probably found it very strange, but to outsiders, the name of Nazi's skill was quite fitting. Nazi was like a ghost, always behind Susa, and this effect wasn't based on speed, it seemed as if Nazi and Susa had some kind of spatial bond. Susa seemed to realize the problem as well. He glanced at the shadow on the ground and understood. Nazi, gripping the daggers, was about to raise them when Susa threw 2 cards from his hand. The 2 cards nimbly changed direction in the air, heading straight for Nazi, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Lin Ning watched the 2 brothers' friendly brawl from the sidelines. He had initially expected Nachi to parry with his dagger, but to his surprise, Nachi remained completely calm, simply summoning a hand seal. Then, both cards stopped near Nachi. It seemed this defensive method was the same as the protective shield Nachi had set up near his cave. Seeing that the 2 cards had been blocked, Susa nodded towards the still open headquarters gate. Lin Ning initially thought someone had arrived. He turned around, and a card grazed his nose with a whoosh, flying past in a gust of wind. It was the mermaid card that had been chasing Nachi for 3 years. The card hadn't even touched the protective shield before it began to spin. Nachi saw the card flying towards him, and his face was filled with disgust. Knowing his shield couldn't stop this card, he simply dispelled the spirit state behind him, hoping to dodge. But just as he broke free from Susa's back, he saw Susa's delighted expression. Full card array Susa threw out all the cards in his hand, including the mermaid card. All the cards began to spin rapidly around Susa, then suddenly stopped in front of him. Lin Ning counted, there were 30 cards in total, neatly arranged in the air. Circle, Susa murmured, and the cards suddenly transformed into a giant circle, slowly rotating around Susa. Seeing Susa's happy expression, Nachi smiled as well. Feeling better now, you OCD addict? Susa nodded, overjoyed to finally have an even-numbered hand. Sorry to interrupt your reunion. Before anyone could notice, Yin Feng had already stepped aside. Mr. Nazi, we have important matters to discuss with you. Please come with me. The chairman has been waiting for quite some time. The chairman? The chairman is back? Lin Ming asked Yin Feng in surprise. Yin Feng nodded. Yes, the chairman just returned, but we need to discuss some things with Nazi first. After we finish, you can meet the chairman. Nazi nodded as well. Since the chairman was already waiting, they would go and discuss business first. Nazi glanced back at Sousa, not forgetting to add a few harsh words. We play again later, you wait. Sousa nodded happily, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Chapter 58. Nazi followed Yin Feng into the chairman's office. The chairman was slumped in his chair, seemingly deep in thought. You two talk first, I go handle some documents. Yin Feng turned and left, leaving only Nazi and the chairman in the office. Secret talk. The chairman pointed to the ceiling, and a magical seal appeared. It then spread down, forming a tent that enveloped Nazi and the chairman. That way, we don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping. The chairman nodded in satisfaction, removing his gloves and hat. Nazi narrowed his eyes. As an assassin skilled in magic, he keenly noticed various large and small magical seals on the chairman's hands, forehead, and neck. Nazi recognized these seals. They were the chairman's leverage in negotiating on behalf of the Assassins Guild. Simply put, each seal was a contract. These contracts would remain on the chairman's body in the form of seals. If either party breaches the contract, the spell will activate, and behind each seal lies a curse binding both parties. This curse is the weight that prevents either party from breaking the contract. This is the secret technique only the guild leader can use, the contract. The guild leader can usually conceal these seals, but that would consume considerable energy, so in private, he generally wears a hat and gloves. The guild leader wears a uniform in the Assassin's Guild's colors. His pure black hair is tied back, he has a broad forehead, and gives the initial impression of being approachable. His eyes are always smiling, and the corners of his mouth are always slightly upturned. Alright, although it's been a while, let's get straight to the point. Nazi nodded, and pulled up a chair to sit down. What's the reason for the war? Nazi asked the most crucial question first. The crystal mine. The National Council wants to compete with Shalinzel for that elemental crystal mine, but their own forces can't reach the front lines in a short time, so they want to rely on the Assassin's Guild. That's their explanation? The guild leader chuckled. Yes, that's their explanation. Don't be ridiculous. There are plenty of teleportation magic experts in the National Council. While they may not be as skilled as me, they can certainly speed up marches. It's just an excuse. The guild leader was clearly used to such crude excuses. Nazi rested his chin on his hand, staring blankly at the guild leader's spell enveloping them. I think there's something fishy about this. Nazi still felt something was amiss. Tell me about it. If the Assassins Association wants to confront Shalinzel head-on, their main forces will definitely go to the front lines. What if they attack headquarters then? I thought about that too, which is why they made a contract. But there's still no guarantee they won't break it. Besides, I'm not too worried about them attacking the Assassins Association. After all, we Assassins Association aren't just sitting around doing nothing. At least Komori. The vice president will stay here to guard the area. Komori? Nazi looked at the president with a mischievous grin. Don't be silly. Although Nazi wasn't a six-seat member, what the other members of the Assassins Association didn't know was that Nazi had actually become the president's secret assistant a long time ago, thanks to his elusive teleportation magic and outstanding intelligence-gathering abilities. Even in the 3 years since he left the Assassins Association, they would still meet occasionally. Although to outsiders it seemed that Nazi hadn't met the chairman many times, in reality, their familiarity was second only to the vice chairman. That's right. I'm not actually worried about headquarters. What I'm worried about is that Divine Descent land. Hearing the chairman mention Divine Descent land, Nazi's expression suddenly turned serious. Divine Descent land was the strange, low mountain where Lin Ming and his group had met Nazi. You mean, the National Council wants to use the war to divert the Assassins Guild's attention, while simultaneously restraining the most impulsive of them all, and then carry out their plan at Divine Descent land? The chairman nodded. This surveillance mission of yours was secretly assigned to you when Illick was still alive. You worked hard all these years. Hearing the chairman say this, Nazi waved his hand. It wasn't hard at all. I've never been a fan of crowds. After 3 years away on my own, my academic progress has been phenomenal. Indeed, Nazi's departure from the Assassin's Guild after his falling out with Sousa was actually orchestrated by the guild leader. In fact, Nazi hadn't intended to stay away for so long. He planned to relax, visit family, and then return. However, shortly after leaving, he discovered the so-called Divine Descent land at the Research Institute. Using his unparalleled stealth ability, Nazi overheard many details about that land. Combined with the information he had gathered and some deductions from Illich at the time, they speculated that the Divine Descent land was about to give birth to a demon god of inconceivable power. However, most of the researchers who went there to investigate were too low-level to know the true form of the yet-to-be-born demon god. After discovering this, Nazi weighed his options and decisively teleported directly to the Assassin's Guild to inform the guild leader. The guild leader also found the situation suspicious, so he used his connections to secretly investigate matters concerning the land of the gods. He instructed Nazi not to return to the Assassin's Guild, but to continue gathering intelligence on the land of the gods and the National Council. Initially, Nazi felt somewhat guilty for leaving without a word to Sousa. But after being driven mad by that card, he felt no remorse towards Sousa. The National Council was extremely secretive about the land of the gods. Furthermore, the matter was highly sensitive. Anyone outside the research project who knew of the land of the gods' existence would be silenced. However, there was one exception: the Research Institute's genius girl, Ellie. The chairman hadn't found out why the National Council had let Ellie go, but when he learned that Ellie was Yinfeng's teacher, and that she was currently with the Assassin's Guild, he shuddered. Regarding the land of Divine Descent, Nazi hesitated, his brows furrowed. Are our guesses correct? The chairman asked tentatively. From what we can see so far, they're correct. If the Research Institute really wants to awaken that demon god, we can only silently wish them failure. These bastards. The chairman slumped back into his chair, looking utterly hopeless. So why does something so outrageous even exist? And call it the land of Divine Descent? It's incredibly ominous. Nazi sighed. Yeah. Why does a human demon god even exist? Contract. Chapter 59. The Demon God of Man. Alternative name, Lord of Man. This is the absolutely forbidden secret discovered by the Research Institute. Based on observations, it can be inferred that the demon god species are supreme beings within their own race. Most demon god species use their own race as tools or servants. Humanity initially believed that the demon god species took on human form because humans were the noblest and most special race among all races. But humanity was wrong. Humans are no different from other species. They are merely a tiny race in this world. If the entire world knew of the Lord of Man's existence, it would inevitably cause utter panic. Rulers could manage their people with force and wealth, but rulers are also human. If the Lord of Man found killing them amusing, they could be killed with a single thought. All humans, in the Lord of Man's eyes, are cheap servants. If this human ruler is a wise and benevolent monarch, the world will be unified in an instant, all submitting to his rule. If this human ruler is a tyrant, humanity will live in hell forever. Either scenario will shatter the existing world order. This is undoubtedly something no nation or power wants to see. The National Council, however, has kept this secret. While guarding the land of Divine Descent, they are trying to find a solution. There are 3 solutions. First, kill the human ruler before he is even born. Kill this unopened demonic seed embryo in its nascent stage. However, as a naturally occurring entity, the demon god cannot be directly killed before awakening. At least, it's impossible now. The second option is to awaken the human lord prematurely. When the land of the gods was first discovered, a significant number of people in the Research Institute supported this method. They believed that since a true master of humanity had been born, its wisdom and abilities must far surpass those of humans. Therefore, they should awaken this human lord prematurely, allowing humanity to live harmoniously under its rule. Researchers who supported this view were all executed by the National Council. The third option is abduction. This is the most difficult to achieve, but also the most advantageous solution for the National Council. Abduction means awakening only the human lord's consciousness before it naturally awakens, without granting it any power. To achieve this, a complete separation of consciousness, soul, and body is required, something no one on the continent has yet accomplished. Therefore, after all other ideas proved unfeasible, the Research Institute's approach to the human lord changed to suppressing its awakening, buying time for humanity to find a solution. Alright, let's leave this unpleasant matter at that. The guild leader rubbed his forehead, looking utterly dejected. Do you have any suggestions regarding fighting against Shalinsel? Let Sousa go, he loves going to the front lines. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about those 2 newcomers. I heard one is now an all-elemental mage, and the other has become Sousa and the vice-guild leader's disciple. Nachi smiled slightly at the mention of Lin Ming and Caven. That mushroom kid hasn't realized what he really is yet. It seems he gave up developing his true abilities after mastering magic, which is a shame. You want to teach him? That depends on whether he can learn it or not. When Nazi came out of the chairman's office, Lin Ming and Kevin were leisurely strolling down the street. Nazi saw Lin Ming and waved him over. Come here, come here. Lin Ming didn't know what he wanted, so he went over. Since your true form is a mushroom, can you transform into a mushroom? Sure. Come on, transform and let me see. Although Nazi's request was a bit strange, Lin Ming obediently transformed into a mushroom taller than a person with a bang. Whoa. Nazi stared in surprise at Lin Ming's giant mushroom. Nazi circled the mushroom several times, then casually snapped off a piece of mushroom flesh. Hey! Don't touch me. If you want mushrooms, just say so, don't pinch them. Nachi looked at the mushroom piece in his hand, squeezed it, and smelled it. It was no different from ordinary mushrooms. Can you transform into human form in this state? Yes. Lin Ming transformed back into his familiar mycelium form. In this form, Lin Ming appeared human on the surface, but was actually entirely composed of mycelium. Nachi nodded. I promised the guild leader I'd teach you something. Since we met, I give you a test first. As Nachi spoke, a flash of cold light appeared on his hand, and a chill ran across Lin Ming's neck. Huh? Before Lin Ming could react, he felt his vision begin to spin. So dizzy, I feel like I'm going to fall. Just as Lin Ming thought he was about to fall, his vision finally stabilized. Lin Ming stared intently at the headless body standing there. The body's hands were still waving frantically. Why did you cut my head off halfway through your sentence? Lin Ming was furious. Come on, tell me, where are you now? Where else could I be? I'm right here in your hands. Nazi pointed to Lin Ming's body, who was still groping around in confusion. You're in my hands? Then who is this? Lin Ming, hearing Nazi's words, examined his body in surprise. His body was currently making movements that Lin Ming wasn't doing himself. In other words, his own body was now conscious. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 60. Nazi tossed Lin Ming's head to Kevin. Here, hold this for a bit. Kevin caught Lin Ming's head, feeling awkward no matter how he held it, so he used his fingers to pick up 2 strands of Lin Ming's hair and lifted his head. Hey, little Kevin, you better hold on tight. If you drop my head, I stuff poisonous mushrooms into your mouth while you're asleep. Lin Ming, in Kevin's hands, looked at his body. His body seemed to have calmed down now, standing there obediently without moving. Nazi began to explain. For teleportation spells, there's a very difficult hurdle to overcome during practice, being aware of one's location at the moment teleportation begins. Teleporting others, or teleporting objects, isn't too difficult. The hardest part is teleporting oneself. At the instant teleportation begins, the teleporter exists simultaneously at both the starting point and the destination. If one cannot accurately perceive their location and target, the teleportation will fail, and they might even die within their own teleportation array due to the tension between the starting and destination points. Lin Ming, hearing this, was about to scratch his head as usual when he remembered he only had a head. How will all this help me? Nazi smiled. You originally should have been able to create clones. Huh? Lin Ming was taken aback by this. Cloning. This was an ability Lin Ming had never considered. But it made perfect sense. This is a hypothesis that Illick once made. He's truly an amazing guy. From the moment he realized his special ability to sense souls, he's been constantly researching topics related to souls and consciousness. Illick was a scholar. Yes, he was indeed a scholar, but his research at the time was practically incomprehensible to anyone. Actually, I couldn't understand it either, but he gave me some manuscripts. I've been studying those manuscripts for years, and discovered many things beyond our comprehension. For example, the self-splitting of the demon god race. Nazi said, giving Kevin a meaningful look. Self-splitting. The first generation used this method to give birth to the entire Nightborn race. You mean, I can split too? Nazi nodded. After being under your illusion, I discovered that your spores and hyphae, even after leaving your body, remain alive. You can sense their state. Influenced by you, they possess some consciousness, and will obey your commands. Everything you exhibit coincides perfectly with what Illick envisioned. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. To him, Illick was practically an urban legend. According to Nazi, Illick had long anticipated the abilities his demonic species would possess. Are all scholars in this world this terrifying? But, if it said I can create clones, what should I do? Give your cloned individual a consciousness, or to put it simply, give it a purpose. After you were beheaded, you instinctively realized that the head you could see and hear was yourself, but in reality, the soul doesn't separate head and body. At the moment you were cut off, both ends were you simply chose the head in the next instant. Wait a minute. You suddenly gotten a bit philosophical. Let me sort this out. Lin Ning muttered to himself for a while, then thought about what Nazi had said about creating clones, and finally understood what Nazi meant. So, I can make the mycelium I split off also a consciousness? With diligent training, it's possible. Since it was Illich who proposed it, that means this method of creating clones is related to the soul, right? Of course. Nazi didn't understand why Lin Ming would ask this question. Kevin, put my head back. Kevin grabbed Lin Ming's head, aligned it with the connector on his neck, and with a poof, put Lin Ming's head back in. Lin Ming split off mycelium from his neck and regained control of his body. He straightened his head and moved it around. Although you explained this to me, and creating clones is indeed a very attractive skill, I'm sorry to say, I can't cultivate this ability. Huh? Nazi was puzzled. I guess I have a bit of unspeakable trouble. Lin Ming ran his hand through his conspicuous white bangs, offering a wry smile. If I'm not careful, and that white guy reappears, that would be a huge problem. Nazi looked extremely disappointed upon hearing this. Well, it's alright though. I have a lot of experiments planned on you. No, I mean research on you, that I do later. After saying goodbye to Nazi, Lin Ming and Kevin returned to their lodgings. Kevin seemed to think it would be a shame not to practice the clone skill. No way. It would be too horrible if I woke up to find myself surrounded by mold and bones. Though he said this, he actually felt quite regretful. If he could make the split spores and mycelia sentient, then Lin Ming would be a force to be reckoned with. Given enough nutrients, he could even create a super cool mycelial dragon beast. A flying giant mushroom dragon, spitting out spores. Just thinking about it is awesome. But he couldn't take that risk. Playing that game would easily backfire. Speaking of clones and stuff, Wait a minute. Lin Ming suddenly turned around and stared at Kevin. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Kevin felt uneasy under Lin Ming's gaze. I feel like all of Nachi's tutorials weren't meant for me. Then who were they meant for? Your ancestors were masters of splitting, hard-to-die vampires with 7 cores. Kevin suddenly realized the feasibility of this idea. While instructing Lin Ming, Nachi had been amused by Lin Ming's severed head, completely oblivious to the fact that those theories also applied to himself. Don't you have 7 cores? Yes. Then wouldn't it be possible to create a clone from one of those cores? I haven't tried it, but I should have some of the first generation's abilities now, so theoretically it's feasible. Want to try? Let's try. Kevin was also stirred up by Lin Ming's words. Seeing Kevin pick up a knife to chop off his hand, Lin Ming quickly stopped him. Wait a minute, don't chop. Kevin acted as if he could do anything he wanted, but Lin Ming still had a lot of unanswered questions. First of all, if you split off a conscious individual, wouldn't that be the same as what the first generation did? Kevin stopped what he was doing and thought seriously for a moment. Creating offspring. Lin Ming trailed off, not finishing his sentence. Kevin naturally understood what he meant. After all, the first generation's image and voice were still vivid in everyone's memory, and the first generation's ultimate fate was precisely because he created his own offspring. The split I created should be different from the offspring created by the first generation. How are they different? Kevin explained to Lin Ming for a long time, but Lin Ming still didn't understand. He only understood one sentence. One is about giving birth, the other is about creating a clone. They're different. Fine. Lin Ming watched as Kevin swiftly brought his knife down, his left hand falling to the ground. Kevin's left hand fell to the ground, and slowly turned into a bloody mass. Within the bloody mass, there was something glowing red, that must be the core Kevin had mentioned. Kevin's left hand slowly grew back, and the blood clot on the ground gradually coalesced into a human shape. This process was somewhat similar to when Kevin transformed into her female form. Kevin and Lin Ming watched with great interest as the human shape gradually became clearer. I say, isn't this a bit small? It seems a bit small, probably related to the blood I separated. The blood clot finally stabilized, eventually becoming a baby. At a glance, it was a boy. This little boy looked much smaller than Antia, only about the length of Lin Ming's lower leg. The little boy had wings similar to Kevin's on his back, pointed ears, and his features looked very much like Kevin's. Rather than a child, it looked more like a little fairy. Lin Ming lay on the floor, examining the little thing. Didn't you just say that creating a clone is different from giving birth? Kevin also lay on the floor. To me, It's more like a self-aware weapon I created. I can even put it back into my body. Don't put it back yet. It looks quite fun. Play with it a little longer. Lin Ming looked at the little boy and noticed that although it was newly born, it was already gradually learning to walk. Little Ka, come on, take a few steps. What the heck is Little Ka? It needs a name, right? It looks a lot like you, so let's call it Little Ka. Just as Lin Ming was happily playing with Little Ka on the floor, Shinku suddenly pushed the door open and came in. Hey, I said, the president and the National Council. Shinku was stunned for a long time when she saw the scene before her. She looked at Little Ka on the floor, then at Caven, then at Lin Ming. You too. You already had one? Chapter 61. While Lin Ming, Caven, and Shinku were having a great time playing with Caven, the chairman was in his office, chin in hand, pondering a matter of life and death for the world. What was giving the chairman a headache were the recent arrivals of these new recruits. None of them were easy to deal with. Caven, having consumed the first generation's heart, could be considered assimilated with the first generation. The problem was, this heart was stolen from the Research Institute, and the National Council had reservations about it. Lin Ming was the culprit behind the riot at the Research Institute. If it were just about destroying the first generation's heart and snake eyes, as Shinku suggested, it wouldn't be a big problem. The key issue was Lin Ming. He had killed a considerable number of guards. Moreover, Lin Ming was now considered an official member of the Assassin's Guild. This Research Institute incident was being used as leverage to get the Assassin's Guild to support the war effort. The matter between Lin Ming and Caven could be overlooked, but the price was that the Assassin's Guild would have to confront Xiao on the front lines. Add to that Ellie's extremely complicated background. The vice president rubbed his temples. He mentally assessed whether Lin Ming and Caven, Ellie and Antai, these newcomers, were worth the Assassin's Guild's involvement in a war that had absolutely nothing to do with them. So heavy. The guild leader muttered to himself. As a mercenary organization, they were originally just a guild where everyone could make money together, but now, they seemed to have been caught in a huge vortex. The guild leader loosened his clothes, removed his gloves and hat, and ruffled his hair, trying to relax. The magical seals symbolizing contracts on his body were faintly glowing, making the guild leader look like a shimmering glass doll. Looking down, my little darling. A familiar footstep entered from outside the door. The footsteps were uneven, the lighter ones just ordinary footsteps, the heavier ones accompanied by a metallic sound. It was the vice president. Little darling. I feel like I'm a complete traitor right now. Don't say that. This negotiation must have been quite difficult. The vice president walked up to the president and stopped. Today she wasn't carrying her two-handed sword, and she had carefully styled her hair. Her clothes also wore some accessories she wouldn't normally wear, and even her prosthetic leg was meticulously polished. Cover up your hand seals. I can barely see your face. The president smiled apologetically at this. He concealed all the hand seals on his body, except for one on his left hand, a pale red one. Unlike the other hand seals, that one emitted a soft light. The vice president looked at that hand seal and smiled slightly. The seal wasn't connected to a contract, but rather a vow, signed by the president and vice president. The vice president recalled how, when they first got married, the president would act like a child, showing off the seal everywhere, bragging about his marriage. He only calmed down after being scolded by her. Have you met the newlyweds yet? The vice president asked. Not yet, see them tomorrow. I need to sort things out today. Those two young people are quite interesting. They gave me a real headache at the Research Institute. The vice president smiled. Young people, who doesn't get into trouble when they're young? The guild leader smiled knowingly at this. Anyway, none of them will escape the front lines in Xiao. War is the best way to hone newcomers. After this battle, they'd probably be able to handle things on their own. The guild leader's brow relaxed after saying this. Don't just stand there, sit down. The vice guild leader was about to turn around to get a chair when the guild leader grabbed his hand and pulled him onto the guild leader's lap. This series of movements was smooth and fluid, a tacit understanding unique to long-married couples. Just as the two, reunited after a short separation, were about to have a deep conversation and take things to the next level, they heard a commotion outside. Little Ka. Stop! Don't run that way. Before the guild leader could react to what was happening, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a tiny creature rushed in. Pointy ears, sharp teeth, and a pair of small wings, it looked rather cute. The vice president instinctively reached for her two-handed sword to prop herself up, but her hand grasped only empty air, realizing she hadn't brought her sword. The president, sensing something was amiss, tried to help the vice president up, but the decorations on her clothes caught on the armrests of the chair. Just then, Lin Ming and his two companions arrived at the doorway. "President, is that little thing here?" Lin Ming, Shen Ke, and Kevin all froze in place. The usually imposing vice president was now blushing furiously, trying to remove her clothes from the chair armrests. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the president, while enjoying the sensation on her thigh, thoughtfully used his hat to cover the vice president's face. Upon seeing this scene, Shen Ke immediately rushed in, grabbed the still-dazed Xiao Ka, slammed the door shut, and left with the words, "Excuse me. We didn't see anything." Then he, Lin Ming, and Kevin turned and ran. That night, the vice president, unusually, didn't practice swordsmanship at the training ground. For the next few days, the vice president avoided the three of them whenever he saw them. Not long after the president returned to the Assassin's Guild, he drafted matters related to the Xiaolincel War. Fortunately, the National Council had paid a commission for this war, so the Assassin's Guild members going to the conflict zone treated it as a slightly special commission. In the Assassin's Guild's forces, Lin Ming, Kevin, and Shen Ke all went into battle, with Susa also joining as a major force. Considering the potential casualties on the front lines, Mei also went. Vice President Nazi Heisen and the President, along with others, remained at the Assassin's Guild. Ellie was left behind at the Assassin's Guild. The President seemed to have some things to confirm with her. However, Lin Ming and his group took one anti. They only discovered it by chance. The Assassin's Guild had somehow acquired an extra anti. There might have been more than one, but they just hadn't noticed. Mei was captivated by the all-black anti, holding it like a doll the whole way. Yin Feng even lent Lin Ming a few elemental crystals, which Lin Ming gladly accepted. After all, debts are no object. He was already a big spender, owing over 30,000 gold coins, so this little bit wouldn't make a difference. Along the way, Mei chatted incessantly with Lin Ming. Susa was betting with Shen Ke that she couldn't get her cards read, and Kevin was still familiarizing himself with releasing and recalling his small cards. A group of people looked like they were going on a spring outing. Nazi couldn't teleport to places he hadn't been before, so he teleported everyone to the closest point to the crystal mine he could reach, and then they set off on foot. Just as they and a group of Assassin's Guild mercenaries approached the crystal mine, they suddenly entered a thick fog. In the fog, visibility was zero. Shen Ke tried to dispel the fog with high temperatures, but to no avail. This fog seemed to have a life of its own. To avoid getting separated, everyone had to hold hands, but after walking for a while, they realized that while they weren't separated, they had lost their sense of direction. Moreover, they were already soaked with sweat after only a short time in the fog. This isn't working. How about we? Lin Ming was about to ask everyone to brainstorm, when he suddenly noticed a shadow drifting past in the fog in front of him. What the heck is that? Lin Ming frowned and squinted for a long time. The thing drifted further and further away. Just when Lin Ming thought he was seeing things, another, slightly smaller shadow almost brushed past his face. This time Lin Ming saw clearly. The thing wasn't drifting, it was swimming. It was a fish. There were actually fish swimming in this thick fog. A fish? Just as Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise, more and more shadows appeared in the fog. Looking at these fish in the fog, Lin Ming felt like someone with severe myopia who wasn't wearing glasses was visiting an aquarium. Chapter 62. Fish? There are fish swimming in the mist. Lin Ming exclaimed in surprise. Don't touch them, be careful. Susa realized something was wrong and quickly warned everyone. Everyone in the mist saw the fish. The fish swam quite comfortably in the mist. Lin Ming stared at one fish, trying to see which direction it was swimming. Unexpectedly, halfway through the fish's journey, it suddenly disappeared. The instant the fish vanished, Lin Ming felt a momentary dizziness. Outside the mist, a woman, soaking wet, maintained her misty form while observing everything within. None of the Assassin's Guild members in the mist were easy to deal with. The Assassin's Guild's numbers were far from enough to be called an army. However, Xiaolincel, as the most radical martial artist on the continent, had long heard of the Assassin's Guild's top members. They knew that the Assassin's Guild alone was enough to withstand an army of thousands. Xiaolincel had long heard that the Assassin's Guild was coming to the crystal mine to join the fight, so he had prepared defenses against them. This fog was the first layer of defense. The fish demon god Fisher? This woman, always dripping wet and drenched all day long, was a figure of constant fear even in Xiaolincel. Because of her unique abilities, Xiaolincel had no one to accompany her. The fish demon god could only act alone. Fisher grinned, looking towards the direction of the fog. Sea of bliss so far, No one had been able to escape this fog successfully. Lin Ming, enveloped in the mist, felt a sense of unease. He looked up at the suddenly appearing mist, and within it, a fish swam past him. A fish? There are fish swimming in the mist? Lin Ming uttered the words, but then realized something was amiss. He had clearly just stepped into this mist, yet these floating fish seemed strangely familiar. Moreover, his clothes were soaked through, which was very unusual. Don't touch them, be careful, Sousa warned, and everyone stopped to observe their surroundings. Huh? Isn't something wrong? Lin Ming muttered to himself, his eyes catching a glimpse of a fish swimming by. Lin Ming, a fish? There's a fish swimming in the fog. Sousa, don't touch it, be careful. Shenke, why are your clothes so wet? Lin Ming, I feel like something's off. Caven, what's wrong? Lin Ming, a fish? There's a fish swimming in the fog. Sousa, don't touch it, be careful. Lin Ming, a fish. Trapped in the fog, none of the people could imagine the comical sight they presented to Fisher. Every so often, everyone would repeat almost identical conversations, occasionally a few expressing doubt, but then immediately forgetting and continuing the repetition. This was why Fisher traveled alone, without teammates. Only she herself was immune to this sea of bliss. There's a long-standing rumor that fish only have a 7-second memory. Many people, knowing Fisher was the demon of fish, often joked about her forgetfulness. But that wasn't the case. Fish are far more intelligent than people imagine. Fisher, constantly the target of these jokes, grew annoyed. She disliked such lowbrow, boring jokes to begin with. She felt these blind and arrogant fools should experience firsthand what it felt like to have a 7-second memory. So, she, already skilled in illusion and memory manipulation, developed this ability. Sea of Elysium every 7 seconds, this fog erases everyone's memory of seeing the flying fish within it. Therefore, in the eyes of the assassins, they were still in the state of being just trapped in the fog, unaware that they had been inside for almost 2 hours. She found it incredibly amusing to see others endlessly repeating the events of those 7 seconds within the fog. Watching the people in the fog was like watching fish in a fish tank. Of course, simply trapping people wouldn't be meaningful. There's a more important reason for confining them in the fog. If they stay in the sea of bliss for more than 3 hours, the brainwashing will be complete. The movement of these fish isn't random. It's a carefully designed pattern by Fisher to disrupt people's thinking. 3 hours, 10,800 seconds. This 7-second memory needs to be repeated 1,542 times. After these 1,500 repetitions, everyone in this fog will become a fool, only knowing how to watch the fish swim around, and then completely at Fisher's mercy. Watching fish swim around is quite interesting, isn't it? The situation inside the fog is getting worse. The accompanying mercenaries have begun to lose the ability to speak, simply staring blankly at the fish. Lin Ming stopped repeating his words. He felt an indescribable weariness. This weariness wasn't physical, but mental. Everyone had actually sensed something was wrong, but everyone believed the attack had been completed in an instant. Even though more than 2 hours had passed, those inside the fog still felt only a few seconds had gone by. The first to notice the time discrepancy was Sousa. And the reason Sousa noticed the time discrepancy was very simple. He was hungry. In his perception, he became hungry the instant he entered the fog. This was highly illogical. If they weren't under a hunger-inducing spell, then there was only one conclusion. They had actually wasted a considerable amount of time in the same spot without realizing it. Sousa's sudden flash of inspiration didn't become a lifeline for the assassins, because his thoughts were abruptly cut off the next second. When Sousa came to his senses, he was still surrounded by the same fog, the strange fish, his soaked clothes, and his hungry stomach. Lin Ming, at this moment, only realized that they had been attacked, but he didn't understand what had happened to them. He only felt increasingly tired. Increasingly tired. If this continued, the assassins would be completely wiped out here. Even the smartest person couldn't understand everything and devise a countermeasure in 7 seconds. Just when Fisher felt confident that she could annihilate the assassins' forces, she overlooked the biggest variable within the assassins' ranks. Anti. Although Anti was also trapped in the fog and affected by the Sea of Elysium, only this one Anti was affected. The Antichrist who remained with the Assassins Guild also noticed the strange occurrences surrounding the Antichrist, who had gone to the crystal mine. He suddenly jumped off Ilya, and began rubbing his hair. After rubbing his hair for a while, 2 tentacles emerged from Antichrist's hair. At this moment, all the Antichrists across the continent were doing the same thing, including the one trapped in the mist. This duel, at this moment, became a one-on-one battle between a fish and an ant. Chapter 63. The current number of Anti is 36,120. more than Lin Ming's debt. Although Antai's numbers are large, most of them actually live deep in the mountains and forests. He's an ant, and doesn't really like being close to humans. He prefers living in the burrows he digs to houses. Later, Antai met Ellie, the first human he encountered. Although naive, he vaguely understood that Ellie had protected him. Because of their large numbers, and because what each Antai learns is reflected in the others, Antai's learning ability is stronger than anyone imagined. Currently, although Antai's mental age is still young, in terms of intellect, he's second to none. He doesn't particularly like the Assassin's Guild, but he doesn't hate it either. For the Antais, losing one individual is only 1/10 of 36,120, not a big problem. But watching the Assassin's Guild wiped out before his eyes, Antai was still a little annoyed. Antai was the first to realize the fish demon's abilities. Because Antais share their consciousness to some extent to the other Antais, this Antai in the mist seemed stuck, repeating to them that he had entered a mist and saw interesting fish. Then his eyes kept looking at the fish, repeating the cycle after 7 seconds. It wasn't just Antai, everyone else was the same. Lin Ming, Kaven, Shinko Susa. Their minds didn't even have time to form thoughts like disperse the mist or escape. Without exception, they all first marveled at the fish in the fog, then were drawn to them, wasting 7 seconds, and then the cycle repeated. This is why the Sea of Bliss is so difficult to break. The fish forcefully attract attention, preventing the user from analyzing the situation. Antai is now his only hope. But he is still trapped in a dilemma. Even when his other consciousnesses alert this Antai that something is wrong, he forgets the warning after 7 seconds, and continues to marvel at the amusing fish. This situation has continued for a long time. Except for the one in the fog, the other Antaites have realized that the fog erases memories approximately every 7 seconds. Although he recognizes the fish demon's trick, Antai has no immediate countermeasures. Calling for reinforcements is too late, and even if reinforcements arrive, they must enter the fog to rescue them, as the location of the fog's creator is still unknown. He has also tried closing his eyes to avoid seeing the fish, but it doesn't work. The fish brush against his body, making him aware of their presence. The moment Antichrist sensed the fish's presence, he was already under attack. Forced breakthrough was futile, he was completely disoriented in the fog. At this moment, Antichrist's antennae twitched gently. This was his unique communication mode. Normally, communication between Antichrists is filtered. Only important information or intense emotions are shared among all Antichrists. This special communication mode with antennae was developed by Antichrist to address the challenges faced by individuals. In short, it involves disabling the sharing function of some Antais, putting them on standby, while the rest of the Antais connect, disabling information filtering to maximize communication speed between connected Antais. In this mode, the Antais' consciousness is both concentrated and dispersed. To use an analogy, it's like the Antais are all sitting face to face in a meeting within their consciousness. The Antais didn't directly incorporate the Antai in the mist into the network, because that would be risky. The Antais feared the mist's influence would affect all connected individuals. If they did, the other connected Antais would also enter the 7-second loop, which would be a major problem. Therefore, to avoid affecting other individuals, the Antai in the mist must remain temporarily independent. In tentacle mode, after observing several rounds of memory cleansing, the Antais found a solution. In a special communication mode, the Antais would replace the memories and consciousness of the Antai in the mist every 7 seconds. This requires a detailed explanation, pay attention. Antai's approach to this fish can be roughly explained as follows. Antai, whose memory has just been erased in the fog, is designated Antai-A. After 7 seconds in the fog, Antai whose memory hasn't been erased becomes A1. At this point, A1's memory is quickly distributed to all Antais in their tentacle modes. These 7 seconds of memory won't be erased, but will be stored. Then, the stored memory is transmitted back to Antai in the fog. After another 7 seconds, Antai now has 2 consecutive 7-second memories. A2. The memory of A2 is then uploaded and stored. And the process repeats. This way, Antai could gain support from others while remaining independent within the fog. Using this method, Antai could finally observe his surroundings and strategize within the fog. This connection rate was extremely taxing for Antai, who was used to operating independently and only occasionally communicating. He couldn't afford to engage in a war of attrition with that fish. Moreover, the Assassin's Guild members didn't seem to be able to hold out much longer. His first priority was to relay information to the others. There were only 2 ways to resolve the crisis: either find a way to dispel the fog or find a direction to escape, or find the person who created the fog and eliminate them. He couldn't dispel the fog himself. His first thought was Shinku. He wondered if Shinku's firepower could evaporate the fog within 7 seconds. Anti lay on the ground and used ants to form a few words. Dispel the fog with fire, quickly. Then, at the precise moment Shinku's memory had just been erased, he slapped Shinku's leg hard. Shinku's gaze was already somewhat vacant. Anti desperately pulled Shinku down. Because of the fog, the words on the ground were invisible unless one bent down. But Shinku had no idea what was happening. Hey, why are you pulling me? Why is there so much fog here? Hey, there's a fish. 7 seconds passed in the tug-of-war. A waste of effort. Anti regrouped, wanting to try again, when he suddenly realized that Shinku was gone. He frantically reached out and groped around, only to find that it wasn't Shinku who had disappeared, but rather that the fog around him had suddenly thickened. Now, all he could see was a white blur, truly pitch black. In an instant, Anti was disoriented again, unable to find Shinku's location. Fisher, who could see the situation in the fog unaffected, was filled with confusion. She didn't know why this boy had suddenly become so mobile in the fog. This doesn't make sense. Fisher muttered, increasing the density of the fog around Anti. Just as Anti was frantically groping around, his arm was suddenly grabbed by a hand. Then, Anti's vision came into view of a weak-looking, pink-haired girl. It was May. May, of course, hadn't escaped the effects of the Sea of Bliss. She felt extremely weak, and her mind was unable to concentrate, as if a lot of noise had entered her head. In May's eyes, the moment they entered the fog and saw the fish within it, she suddenly felt unwell. And as soon as she turned her head, she realized that Anti's figure, which she had just vaguely seen, was suddenly shrouded in the fog and disappeared. May had liked Anti very much throughout the journey. Seeing Anti suddenly disappear, May instinctively took a step forward and reached into the fog that enveloped him, grabbing a handful of his hand. Then she grabbed Anti's hand. What happened? May tried to ask, but found herself too weak to speak. Before Anti could show May the words on the ground, May had already entered the next 7 seconds. Anti wouldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. He held May tightly, even straddling her neck and pointing to the ground. After countless 7 seconds, he finally made May notice the words on the ground. Those were 4 words Anti had just written: dispel the fog, quickly. The 7 seconds passed the instant May saw the words. But thankfully, in the next 7 seconds, as soon as May regained consciousness, those 4 words were right in front of her. And Anti was there, pressing her head down to make her see the words. In the Assassin's Guild, May was probably the most decisive person. May took 1 second to read the 4 words. 2 seconds to look at Anti's face. 2 seconds to observe her surroundings and consider the situation. In the remaining 2 seconds, May made a decisive decision. A complex golden light flashed across May's body, making her look like a firefly in the fog. Then May raised her spiked mace. There are many ways to dispel the fog, but in May's instantaneous judgment, she decided that directly using a physical attack to create a strong wind would be more efficient. May felt mentally exhausted, but her physical condition seemed acceptable. Enhanced physical technique spiked hammer tornado. When Anti saw May raise her spiked hammer, he knew what she was about to do. He was actually somewhat discouraged, because he thought that no matter how powerful the spiked hammer was, it couldn't possibly generate a gale strong enough to disperse this thick fog. But when May's spiked hammer began to swing, and Anti himself was already swept into the air, he truly realized from the bottom of his heart that he was too young and too inexperienced. Chapter 64. May's mace-wielding tornado did indeed disperse the thick fog. Although it affected their own people, it successfully rescued everyone from the 7-second loop. To the other Assassin's Guild members, it all happened in an instant. They entered the fog and saw the fish, then May suddenly went berserk, hurling everyone into the air. After getting up from the mess and assessing the situation, they managed to piece together some of the events. The setting sun and their weakened bodies were clear signs that a considerable amount of time had passed. But even more striking than these things was a stranger lying not far in front of them. The person was soaking wet, their dripping curly hair resembling a clump of seaweed, and from a distance, it looked like a woman. It was Fisher. Fisher had also just been hurled into the air by May. The mist of the Sea of Bliss had been broken. She had initially thought the black-clad child was just an ordinary follower, but it turned out he had a way to break her attack. After falling from the sky, Fisher knew her true form was exposed to the enemy. If she tried to escape directly, she would inevitably be caught. It was better to play along and proceed to the next step. Having maintained the Sea of Bliss for over 2 hours, Fisher was extremely exhausted. She couldn't unleash the mist again. She simply lay down on the ground, feigning unconsciousness, and transformed an area of about 10 meters around her into a swamp. Deep swamp of resentment, this 10-meter area was the maximum range she could extend her mist. Aside from herself, anyone who stepped into this swamp would be doomed. Her plan was to feign unconsciousness to lure the assassins into finishing them off. Once someone entered the disguised swamp, she could use the trapped person as a hostage to threaten them, then escape unscathed. Just as Fisher was lying on the ground, pondering how to take the hostage and make threats, he overheard Sousa passing on his experience to the younger members of the assassins. As a seasoned veteran of the assassins' ranks, Sousa naturally saw through this tactic at a glance. After all, Nachi was a tactical player. Fisher's little scheme was easily seen through by Sousa. "Don't go for this, it's a trap," Sousa said, pulling out a chain and flicking it to bind Fisher. Fisher didn't even have a chance to react before Sousa dragged him into the assassin's ranks. Fisher, bound in chains, looked left and right, swallowing hard. Everyone. The group surrounded Fisher, listening to May explain how she dispelled the fog while glancing at the brief account of events Anti had written on the ground. "Almost 3 hours? No wonder my head hurt so much. Anti, you're something else. I have Yin Feng give you a big bonus later. My head's still a little dizzy. I need to rest for a bit." The group chattered amongst themselves. Bound, Fisher felt utterly humiliated. "I am the demon god of fish. A soldier of Shalinsel. You bunch of ragtag mercenaries from the Assassin's Guild, don't swagger around." Sousa glanced at Fisher and muttered fish. Then she turned to Shinku and ordered, "Start a fire." Seeing everyone's clothes were wet, Shinku dried some firewood and started a campfire in the nearby open space. Then Sousa pointed to a nearby pillar, then to Fisher. "Tie her up here." Fisher, seeing herself tied to the pillar and glancing at the campfire, asked Sousa tremblingly, What do you want to do?" "Grill fish." Sousa shouldered the wooden stake and walked towards the campfire. The veteran mercenaries of the Assassin's Guild were overjoyed. They knew Sousa too well, so they swarmed around her and began their acting. "Boss, this human flesh. Wait, this mermaid flesh. I never eaten this before. I heard mermaid flesh grants immortality. Save me a piece later. I want it medium rare. The last one wasn't cooked properly, it wasn't tasty at all. This one needs to be slow cooked over low heat." Fisher looked at the group's grimacing faces and turned green with fear. In Shalinsel, the Assassin's Guild had always had a bad reputation, but she never expected these guys would actually eat people. "Put me down. Put me down. I don't taste good. Really. I have thorns. They prick my throat. Help." Fisher wailed for a while, trying to gain some sympathy, but when she looked down, the Assassin's Guild members had already started distributing condiments. "Oil dish, whose oil dish? Give me salt and pepper, don't fight me for it. The chili powder is here, help yourself." Damn it. Fisher's heart sank. These monsters were not only cruel, but they also knew how to eat. Sousa lifted Fisher onto the fire and shook him back and forth. "Help." Fisher knew his chances of survival were slim, and even his cries for help became perfunctory. At this moment, Shinku, seeing that they had had enough fun, came out to proceed to the next step. "Boss, eating fish is important, but what if there's another ambush ahead?" Shinku's acting was quite good. Sousa, carrying the fish grill, pretended to be deep in thought. "Yeah. How about we keep this fish for now? You bunch of savages. Don't expect me to say anything." Hearing Fisher's words, Sousa lifted Fisher again and began shaking him over the fire. "It's on fire. It's going to catch fire. Hot, 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 hot." Lin Ming watched the group having a great time, holding up the fish, and turned to Mei Yi, asking, "I know Sousa often does interrogations. Is this how they usually interrogate prisoners?" Mei Yi chuckled. "Ah, indeed, this is a regular feature of the Assassin's Guild. Because the Assassin's Guild has never had a good reputation, Sousa and the guild leader would solemnly claim whenever they encountered foreigners that the Assassin's Guild often roasted and ate human flesh." After a while, Fisher remained undeterred. "Come on, eat me. My fish bones can pierce your throats. I'm not afraid of you." "Aw, hot, 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 hot." Seeing Fisher's attitude, Sousa silently nodded. As expected of the self-proclaimed all-fighting Shalinsel, he certainly had that level of backbone. "All right, then I grill it," Sousa said, raising Fisher high. Fisher closed her eyes, thinking, "I'm done for today." But then, instead of feeling the flames burn her, the wooden stake she was bound to seemed to pause for a moment, and then a group of people nearby started chattering, doing something inexplicable. Fisher, who had already resigned herself to death, suddenly smelled an incredibly delicious aroma. She cautiously opened her eyes, and found herself impaled on the ground. The Assassin's Guild members were now gathered around the campfire, happily grilling mushrooms. Lin Ming, you're really good. It tastes really good. Where's the salt and pepper? Didn't you say not to fight me for the salt and pepper? I'm starving. Give me a pancake, I make a mushroom sandwich. The Assassin's Guild members seemed to be having some kind of grand party, while Fisher was completely left out. Fisher suddenly felt a little resentful. What are you doing? She roared at the Assassin's Guild members. Lin Ming poked his head out and replied, eating mushrooms, what else? Are you going to eat me? The Assassin's Guild members then burst into laughter around the campfire. The Assassin's Guild are all scum. Untie me. However, no one paid her any attention. Fine, I won't untie you, that thing smells insane. You all get a bite. Chapter 65. After capturing Fisher alive, the Assassin's Guild found themselves in a difficult situation. They really wanted to get information about Shalintal's combat strength from Fisher, but this fish wasn't afraid of death. Normally, Sousa would have a whole host of fancy and brutal interrogation methods, but the situation was different now. First of all, the Assassin's Guild and Shalintal had no prior conflict. The Assassin's Guild didn't intend to be enemies with Shalintal. Their arrival at the crystal mine was against their will. Should we release her? We finally captured her, and we're just going to let her go like that? Then what do you suggest we do? The Assassin's Guild members discussed Fisher's fate all at once. The final conclusion was that releasing her was possible, but they had to leave something behind. After agreeing on their plan, the group approached Fisher with wicked grins. What are you doing? I'm telling you, don't do anything rash. The assassins ignored her, and simply knocked down the wooden stake binding her. Fisher, lying on the ground, suddenly tensed up. What are you trying to do? What are we trying to do? We want to humiliate you. Fisher's face flushed crimson. Humiliate? You really are a bunch of heartless bastards. If you have the guts, just kill me. That won't do. Killing you directly will cause a lot of problems later. We can't just let you go so easily. Fisher writhed on the spot, trying to break free of the ropes. Someone, hold her down. As soon as the words were spoken, several people rushed over and held Fisher down, preventing her from moving. Knowing that she couldn't escape this humiliation, a tear rolled down Fisher's cheek. After everything was ready, the men invited Sousa over. Boss, you go first. Sousa nodded and took a pen from someone nearby. Sousa looked very happy. He took the pen, squatted down next to Fisher, and began drawing on Fisher's face. Wow, boss, great idea. The strokes, the strength, the turtle, it's so lifelike. The men nearby kept flattering him. After a while, Sousa finished and stood up, satisfied. A hideous turtle was now on Fisher's forehead. Come on, next, I go. The Assassin's Guild members took turns drawing simple sketches on Fisher's face. Lin Ming. Are you going to do a couple of strokes? Lin Ming quickly waved his hand. No, that's all covered, there's no room left. After the commotion, Fisher's face was covered with paintings of various styles and schools. Fisher lay there, gritting her teeth. She had only ever heard that the assassins were a bunch of shameless thugs, but she never expected them to be a bunch of childish fools. After humiliating Fisher, the assassins had to continue their journey, leaving Fisher, whose face was covered in calligraphy and paintings, simply abandoned on the spot. After all, this was practically their territory, so leaving her there wouldn't be a problem. The assassins left Fisher there, cursing and swearing, and continued towards the crystal mine. After a long walk, Lin Ming keenly sensed a few traces of lightning element floating in the air. At first, he thought there was a highly skilled lightning mage nearby, but when he rounded a hill and the scenery suddenly opened up, he realized where the element was coming from. Not far from them, a mountain composed of elemental crystals stood majestically on the ground. The mountain seemed completely out of place with its surroundings. It was very high. It would take an ordinary person at least half a day to climb it on foot. Unlike ordinary stone mountains, which were covered in dust and devoid of vegetation, this mountain emitted a blue glow, and its surface occasionally crackled with arcs of electricity. Lin Ming had seen lightning elemental crystals before, but he had never seen one this large. So that's how it is. Lin Ming exclaimed involuntarily. What do you mean, so that's how it is? Kaven asked from the side. Seeing this, I understand why the National Council and Xiaolinsul are at war. How much is this thing worth? Lin Ming secretly calculated in his mind. Tell me, if I just went to the foot of some mountain and took a piece, wouldn't that be enough to pay off my debt? Whether it's enough to pay off the debt, I don't know. I only know that if you dared to get close, you'd probably be electrocuted to ashes. Then how do they usually mine? Magic resistance armor. Maggie interjected from the side. The miners wear magic resistance armor that's strong enough to protect them from radiant level magic attacks. They have to collect as many crystals as possible before the armor breaks. A slight oversight will result in them dying in the mine, turning to ashes instantly. How do you know so much? I heard it from old Tang, the blacksmith at headquarters. He said that when he was young, he was short of money and mined ice crystals for a few days, and ended up freezing off his left toe. His. Lin Ning and Kaven's toes curled up unconsciously inside their shoes upon hearing this. Everyone. They're arriving slower than expected. Just as everyone was admiring the spectacular sight before them, a loud male voice suddenly rang out from the side. Lin Ning turned his head towards the direction of the voice, and saw a group of people approaching unhurriedly from a distance. The leader was dressed in a red mage's robe, emblazoned with the insignia of the National Council. Beside him was a short woman, with a military knife slung across her waist, and a military cap pulled low over her shoulders. The assassins instinctively assumed a fighting stance upon seeing the National Council's attire, but a second later, they realized that in this territory, these people were likely on their side. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. We may have had some past conflicts, but we need to cooperate now. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lessiter, a fire mage, radiant level. Just call me Lessiter. Lessiter then pointed to the petite girl beside him. This is Hua Fuhua, my second in command. Her name is too difficult to pronounce, so just call her Hua. Lessiter smoothed his tousled red hair, and, together with Hua, bowed to the members of the Assassin's Guild. Mei nodded and returned a set of polite words. This is Susa, one of the 6 seats of the Assassin's Guild, and the main person in charge of this operation. Because Mr. Susa is not good with words, I will handle the daily communication. My name is Mei, also one of the 6 seats, a priest, radiant level. Since we are cooperating, we need to be frank with each other. We need to know the current conflict situation in the crystal mine area, and we hope that you, Mage Les, can inform us of everything. Les nodded, then suddenly asked out of the blue, who is Lin Ming? Lin Ming responded instinctively when he heard someone call his name. Les saw Lin Ming's reaction and smiled. But Susa's expression suddenly turned gloomy. Susa's attention had been fixed on Hua. From the moment their two groups met, Hua had been constantly changing her stance. At first, Susa didn't pay attention, but when Mei introduced them, Susa suddenly realized that Hua's changes in stance were actually adjustments to her posture. Moreover, the basis for her adjusting her stance was actually herself. Every time Susa changed her stance, Hana would adjust it accordingly, whether it was arms crossed, hands behind her back, hands in pockets, scratching her head, all would be interpreted as an attack preparation. This way, even if Susa used her speed advantage to close the distance instantly, Hana could neutralize it immediately. Is it necessary to be this wary? Susa wondered to himself. But there was another possibility. This wasn't excessive wariness, it was simply a habit Hana had developed. Years of this, every sight was an enemy. She lived in constant anticipation of every move. This wasn't some kind of assistant. She was a fully automated fighting machine. Chapter 66. The meeting between the National Council and the Assassin's Guild wasn't as tense as expected. How about you all come with us for a tour? Tour what? Mei asked curiously. The crystal mine, of course. Opportunities to observe such a magnificent crystal mine up close are rare. Where are Xayulinsel's men? On the other side of the mine. Les gestured. We and Xayulinsel each control half of the mine. We keep an eye on each other, and we even had verbal altercations across the mine. The person in charge over there has a very loud voice. He's quite annoying. The Assassin's Guild members followed Les's men to the vicinity of the crystal mine, where the National Council's headquarters were also located. Upon reaching the foot of the mine, Lin Ning realized that this enormous crystal wasn't standing on the ground like a mountain. It looked more like a giant meteorite that had fallen to Earth. Besides the portion exposed above ground, the underground portion of the crystal could also be seen at the foot of the mountain. After observing the surrounding terrain for a while, Lin Ning scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that this large crystal is sinking? Brilliant. Les didn't hold back his praise. Indeed, the crystal is sinking, otherwise, it wouldn't have formed this kind of high-altitude grandstand-like landscape. High-altitude grandstand, that description was incredibly apt. According to Les's explanation, because the crystal was so enormous, it constantly emitted lightning element. This lightning element eroded the ground rocks, and over the years, the ground was eroded into a huge, vertical pit, thus dividing the crystal mine into 2 parts, the above-ground part and the underground part. Thus, the closest point people could reach to the crystal became a series of cliffs. There were no railings around the cliffs, and arcs of electricity occasionally crackled from below. Mei sensed the elemental forces around her, and then cast a layer of magic resistance on each member of the Assassin's Guild. Prolonged exposure to such strong lightning element would inevitably affect their physical functions. The equipment of the National Council members was clearly specially supplied with enhanced magic resistance. Being on duty is tough, Sousa sighed. Indeed, Les began to complain. The environment here is so harsh there isn't even a single insect, and the garrison on the other side is incredibly irritable. I wish I hadn't come here. If possible, I'd love to be transferred away from here to a place with birdsong and beautiful flowers. Sousa chuckled in agreement. It was indeed harsh here, and Les was definitely not lying. His and Hua's strength was definitely not low. For such people to be sent to a place like this, they must have committed a crime and been exiled here. Moreover, guarding such an important resource wasn't something one could simply come and go as they pleased. Les pulled a pocket watch from his mage robes, checked the time, and gestured for everyone to step back. Although no one knew what was happening, everyone obediently stepped aside. It's time. I need to say goodbye to my old buddy, Les said, raising his hand and conjuring a fireball over 2 meters high, aimed towards the mountaintop. Les held the fireball, seemingly aiming. 3, 2, 1. Go! Les raised his arm, took a running start, and with a whoosh, threw the fireball towards the other side of the mountain. The fireball was hurled directly over the mountaintop, and shortly after, a loud boom echoed from the other side. Accompanying the sound of the fireball landing, a string of curses reverberated across the crystal mining area from the opposite side of the mountain. Are you crazy? Why do you throw fireballs for no reason? And at such precise times every day? If you got the guts, come and fight me. A one-on-one duel, don't you understand? Don't you have any warrior spirit? Les listened to the furious voices from the other side of the mountain and smiled with satisfaction. He didn't forget to turn to the Assassin's Guild members and boast, see? I told you I have a loud voice. I could hear everything clearly across this huge mountain. Won't they attack? No. Les was confident. The people of Shalinsel value the ritual of battle. If they're going to fight, they definitely issue a challenge beforehand and set a time. They won't do a surprise attack. Just as Les finished speaking, a glittering object flew down from the mountaintop. It looked like a javelin. The javelin, though slender, traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing squarely in front of Les. Everyone had assumed that such a delicate javelin would fall with a soft thud. However, it struck with a deafening thud, like a meteorite hitting the ground. Les fanned away the dust in the air and plucked a piece of paper from the javelin. It was a challenge from Shalinsel. It only stated the time and place, everything else was omitted. Les showed the challenge to the Assassin's Guild members. Since the conflict is scheduled to begin tomorrow at noon, I like to show everyone around the area, especially near the crystal. The group arrived at the precipice near the crystal. Actually, Lin Ning was the most interested in getting close to the crystal. He was constantly calculating how much such a huge crystal could be worth. Upon reaching the edge of the precipice, Lin Ning estimated the distance. From here to the bottom, it was at least 10 meters. Although not particularly deep, once you fell, climbing back up would be impossible. Lin Ning conjured a mushroom and threw it down the precipice. The mushroom turned to ash before it even hit the bottom. Before coming here, Lin Ning had wondered if his constitution could resist the elemental damage radiated from the crystal. Now it seemed best not to try. Lin Ning suddenly had an idea. He took out a small crystal he was carrying and stuffed it into the mushroom, giving it a certain amount of lightning attribute. Then he threw the mushroom down. Just as he expected, the mushroom, already possessing lightning attribute, lasted longer at the bottom. It reached the very bottom, and was shattered by an arc of electricity after a while. Lin Ning kept conducting experiments, and before he knew it, he had fallen behind the main group. Just as Lin Ning was familiarizing himself with the properties of this large crystal mine, Hua suddenly appeared silently behind him. Lin Ning was still engrossed in studying the crystals. He discovered that by altering the properties, density, and arrangement of the mycelium, he could disperse the damage from lightning elements as much as possible. This discovery thrilled him, and he was about to turn around and tell others when he saw Hua standing silently behind him. Lin Ning glanced at the main group, which was now some distance away, and then at Hua, who was too close to him, and sensed danger. But it was too late. Hua's military knife wasn't drawn. She merely nudged Lin Ning lightly with the hilt. Lin Ning, already on the edge of the cliff, lost his balance in an instant and plummeted downwards. This was the most terrifying experience Lin Ning had ever had since arriving in this world. He fell from a cliff several meters high, immediately activating his mycelial transformation, so he wasn't killed by the fall. But the moment he landed and touched the massive elemental crystal, he felt as if he were evaporating. Moreover, below the cliff, there was an extremely powerful storm. He knew the principle behind it. Hyson had once said that lightning elements have their own direction of motion, they move naturally. If the concentration of lightning elements is high enough, they gradually achieve a unified direction during their movement, forming an elemental storm. Although Lin Ming knew the principle of storm formation, he had no way to deal with it. A massive amount of elements ignored his body, rushing back and forth. Those elements were like countless fine needles flying through the air, mercilessly piercing through his body. In this storm-like field of lightning, the magic-resistant seal that Mei had given him shattered in an instant. Lin Ming raised his hand, watching his fingers being pulverized by the raging elements. Lin Ming felt no pain, but he could feel the fear of death. Bright light surrounded him. He tried to absorb the elements from the crystal or directly, but he discovered that the biggest problem wasn't absorption, but retention. He was simply standing there. The mycelium was constantly being destroyed by the storm. Even if he absorbed these elements, there was nowhere to store them. His rate of regenerating mycelium was far slower than the rate of destruction. At this moment, Lin Ming, desperately trying to find a way to survive at the bottom of the cliff, was completely unaware of the chaos above. Chapter 67. The first person to realize Lin Ming had been ambushed was Mei Yi. Mei Yi saw Lin Ming being pushed off the cliff by Hua, and immediately cast a protective spell on herself, preparing to jump after him, when Susa grabbed her. Want to die? Susa succinctly rejected Mei Yi's idea to go down and save him. Susa knew perfectly well that the elemental concentration below was far beyond what a human could withstand. If it were Lin Ming, he might survive, but if it were anyone else, they would surely die. Although she stopped Mei Yi, Susa was still furious. What do you mean? Susa asked Les. Les shrugged. It's a mission, you know. They said all the other missions don't matter, and neither does Xielensel's situation, but that Lin Ming has to die here. Les said, muttering to himself, trying to absolve himself of responsibility. Brother Lin Ming slipped and fell while surveying the crystal mine. The National Council wanted to help but was powerless to save him. Isn't that how it is? Bullshit. Mei's hammer whistled as it swung towards Les. I shatter you all. All of you. Shattered. In her extreme rage, Mei had almost lost her mind. The power she unleashed in that instant was completely beyond Susa's control. Susa was also worried about Lin Ming's life. He turned to look at the crystal mine and saw Shinka throwing down some magic resistance gear, while Kaven flew in the sky trying to see the situation below. Susa drew his chains, preparing to pull Lin Ming up. But he had only taken 2 steps when Les, accompanied by a streak of fire, blocked his way. Mei Yi was locked in combat with Hua, the clanging of weapons echoing incessantly. Get out of the way. No. Susa was anxious to save Lin Ming, and didn't want to waste any time. He also knew that Les was not an opponent who could be defeated easily. Just as Susa was trying to figure out how to deal with Les, an angry voice rang out behind him. You go save him, I handle this. It was Shinku. Large fireball. Les didn't intend to let Susa pass, and directly hurled a large fireball at them. Although the fireball looked powerful, it was slapped away by Shinku with a furious slap before it could even touch Susa. As an elemental assassin, Shinku possessed extremely high fire resistance. Theoretically, any fire attribute attack shouldn't be able to harm her. Seeing that Shinku could hold off Les, Susa rushed to the edge of the cliff, but he was too late. Kaven had landed from the sky, staring blankly at the area below the crystal mine. Lin Ming was no longer visible below. Gone. Kaven muttered, his voice trembling. The other members of the Assassin Guild, who had been preparing for a rescue, erupted in a collective outburst after a brief silence upon hearing Kaven's announcement that Lin Ming was gone. Mushroom Boy. The National Council is a rotten, treacherous organization that plotted against us. Smash them. Smash them all. Seeing the Assassin Guild members begin their riot, Les remained completely calm. The reason for his composure was simple. He had known about the Assassin Guild's forces beforehand. Although they were all powerful, he hadn't taken Suzume and her group seriously. Moreover, he lied from the very beginning. He wasn't a Yao level, but a Yan level. A Yan level fire mage, unique on this continent. Even the Xielensil army across the mountain didn't know his true rank, because the conflict surrounding the crystal mine was a ruse. This was the scheme of the high-ranking officials in the National Council. They merely wanted to use the crystal mine to weaken Xielensil's national strength. Therefore, this conflict would never have a clear winner. Eliminating Lin Ming, the demon god of the Assassin Guild, was just a small, incidental task. While lost in thought, Les exchanged blows with Shenku. On the other side, Hua, increasingly overwhelmed by Mei's rage, was sent flying by a hammer blow, landing right in front of Les. "Yo, little trash." Hua struggled to her feet, the blade of her military knife chipped from the hammer blow. Hua was also full of questions. This Mei was clearly a priest, and her mace attack was completely haphazard. She didn't dodge when faced with her military knife, but instead used her body and armor to withstand the blades. Even the battle maniacs of Shilinsel didn't have such fighting style. Les glanced at Hua, knowing that if he continued to hide his strength, the assassins would gain an advantage. He simply ignored Shenku, retreated to a flat area with a burst of fire, and then raised his hand to release a ridiculously large magic seal. This magic seal was visible even to the Shilinsel army on the other side of the mountain. Fire beast with the appearance of the seal, a giant dragon engulfed in flames appeared at the edge of the cliff. After the fire dragon appeared, the seal didn't disappear. Instead, it continued to generate various summoned creatures from within it. Fire Beast's 100 Beasts diagram, this spell, was the key to Les's rise to the Yang rank. With his powerful fire-type summons, Les could single-handedly command an army. As Les unleashed his fire beasts, the tide of battle turned. Apart from Shenku, no one was immune to these monsters radiating intense heat. Shenku, however, was overwhelmed by the onslaught. Susa and Mei were completely surrounded by the fire beasts. Worse still, the fire beasts were immune to physical attacks. Although they could be hit, they would immediately heal in flames. Furthermore, Les had a giant python with flames rising from its body beside him for defense, ready to block attacks from the shadows. "Originally, you could have only lost Lin Ning," Les said leisurely, sitting on the ground, watching the assassins struggling to cope with the fire beasts. "But now, you're all going to be wiped out here." Suddenly, a red glint flashed in Les's eyes. A blood-red scythe slashed towards him. The giant python beside Les snapped its jaws shut on the scythe. Les glanced at Kaven, whose eyes were bloodshot as he charged, and smiled disdainfully. "I heard the Nightborn are incredibly resilient, but did you know? The stronger a species' vitality, the more afraid it is of fire." The python raised its tail, slamming Kaven to the ground with a bang, and then unleashed a torrent of scorching breath. Fire erupted everywhere. Kaven barely dodged the attack, large areas of his body charred. His wounds were healing, but extremely slowly. While Kaven was constantly watching out for the fire beasts around him, he didn't notice that several cracks suddenly appeared in the ground beneath his feet, followed by a burst of flames. Earthfire Kaven took the hit, his legs almost completely destroyed, and he collapsed to his knees. "Terrible, terribly horrible," Les muttered, clicking his tongue repeatedly. But to Les's surprise, just as Kaven knelt on the ground, and the battle seemed certain to end in defeat, Kaven suddenly burst out laughing. This laugh left Les completely bewildered. "What are you laughing at?" Kaven didn't answer, just grinned incessantly, his charred lips parted. Before him, on a patch of ground not yet dried by the flames, Kaven saw a small, barely perceptible, translucent mushroom, like a juvenile jellyfish, still emitting faint sparks. Chapter 68. Lin Ning was, of course, not dead. Otherwise, the story could have ended there. As Lin Ning watched himself being crushed into dust by the lightning storm, only one last plan remained in his mind. He would transform himself into mycelium, and then travel with the lightning element. This way, he could preserve his mycelium as much as possible. The risk of this approach was that Lin Ning didn't know at what stage he would die. His mycelium could very well be completely wiped out in an instant, leaving not even ashes. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. But it was the only way. "I already died once. What's there to be afraid of?" Lin Ning steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and sensed the direction of the lightning element's movement. Mycelium disintegration. Lin Ning's body vanished in an instant. He was like a human-shaped sand sculpture, scattered by a hurricane, instantly transforming into countless mycelium. This was Lin Ning's first attempt at disintegrating himself. His body now resembled some kind of fluid mixed in with a lightning storm, swirling endlessly beneath a crystal mine. To Lin Ning's relief, although he had given up his human form, he was still alive and conscious. He wasn't human now, so he lacked his 5 senses, but he could still perceive what was happening around him. This sensation was amazing. He could now see without light, relying on vibrations and heat. This was probably a unique method of perception unique to fungi. Lin Ning marveled at this unique vision, having unintentionally unlocked a new ability, a blessing in disguise. When he was still in human form, the intense light from the crystal made it impossible for him to see his surroundings. Now, thanks to this perception, Lin Ning finally understood the complete landscape beneath the crystal mine. On the precipice's rock face, there were deep cracks. These cracks were the only way to escape. However, figuring out how to escape the storm and reach the vicinity of the cracks remained a problem. Just as Lin Ming was pondering how to escape, he suddenly noticed that his mycelium was beginning to change. Since falling off the cliff, Lin Ming had never given up absorbing the elements from the crystal, as these elements were a form of nourishment for him. If he could successfully absorb them, he could create new mycelium to replenish his losses. Initially, his absorption efforts had consistently failed. Because his mycelium itself couldn't maintain a stable state, even after absorbing elements, it couldn't generate stable mycelium. But now it was different. He was now a loose clump of mycelium drifting in the storm. His mycelium endlessly repeated the process of absorbing elements, generating new mycelium, and being destroyed. Over time, the compatibility between his remaining clump of mycelium and the lightning element increased. In short, Lin Ming's mycelium underwent a rudimentary adaptive evolution in this harsh environment. His mycelium successfully found a form that could survive the lightning storm. These mycelium, possessing new characteristics, were entirely blue, translucent, and constantly vibrated at minute intervals, invisible to the naked eye. With this new mycelial form, Lin Ming was able to begin to be immune to the impact of lightning. This meant he no longer needed to passively drift with the lightning storm. Lin Ming controlled the mycelial mass, temporarily attaching it to the huge crystal. He couldn't fly, nor could he jump in this storm field. He needed to find a way to get himself into the large crack and then escape to the surface through the soil fissures. Lin Ming tried absorbing the crystal's elements again, and he was surprised to find that this time, the feeling was vastly different from when he had just fallen. His new mycelium had now stabilized, and the elements within the crystal were now usable as nutrients. He wanted to give his new mycelium form a name, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a good one. He couldn't just call it thunder fungus. How about calling it thunder form? But that wasn't cool enough. While pondering, Lin Ming absorbed the crystal's nutrients, and he slowly returned to human form. At this moment, Lin Ming's entire body was covered in his new form of thunder attribute mycelium. His body glowed, was somewhat translucent, and sparks constantly flashed across his skin. His eyes were entirely blue, making it impossible to distinguish the whites from the pupils. If the surroundings were quiet, a faint humming vibration could be heard emanating from Lin Ming's body. He now looked like a work of art sculpted from the crystal. Lin Ming stood firmly on the vertical crystal surface, appearing like a peculiar plant growing from the crystal. Feeling he had replenished his mycelium sufficiently, Lin Ming prepared to move. He raised his hand, splitting a mycelial thread from his index finger and connecting it to a crack in the opposite rock wall. His body gradually seeped into the soil near the rock wall along this thread. Now slowly accustomed to his non-human form, Lin Ming also discovered the convenience of this completely free form. Before long, his entire body was immersed in the soil, and he began to ascend through the layers of earth. As Lin Ming drew closer to the ground, strange phenomena slowly began to appear on the surface. The small mushroom Caven saw was one of them. That small mushroom was part of the mycelium emanating from Lin Ming's body. This mycelium first found the ground, and then coalesced into its most stable form. A mushroom. Seeing the familiar mushroom, Caven knew that Lin Ming was not dead. The other members of the Assassin's Guild also noticed the small, lightning-infused mushroom starting to grow on the ground. Shinka cursed under his breath, then laughed. Knowing that Lin Ming was not dead, the Assassin's Guild members finally regained their senses. Their attacks changed from the previous chaotic, venting style to their more familiar guerrilla warfare of fighting and retreating. Sousa also realized that Lin Ming was not dead. He breathed a sigh of relief and began to use his cards to coordinate the battlefield. Those cards seemed to fly randomly in the air, but each action of the cards was a coded signal that only the Assassin's Guild could understand. Under Sousa's command, everyone learned that Lin Ming was still alive. Although they didn't know Mushroom Boy's current situation, as long as there were mushrooms, he was still alive, and as long as he was alive, there was still a way. Seeing the assassins suddenly regain their footing, Les smiled contemptuously. So what if they regained their footing? How could a bunch of brutes wielding swords possibly contend with a high-level mage like himself? Mages would always be overwhelmingly superior to other classes. In his eyes, the assassins were at best barely clinging to life. Just as Les was beaming with pride at his noble mage status, lightning suddenly began to crackle on the ground not far away. It looked like a bolt of lightning was about to burst forth from the earth. Meanwhile, blue mushrooms crackling with electricity began to sprout continuously around the ground. Could it be Lin Ming? How could he survive? Hua noticed something was wrong and quickly drew her knife, ready to strike. Lin Ming finally reached the surface. Actually, he regretted it halfway down the underground path. He had only wanted to experience what it was like to move underground, but it was surprisingly slow. He should have just climbed up the cliff face directly. Lin Ming rose from a large cluster of electric mushrooms, slowly gathering his body into a human shape using the mushroom mycelium, but only his upper body. His clothes were already gray. He wouldn't go through such a cool resurrection scene naked. He turned his head and saw Caven. Could you give me a pair of pants? What a weird look you're in. I explain later. Just give me some clothes first. Caven took off his own clothes and threw them to Lin Ming. Lin Ming tied the slightly tattered, burnt garment around his waist, barely covering himself. Flame Beast Crimson Flame Dragon. As soon as Lin Ming revealed his true form, Les cast a spell. A gigantic flame dragon charged straight at Lin Ming. Lin Ming looked at the flame beast rushing towards him, smiled disdainfully, and gestured for Caven to move aside. He had crawled out from the bottom of that crystal mine. Every strand of his mycelium now contained extremely refined lightning element, and Lin Ming could now directly absorb the elements of the entire crystal mine, meaning his mana was now nearly limitless. Try this first. Lin Ming raised his hand and casually conjured a forbidden spell. Forbidden spell. Lightning strike. Lightning strike can be simply understood as a horizontal bolt of lightning that can penetrate and cause damage in a straight line. It's forbidden because the caster cannot control the distance of the lightning strike, and the spell's hand seals have some flaws, resulting in a massive mana consumption despite its astonishing power. Mana consumption was no problem for Lin Ming now. Lin Ming raised his hand and aimed at the fire dragon's mouth, unleashing a dazzling bolt of lightning. The moment the lightning appeared, Lin Ming regretted his actions. He had already sensed the destructive power of the spell, but it was too late to stop. The bolt of lightning he released was over 10 meters in diameter, while the dragon released by Les was only about 2 meters thick. Lin Ming didn't know if Les's summoned beasts had any intelligence, but it seemed to pause for a moment when it saw the fire dragon. With a deafening roar and a deafening crack of lightning, the fiery dragon was engulfed in the storm. Lin Ming's lightning bolt had already surged hundreds of meters, showing no sign of stopping, and crashed directly into a low mountain in the distance. After a violent tremor, Lin Ming's spell finally ceased, and everyone turned to look at the mountain. A clean, neat hole had been punched into the mountainside, looking as if a giant earthworm had burrowed through it. Seeing this, the members of the National Council wisely sheathed their weapons, and stood obediently to the side. That's it. What's the point of fighting now? Chapter 69. Neither the Assassin's Guild nor the National Council expected this conflict to end this way. Lin Ming wore a garment around his waist, his body crackling with lightning, looking like the god of thunder himself. The Assassin's Guild members surrounded him upon his appearance. You're all crackling like that. Can I touch you? Sure, feel it. Lin Ming stretched out his arm, letting them touch it one by one. Trembling, numbing. It's quite exciting. Lin Ming played around with them for a while, explaining in detail how he escaped from beneath the crystal mine. Can you maintain this form indefinitely? Lin Ming had considered this question before, and the conclusion was no. His current form was mainly due to absorbing a sufficient amount of lightning element. If there was no subsequent replenishment of elemental energy, once the elements within his body were depleted, he would slowly revert to his previous form. However, Lin Ming did learn the lightning fungus form. If he encounters enough lightning element in the future, he can transform into this lightning attribute form at any time. The power might not be as great as it is now, since he's currently powered by an entire crystal mine. His biggest gain from this near-death experience wasn't fully mastering the lightning element, but unlocking the free form of his non-humanoid mycelium. In short, Lin Ming can now transform into whatever he wants. A lump, a puddle, whatever he wants. He can transform into mycelium and hide underground, or he can become a ball of mycelium and happily roll around on the ground. While the Assassin's Guild was celebrating Lin Ming's resurrection, Les, standing nearby, had extremely complex feelings. He now only regretted not simply burning Lin Ming to the ground. His and Hua's original plan was to simply frame Lin Ming for an accident, which would be more plausible on the surface. But no one expected things to escalate like this. Now, if he were to fight Lin Ming to the death, he probably wouldn't win. At best, it would be a one-for-one trade between him, a Yang-level mage, and Lin Ming. It wasn't worth it, not at all. Besides, this guy was really strange. Les rested his chin on his hand, looking at Lin Ming, his brows furrowed. He was, after all, a Yang-level mage, and had seen many demonic beings. But someone as special as Lin Ming was a first for him. He had initially thought that the National Council wanted to silence Lin Ming because of his disturbance at the Research Institute, but now it seemed things weren't so simple. The National Council might genuinely see Lin Ming as a threat. You too, say a few words, Lin Ming said, walking up to Les amidst a trail of sparks. Les sighed. Kill me or torture me, it's up to you. Don't sound so pessimistic, we're not monsters. Les looked at Lin Ming, hesitant to speak. I know the National Council wants my life, but I didn't expect it to be this way. Les smiled. Then you really don't understand the National Council. Lin Ming turned his head, whispered to Sousa and Mei for a moment, then turned to Les and said, what happened today can be pretended never happened. Les was stunned. He didn't understand what he meant. We can pretend you pushed me into the crystal mine never happened, but as a condition, we want one thing. What is it? This mine. Les chuckled. These conditions. That's really typical of your Assassin's Guild. But let me make this clear first. This mine is a key resource that the National Council and Xiaolincel have been fighting over for a long time. It's not something you can just take as you please. We know that, so tomorrow's battle with Xiaolincel will still happen. However, after we defeat Xiaolincel, the Assassin's Guild will take over the mine. Les shook his head vigorously. You make it sound so easy. I won't be able to explain this back home. Hearing Les say he wouldn't be able to explain, Lin Ming placed a hand seal on Les's head. Les's hair stood on end. I can explain. Put your hand down, we can talk this over. After some discussion, the Assassin's Guild and the National Council agreed on this forceful seizure. After much deliberation, Les actually thought it was a good plan. He never wanted to stay in this barren place. If he blamed all the problems on Lin Ming, even as a defeated general, he could leave. Although it was humiliating, at least he escaped this hellhole. After all, the mutation of the demon god species was an unavoidable event, and it would at least give him an explanation to the higher-ups. Thinking this way, Les felt somewhat pleased. The next day at noon, the joint forces of the Assassin's Guild and the National Council met with Xiaolincel's men near the crystal mine. This was the first time the Assassin's Guild had seen Xiaolincel's leader. The man was astonishingly tall, estimated to be 2.5 meters, carrying a bundle of javelins on his back, and had an excessively thick head of brown hair that looked like a lion's mane. Les greeted the big man enthusiastically. Hey! Erguzi! The big man saw Les and, without a word, threw a javelin. The javelin flew straight towards Les's head. Les quickly ducked. Erguzi? Lin Ming asked Les, puzzled. Ah, just a nickname. He's the person in charge here at Xiaolincel. Then why is he called Erguzi? He's cute, look at him, all fluffy. Lin Ming looked at Xia, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the fluffy description. Xia noticed Lin Ming standing to the side, pondered for a moment, then pointed to a low hill in the distance with a hole in it and asked, Did you do this? Lin Ming looked at the hill and nodded. Xia looked conflicted. It makes sense. Les, a single fire mage, had already been locked in a stalemate with Xiaolincel for so long, and now a lightning mage capable of blasting through a mountain with a single shot had appeared. Xia now knew perfectly well that Xiaolincel's current strength was no match for the combined forces opposite them. But surrendering was out of the question. After all, they were Xiaolincel, one of the most prestigious groups on the continent, and they cared a lot about their reputation. Since they were going to get beaten up anyway, they might as well lose with some dignity. Overwhelming numbers doesn't make you heroes. Do you have the guts for a one-on-one fight? This was the worst possible solution. A one-on-one fight might offer a slight chance of victory. Xia made up his mind and began selecting fighters from the opposing camp. Xia looked at Sousa. Although not tall, he was muscular and looked intimidating. Xia then looked at Caven. This guy was quite handsome, but he didn't seem like a normal human being. Lin Ming, now imbued with lightning, was practically a lightning king, making him Xia's first to be eliminated. Xia had actually fought both Les and Hua, and neither was easy to deal with. Finally, Xia saw Mei in the corner, her back to him. Mei was sitting on the ground, maintaining her hammer. Looking at the scratches on it, she felt a pang of heartache. Because Mei's back was to Xia, he didn't see her hammer. In his eyes, she was just a pink-haired girl resting on the ground. It's you, that little girl. Huh? Hearing little girl, Mei realized he was talking about her. What's wrong? Lin Ming barely suppressed a laugh. He really knew how to pick. He immediately chose the most troublesome one. Erguzi wants to fight you one-on-one. Why me? Maybe. He thinks you look easy to bully. Sigh. Mei sighed. She stood up, turned to look at the tall and burly Xia, then turned around, slung the hammer over her shoulder, and strode towards Xia with an air of utter indifference. Looking at Mei Yi's hammer, which was bigger than her head, Xie felt a pang of regret. Chapter 70. While watched Xie being brutally beaten by Mei Yi, feeling immense sympathy. Les observed the battle for a while, then seemed to suddenly remember something. Right, I remember they have a demon god species in Xiaolinsel, something related to water. Ah, that fish, we already encountered it. Les looked quite surprised. Encountered it? How did you deal with it? We've been avoiding that thing. The one-on-one fight between Xie and Mei Yi seemed evenly matched. Xie was very resilient. Even if Mei Yi's spiked hammer hit him directly, he wouldn't suffer much damage. Moreover, Xie was extremely agile, using a javelin, a weapon suitable for both close and long-range combat. Although Mei Yi was also skilled in close combat, her small size put her at a slight disadvantage in her maneuvering against Xie. And most importantly, Mei Yi was expending a lot of energy. Xie took a step forward, and Mei Yi had to run 4 or 5 steps to keep up. If she couldn't close the distance immediately, Xie's javelin would fly straight at her. After fighting for a while, Mei Yi started to get annoyed. Originally, Mei Yi still possessed some warrior spirit. Close combat, where strength determines victory or defeat, was inherently a very romantic thing. But now she was a little tired. It seemed that she was the only one working at the crystal mine on this trip, and just when she wanted to rest for a while, she was given a one-on-one challenge. The more Mei Yi thought about it, the more annoyed she became. She took a half step back, slammed her hammer into the ground, and stood there motionless. Xie, seeing Mei Yi standing still, didn't understand what had happened. Hey, have you been injured recently? Mei Yi, leaning on her hammer, asked Xie. Huh? Xie didn't understand. Injuries, of course I have them, we martial artists. Alright then. Once Mei Yi confirmed Xie's injuries, things would be easier. Be prepared, bite a towel or something. Huh? Why bite a towel? Xie still didn't understand Mei Yi's intentions. Although Xie didn't know, the Assassin's Guild members had already begun praying for this big, clumsy guy. Mei Yi raised her hammer, but this time her grip was slightly different. Super Restoration side effects upgraded in the first second. Xie felt a warm holy light appear before his eyes. He was still wondering why Mei Yi was using a priest's spell here. In the second, Xie felt something was wrong with his body, realizing that Mei Yi's priest's spell was aimed at him. In the third second, an indescribable, excruciating pain immediately spread throughout Xie's body. Xie's screams echoed throughout the entire crystal mining area. Hearing this sound, the Assassin's Guild members were completely immersed in the experience, feeling a chill run down their spines. My goodness. He's screaming so horribly. I never knew there was an enhanced side effect. This is much worse than the guild leader's screams. Accompanied by the ever-increasing healing light, Mei Yi's smile grew increasingly unrestrained. Not long after, Xie fainted. Mommy. He fainted. I was wondering what she was researching in seclusion before. Turns out she can actually use her healing magic in combat. Look, the ground over there is all wet. Did that big guy pee himself? Mei knelt down to check on Xie's condition. Confirming he had simply fainted, she leisurely picked up her hammer and walked back. Seeing Xie unconscious, Les, following their prearranged plan, went to discuss the post-war agreement with the Xiaolinsel men. The agreement was very simple. Xiaolinsel had only 2 options. First, they could return to their homeland to fetch reinforcements, but Xiaolinsel's homeland was far away, and by the time reinforcements arrived, it would be too late. The second option was to withdraw their troops directly, abandoning the crystal mine. Of course, they could still put up a fight, but Xiaolinsel's trump card, the fish demon god Fisher, was currently missing. With their commander defeated, there was no point in resisting. After a while, Xie woke up and began calmly negotiating the terms with Les. Xie was actually quite puzzled. He felt refreshed after being beaten up. Did he have some kind of extraordinary quirk he hadn't discovered before? The Xiaolinsel men were reckless, but not stupid. They themselves knew that the National Council was using the crystal mines to distract them, so the struggle for this area wasn't a life-or-death battle. Being able to legitimately escape wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Now that the assassins were going to openly seize the crystal mines, taking on this hot potato was a rather good way out for Les and Xie. The final agreement was that both Xiaolinsel and the National Council would withdraw their troops simultaneously. Les led the National Council personnel back to the National Council, Xie led the Xiaolinsel personnel back to their country, and Lin Ming thoughtfully pointed out the approximate location of Fisher, allowing the Xiaolinsel people to retrieve her. As they left, Xie and Les were a little reluctant to part. In the end, Only the Assassin's Guild members remained in the crystal mine. Now that everyone's gone, it's just us. What do we do now? Shinku asked Lin Ming, looking at the mountain-sized elemental crystal. Then, of course, we get a big one first. Lin Ming was now immune to the crystal's effects, so he grabbed a pickaxe and jumped down into the crystal mine. After a series of clanging sounds, Lin Ming climbed back up carrying a crystal the size of a head. How much do you think such a big one is worth? Lin Ming asked Shinku with a beaming smile. Well, unprocessed raw stones are cheaper, but one this big, it'd be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Then I have to get at least 3 to take back. Lin Ming finally had a way to pay off his debt. But there was still something difficult to handle. That was, how to explain this to the guild leader. After all, this wasn't their original mission. But it shouldn't matter. This crystal mine can serve as leverage in further negotiations with the National Council. It's not a bad thing. The Assassin's Guild had settled things and should head home, but Lin Ming was reluctant to leave. It wasn't that he was reluctant to leave the mine, but rather his current form. This was his strongest form to date. While everyone else was packing up to return to the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming sat by the crystal mine, constantly thinking of ways to preserve this thunder mushroom form. Initially, he thought it was an energy storage issue. He experimented, and in this form, after filling his entire body with lightning element, he could use forbidden techniques like thunder strike dozens of times without any problem. The problem now is that even without magic, the lightning element in his body is gradually dissipating. Lin Ming, sensing the lightning element within his body, suddenly had an inspiration. If he could reduce the activity of the lightning element, would that have an effect? Lin Ming began experimenting with changing the arrangement of the mycelium within his body. Reduce elemental activity. And also increase the amount of elemental storage. Lin Ming began concentrating intently on increasing the amount of elemental absorption into his body, and by increasing the density of the mycelium, increasing his body's elemental capacity. The rest of the Assassin's Guild had already packed their belongings and were ready to depart, but seeing Lin Ming concentrating with his eyes closed, they all sat down and waited for him. Everyone saw Lin Ming's body begin to glow brighter and brighter, until finally it became so bright that they couldn't open their eyes. I say, he won't explode, will he? Should we move away? Let's move away. What if he blows himself up and splashes us? The members of the Assassin's Guild found a large rock and hid behind it, secretly watching Lin Ming. Lin Ming felt the amount of lightning element in his body increasing, and finally, after the lightning element broke through a certain critical point, he suddenly felt that the lightning element stopped moving. This feeling was like gas condensing into liquid, and then liquid condensing into solid. And his body was now like a high-pressure tank of lightning element. Elements are truly amazing. Lin Ming opened his eyes, and found that his body was no longer so bright, but had returned to its normal appearance, not much different from usual. Although the lightning element was invisible to the naked eye, Lin Ming could feel its concentration within his body. He raised his hand and carefully released a lightning bolt, as weak as possible. To control its power, he used a high-density lightning element wisp, thinner than a hair. A bright bolt of lightning struck the ground beside Lin Ming with a crack, startling him. Looking towards the sound, Lin Ming saw a charred crater, more than a meter deep, in the ground beside him. Just as Lin Ming was marveling at the power of this small lightning bolt, he discovered a surprising phenomenon. The lightning element within his body was automatically replenishing itself. As if to maintain its current high density, every time his lightning element was used, it would immediately and automatically absorb new elements from the surrounding environment to replenish itself. Moreover, this replenishment was passive, meaning that even in areas with less concentrated lightning element, he could slowly and passively replenish his lightning element. If this were told to Hyson, he'd probably be dumbfounded. Lin Ming excitedly turned to share the news with the Assassin's Guild members, only to find a bunch of them hiding behind rocks. You mastered your divine skill? Ah, I have. Then, it won't explode, will it? Of course not. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Alright, let's come out then. As soon as everyone peeked out from behind the rocks, Lin Ming summoned a ball of lightning in his palm. The group of people swiftly retreated back inside. Everyone had witnessed Lin Ming sealing that massive amount of lightning element into his body. No one had ever heard of a container that could hold so much element. Now everyone was genuinely afraid Lin Ming would explode. On the way back to the Assassin's Guild, everyone kept a good distance from Lin Ming, reinforcing their magic resistance every half hour. With that kind of fuss, Lin Ming felt that if he didn't explode, he'd be letting everyone down. Chapter 71. Lin Ming didn't explode along the way. Upon returning to the Assassin's Guild headquarters, Lin Ming was met by Hyson. Hyson, seeing Lin Ming, cautiously took a half step back. Are you serious about taking that half step back? Of course I'm serious. You really won't explode? Hyson, as expected of a seasoned lightning mage, sensed an extremely high density of lightning element the moment he met Lin Ming. Of course I won't explode. This form was obtained through a near-death experience and a flash of inspiration. Hyson circled Lin Ming twice, marveling. It can automatically recharge? Yes, why don't you try it? Hearing this, Hyson raised his hand and summoned a lightning ball the size of a football. The moment the lightning ball appeared, it was sucked into Lin Ming's hands with a whoosh. After touching Lin Ming, the lightning ball vanished instantly, like water absorbed by a sponge. Your lightning ball isn't good enough. Come on, let me show you a bigger one. Lin Ming raised his hand, and a lightning ball 5 or 6 meters in diameter appeared in midair with a whoosh. You greenhorn, don't be so cocky. I'm not so weak that I lose to you. Hyson raised his hand again, summoning another lightning ball about 10 meters in diameter. This lightning ball lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before Lin Ming absorbed it. You wait, I pull out an even bigger one for you. Just as the two lightning mages were getting into their competition, Yin Feng walked over. Alright you two, let's continue later. The guild leader needs to see Lin Ming. Guild leader? Lin Ming could guess why the guild leader wanted to see him. On this trip to the crystal mining area, he had taken it upon himself to acquire a mine, no small matter. Lin Ming greeted the others, telling them to go celebrate first, and that he would be there shortly. When he arrived at the chairman's office, the chairman was frowning deeply. Sit down, the chairman said, gesturing to a chair nearby. As soon as Lin Ming sat down, the chairman immediately cut off the office's connection to the outside world. Secret Talk Lin Ming's expression instantly turned serious. He had initially thought the chairman was going to discuss the crystal mine incident, but judging from the chairman's attitude, it seemed to be some extremely important secret. First, I want to apologize to you. Huh? Lin Ming looked incredulous. Apologize? Why? The National Council wants to kill you. I should have known this long ago. Ah, you don't need to worry about that. No, things aren't as simple as you think. Lin Ming was taken aback again. Isn't it because I caused a scene at the Research Institute? No, according to current intelligence, the National Council's desire to kill you has nothing to do with the Research Institute incident. Nothing to do with it. But aside from that incident, I haven't had any other grudges with the National Council. The chairman sighed slowly, then stared at Lin Ming without saying a word. Lin Ming felt a chill run down his spine under the chairman's gaze. The chairman picked up a stack of documents from the side and handed them to Lin Ming. These are documents that the Assassin's Guild's intelligence department recently intercepted at the National Council. Take a look. Lin Ming took the documents and opened them. But after reading only 2 pages, cold sweat broke out on Lin Ming's back. It was about him, about Lin Ming, about the Lord of the Alien Fungus. Lin Ming flipped through several more pages in disbelief. They meticulously recorded Lin Ming's every move from birth to the present. From the initial forest, to his encounters with Kaven, Maureen, and Shinke, his rampage at the Research Institute, joining the Assassin's Guild. Everything was meticulously documented. Lin Ming glanced at the guild master in disbelief. The guild master stared at Lin Ming, his gaze extremely sharp. Could it be? Someone is following me. The guild master remained non-committal. But why me? No, according to current intelligence, the National Council isn't just targeting you. Who else? The guild master tossed over another stack of documents. Lin Ming flipped through them one by one, discovering they contained information on other demonic species. Besides him, there were 2 others. The Lord of the Ghosts, and the Spider Demon God. The documents recorded some of the Spider Demon God's movements. The Spider Demon God seemed to have only recently awakened. The records only covered events from the last month or so. According to the records, the Spider Demon God is currently concealing his demonic race identity, wandering aimlessly across the continent. The Ghost Lord's whereabouts are recorded as awaiting awakening. Suddenly, the amount of information flooding his mind was overwhelming. Lin Ming closed the documents, spent a long time sorting out his thoughts, but couldn't make heads or tails of it. But one thing he was certain of, the National Council might know he was special. However, Lin Ming didn't know exactly how much the National Council knew. Perhaps, they knew from the beginning that he wasn't from this world. Could it be that the other 2 demonic races being followed, like himself, were also outsiders? The Lord of Ghosts sounds similar to Kaven. His true form isn't a natural species, but a legendary being. And when you think of ghosts, the first thing that comes to mind is demon. Demons are the souls of the dead. Although Lin Ming isn't a scholar, he's come to understand to some extent the importance of souls in this world. If the Lord of Ghosts can truly see or control the souls of the dead, then with the Research Institute's technology, resurrection isn't impossible. As for the spider demon god, Lin Ming has absolutely no clue. Speaking of spiders' webs, 8 legs, many eyes, Lin Ming shook his head. He didn't understand what special significance he and these 2 demon gods held for the National Council. The chairman looked at Lin Ming and suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. Laughing? What are you laughing at? The fact that I'm showing you these things here means I acknowledge your status as a member of the Assassins Guild. We assassins have a principle. We start with what's closest to us. No matter how grand the problem, we always begin with what's closest to us. Hearing this, Lin Ming snapped back to reality. He looked at the documents in front of him again and suddenly realized what the guild leader was trying to say. You mean, someone in the Assassins Guild is following me? The guild leader nodded. That's right. Since his whereabouts were constantly being updated, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the National Council had the ability to remotely monitor him, or someone close to him was constantly reporting his information to the National Council. There might be a mole within Lin Ming's inner circle. Lin Ming checked the information about his whereabouts in the documents again. This intelligence was intercepted shortly after they went to the crystal mining area, so there was no information about the crystal mining area itself. The intelligence recorded the beginning of his whereabouts in the small town where he met Caven. The account of the town was somewhat rough, seemingly pieced together later based on oral accounts. Could it be Calvin? No, anyone could be the mole Calvin. He really doesn't seem like it. Not because he's particularly reliable, but Lin Ming simply felt he wasn't suitable to be a mole, because he wasn't smart enough. Lin Ming went through the whole story from beginning to end, and the most suspicious person was only one. Chapter 72. Actually, when the guild leader received this intelligence, he already knew who was monitoring Lin Ming. It wasn't a vampire, nor a fire elemental assassin from the Assassin's Guild, nor even a silent ant, but rather the blind mage who seemed completely unrelated to the word monitoring. Since first learning of Ellie's existence, the guild leader had been puzzled by one thing. Why was Ellie still alive? Logically speaking, Ellie knew the truth about the Lord of Man, a fact known to very few across the entire continent. Furthermore, while working at the Research Institute, Ellie had witnessed many of the national government's secret projects. There was no reason for such a person to remain alive. But the truth was, Ellie was not only alive, but her sight was sealed. Based on the currently available information, Ellie's sight might not have been sealed, but rather taken away. Or rather, borrowed. This would explain everything. After Ellie learned the secrets of the national government, she wasn't silenced. Instead, she was used in an experiment, turning herself into a living surveillance device. Ellie's sight was taken away, but this didn't mean she was blind. Her eyes could still see. However, everything she saw wasn't transmitted back to her own mind. Instead, it was transmitted back to the national government. The extremely complex seal on her eyes was likely just a cover-up. Ellie probably didn't know this at first. As a result, Ellie could continue to be active in the outside world according to her own wishes, and as someone who knew the truth, there would inevitably be turmoil around her. Ellie was like bait thrown into a pond by the National Council. Anyone who dared to covet the National Council's secrets would be immediately discovered. This was the National Council's original plan, until they learned of Lin Ming's existence. The National Council must have seen what they wanted in Lin Ming. Thus, Ellie was instructed to act as a human surveillance device, following Lin Ming. The chairman looked at Lin Ming, unsure if Lin Ming shared his views, but at the moment, this seemed the most likely scenario. Lin Ming's thoughts were roughly similar to the chairman's, except he found it difficult to accept the idea that Ellie was the mole. But then he thought about it again. Their encounter with Ellie itself was fraught with inexplicable coincidences. On the mountain where they first met Antai, it was less a chance encounter, and more a case of Ellie chasing after them. This meant that Ellie had been actively monitoring Lin Ming from that moment on. As for his origins as the Lord of the Alien Bacteria, Lin Ming had chatted with them quite a bit on the way, and the National Council had enough information to roughly compile a record of his actions. As for the other 2 demon god species, the Lord of the Ghosts and the Spider Demon God, they didn't know for the time being, but the surveillance of Lin Ming was likely carried out by Ellie. Lin Ming and the guild leader exchanged their guesses, and their conclusions were largely the same. But I still have a question. If they're already monitoring me, why did the National Council try to silence me in the crystal mine? I guess it might be because of Hyson. Hyson? Yes, ever since you left, he's been relentlessly searching for a way to break the seal on Ellie's eyes. The National Council probably fears Hyson might actually break the seal, so they want to stop the surveillance and eliminate you directly. They went to so much trouble to monitor me, I thought I was that important. If they really wanted to get rid of me, why go to all this trouble? So, in my opinion, in the crystal mine, the National Council wasn't trying to kill you, but rather testing you. Testing. Hearing this, Lin Ming understood. It seemed the National Council didn't want him, the Lin Ming who could only turn into mushrooms, but rather the incarnation of the decomposer who could control mold, the white-haired fungus master. The National Council wanted that power, but Lin Ming had only unleashed that incredible ability once, unconsciously. To recreate that power, the National Council had less used underhanded tactics. After roughly understanding the situation, the chairman and Lin Ming remained silent for a long time. Ellie. What should we do? Lin Ming wasn't clear on Ellie's true intentions. Was she acting voluntarily or under duress? Was she aware of the deception or being used? From the moment they met, Lin Ming had considered Ellie a comrade. Although he was usually overly gentle, knowing he had been deceived all along, he felt a surge of anger. If the surveillance is confirmed, she can't stay in the Assassin's Guild no matter what. While he said this, the guild leader had his own plans. The guild leader had always relied on negotiation to navigate between various factions, and Ellie, now in the Assassin's Guild, was a significant bargaining chip. The guild leader didn't want to easily let go of this chip. Moreover, there was someone else in the Assassin's Guild who didn't want to let Ellie go easily. Hyson. What about Hyson? He really likes Ellie, even knowing her identity. I don't think Hyson will give up. Hearing Lin Ming's words, the guild leader seemed thoughtful. Then I have a plan. The guild leader stood up, seemingly having made up his mind. What plan? I will tell Hyson all my speculations, and then have Hyson break the seal on Ellie as originally planned. But that seal. The key is to reveal the true form of that seal. If Hyson truly has the ability to unlock Ellie's vision, then he can also break the spell used to monitor you. The guild leader actually left out half a sentence. If Hyson could indeed break the spell monitoring Lin Ming, then the guild leader would continue to confine Ellie within the Assassin's Guild, continuing to exploit her remaining value. What if the breaking fails? If Hyson fails, then Ellie will expose her undercover identity to everyone. At that time, the Assassin's Guild will only have two things to do: expel her, or silence her. Lin Ming looked at the guild leader. He suddenly understood why this man was qualified to be the highest leader of the Assassin's Guild. Lin Ming and the chairman concluded their private meeting. Although everything was still speculation, Lin Ming couldn't help but glance in the direction of Ellie's residence as he walked down the street. Hyson had just emerged from Ellie's apartment, looking beaming. Lin Ming stood there watching Hyson leave Ellie's apartment and enter the chairman's office. Then, the chairman activated his secret meeting spell again. He wondered if Hyson would go crazy after hearing the chairman's and his series of speculations. Lin Ming sighed. If possible, he still wanted to see Ellie and Shinka playfully bickering. Meanwhile, Ellie was in her room, preparing for bed. She fumbled to make her bed, then skillfully pulled a black ribbon from under her pillow. She then wrapped the ribbon around her eyes. After checking to make sure the ribbon was properly wrapped, Ellie began to change her clothes. After changing her clothes, Ellie let out a long sigh of relief, then untied the ribbon and tucked it back under her pillow. The chairman and Lin Ming's guesses were correct. It was indeed Ellie who had been monitoring Lin Ming. Her eyes recorded everything she saw, down to the smallest detail, and uploaded it to the National Council. Ellie felt as if she had died ever since she learned the National Council's secret. Along with her sight, her cherished career, her hobbies, all her privacy, her self-respect. Now, she could only live like a tool. And she couldn't refuse. Because this was the only way she could survive under the National Council's control. Chapter 73. After leaving the chairman's office, Hyson lingered on the street for a long time. He passed by Ellie's residence 4 or 5 times, each time staring blankly for a long time before lowering his head and walking away. Actually, he knew there was something wrong with the seal on Ellie's eyes. He was a member of the May family. The moment he saw Ellie's eyes, Hyson realized those magical seals were not simple. After learning that the chairman wanted to continue breaking Ellie's seal, Hyson felt a weight lifted from his heart. He knew the chairman's style. If this had happened a few years ago, before the chairman and vice chairman met, Ellie might have already been silenced. The date to break the seal was set for 3 days later, and Hyson would use those 3 days to prepare everything needed to break the seal. After much hesitation, Hyson decided to tell Ellie the news. Hyson stood in front of Ellie's door, but before he could knock, Ellie opened it. I smelled you, wandering around outside. Having spent so much time with the Assassin's Guild and mentoring Lin Ming alongside Hyson, Ellie and Hazen's relationship had improved considerably. Hyson raised his arm and sniffed his mage robes. He'd always been curious about what he smelled like. The date for breaking the seal is set in 3 days. Really? Of course it's true. Ellie's face immediately lit up with joy, and Hyson, seeing her radiant expression, grinned foolishly along with her. At first, Ellie hadn't held out much hope for breaking the seal, but after Hazen's continued explanations, she realized that he truly possessed the ability. This man, with his slightly pungent smell, would be a prominent figure even in the National Council. And Ellie found that, aside from his somewhat morbid sense of humor, Hyson was quite endearing. He would bring Ellie various desserts specializing in the Assassin's Guild. After Ellie told him she didn't particularly like sweets, Hyson started bringing her all sorts of grilled meats. Hyson would buy her all sorts of clothes, explaining their designs as she touched the patterns. After learning that Ellie had once been a genius mage, but couldn't read spell books after losing her sight, Hyson would frequently bring her newly published spell magazines, reading them to her page by page. This man was quite interesting. Lately, Ellie had been thinking that if she were able-bodied, she might develop all sorts of interesting spells with him, then go shopping, tell jokes, eat and drink, and chat and laugh with Mushroom Boy and the others. But she couldn't. She was blind, she was a watcher, she was a traitor. Ellie was overjoyed to hear that they would attempt to break the seal on her in 3 days. Hazen didn't tell Ellie that his surveillance identity had been exposed. Hazen knew that Ellie also hoped this seal breaking would free her from the National Council's surveillance. She didn't crave regaining her sight. Even being a normal blind person would be enough for her. Remember to rest these next few days. Tell me if you need anything. Ellie nodded, her face full of anticipation. Just as Hazen and Ellie were preparing for the seal breaking in 3 days, an unexpected event occurred. It wasn't entirely unexpected. After confirming that Ilya hadn't been silenced by the assassins, the National Council acted first. The next day, at midnight, 2 figures stood a mile from the assassin's main gate. "Hey Cat, we're already here, we're partners, can't you talk to me?" The speaker was a tall, thin man with a hood, a long, narrow face, and a strange, dark stick in his hand. "I have a name, I'm Chiu Dong, don't call me Cat." The one called Cat was sitting cross-legged on a rock, also hooded, but his orange curly hair was visible beneath, and below his bangs were a pair of luminous cat-like eyes. The cat demon god, Chiu Dong. The town-rank assassin, Su Yao. Their purpose in coming to the Assassin's Guild was to eliminate Ilya. Although they were now partners, their relationship didn't seem very good. There were no nationalist troops stationed around the Assassin's Guild headquarters, so they had to form a temporary team to complete the mission. Su Yao was somewhat dissatisfied with the extra work, but since there was overtime pay, he wasn't too bothered. Chiu Dong, however, was different. He joined the Nationalist Party only because they promised him a house with a fireplace. Chiu Dong had no interest in these overseas assignments. He just wanted to stay home and warm himself by the fireplace. Su Yao had been trying to build a good relationship with the cat. "Aren't you bored?" "None of your business." "But I am bored." "None of my business." Su Yao sighed, thinking to himself, "This is why I don't like keeping cats." "Alright, let's get started." The Assassin's Guild has a wind mage with eavesdropping abilities. The maximum range should be around 500 meters. Find your area and get started. Chiu Dong nodded. He was already getting sleepy. The sooner they finished the mission, the sooner they could go home. Chiu Dong and Su Yao approached the Assassin's Guild's main gate. Chiu Dong looked up at the sky. It was full of clouds, with no moonlight at all. "If everyone's sound asleep, they probably won't need me." Excessive sleep. The moment Chiu Dong raised his hand, the entire Assassin's Guild seemed to be shrouded in a purple filter. 3 seconds later, Chiu Dong sighed in relief. "Alright. Not bad. This is the first time I've seen a control spell with such a large range. Stop talking nonsense, go do your work. If you were a little nicer, I might like the cat." "Don't flatter yourself, the cat doesn't like you." Seeing that communication was ineffective, Su Yao could only pick up his iron rod and infiltrate the Assassin's Guild. As the cat demon god, Chiu Dong's abilities are ridiculously strong. However, because he doesn't want to serve the National Council, he generally only uses overdose sleep for rear support. Anyone entering the range of overdose sleep will enter a deep sleep state, in which they will never wake up unless their limbs are severed. The deep sleep state can last for 30 minutes. In the cat's imagination, everyone in the Assassin's Guild should be asleep, but in reality, someone is still awake. It's Hyson, who is preparing to break the seal all night. Heisen noticed the Assassin's Guild was under attack immediately. It was an almost instinctive sensitivity to magic. He was a member of the Mei family, and had heard of various unorthodox control spells, so he could tell that this wasn't a sudden onset of drowsiness, but rather an extremely powerful magical attack. However, this intuition wasn't enough to combat the excessive sleepiness of autumn and winter. The moment Heisen felt the unusual drowsiness, he understood everything that was happening. Infiltrating the Assassin's Guild at this juncture meant the target should only be Ellie, and judging from his senses, the spell affecting him was likely hypnotic. Enhanced magic resistance. Clarity. Lightning armor protection. Heisen tried to use magic to resist the waves of drowsiness, but with little effect. Heisen was panting heavily, his mage robes almost completely soaked with sweat. Drowsiness itself was a cruel torment. Heisen glanced around the room, grabbed a pen, and stabbed it into his arm with all his might. Blood dripped onto the floor, the pen tip almost touching the bone. He knew that unless he went this far, he wouldn't be able to stay conscious. The intense pain temporarily chased away the drowsiness, but his vision remained purple, and waves of sleepiness washed over him. He knew Ellie was in danger, and intense worry caused his mind to replay images of her being killed. Heisen raised his head, glaring fiercely in the direction of Ellie's residence. He gritted his teeth, stumbled to the door, and grabbed his mage's staff. "You bunch of ungrateful bastards. I'm still awake." Trying to silence her. "No way." Chapter 74. Before entering the Assassin's Guild, Su Yao asked Qiu Dong with some concern, "Will I be okay going in? I won't just collapse and fall asleep as soon as I walk in, will I?" "No, I gave you special permission." "That's good." "Hey, if something happens to me in there, you won't just turn around and leave, will you?" "What else?" "Hey, you cat, can't you say something nice?" "What kind of nice thing do you want to hear?" "Anything." "Then, Happy New Year?" Su Yao rolled his eyes. "Fine, Happy New Year." Having spent so much time with Qiu Dong, he was slowly getting used to her personality. Well, although she was awful, sometimes he could even find her inexplicably cute. Is this how all cat owners feel? Su Yao flashed forward, already standing in front of the Assassin's Guild's gate, and with another leap, he was already on the wall of the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Su Yao stood on the wall, scanning the area below. The Assassin's Guild was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional snore. Even the dogs on the roadside were fast asleep, drooling. After surveying the area, his gaze settled on Ellie's residence. Although he had never set foot inside the Assassin's Guild headquarters, he had received ample intelligence. Based on Ellie's surveillance records, the National Council had already drawn up a map of the Assassin's Guild's interior. Therefore, Su Yao was intimately familiar with the organization's internal workings. Just as Su Yao was about to rush towards Ellie, the door to a nearby room was suddenly flung open with a bang. Heisen staggered out of the room. As soon as Heisen stepped out of the house, he saw Su Yao standing on the high wall. One of the 6 seats, Thunder Mage Mei Heisen. "Don't call me that, you brat." Su Yao shrugged. He noticed the pen still stuck in Heisen's arm, and the layers of magic resistance and lucidity spells stacked on Heisen's body, and couldn't help but feel a little admiration. When he first witnessed Qiu Dong's excessive sedation, he instantly fell asleep. This purple-haired mage could actually force himself to remain awake. Interesting. But his target wasn't the swaying Heisen now. He was an assassin, his mission was assassination, and heading straight for the target was always the optimal solution. Su Yao crouched down, about to leap, when he saw Heisen display a hand seal in his direction. Lightning summoning a bolt of lightning struck directly where Su Yao was standing. Although Su Yao dodged it, a patch of his clothing was still charred black. "Okay." Before Su Yao could speak, Heisen's hands each lit up with a hand seal, then he clapped his hands together, his left hand holding the staff vertically in front, his right hand behind, assuming a drawing about stance. Heisen's staff wasn't perfectly straight, but rather slightly curved. With the force of a drawing about motion, Heisen pulled a bowstring made of lightning element from his staff. A lightning arrow appeared out of thin air on the bowstring. Lightning binding. String drawing. Lightning blade modification. Lightning loss. Elemental stabilization. Delayed lightning storm. Heisen seemed to have simply summoned a bow, but behind this bow, an arrow lay a series of spell combinations. Secret technique. Lightning bow. Hunt. Now was not the time for testing. Heisen didn't know how long he could hold out, so he directly revealed his trump card. A purple mage's robe draped over Heisen's shoulders slowly slipped down. Just as the robe touched the ground, Su Yao saw Heisen's figure seem to sway slightly. But he immediately realized something was wrong. The person standing there was no longer Heisen, but a phantom formed of lightning. This is bad? By the time Su Yao realized what had happened, He could no longer pinpoint Hazen's location. Su Yao immediately crouched down to reduce his vulnerable area. He now regretted standing on the wall. He should have just landed obediently instead of trying to look cool from this height. While Su Yao was still searching for Haisen, he suddenly heard crackling sounds of lightning behind his head. Su Yao immediately lunged forward, but he was still a step too slow. The arrow, just as it approached Su Yao, suddenly brightened rapidly, then exploded into a scorching ball of lightning with a loud boom. Only then did Su Yao realize that his opponent was not a mage in the conventional sense. Isn't that a thunder mage? What's this? An archer. And an explosive arrow at that. Su Yao's hood was blown off halfway. As soon as he landed, he began constantly shifting his position. Past experience taught Su Yao that when fighting an archer, never stand still. But even as he dodged with all his might, Hazen's explosive arrows continued to explode around him. Judging from the direction the explosive arrows were coming from, Su Yao keenly sensed Hazen's intention. Haisen was driving him away. Driven away by these explosive arrows that seemed to come from nowhere, he was gradually moving further away from Ellie's residence. The explosive arrows were merely a harassing attack. Hazen's real killing move was yet to come. Su Yao knew Qiu Dong's personality. Even if he died in the Assassin's Guild, Qiu Dong wouldn't help. Now, he had to rely on himself. While running, Su Yao constantly analyzed the direction from which the arrows were coming. From these directions, he could deduce Hazen's approximate movement pattern. Su Yao continuously observed Hazen's actions and attack methods. Currently, Hazen's attacks weren't fatal. He could familiarize himself with Hazen's attack style and fighting personality first. After observing for a while, he noticed that Hazen's movements had noticeably slowed down. It was probably the effect of excessive sedation. Qiu Dong's excessive sedation was continuous. Given Hazen's method of forcing himself to stay awake, any slight relaxation would be enough to be swallowed by drowsiness. Now was a good time to strike. Having made up his mind, Su Yao stopped running, turned around, and quietly waited for the next arrow. The best way to deal with an archer was to directly close the distance and meet the arrow head-on. From afar, a bolt of lightning flew towards them. Su Yao estimated the distance, then raised his hand and hurled the iron rod in that direction. Haisen naturally saw the iron rod, but he didn't move. He lifted his leg and found his body unusually weak. Even simple concentration was becoming difficult. His arm was slowly adjusting to the pain from the pin prick, and drowsiness washed over him again. Humph! Haisen gritted his teeth, put down his staff, and reached out his right hand to grasp his left little finger. Snap! With a crisp sound, Hazen's little finger was broken off by his own actions. A sharp pain instantly flooded Hazen's head, temporarily dispelling his drowsiness. Haisen snapped his finger in one swift motion, without the slightest hesitation. Hiss, this guy. Su Yao gasped upon witnessing this. He had assumed mages were all rather frail, but he hadn't expected to encounter such a ruthless individual. Struggling to shake off his drowsiness, Haisen stopped moving, allowing Su Yao to pinpoint his location. The iron rod was now nearby. Moved before Haisen could even react, Su Yao was already in front of him in an instant. So fast! Hazen's first reaction was astonishment at Su Yao's speed, but upon closer inspection, he realized that the iron rod had moved to the spot where he had been standing. The reason Su Yao could approach him so quickly was because he and the strange iron rod had swapped positions. Your move. Looks familiar, doesn't it? Like that guy called Flying God. The distance was too close. Haisen couldn't use afterimages to conceal his position like before. He could only buy himself some breathing time, distracting Su Yao, so he could escape and move on to the next wave of guerrilla warfare. Familiar? Then take a look at this. Su Yao unbuttoned his clothes, opening his collar. In the purple night, he resembled a bat with outstretched wings. Hazen's expression gradually darkened as he saw what was inside Su Yao's clothes. Inside Su Yao's clothes was a row of iron rods exactly like the one from before, more than a dozen in total. Chapter 75. When Su Yao revealed his dozen or so iron rods, Haisen frowned. His current condition was truly dire. Using pain to combat drowsiness wasn't a long-term solution, and he didn't have that many fingers to break. Hazen's best option now was to call for help as much as possible. However, within the Assassin's Guild, he couldn't think of anyone who could remain conscious under this hypnotic spell. Huh? Haisen suddenly had an idea. Hypnotic spells must have a casting range. It seemed this spell's range was the entire Assassin's Guild headquarters. If that was the case, wouldn't leaving the Assassin's Guild be the way to escape this annoying hypnotic spell? Su Yao was after Ellie. If Haisen left on his own, although he could escape the hypnotic spell, Ellie would undoubtedly be killed by Su Yao. Therefore, Hyacinth couldn't leave. Someone else was going to leave. Lightning Hyacinth suddenly raised his hand, and an extremely bright sphere of light appeared in his palm. Caught off guard, Su Yao was momentarily blinded, as if a flashbang had exploded in front of him, his vision going completely white. In that instant of visual impairment, Su Yao switched places with the iron rod, increasing the distance between himself and Hyacinth. Taking advantage of this opening, Hyacinth used his current maximum speed to head straight for the nearest residence of Lin Ming and Caven. Hazen's plan was remarkably simple and direct. The current enemy, besides Su Yao inside the city, was another person outside maintaining the hypnotic spell. And judging by the strangeness of this spell, the person outside was very likely a demon god. Faced with an unknown demonic enemy, the most suitable candidate in the entire Assassin's Guild was Lin Ming, the only all-elemental mage, a demonic being, and who maintained his Thunderfly mode. Hyacinth arrived at Lin Ming's residence and kicked open their door. Lin Ming and Caven were fast asleep, snoring loudly and sleeping in extremely unrestrained positions. Hyacinth grabbed Lin Ming's ankle and dragged him out of the house. He glanced back. Su Yao was almost catching up. Hyacinth took a deep breath and began to strengthen his body with lightning elements. Nerve activation. Muscle enhancement. Unlike mage, Hyacinth couldn't enhance his body without side effects. Although he could temporarily greatly enhance his physical abilities, his body couldn't support such intensity. But now, he couldn't worry about that. Hyacinth enhanced his body to the highest level, and his muscles began to throb incessantly. He grabbed Lin Ming's ankle and weighed him. Fortunately, Lin Ming was indeed very light. Once we're outside, it's up to you. 1, 2, go! Hyacinth spun Lin Ming around, then, using the momentum, threw him out with a whoosh. Su Yao, halfway through the chase, saw something dark being thrown by Hyacinth. He didn't see what it was, nor did he have time to intercept it. Lin Ming was already outside the city wall. To throw Lin Ming out, Hyacinth paid the price with an arm. His right shoulder, elbow, and wrist were all dislocated, and all the muscles were strained. The intense pain caused Hyacinth to kneel on the ground. Su Yao had caught up. He was wary of Hazen's flashbang, so he didn't approach rashly, instead deploying the remaining iron bars around Hyacinth. Hyacinth looked at his disheveled state and gave a wry smile. I can't hold on much longer. Hang in there, Mushroom Boy. For Lin Ming, this night was a bizarre experience. He felt like he was having a dream, dreaming that he was riding a roller coaster in an amusement park, the wind whistling in his ears. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his head, so he touched it and felt the wind blowing on it. Then, he opened his eyes groggily. Lin Ming could guarantee that this was the most thrilling wake-up he had ever had. After all, no one has ever experienced waking up in midair. Lin Ming felt himself plummeting rapidly, and quickly rolled over to check his surroundings. As soon as he rolled over, he saw a hapless guy with blonde curly hair and a hood staring at him incredulously. Qiu Dong was also puzzled. He was perfectly fine here. How did someone suddenly fly out like that? You? Can you catch me? Lin Ming pleaded desperately, but Qiu Dong completely ignored him. He slightly shifted his body, and Lin Ming landed with a thud next to Qiu Dong. Lin Ming's body wasn't particularly strong. This fall nearly shattered him. Lin Ming, whose body was brimming with lightning element, exploded like a lightning elemental bomb, creating a huge ball of lightning on the spot. Qiu Dong, standing nearby, regretted his actions. If he had known Lin Ming would explode upon impact, he might have tried to catch him, but it was too late now. Seeing that he couldn't avoid the explosion, Qiu Dong could only resignedly cover his face. Anyway, as long as he wasn't disfigured, it was fine. After the lightning ball triggered by Lin Ming's landing exploded, a small mushroom cloud rose from the spot. When Lin Ming finally managed to gather his body back together and check the situation, he saw a man lying beside him, his body charred black except for his pale face. Lin Ming nudged him with his toe and found that the man was unconscious. Ah, I didn't mean to. I don't know how I flew out. Lin Ming was still apologizing to Qiu Dong with guilt. Unbeknownst to him, he had unknowingly brought about a turning point in the battle. Hyacinth, almost unconscious, was now fighting Su Yao almost entirely on his subconscious. His arms were unable to draw the bow, and he had lost his mobility. Su Yao's abilities were extremely troublesome. His attacks couldn't track Su Yao's location. He could only try to use area of effect attacks centered on himself to block Su Yao's movements as much as possible, preventing him from finding Ellie. But Hyacinth still couldn't stop Su Yao. Su Yao's movement allowed him to ignore Hyacinth's attacks. He first threw an iron rod into the air, then swapped positions with it, before throwing another iron rod towards Ellie's residence and swapping positions again. This process repeated, with Su Yao darting back and forth in the air until he finally stood at Ellie's door. Just then, the purple aura that had been shrouding the Assassin's Guild suddenly dissipated. Su Yao saw that Qiu Dong's spell had ended, and knew it was the strange thing that had flown out earlier that was responsible. He shoved open Ellie's door. Antai, who had already woken up, saw him trying to shield him, and threw an iron rod towards Ellie's bed, then quickly swapped positions with it. Su Yao pulled a sharp-tipped iron rod from his clothes and thrust it straight at Ellie's throat. I already told you, no way. Having shaken off his drowsiness, Hyson smashed through Ellie's window and rushed in. He couldn't stop Su Yao's attack and could only kick Ellie's bed away. Su Yao's iron rod missed its mark. Ellie had also woken up. Hearing the fighting, she reacted immediately, getting up and retreating to the corner. Ellie raised her hand, and the hand seal for a wind blade lit up. She didn't act rashly because she heard Hyson's voice. If she used the wind blade, she might hit Hyson. Su Yao still hadn't given up. He still had 3 iron rods. That's enough, Su Yao thought. With Ellie's back against the corner, Su Yao swiftly threw 2 iron rods, embedding them in the walls on either side of Ellie. Antai charged at Su Yao, but just as he was about to reach him, he switched positions with the iron bar on Ellie's left. Su Yao, still in place, raised the iron bar towards Ellie. Hyson extended his left hand, an arc of electricity shooting towards Su Yao. Su Yao smirked coldly, immediately switching positions with the iron bar on his right, dodging the attack while simultaneously striking Ellie from an angle that neither Hyson nor Antai could defend against. Hyson initially tried to intercept, but he suddenly realized that his right hand had been completely destroyed when he threw Lin Ming. Su Yao's weapon was already close to Ellie's throat. Just then, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept through Ellie's room. Su Yao was startled. He immediately withdrew his hand and frowned as he looked at Ellie. A whirlwind gradually gathered beneath Ellie, blowing her clothes and hair through the air. Hyson stared at Ellie, somewhat mesmerized. She was beautiful, like an enraged banshee. Su Yao looked at Ellie. He had initially considered attempting an assassination, but in the next second, his face turned to terror. He immediately put away the iron rod and prepared to flee. Hyson followed Su Yao's terrified gaze to Ellie. When his eyes landed on her face, he too froze. Ellie realized the life-or-death situation she was in, and guessed that the attacker was after her. She knew Hyson and Antai were protecting her. After a moment's hesitation, Ellie used her remaining 3 minutes of vision. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want anything to happen to Hyson. Ellie glanced around briefly. This was the first time in years she had used her eyes, the first time she had seen the room she had lived in for so long. What others found ordinary, she found fascinating. Ellie looked at Su Yao, then followed the scent to Hyson. This was the first time she had seen Hyson like this. A pen was still stuck in his arm. His right arm was completely dislocated, the blood on his forehead was gradually congealing, and his face was covered in blood. Looking at Hyson's horribly injured state, her brows furrowed. But then, Ellie flashed a bright smile at Hyson. What? I thought you were ugly. You're quite handsome, aren't you? Chapter 76. Su Yao realized something was wrong and wanted to escape. Before the mission, he had been instructed that if the assassination failed and Ellie forcibly activated her sight, they could consider retreating. Ellie had no intention of letting him go. A wind blade shot straight at Su Yao's face. Su Yao dodged it by tilting his head. He was actually somewhat unconvinced. He felt that no matter how much the National Council valued her, she was just a wind mage who had been blind for many years. How powerful could she be? Su Yao suddenly wanted to see what this wind mage, listed as a top secret by the National Council, was capable of. Perception wind direction planning. Wind blade swarm. Wind bullets scatter. A large cluster of hand seals lit up on Ellie's hand, then gradually merged together, finally forming a huge circle. Wind above technique 1000 blade withering retreat. This was Su Yao's last thought. As Ellie's spell was cast, Su Yao heard a shattering sound. Su Yao barely managed to escape from Ellie's residence. Gasping for breath, he looked back in disbelief at where he had just been. Ellie's residence was gone. The house had abruptly vanished from the entire street. The only evidence of its existence was the various fragments constantly falling from the sky. The entire house had been torn to shreds in an instant by Ellie's wind blades, leaving pieces the size of mosquitoes and flies. But Hyson and Antai inside were unharmed. So that's how it is. Only those with sight can accurately avoid their own people. Su Yao watched Ellie float towards him, her feet leaving the ground, and felt a chill run down his spine. Move. Su Yao immediately swapped positions with the furthest iron rod, creating distance between himself and Ellie. But just as he regained his footing, he heard a death knell behind him. Wind blade tornado. Su Yao glanced back and swallowed hard. This is truly spectacular. A towering tornado, like a menacing giant, charged towards him. Move. No, he couldn't move. His iron rod was caught in the giant tornado, spinning endlessly inside. Worse still, because Qiu Dong's magic had worn off, the Assassin's Guild members were slowly being awakened by the commotion. If Su Yao didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Mission failed, but thankfully I had a backup plan. As a meticulous assassin, Su Yao naturally had an escape route. Before entering the Assassin's Guild, he had given Qiu Dong one of his iron rods, instructing Qiu Dong to keep it beside him. This way, if he and the iron rod switched places, he could escape unscathed. Su Yao coldly watched Hyson and Ellie, leaving behind the words "see you again if fate allows," before disappearing from the Assassin's Guild. Ellie's calculations were flawed. She had originally intended to tear Su Yao to pieces right there, but she hadn't expected him to escape. Su Yao teleported to Qiu Dong's side, initially gloating, but when he turned his head, he saw Qiu Dong lying unconscious on the ground. His body was blackened, his face deathly pale. Next to him was a charred crater, seemingly created by a massive amount of explosives. Beside Qiu Dong stood a strange figure. A few strands of white hair clung to his head, his clothes were tattered, and he was staring at him blankly. "Who are you? And who are you?" Lin Ning was getting a little angry. He was already a bit grumpy when he woke up, and he just experienced a high-flying, stun-like wake-up call, knocking out a short, blonde guy, and then suddenly a long-faced guy with a hood appeared. He'd just seen a huge tornado inside the Assassin's Guild, and he was certain it was Ellie's wind blade tornado. After all, the Assassin's Guild only had 2 wind mages, and Yin Feng definitely couldn't have used such a spectacular skill. Since Ellie had made a move, the Assassin's Guild must have been attacked. The culprits of the attack were probably these 2 strange guys in front of him. Sensing that these 2 might be enemies, Lin Ning had already started laying down mycelium underground. Now, the area within several hundred meters was Lin Ning's mushroom domain. Su Yao grabbed the still unconscious Qiu Dong and turned to leave. "Hey! Where do you think you're going?" Su Yao glanced back at him. "What's it to you where I'm going? Who do you think you are?" Su Yao had barely finished his harsh remark when he suddenly recognized Lin Ning. Lin Ning was mentioned in his mission file. His superior had also told him about the moldy snow disaster at the research institute. Now, Su Yao no longer had any iron rods to move around with. He recalled the Lin Ning his superior had described, a ruthless character who could corrode a person to the bone in seconds. "Haha, Lord of the Mycelium, I heard so much about you, farewell." Su Yao left with those words, hoisted Qiu Dong onto his shoulder, and ran. Mycelial movement. Before Su Yao could react, Lin Ning instantly appeared before him, following the mycelium he had just set up. "Where are you going?" Su Yao was startled and ran in another direction, but Lin Ning stopped him after only a few steps. Now Su Yao was at a loss. He shook Qiu Dong, but the cat showed no sign of waking up. Useless. He stared at Lin Ning for a long time, then shakily lifted Qiu Dong in his hands and held him up in front of Lin Ning. "How about I give him to you, and you let me go? What do you need him for? What's his use? He can cure insomnia, he's really good at it." Lin Ning pondered for a long time, resting his chin on his hand. "Never mind, I sleep perfectly well, and besides, you can all stay here." Fungal vein lightning domain. The area where Lin Ning had just set up the fungal hyphae suddenly began to discharge rapidly, and Su Yao fainted almost immediately. Inside the Assassin's Guild, Caven, who had already woken up, flew out and headed towards Lin Ning. Caven saw Lin Ning standing there, smoke still rising from the ground, with 2 people lying beside him. Caven walked over to Lin Ning and saw him rubbing his temples, frowning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a little too aggressive." Caven and Lin Ning took the 2 intruders back to the Assassin's Guild and handed them over to Susa. They didn't know whether the 2 would be subjected to torture or coercion afterward. Hyson was badly injured. After throwing Lin Ning out of the Assassin's Guild, he had been almost constantly beaten by Su Yao. Ellie's eyes had returned to their sealed state. The members of the Assassin's Guild stared in disbelief at the scene of devastation. The main street was littered with charred craters from Hyson's lightning arrows and the mess left by Ellie's massive tornado. The most shocking thing was the house that Ellie had completely vanished from. Hyson looked as if he might collapse at any moment, weakly giving instructions. They came to assassinate Ellie. After this failure, I don't know if they send anyone else. That assassin isn't actually that scary. Have Nachi seal those iron bars. There should be a demon outside. Keep an eye on him. That guy's abilities are troublesome. Ellie listened to Hysen's voice, head down, her hands tightly gripping her skirt. Hysen saw Ellie's state and gave a weak smile. It seems the day to break the seal will be postponed. I've broken my promise again. Ellie didn't speak, only shaking her head repeatedly. Her throat was filled with guilt and self-reproach. She couldn't even utter a thank you. Just as Hysen was still slumped to the side giving instructions, May woke up, yawning and dragging her hammer over. Who's hurt? I heard Hysen got beaten up. The healer's here. Upon hearing May's voice, Hysen sat up abruptly, then crawled forward with all his might, shouting, I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm not hurt. I'm perfectly fine. Don't be so polite. Isn't this when my healing magic comes in handy? Don't be so polite. May caught up with Hysen, grabbed his ankle, and dragged him towards her residence, one hand holding the mace, the other pulling him along. Help! I'm not hurt. I can just bandage myself. No need to trouble the priest. Help! The Assassin's Guild members on the roadside all instinctively clasped their hands together. The scene looked less like prayer and more like a ritual for the dead. Chapter 77. Su Yao and Qiu Dong were placed under the care of Susa and Nazi. Although Mei Yi possessed super healing magic, Hysen's injuries were too severe, requiring a period of bed rest to fully recover. Forcing a cure with magic might overexert his body. The National Council's assassination attempt on Ellie ended in failure. Lin Ning had been a significant help, but he himself felt little gratitude. With everything settled, the most difficult issue to address was Ellie's fate. Ellie was taken to the president's office. Shenke, Lin Ming, and Kaven stood guard outside, while Entai stood motionless in front of the office door. Lin Ming paced back and forth in front of the office door. Mushrooms began to sprout from the ground beneath his feet. Kaven's eyes followed Lin Ming's every move. Can you stand still for a moment? You're making me dizzy. Lin Ming glanced at him, ignored him, and continued pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. Shenke saw Lin Ming's thoughts and sighed softly. This is a complete mess. Lin Ming sighed as well. It really is a complete mess. After this, my and Kaven's future might be in question. Shenke shook his head upon hearing this. That shouldn't be the case. Although you are a thorn in the side of the National Council, you are also currently key combat power for the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild has been lacking in combat power for a long time. The guild leader won't let you leave. Lin Ming finally stopped pacing and glanced at Shenke and Kaven. He knew, of course, that the guild leader wouldn't kick them out, but Lin Ming had other thoughts. I want to leave. Hearing these words, Kaven and Shenke frowned simultaneously and asked in unison, where to? To find the ghost and the spider. Now it was Shenke and Kaven's turn to pace back and forth. They both knew Lin Ming's thoughts. The fungus, the ghost, and the spider. These three demonic species were already being watched by the National Council. As one of the three, even if Lin Ming continued to stay in the Assassin's Guild, he probably wouldn't have a peaceful life. It would be better to go directly to the other two demonic species. Perhaps the three of them could glean the National Council's ultimate goal from each other. Shenke pondered for a long time and then voiced his objection. I don't think that's a good idea. After all, we don't know if those two demon races are friend or foe. Friend or foe? We find out when we meet them, won't we? Kaven was quite easygoing about it. He pointed at Lin Ming and added, anyway, I think this guy is practically invincible now. He'd be the first to step in whenever something happens. Lin Ming didn't say anything, but conjured a mushroom, and then tried to stuff it into Kaven's mouth. What are you doing? Get that thing away from me. It tastes awful. Bullshit. Everyone in the world says it tastes good. Just as Lin Ming and Kaven were having a friendly chat, the door to the guild leader's office opened. The vice guild leader came out. The vice guild leader was wearing full armor, his hand still resting on his long sword in a familiar posture, his red hair swaying behind his head with the rhythm of his footsteps. The vice guild leader turned around and slowly closed the door again. Lin Ming and the other two quickly surrounded the vice guild leader when they saw him come out. They wanted to know what the assassin would do to Ellie, but they didn't know where to begin asking. At this point, Calvin was the most outspoken. He looked at the vice president and asked, will Ellie be expelled from the Assassin's Guild? Or will she be imprisoned and placed under Seuss's control? The vice president glanced at the three of them, smiled meaningfully, and said slowly, the way the president handled this matter surprised even me. Ellie will not be expelled, you can rest assured about that. The three exchanged glances. It was naturally a good thing that Ellie wasn't expelled. From a personal perspective, They were old acquaintances of Ellie. They now knew about Ellie's situation. Although they couldn't ignore her many actions as an insider in the National Council, they also knew that Ellie was not in control of her own destiny. Their current attitude towards Ellie was one of resentment, but not hatred. Moreover, it seemed that the saga between Ellie and Hyson was becoming increasingly complicated. They were quite curious to see how things would develop between these two. Although the current situation was a mess, they still wanted to enjoy the drama. Just as the vice president was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to Lin Ning and the others, saying, "We just had Nazi confirm something, and we figured something out." "What is it? Why wasn't all of Ellie's vision taken away? A portion remains." Lin Ning suddenly became curious upon hearing this. This was something he had never understood either. That retained vision is a clever design, used to reinforce the spell itself. Reinforcement? That's right. Ordinary spells, without reinforcement, might develop flaws due to aging over time. After Ellie activated her vision, the seal on her eyes became even stronger. Lin Ning immediately understood. In other words, Ellie didn't activate her vision, but temporarily stopped the seal. At this time, the original seal temporarily becomes ineffective and then undergoes self-repair. To prevent Ellie, the recipient of the spell, from noticing this, the national government, or rather the Mei family, made the seal appear flawed. To use her remaining vision more efficiently, Ellie would inevitably choose to use it frequently in short periods, thus frequently reinforcing the seal. Lin Ning thought to himself, if that's the case, this seal is too intelligent. Indeed, as the vice president said, it's a tricky design. After the vice president left, it was quite a while before the president opened the door and came out of the office. The president pushed open the door, looking quite relaxed. He saw the looks in Lin Ning's eyes, and knew what they wanted to ask. "What did the vice president say to you just now?" He mentioned why a small portion of Ellie's vision remained. "Did he say anything else?" "No." The president nodded, leaned down, and whispered to the four of them as if in a private conversation, "My decision regarding Ellie's fate cannot be made public yet, but I can tell a few of you first. After you know." "I understand, don't tell anyone, right?" Caven replied. "No." The president immediately denied it. "You need to gradually spread this news throughout the Assassin's Guild, including the reasons behind the subsequent decision. I know the mercenaries in the Assassin's Guild best. If we announce it directly without a buffer, this news might cause unnecessary trouble within the Assassin's Guild." "Then, what exactly is Ellie's fate?" Lin Ning asked anxiously. The president smiled slightly and said, "I want Ellie to become one of the 6 seats in the Assassin's Guild. No, now it should be called the 7th seat." Chapter 78. 6th seat? Lin Ning and the other two were stunned by the chairman's words. This decision was indeed shocking. They had originally thought that expelling Ellie from the Assassin's Guild was the best course of action for her, but they hadn't expected the chairman to do the opposite. The chairman, seeing their surprised expressions, showed no surprise whatsoever. Lin Ning then noticed a new magic seal on the chairman's wrist. His memory was excellent. He was certain the seal hadn't been there when they met before. That meant the chairman and Ellie had established some kind of contract through the chairman's abilities. Lin Ning pondered for a moment, slowly understanding the chairman's reasoning. If Ellie became one of the 7 seats, it would be equivalent to directly declaring to the National Council that Ellie was already a member of the Assassin's Guild, and a key member at that. Although the Assassin's Guild is known for its playful antics and restlessness, it wouldn't dare to joke about its 7 core members. The guild leader wanted to send a message to the National Council through this decision. Ellie is now under the Assassin's Guild's protection. Furthermore, with the status of a 7th seat in the Assassin's Guild, Ellie wouldn't need to live in fear. She could simply blindfold herself, physically blocking the National Council's surveillance spells, and then unseal the seal after Hyson recovers. Under the Assassin's Guild's protection, Ellie wouldn't be so worried about the National Council trying to silence her during this time. From another perspective, Ellie's strength, especially her knowledge, fully justifies the 7th seat. Seeing Lin Ning's enlightened expression, the guild leader patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction and turned to leave. Looking into Lin Mingcha's office, he saw Ellie sitting at her desk, her glasses covered by a black cloth. Ellie sat upright, hands on her thighs, her posture so formal it was as if she were attending a ceremony. "Ellie!" Lin Ning called out to her. Ellie turned her head, her face slightly pale, and she forced a smile. She wanted to smile politely, but she didn't even have the will to fake one. So much had happened in the past half-day. She had almost lost her life. If it weren't for Hyson's life-saving act, her throat would have been pierced. And after finally escaping danger, the chairman had thrown her a very heavy decision. Fear, worry, guilt, hesitation, and anger towards the National Council. Ellie's heart was aching from these terrible emotions, making it impossible for her to smile. Seeing Ellie's expression, Shinku scratched his head, then strode over to her, leaned against the table, and sat down. He then began to chatter on and on. We heard you're one of the 7 seats now. From now on, you're practically our leader, so you can't miss out on meals and such. Becoming the 6th seat, no, the 7th seat. I'm used to calling you that, it's hard to change. Becoming the 7th seat means I don't have to stay indoors all the time. Although you won't see much scenery, the wildflower field next to the training ground smells quite nice. I take you there later. I have to tell you in advance, the Assassin's Guild gives special treatment to the 6th seat, 20% off weapon repairs, 20% off iron shield cakes, and lifetime free uniform repairs. In Shinku's eyes, Ellie was simply a little girl who had done something wrong. Behind her blindness lay an extremely innocent heart. While Shinku was outside the door, she was filled with fear. What if Ellie was expelled by the chairman and labeled an enemy of the Assassin's Guild? How would she face Ellie then? Regardless of the reason, a falling out was the last thing Shinku wanted to see. So when the chairman announced that Ellie had been confirmed as the 7th seat in the Assassin's Guild, Shinku finally relaxed. Seeing the familiar Ellie again gave her a feeling of having found someone she had lost. Shinku continued talking, and Ellie listened attentively. Gradually, Ellie's expression softened. Lin Ming and Kevin were also stunned. They hadn't expected Shinku to have such a caring side. Ellie listened for a long time, then cautiously asked, "Don't you hold a grudge against me?" Shinku glanced down at her, rolled his eyes, and said, "If you're talking about the fact that your breasts are big and well-shaped, then I do hold a grudge." Ellie laughed. Lin Ming, arms crossed, said, "We know about the surveillance now. It's impossible not to mind at all, since I'm the direct victim of your surveillance." Ellie's face darkened again upon hearing this. Shinku, standing to the side, was practically bulging his eyes out. Lin Ming ignored Shinku and continued, "Everyone makes mistakes, and being unable to do something is no excuse. But now that it's all in the past, and you have a new identity, I don't mind getting to know you again with this new identity." Upon hearing this, Ellie lowered her head, 2 tear stains appearing on the blindfold covering her eyes. She naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Ming's words. Ellie stood up, straightened her clothes, and extended her hand towards the direction of Lin Ming's voice, her voice trembling as she said, "Ellie, the 7th seat of the Assassin's Guild, a wind mage, please guide me." Lin Ming smiled with relief, reached out, and grasped Ellie's hand, replying, "Lin Ming, a newcomer to the Assassin's Guild, an all-elemental mage, the master of the demon god's bacteria, please guide me." Lin Ming used his own method to reconcile with Ellie. The reason he went to such lengths was precisely because Lin Ming cared. He cared deeply about being monitored, being followed, being spied on, having his actions reported to an organization that wanted him dead. He couldn't possibly be indifferent to this, couldn't possibly not harbor resentment. But Lin Ming wasn't one to hold grudges forever. He only needed to confirm that Ellie no longer posed a threat to him, and that was enough. They weren't enemies to begin with, and neither wanted to harbor resentment. So even though he could no longer see Ellie the same way he used to, he still gave her, and himself, a chance to reconcile. As for mending the rift, Lin Ming chose to trust himself, the rest was up to time. Shinku, seeing their interaction, jumped off the table and, looking at the bewildered Calvin, teased, "Well, don't understand, huh?" Calvin nodded. "I really don't understand. Your emotional intelligence is definitely lacking. I explain it to you another time." Seeing that Lin Ming and Ellie had resolved their differences, he wanted Ellie to accompany them to visit Hyson. Unexpectedly, Ellie declined. "My thoughts are still a bit jumbled, and I have a lot to sort out. You guys go ahead, I visit him alone sometime." Hearing this, Lin Ming didn't insist. The 3 of them left Antai behind, just as Ellie seemed to suddenly remember something and called out to them, "Wait a minute, could you tell Hyson for me?" "Huh? What message?" "Well, tell him to get a haircut. He looked better with short hair." Hearing this, the 3 of them instantly perked up and rushed to Hazen's residence. Hyson was recuperating upstairs from Mei's residence, so that Mei could attend to any situation with the wounded immediately. Upon opening the door, they saw Hyson wrapped in bandages. It seemed Mei had restrained herself, not using her hyper-healing spell too much. Hyson still looked somewhat weak. The 3 of them chattered excitedly about Ellie's situation to Hyson. Hyson's mind was a little overwhelmed for a moment. 7th seat? The chairman really decided that? Yes, really. Hyson pondered the decision. At first, it seemed absurd, but after thinking about it for a while, he found it absolutely brilliant. By the way, Ellie also asked us to pass on a message. What message? He said you should get a haircut. Short hair looks better. Upon hearing this, Hyacint's eyes suddenly lit up, his face full of excitement. Cut! I cut it now. Get the scissors. I even cut her hair. Well, it's not that bad. Perhaps because Hyacint was so excited, Lin Ning felt the lightning element in the air had become much denser. Just as Hyacint was ecstatic, a roar from downstairs came from Mei. What's wrong with you, an injured man? Are you out of your mind? Hyacint immediately shut up. Lin Ning thought to himself, in this assassin's guild, everyone has their counter, but only Mei can subdue everything. Chapter 79. After saying goodbye to Hyacint, the three threw themselves into the Assassin's Guild's infrastructure work. A massive wind tornado by Ellie had left the entire street in ruins, looking like it had been ravaged by a typhoon. Fortunately, the Assassin's Guild members were used to such things. They quickly and efficiently took out their tools and materials, and began repairing houses and clearing the streets. Everyone was working feverishly, the street unusually lively, and everyone seemed very happy. They worked until evening, and everyone tacitly began setting out wine, meat, and various snacks. As soon as the sun set, the party began. Lin Ning looked at the bustling crowd before him, and suddenly felt a little dazed. The last time he attended an Assassin's Guild party was when he first met Susa during the 6 seats assessment. Recalling recent events, this mushroom-like figure now had many thoughts. Lin Ning poured himself a large glass of ale, grabbed a handful of nuts, and slipped away to a quiet spot to drink alone. He had decided to temporarily leave the Assassin's Guild to find the 2 demonic races, Ghost and Spider. Yo, looks like you got some trouble, Mushroom Boy. Lin Ning looked up at the sound of the voice, and saw it was Nazi. Didn't you go out a while ago? When did you come back? Nazi explained, the National Council caused a huge disturbance at the Assassin's Guild. One of the 6 seats, Hyacint, was seriously injured, and a demonic race was captured alive. Rumor has it that the number of seats will increase to 7. With such a commotion at headquarters, of course, I had to come back to check it out. Besides, I could come back in an instant, it's not a hassle. Lin Ning nodded, thinking how convenient teleportation magic was. All other modes of transportation paled in comparison. The crowd in the distance grew increasingly boisterous with drinking. A drunkard carried Hyacint out on a stretcher, chanting hero of the Assassin's Guild, and best night watchman, as he ran laps around the street. Hyacint lay on the stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages, his face a picture of utter despair. Nazi and Lin Ning watched Hyacint being tossed around like a toy, feeling somewhat puzzled. Normally, treating a patient like this would have made Mei furious, but she was nowhere to be seen. And not only Mei, Susa hadn't been seen all day either. Lin Ning asked where Nazi was. Nazi shrugged helplessly and said, that girl is currently struggling with the cat demon. She's trying to break the cat's hypnotic spell. If she can't break it, the interrogation can't proceed. She falls asleep as soon as she interacts with the cat demon. So, how's the progress? So far, nothing. Every time Mei falls asleep, Susa drags her out of the spell's range and wakes her up again, then tries again. By now, Mei should have slept over 100 times. The cat demon. Lin Ning was quite curious. What? Want to go see? Lin Ning thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, he picked up his wine glass, grabbed a handful of nuts, stuffed them in his pocket, and, like a child on a picnic, ate and drank as he went with Nazi to the interrogation room. The interrogation room wasn't what Lin Ning had imagined. He thought it would be dark and damp, with torture instruments hanging on the walls. In fact, the interrogation room was quite bright and clean. As soon as Lin Ning entered the interrogation room, he saw a strange cage in the center of the room's hall. The cage was enormous, almost the size of Lin Ning's own bedroom. It appeared to be made of metal, and its surface was covered in magical seals. Lin Ning had never seen such a thick layer of magical seals before. Inside the cage was the cat demon god, Xiao Dong. Susa stood to the side, arms crossed, holding a bottle of yellow liquid. Mei was outside the cage taking deep breaths. After preparing herself, she cast an access seal on herself and stepped inside. Xiao Dong was inside the cage, hugging her knees, burying her face in them. His hood obscured his head. Lin Ning could only see his slender, pale hands and feet. As soon as Mei entered the cage, before she could even speak, Xiao Dong glanced at her. The next second, Mei collapsed to the ground like a log. Susa sighed, raised his hand, and swung his chain. The chain wrapped around Mei's ankle, dragging her out of the cage. Mei, dragged out, was still fast asleep, even emitting soft snores. Sousa took the bottle containing the yellow liquid and waved it under May's nose. May immediately coughed and sat up abruptly. Ugh, I'm so fed up. May had lost patience after a day of failures and launched into a tirade. Can he hear us when we talk? Lin Ming asked curiously. He can't hear us now, but if you want him to hear, you can set it to open mode. Can't he see outside either? Yes, although what we see is a cage, to him, he's just in a small, white-walled room. That's really advanced. Of course, this magical isolation cage costs a quarter of the Assassin's Guild. What about the other one? The one who can teleport. Nazi interjected, Su Yao, that person is with me. I can seal his teleportation spell, so I'm keeping an eye on him. Oh, I see. Lin Ming, sipping his ale, looked at Qiu Dong and asked, Can I go in and try? Sure. Mei patted Lin Ming's chest, imprinting a yellow seal on him. Lin Ming put down his glass and, with the seal on his chest, confidently stepped into the cage. After entering the cage, Lin Ming glanced down at Qiu Dong, who was huddled on the ground. Qiu Dong cautiously peeked at Lin Ming through the gap in his hood. Their eyes met, and then nothing more. Lin Ming only smelled an extremely complex stench. The smell, if you had to describe it, was like a rotten rag coming to life and simmering stinky tofu in an old, runny outhouse. Lin Ming was immediately jolted awake. Cough, cough, cough. This stuff smells so strong. Hearing this, Sousa's expression was somewhat smug, as this concoction of 100 stenches was something he had personally prepared. How was it? Any gains? Mei asked. Lin Ming shook his head, recalling the brief meeting just now. Although no communication was established, he hadn't gained anything entirely. Lin Ming noticed that there was actually a chair in the cage, but Qiu Dong was still sitting on the ground. Moreover, when he and Qiu Dong made eye contact, Qiu Dong's gaze wasn't direct, it was furtively glancing. The cat demon god. Could you switch the cage to non-soundproof mode for me? Sure, what do you need it for? Just a simple test. Once the cage is off, everyone just needs to keep quiet. Hearing this, Mei walked to the cage, made a hand seal on it, and nodded to Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a walnut from his pocket, tossed it into the air, and then started watching Qiu Dong. The walnut cracked crisply as it hit the ground. Just as the sound reached Qiu Dong's ears, he suddenly shuddered, then peeked left and right through the gap in his hood, making sure there was nothing around before burying his face back in his knees. Sure enough. Lin Ming gestured for Mei to turn on the soundproofing. After confirming that Mei had turned on the soundproofing, Lin Ming picked up his wine glass, took a few sips, and said 4 words to the 3 of them. Stress response. In his past life, Lin Ming had owned cats. When Lin Ming made eye contact with Qiu Dong just now, Qiu Dong's eyes suddenly overlapped with the bewildered look in the cat's eyes when he first brought it home. Sitting curled up on the floor with his knees drawn up instead of sitting in a chair was already quite telling. He was afraid. And extremely afraid. The National Council had been relentlessly smearing the Assassin's Guild. As a member of the National Council, the Assassin's Guild in Qiu Dong's mind was probably the kind of organization that would use him for cat experiments. Therefore, to ensure his own safety, he could only unleash his magic the instant he saw any stranger. But when Lin Ming saw Qiu Dong just now, there was no sign of him unleashing any magic. Therefore, Lin Ming leaned towards another possibility. Qiu Dong's hypnotic spell might not have been intentionally released, but rather a conditioned reflex under stress. It's the same reason why mushrooms would involuntarily sprout when he lost control of his emotions. Lin Ming explained this to everyone, and they all agreed it made sense. But knowing this alone was useless, the interrogation still couldn't proceed. Lin Ming tossed his head back and down the drink, then chuckled twice, and said, No problem, I have a way. Lin Ming thought to himself, I wasn't just a cat owner in my past life for nothing. Chapter 80. After gaining the approval of Mei and Sousa, Lin Ming began his cat conquest strategy. Lin Ming shuttled back and forth between the party and the interrogation room, constantly bringing back strange and unusual things. He first tried tossing a ball of yarn in front of Qiu Dong. Qiu Dong watched the yarn roll past, unmoved. Then he made a cat toy, intending to play with the cat. But as soon as he met Qiu Dong, before he even started playing with her, she had already fallen asleep. The toy strategy failed, so Lin Ming brought over a bunch of food. Nuts, meat, and a whole bunch of snacks. When Lin Ming pushed the huge pile of food into the cage, he didn't fall asleep immediately. Okay, this is working. Just as Lin Ming thought this, he drifted off to sleep again. That's progress, several seconds longer than before. Naki, hands on hips, watched Lin Ming fidgeting and couldn't help but question A few more seconds? What does that prove? It means he's starting to hesitate. That was exactly the effect Lin Ming wanted to achieve, to transform Qiu Dong's vigilance and fear into hesitation. If Qiu Dong hesitated even briefly, it meant he was starting to become curious. Curiosity killed the cat, that saying isn't without merit. Lin Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and instructed Mei Yi, "I go in again later. This time, after I fall asleep inside, don't drag me out." "You're just going to stay inside?" Lin Ming nodded. "Yes, let me stay inside. Even if he gets close to me, don't drag me out." Hiss. Mei Yi seemed somewhat worried about Lin Ming's safety. So far, Qiu Dong hadn't demonstrated any spells other than hypnosis. If the cat demon had any other attack methods they didn't know about, Lin Ming could be in danger. Lin Ming noticed Mei Yi's worry and comforted her. "It's alright, I'm not that easy to kill. If I'm really attacked, I believe you can get me out. Don't worry, it's a matter of risking something to catch." Seeing Lin Ming's assurance, Mei Yi could only agree. Lin Ming took a piece of paper and wrote down some questions, such as what she liked to eat and what she needed. Then, he took the paper and went into the cage. Just before entering the cage, Lin Ming suddenly stopped, lost in thought, then rushed out and returned a moment later with a pillow. Lin Ming was fully prepared. As soon as he entered the cage, he found a comfortable sleeping position, placed the pillow under his head, and made a perfect soft landing. As he landed, he didn't forget to spread the paper in front of Qiu Dong. However, what Lin Ming hadn't considered was that Qiu Dong couldn't read at all. The cat couldn't decipher the paper in front of it. Was it a contract or some kind of indenture? A few seconds later, Lin Ming started snoring. With a pillow, sleep was so much better. Qiu Dong initially thought that Lin Ming would be dragged away like before after falling asleep, but he didn't expect Lin Ming to just fall asleep like that. Seeing that Lin Ming showed no sign of leaving, and that they were now alone in a room, Qiu Dong panicked a little. He first sat on the floor, shuffling away from Lin Ming, then silently watched the person, who was fast asleep, hugging his pillow. Qiu Dong looked at Lin Ming, suddenly very curious, his pupils abruptly changing from golden yellow to purple. Autumn-winter spells weren't limited to just excessive sleep. Excessive sleep was merely a preparatory spell. Autumn-winter's truly useful spells were used secretly, and hadn't been mentioned to anyone yet. Dream Cat is a spell that allows one to peer into the dreams of a sleeping person. Using this spell, Autumn-winter glimpsed the dream Lin Ming was currently experiencing. Perhaps because he had been drinking, Lin Ming's dream was quite bizarre. First, he dreamt of a female version of Caven telling him she was getting married, and hoped he could be a groomsman at the wedding. Then he dreamt of falling into a crystal mine, and finding the bottom filled with gold coins. Lin Ming's dream shifted back and forth in such a erratic manner. Autumn-winter traversed through Lin Ming's dream, finally arriving at a place that shocked Autumn-winter's cat existence. It was a building. It was incredibly tall, its surface entirely reflective, allowing people to move quickly up and down without needing to use any special hand seals. The building's floor was also very smooth, and large portraits of people hung on the walls. Everyone's attire was strange. Qiu Dong had never seen anything like it before. In his dream, Lin Ming saw a man whom he called Boss. In front of the boss was a glowing photo frame, displaying something continuously within it. Qiu Dong was completely stunned by Lin Ming's dream. He was very experienced in dream infiltration, but he had never encountered such a bizarre vision. This place looked like another world. In the dream, Lin Ming was being reprimanded by the man called Boss. Qiu Dong couldn't understand a word they were saying, but he could sense that the dream was beginning to feel wrong. The surroundings grew cold, and the space began to tremble slightly. This dream was about to turn into a nightmare. Sure enough, the boss suddenly threw the papers in his hand at Lin Ming's face, uttering words like naive, childish, how are you going to take responsibility, hopeless, and a disgrace to the company? Before the dream could deteriorate further into a nightmare, Qiu Dong snapped out of it. As soon as Qiu Dong emerged from the dream, he stood up abruptly, staring intently at Lin Ming, even stumbling slightly because his legs had gone numb from sitting for so long. The scene he had just witnessed was so real and detailed, it couldn't possibly be a figment of a dream, nor could it belong to any corner of this continent. The three people outside the cage were also startled when Qiu Dong suddenly stood up. Qiu Dong pointed at Lin Ming. Dream ends. Lin Ming suddenly woke up from the dream. He looked around blankly, then rolled over and covered his eyes. What a terrible dream. Just as Lin Ming was complaining about his bad dream, Qiu Dong suddenly spoke. Where did you come from? Hearing this, Lin Ming had a bad feeling. This question was clearly not a simple inquiry about his birthplace. Seeing his changed expression, Qiu Dong became even more convinced of her guess. You're from another world. Before Lin Ming could finish, he jumped up and covered Qiu Dong's mouth. You're from another world? Although Lin Ming didn't know how Qiu Dong knew this, he wouldn't let her tell anyone. This was the only thing he didn't want to tell anyone. With his mouth covered, Qiu Dong glanced up at Lin Ming because of the height difference. Lin Ming whispered to him, "Don't tell anyone about this. I give you some dried fish." Qiu Dong, his mouth still covered, mumbled, "What's dried fish?" "It's good stuff, the really good stuff." Lin Ming gestured towards the outside of the cage to indicate he was alright, while whispering to Qiu Dong, "How about it? Let's make a deal. My condition is that you don't tell anyone about this." "Come on, tell me your conditions." Qiu Dong thought for a while, then stated his conditions. A 2-story house, and 2 fireplaces. Although Lin Ming didn't understand why 2 fireplaces were needed, he still agreed to Qiu Dong's request. No problem, deal. Chapter 81. Lin Ming and Qiu Dong inexplicably formed a cooperative relationship. The 3 people outside only saw Lin Ming suddenly hug Qiu Dong after waking up. They didn't hear what they said. After this commotion, Qiu Dong wasn't as wary as before. The dream cat could sense the dream's owner's emotions and personality the moment it entered a dream. Lin Ming gave Qiu Dong a very gentle feeling. Based solely on the dream cat's magic, Qiu Dong could tell that Lin Ming wasn't someone who would harm others casually. He thus lowered his guard. Lin Ming then realized that he had been awake for so long. "You didn't let me fall back asleep?" Lin Ming asked. "No need," Qiu Dong replied succinctly. Lin Ming was a little annoyed by this. He felt like he had been underestimated. In Lin Ming's dream, Qiu Dong sensed Lin Ming's feelings about the Assassin's Guild. Through this information, Qiu Dong discovered that this place wasn't actually that dangerous. In fact, when Mei Yi kept falling asleep in front of him, Qiu Dong wanted to use the dream cat to spy on Mei Yi's dreams, but each time Mei Yi was dragged away before she could even enter the dream. Qiu Dong pointed to the cage that confined him and asked, "Can I get out?" Lin Ming was quite surprised by Qiu Dong's sudden change in demeanor. Although he was glad that Qiu Dong was willing to communicate with him, he couldn't make the decision to let Qiu Dong out. Just as Lin Ming was about to go out to talk to Mei Yi and the others, someone walked into the interrogation room. Qiu Dong involuntarily took 2 steps back upon seeing the person who entered. There was an aura about this person that Lin Ming found extremely repulsive. Lin Ming looked up and saw it was the guild leader. The guild leader had just made an appearance at the party, and, hearing that 4 people were still in the interrogation room, had conveniently come to check on them. Seeing Qiu Dong's reaction, Lin Ming assumed he had seen the guild leader before. The guild leader had already activated his authority seal and entered the cage. "Have you seen him?" Lin Ming asked. Qiu Dong shook his head. They hadn't met. The cat felt aversion because of the layers upon layers of seals surrounding the guild leader. These seals weren't all contract seals. A significant portion were extremely high-level protective seals. The guild leader slowly approached the cage. Qiu Dong panicked. As the guild leader drew closer, he suddenly cast a spell on him alone. Overdose of sleep, not good. Lin Ming instinctively tried to stop Qiu Dong, but what happened the next second left him utterly astonished. The president's body only swayed slightly. He didn't fall asleep. Qiu Dong's face turned deathly pale. His cat brain was momentarily overloaded. When the president appeared, he had only intuitively felt that excessive sleep might not work on this person. After trying it, sure enough, the president almost completely ignored the excessive sleep. "To use hypnosis on me, you need to be stronger. Didn't you do quite well last night?" A threat. Even though Qiu Dong was an innocent cat, he could hear the threat in those words. You see, the intensity of excessive sleep used on a single individual is several times greater than that released on a group. "You, last night." Qiu Dong's words trailed off, his expression shifting from shock to terror. He couldn't speak. Silent speech aside from the guild leader, of the 5 people present, only Qiu Dong knew that his mouth had been gagged by the guild leader's magic. The guild leader didn't want Qiu Dong to reveal the secret. Excessive sedation couldn't affect the guild leader. The guild leader had actually been awake all night. Haisen's battle with Su Yao, the airdrop of Lin Ming, and Ellie's awakening of her eyes, the guild leader had witnessed it all. But for some reason, he didn't choose to intervene. This matter couldn't be known by the other members of the Assassin's Guild. The guild leader looked at the cold sweat on Qiu Dong's forehead and chuckled softly. "You wanted to get out of the cage, didn't you? That's easy." The guild leader turned to Lin Ming and the others, instructing, "Wait for us a moment, it might take a while." Secret talk. A black barrier descended, enveloping the guild leader and Qiu Dong inside, while Lin Ming and the others remained outside. After a considerable amount of time, the barrier dissipated. The guild leader turned and stepped out of the cage. Lin Ming noticed a newly glowing magic seal on the guild leader's finger. "Let him out, it's fine now," the guild leader said, stepping out of the cage, then turned back with a smile, looking at Qiu Dong inside the cage, and said, "Welcome to the Assassin's Guild, Cat Demon God." After saying this, the guild leader went to say a few words to Nazi and left. After the guild leader left, Lin Ming and Mei exchanged glances. Everyone noticed the unusual interaction between the guild leader and Qiu Dong. However, since the guild leader had already established a contract with Qiu Dong, it was unlikely that they would hear the truth from Qiu Dong. Since that was the case, the group tacitly agreed not to mention it, though everyone would keep the question in their hearts. "Alright, come out." Qiu Dong was clearly still shaken. He cautiously stepped out of the cage. Seeing that the guild leader had left, he said, "That person just now, he yesterday." Cough. Qiu Dong was only halfway through his sentence, when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Mei Yi quickly went over to provide emergency treatment, shouting loudly at Qiu Dong while doing so, "Can't you hear me? Don't think about breaking the contract. Distract yourself. Quick! Nobody cares what you just said. And don't tell us. Breaking the contract is a death sentence." Lin Ming hadn't expected this situation either. Qiu Dong actually wanted to tell their guild leader's secret. Qiu Dong continued to cough up blood. Mei Yi's brows were furrowed. After a while, Qiu Dong's condition stabilized. Qiu Dong's hood had slipped down, revealing his golden curly hair and a pair of orange cat ears. Lin Ming looked at those 2 ears and really wanted to pinch them. But in the end, he restrained himself. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Chapter 82. Qiu Dong was seriously injured. The guild leader's magic, though seemingly harmless, was anything but gentle. Once a contract was made with the guild leader, any sign of breach would trigger an internal attack on the breaching party, destroying them completely. After settling Qiu Dong, the party was almost over. Lin Ming and the other 3 arrived at the party, only to find leftovers. Leftovers were still food, and after all the commotion, they were all a bit hungry. They grabbed some still warm flatbread and started eating with the remaining food and drink. Lin Ming wasn't hungry, but he sat down to eat and chat with the other 3. "What are your plans? When are you leaving?" Nazi asked. Lin Ming hadn't expected Nazi to ask this. He didn't want to reveal his departure yet because he wanted to leave alone. Ideally quietly. But now that Nazi had asked, he could only give a perfunctory answer. "I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it later." Hearing this, the other 3 paused in their chewing, as if they heard something incredible. Nazi picked up his glass, took a sip, then chuckled, looking at Lin Ming and saying, "Has anyone ever told you that you're really bad at lying?" Realizing his lie had been exposed, Lin Ming subconsciously touched his nose, a gesture that Susa keenly noticed. Susa mimicked Lin Ming's gesture, touching her nose as well. Only then did Lin Ming realize that his action had given him away. "Alright, I ask one more time, when are you planning to leave?" Lin Ming leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh, and spoke the truth. "I'm leaving immediately, the latest the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Mei Yi reached for a chicken wing, ate it, and asked, "Leaving by yourself?" Lin Ming was taken aback. He didn't know how Mei Yi had guessed his thoughts. "How did you know?" Mei Yi was still slowly spitting out chicken bones. "You've been targeted by the National Council. Although the president handled Ellie's matter very smoothly, given the current situation, your very existence might be a problem. You might feel that you pose a danger to those around you. In that case, acting alone is the safest course of action, and your current strength allows you to do so." Mei Yi spat out the last bone, wiping the oil off her hands, and looked at Lin Ming meaningfully. "I don't know about others, but I won't try to persuade you. Just say goodbye to Caven and the others properly if you're leaving." After saying this, Mei fell silent. Nazi, having finished eating, burped and added, "I do have a different opinion. Your team composition with Caven and Shinku is actually quite reasonable. Although I usually work alone, I still prefer the mercenaries to operate in small teams. It's not that I don't acknowledge your abilities, but more importantly, when problems arise, your companions will offer different solutions." Susa nodded at this point, pointing at Lin Ming with his chicken claw. "Indeed, you're young, and you're not up to the task." This was something Lin Ming hadn't considered. Nazi's statement made sense to Lin Ming. Leaving aside the issue of their mage warrior assassin team composition, although he was now familiar with this world, there were still many things he was new to. He had only considered combat strength before, feeling confident, but when it came to decision-making, he really lacked confidence. But as for decision-making ability, Lin Ming thought of Kaven and Shinku. They didn't seem to be of much help either. Nazi stroked his chin, as if suddenly remembering something. There's someone who's been wanting to go out recently. Why don't you ask? Who? Lin Ming searched his memory, but couldn't guess who it was. Yen Feng. Susa couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of wine. Lin Ming thought about it for a moment, and actually thought it was a good idea. In terms of knowledge and decision-making, Yen Feng is outstanding. His biggest problem is a lack of self-defense skills, and what will happen to the Assassin's Guild if Yen Feng leaves? Isn't he essentially the secretary of the entire headquarters? Nachi waved his hand and said, There will always be a way. If all else fails, we add more people. Send 50 people to Yen Feng's place to see if they can take over the work. But why is Yen Feng suddenly leaving? Maggie asked, puzzled. Nachi's brows suddenly furrowed. He glanced around, making sure no one was nearby, then whispered to the three of them. Yen Feng greets the spider demon god. Huh? Wait a minute. This doesn't feel right. Yen Feng has been in the Assassin's Guild for a long time, and he's basically always secluded. And the spider demon god, wasn't he only recently awakened? Leaving aside where Yen Feng encountered the spider demon god, their timelines simply don't match. The four of them fell silent. However, this was understandable. After all, it was a demon god species strictly monitored by the National Council. It wasn't surprising that it possessed some unbelievable abilities. Yen Feng. Lin Ming silently considered this option. In terms of knowledge, analytical ability, decision-making, and intelligence gathering, Yen Feng was undoubtedly top-notch. The problem was, he could take Yen Feng out, but he couldn't guarantee he could bring Yen Feng back intact. His own abilities weren't really suitable for being a bodyguard. He was currently a highly explosive individual, capable of creating a mushroom cloud upon landing. The most suitable bodyguard was actually Kaven. In the end, Kaven, this old family member, still needed to be taken along. As for Shinku, it depended on her wishes. Lin Ming still remembered what Shinku said after his first outburst. If he lost control again, Shinku might be the only one who could clean up the mess for him. Seeing his conflicted expression, Nazi added, Shinku, don't even think about it. She can't go with you. She has her own mission. Huh? Lin Ming hadn't expected that. What is she going to do? Nazi glanced at Lin Ming, only vaguely explaining, she's going to do something only she can do, and this matter is very likely even more important than what you're doing. Lin Ming felt his blood pressure rise. Speaking in half-truths is definitely the biggest bad habit of assassins. Since that's the case, Lin Ming understood. This trip involved three people, him, Kaven, and Yen Feng. Their first objective was to find the spider demon god. Chapter 83. The next day, Lin Ming went to see Mao Mao first. The ward was bustling with activity. Mao Mao was lying on the hospital bed, engaged in a passionate verbal exchange with Hyson. What are you doing here? Hyson looked annoyed. None of your business. An intruder is suddenly lying next to me, and I can't even ask? That's none of my business either. Mao Mao's familiar two-part banter. Lin Ming looked at the two people lying on the hospital bed. Both of them had difficulty moving, and could only communicate verbally. And so far, it seemed that Qiu Dong was clearly superior in terms of verbal sparring. Hyson, as a scion of a prestigious family, was still too polite. Lin Ming came here for a reason. Naki's words yesterday had enlightened him. Besides his fighting skills, he now had many other things to prepare, such as intelligence. Before he set off, he needed intelligence, a lot of intelligence. And yesterday in the interrogation room, Lin Ming discovered that Qiu Dong might possess some unknown information. Lin Ming thought this because Qiu Dong had somehow discovered he wasn't from this world. This was an absolute secret to Lin Ming. Since Qiu Dong could see a secret, he must have also seen other people's secrets. The most important information often lies within these secrets. Now that Hyson was here, Lin Ming couldn't directly ask Qiu Dong how he discovered he came from another world. Lin Ming pondered for a moment, then asked what he considered a safer question. Do you know the spider demon god? Qiu Dong had a fairly good impression of Lin Ming, so he didn't directly retort but answered honestly. I know him, I seen him. What? Lin Ming didn't react for a moment. What did you just say? The spider demon god, I seen him. When was that? Let me think. About a year ago? A year ago? No, that's too strange. According to Nazi yesterday, Yin Feng saw the spider demon god several years ago. Now Qiu Dong says he saw the spider demon god a year ago, and the National Council's tracking records show that the spider demon god only awakened 2 months ago. Lin Ning began to consider every possibility in his mind: time travel, memory implantation. Every hypothesis sent chills down his spine. Hey, you dropped a mushroom. Qiu Dong kindly reminded him. Then, what's the spider demon god's name? Lin Ning asked again. He doesn't have a name, he's just called Spider, and that's what he calls himself. That's right, this is exactly the same as the National Council's records. Qiu Dong really did see the spider demon god. Lin Ning turned and walked out of the ward, heading straight for Yin Feng's office. Yin Feng, as usual, sat in his swivel chair, his bangs pinned back with a hair clip, surrounded by papers. Lin Ning pushed aside the papers and rushed towards Yin Feng. Whoa! What are you doing? Yin Feng was startled. Spider demon god, when did you see him? Yin Feng was clearly taken aback by the question. He stared at Lin Ning's face for a few seconds, then immediately understood the mushroom's purpose. Yin Feng waved his hand, and the papers suspended in midair suddenly parted to the sides, like wallpaper automatically retracting, all settling securely on the wall. It was 6 years ago. Hearing Yin Feng's words, Lin Ning was even more confused. I only noticed the problem after hearing about the National Council's surveillance of him. After the Assassin's Guild was invaded, the chairman publicly revealed the National Council's surveillance of the 3 demon god species to the 6 seats. That's when I suddenly realized that the spider demon god's awakening time was clearly problematic. So you wanted to investigate? Lin Ming asked. No. Then why? Yin Feng frowned, seemingly desperately trying to organize his thoughts. After a long while, Yin Feng finally uttered a sentence. Because as far as I know, the spider demon god is dead. Mushrooms sprouted on Lin Ming's head again. His fungal brain was almost unable to handle such a complex problem. How are you so sure the spider is dead? Yin Feng looked up at Lin Ming, his eyes filled with desolation. Because she died right in front of me to save me. Then, what's the spider demon's name? He seems to have a name, but he never tells anyone. People usually just call him Spider, though he has a whole bunch of nicknames. Lin Ning walked through the streets of the Assassin's Guild, never before so lost. This confusion and bewilderment even awakened his primal instincts. Lin Ning found a shady, damp corner and transformed into a giant mushroom. Sure enough, this form calmed him down. Based on the information he had gathered so far, he still couldn't determine the spider demon's abilities, but one thing was certain: the spider demon seemed like a decent person. Whether it was Qiu Dong or Yin Feng, their expressions were nostalgic when they recalled the spider. To them, the spider wasn't an enemy, but a friend. This at least eased some of Lin Ming's psychological pressure. Otherwise, he was truly afraid of going to great lengths to find an enemy. Lin Ning was pondering in a corner when he suddenly felt someone kick him. What are you doing here? It was Shinku. Lin Ning asked in surprise, how did you know it was me? Shinku rolled his eyes at him. Otherwise? Have you ever seen a mushroom grow more than 2 meters tall in a corner? Lin Ning reverted to human form, and Shinku went straight to the point. I heard you're leaving? Lin Ning didn't expect Shinku to ask him directly. Seeing his troubled expression, Shinku didn't try to hide anything. I can't go with you. I have my own mission, and it's a very special one that only I can do. Only you can do it? Yes. What kind of mission is it? Guess. Isn't it easy to guess? Since only you can go, it must be related to your elemental constitution. Our Assassin's Guild doesn't have a fire mage. So it's probably because we're missing a fire starter. Screw you. At this moment, Lin Ning and Shinku were bickering and teasing each other. They probably never imagined what their next meeting would be like. A few days later, before leaving, Lin Ning packed his luggage, checking everything he needed for the trip. Package, food, weapons, money, Kaven, all packed. Kaven was quite dissatisfied with this, complaining, "Can you stop making me sound like a personal item?" After packing, Yin Feng had already arrived at their door. Have you arranged all your work? Lin Ming asked. Yin Feng nodded, but his expression still showed some worry. It only took 38 people to take over. Although it wasn't a perfect system, at least it kept the Assassin's Guild running. That's good, these experienced people can later form a secretariat, making things easier for me. You're really thinking ahead, Lin Ming replied casually. Yin Feng shrugged. He who doesn't plan for the future will have trouble in the present. By the way, is it just the 3 of us this time? No, there's one more. Who? Him. Yin Feng looked in the direction Lin Ming was pointing, and saw Qiu Dong staring blankly at someone drying salted fish. Chapter 84. According to the intelligence intercepted from the Nationalist Party, the spider demon god was last seen in a place called the Pyeongtaek grassland. They initially traveled by car for part of the journey, but as the terrain became more complex, they switched to walking. After all, they couldn't let Caven carry 3 flying creatures alone. They were now crossing the last mountain. Beyond this mountain lay the Pyeongtaek grassland. Lin Ming turned back and looked at the 3 of them. Let's rest, we can't go on. The one with the least stamina was undoubtedly Yin Feng. After all, he was an office worker, and this kind of trekking was his least favorite skill. Caven put his familiar big black hat back on, carrying most of the luggage, still walking briskly. Qiu Dong's stamina surprised Lin Ming. Lin Ming initially thought his limp frame would easily give out, but Qiu Dong was the fastest climber. For most of the journey, Qiu Dong walked ahead alone, then found a place to nap, while the other 3 caught up. That makes sense, after all, he's a cat. Qiu Dong's joining was actually a spur-of-the-moment decision by Lin Ming. He figured that if they encountered a large army, or something similar, Qiu Dong would make things much easier. Besides, he and Qiu Dong now had a kind of contractual relationship. Qiu Dong followed Lin Ming because he was afraid the mushroom, Qiu Dong's nickname, might renege on his promise. To Qiu Dong, Lin Ming was like a 2-story house with 2 fireplaces, something he had to keep a close eye on. As for Yin Feng, he initially stubbornly wore his green mage robe, but he pawned it halfway through the journey. Before leaving the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming had already given Yin Feng a small card. Here, this is for you. What's this? A part of Caven. Yin Feng's expression was full of disgust when he heard this. Lin Ming also kindly comforted him. It's okay, don't be afraid, being mentally challenged isn't contagious. So Yin Feng obediently carried the small Caven on his head the whole way. Caven had deliberately controlled the size of the small Caven to be slightly larger than his palm, so that it could stay securely on Yin Feng's head. This way, if Yin Feng really encountered an emergency, the small Caven could detect it immediately and take protective measures, making it a kind of micro-intelligent portable self-defense device. Yin Feng's panting and struggling while carrying the small Caven was quite amusing, as if the small Caven was piloting a humanoid mecha with insufficient energy. The 4 of them finally crossed the mountain, and a grassland suddenly appeared before them. The sudden opening of the view greatly improved the mood of all 4 of them. This grassland stretched as far as the eye could see, and several cows were grazing leisurely. Lin Ming approached the cows, and found them quite cute. Want to pet them? Qiu Dong suddenly asked. I really do. Lin Ming made no attempt to hide his desire to pet a cow's head. I actually know a little about this. If you want to pet a cow, you have to be friendly first. That makes sense. So how should I do it? You have to enter the cow's field of vision from the side or rear, otherwise they'd be startled if you approach from the front. Then, to avoid frightening them, gently touch their rumps. And then if they turn around and look at you, you can get close to them. Lin Ming, naive, and having never petted a cow in his past life, readily believed the seemingly nonsensical words of Qiu Dong. Lin Ming, feeling he mastered the trick, excitedly ran towards the cow. What's he doing? Caven asked. He's touching the cow. Yin Feng, noticing Lin Ming's stealthy approach and wiggling rear end, chimed in. The 3 watched as Lin Ming quietly circled behind the cow and excitedly touched its rear. As everyone knows, a cow's rear end has an eye, but it can't see. The cow, unaware of being touched, immediately kicked Lin Ming with its hoof. Lin Ming was sent flying backward, sparks flying. Whoa! Qiu Dong shaded her eyes, marveling at the parabolic trajectory Lin Ming had taken. Lin Ming lay on the ground for a long time before finally getting up. Damn it! Cat! You tricked me! Qiu Dong acted as if it were none of her business, pretending to admire the scenery. Wait, someone's coming! Yin Feng raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Lin Ming, while repairing his body with mycelium, limped back from a distance, a clear cow hoof print still visible on his right hip. How many people? Lin Ming asked. 1. What's he doing? Singing. Singing? Yes. This was Yin Feng's greatest use along the way. Yin Feng's control over wind elements was already masterful. As long as they were outdoors, he could analyze the sounds made by almost everyone within a mile using wind elements. It doesn't feel like a demon god, but a child? Just as the 4 were wondering why there was a child, the cows seemed to notice them, and began to slowly walk towards them. Lin Ming, having just been kicked, no longer found the cow cute at all. Just as the cow was about to approach them, Caven's expression suddenly changed. He dropped his luggage and rushed in front of the three of them. Yin Feng was also startled. Something's coming. Something? What is it? Before Lin Ming could figure it out, something flew in from the horizon. It looked like a rock. If it were just a rock, Caven wouldn't be so nervous. This rock was enveloped in a layer of qi. This was a combat technique used by qi sect warriors, enveloping projectiles in qi to make them fly farther, and with greater power. Xia He, who used javelins as weapons in the crystal mines, was a master of this. Caven estimated that the rock's power was considerable. Since he didn't know if the projectile would change direction, he activated his blood shield, intending to directly intercept the attack. The other three hid behind Caven. The stone appeared before them in the blink of an eye, slamming into Caven's blood shield with a loud bang. The instant the stone made contact with the shield, a shockwave rippled outwards. Caven, bracing himself against the shield, was astonished by the power of a mere stone. Seeing they had blocked the attack, the others breathed a sigh of relief. They peered around, finding the bulls to be quite commonplace. After a while, Yin Feng said in a low voice, "They're here." Lin Ming squinted, and saw that it was indeed a child. It was a boy, looking only 8 or 9 years old. The child wore extremely simple cloth clothes, a cute sheepskin hat, and his round face was full of innocence. He was also carrying something that looked like a belt. The child walked over, singing, "The cow's horns are big. The left horn is big too. The right horn is big too." What kind of song is that? Lin Ning couldn't help but complain. Yin Feng was surprised when he saw what the child was holding. A sling? A sling, a primitive throwing weapon, only requires a leather strap with a pouch to throw stones 50 or 60 meters. But even with a sling, it's impossible to throw such a spectacular stone. Caven saw the boy approaching and asked warily, "Were you the warrior who threw the stone just now?" The boy was taken aback. "Warrior? What warrior? I'm a cowherd." "Then why did you attack us?" "A rooster? Where did this rooster come from?" "It wasn't a rooster." "Why did you throw stones at us?" "My cows were about to run into the mountains. I had to throw stones to scare them back." "Then what was that?" The boy scratched his head, seemingly troubled. "I don't understand such complicated stuff, but if you're asking about the stone just now, I just wanted to throw it farther. I practiced like crazy for a while, and that's how it got. Everyone else praises me for throwing stones so well," the boy said smugly. Hearing this, Caven and Yin Feng's faces twisted in disbelief. Although Lin Ming and Qiu Dong weren't very familiar with warriors' abilities, Caven and Yin Feng knew perfectly well. Many Qi master warriors would spend their entire lives trying to reach that level of stone-throwing skill. This wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve by practicing like crazy for a while. Yin Feng didn't care about all that. He darted to the boy and handed him a document. "Hello, genius. Would you like to learn about the Assassin's Guild's recruitment?" Chapter 85. Yin Feng looked at the little boy, his eyes shining. He seemed to already see the boy's future achievements. Joining the Assassin's Guild, becoming a top mercenary, achieving great fame, and then inheriting the position of the 7th seat after the previous generation's 7 seats retired. Just as Yin Feng was still immersed in his fantasies of expanding the Assassin's Guild, Lin Ming grabbed him by the collar and pulled him away. Lin Ming was afraid Yin Feng would frighten the child. "Little friend, what's your name?" "My name is He." "Oh, so you have 7 children in your family. So your name is He?" "No, I'm the only child in my family." Lin Ming scratched his head. He had never encountered a family that named their children so casually before. Perhaps it was a lucky number or something. "So what does your family do?" Aki thought for a moment and replied, "My family delivers people." "Delivers people?" Lin Ming didn't immediately understand what that meant, but then he realized it was probably something like being a coachman. On this grassland, there were indeed some means of transportation. If they had a vehicle, the 4 of them wouldn't have had to travel such a long distance. "Where is your home? What are you going to do?" "We're going to patronize your business," Lin Ming answered without hesitation. Aki looked surprised. He never dreamed that anyone would be so eager to patronize his family's business. Are you sure?" "Ah, of course we're sure. Our family only delivers things that don't move." "Ah, so that's how it is." Lin Ming assumed Aki's family delivered goods, not people, which was why they said they only delivered things that didn't move. So he patted his chest and said, "It's all right, we won't do anything rash." Achi's expression showed even more surprise. "Then, come with me." The 4 of them followed Achi, slowly walking towards his home. Yin Feng originally wanted to ask Achi if he knew about the spider demon god, but he felt that a child might not understand what a demon god was, so he gave up the idea. Achi calmly gathered the cattle together, herding them while singing, leading the 4 of them back to his home. The scenery along the way was quite beautiful. "Look, that's my home." Lin Ming looked in the direction Achi pointed, and saw a few solitary, snow-white houses on the grassland. Around the houses stood some tall, straight wooden poles, with long strips of yellow cloth hanging from the tops. The cloths fluttered slowly in the wind, and many birds perched on the poles. The tall wooden poles, the dangling strips of cloth, the houses nearby, the birds taking flight and landing intermittently. From a distance, it resembled a meticulously composed landscape painting. The 4 followed Achi closer to the houses, and Yin Feng then realized that what hung on the poles weren't just simple strips of cloth. The yellow strips were covered with scriptures. Yin Feng suddenly remembered that in the customs of the grassland people, there existed such a profession. They usually lived in white houses symbolizing purity, with scriptures hanging high around the walls to guide the souls of the deceased. So, what Achi meant by sending people away was the funeral business of performing rituals for the deceased before burial. This was his family's business. No wonder Achi had said that the items sent away were usually immovable. Lin Ming, still looking innocent, asked Yin Feng, "Hey, what's written on this cloth?" "I don't recognize it." "Scriptures." "Scriptures? What's it for?" "For giving as a gift." Given Lin Ming's cleverness, he immediately understood what it meant to give as a gift. At this moment, Achi had already entered the house, and soon returned with a burly, strong man. The man had a full beard, round eyes, and thick, dark eyebrows. He had his clothes tied around his waist, was shirtless, and was comforting Achi in a deep, resonant voice. "It's all right, Achi. You must have encountered something unclean. Those guys died outside and became wandering ghosts, looking for people to perform rituals to help them pass on. I've seen this a few times. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm here." "Oh, they're quite pitiful." Achi remembered how anxious Lin Ming had been to be sent away earlier. They must have been wandering ghosts for a long time. Thinking about it, she felt a little sad. The burly man and Achi solemnly took out 4 yellow strips of cloth covered with scriptures from a nearby room. They came to Lin Ming and the others, and without asking any questions, put them around their necks. Lin Ming and the others looked bewildered as the strips were hung on them, and then listened to the burly man begin chanting. "Poor souls, you will soon enter the realm of light. No need to worry, no need to be anxious, no need to fret. Follow the light." "No, we can't go." Yin Feng was about to speak when the burly man made a gesture indicating his departure, then sighed and murmured, "Life is pitiful, no need for further words. We, the guides, will take care of everything." The burly man spoke, a few tears welling in his eyes. Yin Feng, seeing how absorbed the man was, felt a little embarrassed to interrupt. Lin Ming was the culprit behind all this, and he too felt a bit awkward speaking up. Kevin and Xiao Dong, thinking it was some kind of special welcoming ceremony, were still happily enjoying themselves. Lin Ming whispered to Yin Feng, "What's he doing now?" Yin Feng rolled his eyes at Lin Ming, annoyed. "Washing away your sins." At this moment, the burly man had reached the final step. He picked up a handful of wormwood, dipped it in the prepared water, recited some scriptures, and then started splashing water on the 4 of them while shouting, "Go! Go! Go!" The 4 of them were already soaking wet, but still hadn't gone. Just as Yin Feng was about to break the awkward silence, an old woman came running aggressively from afar. The old woman, carrying a basket in one hand and a cane in the other, rushed up to the burly man and, without a word, jumped up and smacked him on the head with her cane. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Sending dead isn't enough, now you're sending living people? Do you want to kill me quickly so I can inherit my jar of pickled vegetables?" "Huh? Living people?" The burly man walked forward incredulously, and pinched Yin Feng's cheek. "Alive? Ah, alive." Yin Feng mumbled, his cheek pinched. The old woman continued to berate the burly man. "My eyes, used for over 70 years, can tell from 2 miles away that these are 4 living people. Can't you see? Why don't you change your eyes into noses and vent your anger?" "I..." The burly man tried to argue. "What do you mean, I? You were shaking water at him while telling him to go away. Where did you expect him to go?" Seeing the old woman wasn't going to stop, Yin Feng quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Grandma, this is also our fault. We didn't explain clearly when we came." The old woman suddenly beamed when she saw Yin Feng. "Oh, this child is so handsome." She had just praised Yin Feng when she immediately threw the vegetable basket she was carrying into the burly man's arms in a fierce manner. "Go cook." The burly man walked into the kitchen with a pitiful look on his face. After the burly man went into the kitchen, the old woman told Achi to go help in the kitchen. Once no one was around, she approached the four of them and asked in a low voice, "How many of you are there?" Lin Ning didn't understand at first. All four of them were clearly standing there. Lin Ning didn't understand, but Yin Feng did. Yin Feng noticed the old woman's emphasis on the word person, and understood what she meant. He glanced back at the other three demon gods, then looked into the old woman's eyes, and said, "I'm alone." The old woman nodded, smiled, and turned to lead them into the main room. It's a remote and impoverished place, with simple food. If you don't mind, please eat something. If you have anything to ask, you can ask after you've eaten. Chapter 86. The four followed the old woman into the house, where scriptures and items needed for funeral rites were scattered everywhere. Yin Feng watched the old woman's back, vaguely sensing that she might know something about the spider demon god. Just as Yin Feng was about to ask, the old woman, with her back to him, suddenly said, "Don't rush, it's not that easy to find." Yin Feng was startled by this, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. Lin Ning, hearing their conversation, suddenly became curious. "Grandma, can you foresee the future?" The old woman turned to look at Lin Ning, a hint of doubt flashing across her face, but she quickly regained her smiling expression and said softly, "He's still young, don't worry about him now, but later, you have to find a way to face him." Lin Ning's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She was referring to the white-haired Lin Ning, the true lord of the alien fungus, who is currently still asleep. Who exactly is this old woman? The old woman glanced at Caven again, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Good, that's how it should be. Go outside and chop some firewood for me." Saying this, she tossed Caven an axe. Although Caven was a little confused, he didn't dislike chopping firewood, so he happily picked up the axe and went out to work. The old woman's gaze then fell on Xiao Dong, who seemed somewhat uneasy. "There's a Kong, heated brick bed, inside, it's warm, go and sleep." Hearing this, Xiao Dong tiptoed into the inner room and saw a strange bed made of mud. The moment his hands touched this thing called a Kong, he felt a warmth emanating from this exquisitely crafted large mud slab. Xiao Dong, beaming with excitement, climbed on top, rolled around a few times, found a comfortable position, and was snoring within 3 seconds. This was all too miraculous, and Yin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Grandma, who exactly are you?" The old woman chuckled. "Holy? Not at all, I'm just a funeral matron who's very good at judging people." He. "Then, what's your name?" The old woman waved her hand. "Names are taboo in our line of work, so let's not bother with them. I used to be the 7th child in my family, and everyone called me 7th Grandma. You can call me that too." 7th Grandma. Lin Ning remembered the name 7th. "Then 7th is your..." "7th is a child I found. Because everyone called me 7th Grandma, they initially called the child Little 7, but later, for easier pronunciation, they called him 7th. "Ah, I see. And the one who performed the ritual for us." Mentioning this, the old woman burst out laughing. "Performing a ritual for a living person? How could he do that? That big idiot is my son, Lunkule. He's honest and simple-minded, but not even half as smart as Achi. He has no talent for this line of work, he's no help at all. His only redeeming qualities are his strong physique and kind heart." The old woman spoke of her son with a tone full of disdain, yet her expression was full of doting affection. Yin Feng paced back and forth in his mother-in-law's room, looking at the strange funeral items. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He noticed a string of prayer beads hanging in an inconspicuous spot on the wall. Yin Feng remembered the rosary. It was something the spider demon god had once worn, and Yin Feng couldn't be mistaken. "Grandma, this is..." Yin Feng was about to ask when a loud crash was heard, and Caven rushed in with an axe. "Enemy attack." Before Caven could finish speaking, Lin Ning heard a whoosh, and an arrow shot in. Lin Ning reacted quickly, raising his hand and casting an arc of electricity, turning the arrow to ash. "How many people?" "A dozen or so." "How far?" "They arrived." "Who are they?" Caven frowned. "The National Council." Outside, Achi and Lenkule heard the noise, and came out to investigate, but as soon as they peeked out, Yin Feng shouted them back. "Back up. Hide behind the wall. Don't peek out." The two obediently hid behind the door, peeking out through the crack. In the distance, a group of people approached. Judging by their clothing, they were indeed from the National Council. Lin Ning initially intended to wake Xiao Dong, and have him use an overdose of sedation to resolve the issue, but then he reconsidered. The National Council's tracking records of the spider demon god stopped here. Perhaps they were all here for the same goal, meaning he might be able to glean some useful information from these National Council members. I said, the National Council? Lin Ming was about to begin negotiating when he heard 2 soft thuds. Looking down, he saw 2 arrows embedded in his chest. Hiding behind the door, Lin Yule thought that this time, he could finally be saved. However, Lin Yule didn't expect that Lin Ming, hands on his hips, with 2 arrows still in his chest, would continue speaking. Don't you guys have any manners? Can't you wait until someone finishes speaking before shooting arrows? Just as Lin Ming finished speaking, 2 more thuds echoed as arrows pierced his chest, leaving 4 arrows embedded in him. The latter 2 arrows were quite powerful, causing Lin Ming to lose his footing and fall backward. However, he didn't rush to get up. The grass was quite comfortable. The man standing at the front, who appeared to be a squad leader, seemed to look down on them. Why should we listen to your nonsense? Who do you think you are? We have business with that old lady. We have an important mission. Someone has gone missing near her, and the National Council is handling matters. Can you afford to take responsibility if this is delayed? Anyone who talks nonsense again will suffer the same fate as that guy. The man pointed at Lin Ming on the ground. Lin Ming, somewhat indignant, sat up abruptly from the grass, despite having 4 arrows still in his body. Good heavens. Not quite dead. 2 more arrows pierced his chest, and Lin Ming lay down again. Lin Ming was truly enraged this time. Lying on the ground, he shouted, "Caven." "What?" Caven replied. "Beat him up." "Don't rush, I beat him up now." The dozen or so men opposite him only felt Caven's figure move and then disappear from his spot. When they caught sight of Caven again, he was already standing among them. After a chaotic beating, all of the dozen or so men were lying on the ground. The leader of the squad had received 2 more slaps to the face. The 2 red handprints were particularly conspicuous. The small fry are all dealt with. "How long are you going to lie here?" Caven asked as he walked over. "It's quite comfortable. I lie here a little longer." "Then you lie down?" "We're going inside." Caven went inside to look after his grandmother, leaving Lin Ming lying on the ground with his eyes closed. Lin Yule, seeing Lin Ming lying motionless, tiptoed over, holding a scripture in his hand. "May the realm of light accept this valiant, heroic, fearless hero, and escort this soul to..." "To where?" Lin Ming asked. "To the place of the light bringers, of course." "Ah!" A bearded man was startled into a high-pitched voice. At this moment, Lin Yule officially decided that he would not take over his mother-in-law's profession. This line of work is too difficult. Chapter 87. Yin Feng helped his mother-in-law into the inner room and asked Achi with some concern, "Have you seen those people while herding cattle recently?" Achi thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I have. They were initially looking this way from the mountain, then they set up camp on the grassland, seemingly searching for something." Yin Feng recalled what the men had said earlier. They mentioned someone had gone missing here, which was very likely referring to the spider demon god, since the National Council's tracking record stopped there. It seemed the National Council had lost track of the spider demon god. Yin Feng was also surprised by the National Council's method of tracking the spider demon god. It was so simple and direct. They simply sent a team to follow him discreetly. Comparatively, Lin Ming's surveillance was much more elaborate. Perhaps it was because Lin Ming had later aligned himself with the Assassin's Guild, making direct tracking impossible. Just as Yin Feng thought this, Lin Ming walked in, holding 4 arrows he had just pulled from his chest. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his mother-in-law was all right. He pulled Yin Feng aside and whispered, "Something feels off." "What's wrong?" The people who came were surprisingly incompetent. Indeed, Yin Feng had noticed this as well. Those who came earlier, although they boasted, were far too weak. Caven dealt with them in less than 5 seconds. While this was a good thing, something was definitely amiss. The spider demon god was a key target of the National Council surveillance, and based on his impression, the spider demon god's strength was not to be underestimated. Such a target wouldn't be monitored by just a few worthless fry. "You mean, they might just be a scout team sent to gather intelligence?" Yin Feng could only guess at this point. Lin Ming nodded. "Very likely. It's best to keep watch at night for now, to guard against a surprise attack." Yin Feng and Lin Ming discussed everything, and went into the inner room to ask the old woman some questions. Xiao Dong was still asleep, her legs occasionally kicking. It was unclear what she was dreaming about. Yin Feng walked to the wall, picked up the rosary that the spider demon god had once worn, and went inside to ask the old woman, "Seventh Granny, do you remember the person who wore these beads?" The old woman took the beads, playing with them in her hands as she recounted her past. The person who wore these beads was my fellow disciple. I should call her senior sister. We studied funeral rites together under our master. For some reason, she was particularly interested in things about death and salvation. I remember one day she suddenly asked me, "Little Seven, what does it feel like to not die?" Lin Ming's expression gradually became serious. He realized that what the seventh granny was about to say might be the truth behind the strange events surrounding the spider demon god. The old woman continued, "I didn't understand what she meant at the time. Later, she suddenly disappeared." "Disappeared?" Lin Ming pressed. The old woman nodded. "That's right, neither my master nor I could find her. But according to others, she became a wandering sorcerer, roaming the continent and performing rituals for the deceased whenever she encountered them." Lin Ming pondered for a moment and then asked, "When did she disappear?" The old woman casually uttered a number, 48 years ago. Yin Feng and Lin Ming's minds went even more blank upon hearing this. The old woman handed the beads back to Yin Feng, gesturing for him to hang them back. "However, after she became a wandering sorcerer, we did meet a few times." "Did she come to catch up with you?" "No, not to catch up. She came to me to perform a ritual for the deceased." "Is there a soul she couldn't perform a ritual for?" "That's right. Even she had souls she couldn't perform a ritual for. That was herself." "So, she's dead?" Yin Feng was asking a question he already knew the answer to. The old woman, as if seeing through his thoughts, glanced at him, and then slowly shook her head. "No, she's not dead. She's both dead and alive. She once told me that whenever a young man with white hair on his forehead and back of his head came to her, she should tell him her story, and have him come to see me." Lin Ming jumped up from his chair in shock. The young man with white hair at the front and back of his head, wasn't that him? But what did you mean by both dead and not dead? Lin Ming realized the matter might be more complicated than he had imagined and quickly pressed for more information. Each of her deaths wasn't a true death. Her soul would drift away, but it wouldn't dissipate. Instead, it would fly back, fall back to earth, and coalesce into the next her. Hearing this, Lin Ming suddenly understood. As far as he knew, once a demon god died, it wouldn't be resurrected, like the first generation and Illic. But according to what Granny Seven had just said, the spider demon god's ability was the ability that all living beings yearn for. Resurrection. This perfectly explains why Qiu Dong and Yin Feng both encountered the spider demon god at different times, and why the National Academy only discovered the spider demon god's awakening 2 months ago. The spiders encountered by Yin Feng, Qiu Dong, and the National Academy were not the same person. To be precise, not from the same lifetime. In between, the spider may have experienced several unique cycles of reincarnation. Yin Feng, having pieced together all the information, was equally astonished. But Lin Ming was still curious about something. He had never seen the spider before, so why had it left such a strange message? "If I encounter a young man with white hair at the front and back of his head, I tell him about me and ask him to come see me." Lin Ming told the old woman his question. "Why does your senior sister know me? I clearly never seen her before. And I only been in this world for a short time." Lin Ming thought to himself. The old woman sighed softly, looked up into Lin Ming's eyes, and stared at him for a long time. "It's possible. She saw you in the future." "The future? Me?" "That's right, you in the future. Besides being resurrected, senior sister has another ability. If she hadn't told me beforehand, I would never have revealed her secret." Yin Feng understood the old woman's meaning and quickly assured her, "Grandma, what we heard today will not be known to any outsiders. We will definitely keep it a secret." The old woman smiled and nodded, continuing, "It's a special ability that senior sister suddenly awakened while studying under our masters. When our masters saw that ability, they said it didn't come from the earth, nor from the soul, but from the light." The old woman clasped her hands together, her gesture like holding an unseen pool of water, then sat up straight and said in a prayerful tone, "That's the ability entrusted to her by the light, to save the world and guide all beings." Future Vision. Chapter 88. That evening, several people lit a bonfire in the open space in front of Grandma's house. Grandma said they were guests arranged by her senior sister, so she wanted to make it a lively affair. Qiu Dong had slept well, his eyes reflecting light like green bulbs in the night, and he was staring blankly at the roasting meat by the bonfire. "Wait a minute, it's not cooked yet. We eat it after you sprinkle on the seasoning." The one in charge of roasting the meat was Linkyul. Although he was big and burly, his cooking was surprisingly delicious. Qiu Dong nodded gently at Linkyul's words, and obediently squatted down to wait. Lin Ming looked at Qiu Dong, and suddenly realized that Qiu Dong seemed very close to Grandma's family. Perhaps it was because Qiu Dong could sense people's personalities. He became quiet and easygoing around innocent and simple people. Yin Feng, Lin Ming, and Caden sat around the bonfire, talking about the spider demon god. To save all living beings, to liberate the world. Yin Feng muttered the words his grandmother had once spoken. What, are you bothered by that? Lin Ming asked. Not really, I just feel that she saved my life too, so if I think about it that way, I'm one of the living beings she saved. So you know she has futuristic vision? Yin Feng shook his head. Futuristic vision, I suppose, means being able to foresee the future at a certain point in time. When I met the spider, she never mentioned it, but sometimes she would use an ability called Four Eyes. Four Eyes? Lin Ming stared blankly at the flames. When Yin Feng suddenly asked, what are your plans now that you've found the spider demon god? There's no plan. I just want to figure out what the National Council wants the three of us demon gods to do. Currently, it seems the National Council doesn't know the spider possesses the ability of futurism, so they're probably after the resurrection ability. Although Lin Ming agreed with Yin Feng, he still felt something was off. The strange thing was that his abilities and the spider seemed to be on completely different levels. The spider had near immortality, infinite resurrection, and futurism. His abilities, aside from turning into mushrooms and mycelium and using more magic, were nothing new. Even his white-haired brother within him only had the ability to corrode everything and could be countered with enough firepower. No matter how Lin Ming thought about it, he didn't feel he was worthy of being compared to the spider. Just as Lin Ming was deep in thought, a large skewer of meat suddenly appeared before him. All right. Lin Qiu grabbed a handful of skewers and handed one to Lin Ming. The burly man's face was flushed. Whether from joy or the warmth of the campfire, it was hard to tell. Lin Qiu, holding a skewer of meat, said somewhat embarrassedly, I'm really sorry about what happened during the day. I thought you were dead, so I was thinking of giving you a proper, high-level funeral rite. Lin Ming felt a bit amused and exasperated. Was he being generous by performing the rites while he was still alive? Yet, was he being unfair by giving such a high-level rite? It's all right. We, cultivators, all have some strange abilities. Seeing that Lin Ming had forgiven him, Lin Qiu beamed and sat down, happily sharing his barbecue tips with Lin Ming. After a while, his mother came out of the house, smiling as she sat to one side, watching the group of young people chatting and laughing. Seeing his mother arrive, Lin Qiu picked up a few skewers of meat, carefully chopped them, rolled them up in soft flatbread with his prepared sauce, and served them to his mother. His mother's teeth weren't strong enough to handle the skewers, so this was a meat-filled wrap Lin Qiu had developed for her. Lin Ming found that he quite liked this big, simple-minded man. He hadn't met someone so gentle and kind-hearted in a long time. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they sat on the grass, and Lin Ming casually picked a blade of grass to clean his teeth. Qiu Dong, also full, watched with great interest as a Qi made a catapult from cowhide. Luckily, after those guys were taken down during the day, there were no more pursuers. Relaxing, Lin Ming uttered this sentence. Little did he know his words would become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yin Feng sniffed the air, then turned to Lin Ming and asked, Don't you feel a little cold all of a sudden? Huh? Cold? It seems a little. Before Lin Ming could finish speaking, he felt a drop of water fall on his face. Huh? It was a sunny day. Why is it raining? Lin Ming looked up and saw a cloud. After a few drops of water fell from the cloud, Lin Ming's eyes widened suddenly, and he turned to Lin Qiu, who was closest to his grandmother, and shouted, Protect Grandma. This isn't rain. Before Lin Ming finished speaking, countless icicles instantly fell from the cloud. These icicles were incredibly sharp, each one as sharp as a dagger. Everything happened so suddenly. Lin Qiu shielded his grandmother with his own body, and Caven, with lightning speed, grabbed Aki and Qiudong, throwing them into the house. Even after being thrown, Qiudong landed steadily and immediately caught Aki. Despite Caven's incredible speed, both of them still had several scratches. The small Caven that Yin Feng had been holding above his head suddenly activated a small blood shield, protecting Yin Feng's head. Lin Ming turned towards his grandmother and Lin Qiu, pressing one hand to the ground. Earth-walking mycelium large umbrella suddenly, a mushroom taller than a person sprouted beside Lin Qiu and his grandmother, its cap opening with a bang, blocking their heads. All of this happened in just 2 seconds. A moment later, the ice spikes stopped. Lin Ming was now covered in ice spikes. But he paid no attention to the ice spikes on his body, nor did he care who the enemy was. He immediately charged towards Lin Qiu. He had seen it all clearly. Although Lin Qiu had protected his grandmother, his fungal cap was a step too slow. Several ice spikes had already pierced Lin Yule's flesh, leaving his back a pool of blood. Lin Ning silently prayed, "Please don't hit any vital organs, please don't." Yin Feng, standing nearby, was focused on something else. Before the dark cloud carrying the ice spikes reached their heads, he hadn't sensed any approaching presence. In other words, the caster of this ice spell was still quite far away. This caster seemed to be deliberately avoiding them. Yin Feng frowned deeply. At this moment, he had to make the worst-case scenario assumption. Their intelligence had been completely compromised. Just when Yin Feng thought the ice mage would maintain a distance, suddenly someone rushed towards them. The person ran so fast that they kicked up a cloud of dust across the grassland. Someone's coming, very fast. No, not just a person, but a flying object? A flying object? Lin Ning didn't immediately understand what Yin Feng meant by flying object, but in the blink of an eye, it was already in front of him. Lin Ning tried to dodge, but the flying object suddenly made a strange turn. Lin Ning suddenly felt this attack method was familiar. He pulled 2 ice spikes from his back and tried to parry when the thing flew at him again. The ice spike shattered, and Lin Ning saw the weapon clearly. It was a short spear. A short spear he knew extremely well. Kevin was also being entangled by the flying object, and he also recognized the familiar weapon and the familiar fighting style. The two turned to look at the figure in the darkness and said in unison, "Maureen?" Chapter 89. Maureen? Lin Ning and Kevin both remembered her. The female warrior who transformed her ribs into dual pistols. In the small town where they first met, Maureen had given Kevin a sound beating. Now, Maureen's figure loomed in the darkness. Lin Ning found it strange. Maureen's previous personality had been quite arrogant and domineering, so why was she silent this time? Moreover, Maureen's figure was unusually thin compared to before. Although Maureen was acting strangely, Lin Ning remained confident. He couldn't do anything about Maureen back then, but now, his strength was vastly different. Kevin and Lin Ning thought the same thing. As long as they could withstand the dual pistols made from her ribs that could attack on their own, Maureen would pose no threat. But just then, they suddenly realized something was wrong. The dual pistols weren't just 2. A third, a fourth. For short spears darted through the air, their attack frequency increasing rapidly. Yin Feng, knowing he couldn't offer much help, quickly led his mother-in-law and the heavily injured Lin Yule into the house. Lin Ming's heart sank as he watched the 4 flying spears. Just as he was about to find an opportunity to get close to Maureen, several more spears flew towards him. "Maureen!" Realizing something was wrong, Lin Ming shouted towards Maureen. Kevin also knew that to defeat Maureen, he had to attack her true form. Blood Needle Kevin extended an extremely thin, long blood-red thorn from his palm and thrust it towards Maureen. Kevin initially thought that Maureen would redirect some of the spears to defend her true form, but until the blood-red thorn was about to pierce Maureen, the spears showed no sign of retreating. Kevin was still puzzled when he heard a crisp cracking sound from the tip of his bloodthorn. His bloodthorn had been shattered by something attacking it at an extremely high frequency. Kevin realized he couldn't let this continue, so he kicked the campfire. The burning firewood was kicked towards Maureen's location, the firelight illuminating her spot. When Lin Ning and Kevin saw Maureen's appearance, they were both speechless. Lin Ning even felt a little nauseous. Maureen was excessively thin, her expression was blank, her head was tilted, and drool even dripped from the corner of her mouth onto her clothes. What shocked them most was that Maureen's sleeves were empty, and her waist was eerily thin, as if it might break at any moment. Some small, flying objects floated around Maureen. Lin Ming recognized what they were. They were finger bones. The 8 short spears were actually 2 pairs of ribs, 2 forearms, and 2 upper arms. Adding to the sight were all the finger bones floating around him. "Maureen!" Lin Ming gritted his teeth, his jaw grinding. To be honest, facing Maureen like this, Lin Ming had lost all will to fight. He turned and called into the house, "Cat!" Xiao Dong understood, and used overdose of sleep on Maureen. But after a long time, Maureen remained standing there, her face blank. The overdose of sleep had no effect. Despair suddenly filled Lin Ming's eyes. Xiao Dong's panicked voice came from the side. She's not awake." "I know. Not awake. What a convenient way to put it." It sounded like she was peacefully asleep. But the reality of Maureen's ordeal was far from pleasant. Lin Ming stared at Maureen's vacant eyes, and the drool that kept trickling from her lips. Maureen had lost her sense of self, becoming a living weapon of the National Council, driven solely by instinct. The ice mage in the distance was likely Maureen's controller. Lin Ning looked at Maureen, feeling a surge of rage. he had never felt since arriving in this world. He wasn't familiar with Maureen. He only knew she was a soldier seeking revenge for her family. Had she gone astray in her pursuit of power? But Maureen with 8 short guns wasn't any stronger than when she had 2. She had simply been chosen, made a test subject for the National Council. Test subject, that was too mild a term. She had been chosen, made a novel plaything for the National Council. What pretext will the National Council use when dismantling Maureen's arm? Weapon development? Technological innovation? Spell research? New types of troops? Paw! That's just the twisted humor of villains. Lin Ming's eyes had turned bloodshot. This was the first time he ever wanted to kill. Yin Feng. Find the other person. I'm going to kill him. Before Yin Feng could speak, a chi suddenly pointed towards the hillside. Over there. Yin Feng looked at him in surprise and asked, how did you know? Because the cattle all ran over there? There are strangers over there. Upon hearing this, Lin Ming understood the direction. Countless arcs of electricity suddenly crackled around him, the grass near him began to turn black, and the air around him crackled. Earth vein lightning movement laying down mycelium earth veins, before arriving at any new place, had become a good habit for Lin Ming. He activated the underground mycelium leading in that direction using lightning element, then completely transformed into mycelium, moving underground at incredible speed amidst a burst of electricity. In an instant, Lin Ming arrived before the person. It was a figure wearing a blue mage's robe, with short black hair, glasses, and strangely painted blue lips. He held a staff covered in spikes that resembled thorns. Seeing Lin Ming charging towards him, the figure muttered, "So your new weapon is already ineffective?" Hearing this, Lin Ming knew he didn't need to hold back. Lightning Angel Lin Ming crackled with electricity, absorbing the underground mycelium. A hand seal lit up above his head, like a halo, and the mycelium began to converge, sprouting 2 enormous wings from his back. The wings unfurled with a whoosh, making Lin Ming appear enormous. This was Lin Ming's strongest form to date. In this state, he possessed the mobility to switch between land and air, and the activity of his lightning element was maximized. The composite seal above his head stabilized the surrounding lightning element, preventing it from overflowing, allowing Lin Ming to directly utilize the lightning element around him for attacks. Seeing Lin Ming suddenly appear unapproachable, the man raised his hand and summoned a seal. Ice prison 2 ice walls rose from Lin Ming's left and right sides, then forcefully sandwiched him between them. After being trapped, the ice block rapidly deformed, eventually forming a giant cube that confined Lin Ming within. Just as the ice mage was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a bolt of lightning struck the ice block trapping Lin Ming. Lightning summoning after a deafening roar, the ice block shattered from the lightning strike. The ice mage was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected someone to use lightning summoning to strike him from above. This time, Lin Ming wouldn't give him a chance to regain control. He flapped his wings and leaped into the air. Lin Ming's flying skills were personally taught by Caven. Lin Ming looked at the ice mage from the air and reached out. A lightning cone, bright enough to illuminate the ground, appeared in his hand. The ice mage gasped as he looked at the lightning cone. He was also a mage, and just by looking up, he could tell how ridiculously high the lightning element density was in the lightning cone in Lin Ming's hand. Celestial lightning punishment. Lin Ming threw the lightning cone towards the ice mage. The moment it left Lin Ming's hand, it suddenly transformed into a massive lightning pillar 2 meters in diameter, striking the ice mage. Chapter 90. Seeing the lightning bolt strike directly down, the ice mage remained calm. Mirror shield. The ice mage crouched slightly to ensure his footing, then placed his right hand on the ground. A blue magic seal lit up, and with a sudden upward flick of his wrist, a massive ice wall rose from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that this ice wall was no ordinary structure. The ice wall wasn't vertical, it was tilted at a slight angle, large enough to completely cover the ice mage's body. Looking down from the sky, Lin Ming noticed another peculiar feature of this ice wall. The side of the ice wall facing Lin Ming was perfectly smooth. The light emanating from him was clearly reflected on its surface. Just as the ice mage completed setting up the ice wall, Lin Ming's lightning struck it. Looking at the situation below, Lin Ming realized he had underestimated this strange fellow with the flamboyant blue lips. His lightning strikes were indeed powerful, but the ice wall acted as a reflector, causing them to hit a smooth, steep slope. The attack was deflected, and most of its power was dissipated. "It's not over yet," Lin Ming gritted his teeth, uttering these 3 words. The attack had revealed a crucial piece of information to Lin Ming. This ice mage wasn't very mobile. He was certain of this for 2 reasons. First, he had chosen to ambush from such a distance from the start. Second, he had used the ice wall instead of his movement skills to dodge the lightning strikes. Having concluded this, Lin Ning stretched out his hands, repeatedly grasping lightning spikes in the air and slamming them into the ground. If one lightning strike fails, try twice. If 2 don't work, try 10. If 10 don't work, try 100. Lin Ming began a furious, venting of rage attack. His lightning element reserves were sufficient to support this brute force, quantity-based tactic. Next came the true divine punishment. Lin Ming hurled lightning strikes at the ground faster and faster, stirring up clouds of dust where the ice mage stood. His lightning illuminated half the grassland, and even Yin Feng and Caven, in the distance, could feel the ground trembling. Caven was still locked in a standoff with Maureen. Maureen was now difficult to deal with. Maureen had lost consciousness, so her attacks lacked any tactical planning. She relied solely on her short spear to attack and her finger bones to protect herself. Baron, Caven murmured. He felt it was a pity. After learning some basic warrior skills from Sousa and the vice president, he clearly realized how talented Maureen had been in martial arts. After his defeat by Maureen, he even tried to imitate her techniques, which combined feints and thrusts. But now, looking at Maureen like this, Caven, as a vampire, didn't feel sadness, but as a warrior, he felt a deep sense of loss. Caven forcibly pulled his thoughts back to the battle. He tried to attack Maureen's physical body for a long time, but all his attempts failed. Therefore, only one way to win remained, controlling the 8 short spears that were attacking from the outside. Physical enhancement. Caven enhanced all his muscles, his body turning crimson. He decided to fight head-on. Using his speed advantage, Calvin seized an opening in Maureen's attack and grabbed one of the short guns with a thud. The instant Calvin grasped the gun, he felt no excitement as if he were holding a part of a girl's body. He felt as if he had caught an extremely rebellious bird. The short gun vibrated and struggled incessantly, but Calvin, relying on his enhanced body, used sheer strength to hold it firmly in his hand. But even with 1 under control, there were still 7 to go. Calvin darted and weaved across the ground, his goal being to control the short guns as much as possible before trying to attack his main body. After much effort, he had a short gun in each hand, and even one in his mouth, which continued to struggle, making Calvin's head rattle. Although they had achieved some initial success, what about the remaining 4? Watching the bone guns flying through the air, Caven suddenly had a brilliant idea. He steadied himself, raised the 2 short guns he held in his hands, and thrust them fiercely into his heart. This thrust pierced Caven straight through. The people hiding in the house grinned in unison at the sight. Bloodlock. After the short guns pierced his body, Caven used his own flesh to firmly grip them. Then, Caven did the same, controlling the one in his mouth onto his body. Caven looked at the short gun still struggling within his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Then, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. Finally, the last short gun was also plunged into Caven's body. These short spears all avoided his core. Caven, having stabilized all the spears, began to walk towards Maureen. With each step he took, the spears on his body moved erratically, clattering together like wooden wind chimes. Yin Feng touched his face with one hand, trying to smooth the goosebumps, while the other hand firmly covered He's eyes. This was not something a child should see. With the spears under control, Maureen posed no threat, because she wasn't fighting with her own will, but with a pre-programmed sequence. Her finger bones were still foolishly protecting her body. Caven walked up to Maureen, looked at the finger bones, pondered for a moment, and then pulled a short spear from his own body. These bone spears were far more durable than ordinary weapons. Since his blood spikes were always shattered, Caven would now try to use bones to shatter bones. Caven recalled the sword techniques taught by the vice president and began to swing them at Maureen. A series of shattering sounds filled the air. Fragments of Maureen's finger bones fell incessantly to the ground. The shattering sounds gradually subsided until they disappeared completely. Maureen was now completely unprotected. Caven raised his pistol at Maureen and thrust it into her chest. Caven's movements paused for a fleeting moment in the darkness, but only for a moment. That moment was enough for a flash of light, enough for a drop of blood to fall from her forehead, enough for an insect to struggle forward a fraction of an inch, enough for a memory to flash briefly in her mind. With the sounds of tearing clothes and spurting blood, the pistol in Caven's hand pierced Maureen's heart. The several pistols strapped to Caven's body, as if suddenly exhausted, slowly quieted down, finally coming to a complete stillness. Calvin watched as Maureen fell backward, her gaunt body landing lightly on the grass. Blood slowly seeped out, and in the darkness, Maureen looked as if she were lying on an ever-expanding red carpet. Calvin had won, but for some reason, he felt a profound sense of loss. Chapter 91. Lin Ming continued his relentless bombardment. Only when a large crater had been blasted into the ice mage's foothold did he stop. Lin Ming hovered in the air, quietly waiting for the dust to settle. But to Lin Ming's surprise, as soon as he stopped attacking, several ice spikes shot out from the dust, grazing his cheek. So strong. Should I consider joining the National Academy? After the dust settled, the ice mage's figure was revealed. Seeing the ice mage's appearance, Lin Ming realized things were getting difficult. The ice mage now resembled a humanoid ice sculpture. A transparent ice shell appeared around his body, seemingly different from ordinary ice, constantly emitting white, cold air. Possessed by Chen Bing, the ice mage chuckled twice at Lin Ming's surprised expression. This is reinforced with ice elements. Your lightning strikes can't break it. Give up, hand that old lady over to us, and then slink back to your assassin's guild. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Just as Lin Ming suspected, their intelligence had already been gathered. Lin Ming remained silent, carefully considering his strategy. It seemed that the layer of ice was exceptionally hard. To defeat this guy, breaking through the ice shell was the first challenge. However, the frequency of lightning strikes he had just unleashed was already one of Lin Ming's most powerful attack methods. Even the small hill nearby had been blasted in half by Lin Ming, yet it still hadn't shattered the ice. If only Shinko were here. Lin Ming couldn't help but think. Useless, useless. Ice excels at defense. You can't hurt me. The ice mage began to shout. Oh right, I haven't introduced myself yet. You should remember my name. My name is Bai Wu, a Yan-level ice mage, belonging to the Special Countermeasures Department of the National Academy. Nice to meet you. Bai Wu said, bowing slightly. The layer of ice protection on his body creaked as he moved, but it didn't hinder his movements at all. Lin Ming found this guy increasingly annoying. He regretted not bringing the cat with him. Even if you're a Yan-level mage, you probably couldn't withstand a single hypnotic spell from the cat. But then he thought, Bai Wu already had detailed intelligence on him. As a former employee of the National Academy, the cat's abilities were naturally recorded. Bai Wu was probably keeping his distance because he was wary of that ability. Lin Ming looked towards his grandmother's residence. It was too far away. He couldn't rely on anyone for support now, and he didn't know the situation there. Besides, he wasn't completely without any trump cards. Lin Ming floated in the air, extending his right hand and pointing at Bai Wu with his index finger. Bai Wu looked displeased. What? Angry? Pointing at me won't do any good. Just as Bai Wu was still thinking Lin Ming was provoking him, the mycelium hidden underground behind him began to crawl up his body. At first, Bai Wu didn't notice, but slowly, he felt his ice shell seem to be thinning. Bai Wu looked down and discovered that the mycelium beneath his feet, like some kind of rock-eating worm, was slowly absorbing the ice elements from his ice shell. Now, the mycelium in a 2-meter square area beneath his feet had begun to turn a white, emitting cold air. Lin Ming had been preoccupied with venting his anger, believing he could defeat Bai Wu in a satisfying and swift manner. However, after calming down, he realized it wasn't necessary. His mycelium could absorb elements, and the first element he absorbed was the ice element from the fire-repelling pearl Shinka had given him. This meant his affinity with ice elements was inherently excellent. Since it could absorb, then so be it. Lin Ming, arms crossed, waited patiently for Bai Wu to be drained. Seeing that the mycelium could even absorb this form of ice element, Bai Wu's first reaction was to leave the ground. Ice Serpent Bai Wu slammed his staff into the ground, and a massive ice serpent rose from beneath his feet. Bai Wu stood at the serpent's head, lifted off the ground. However, this was only a temporary solution. The imposing ice serpent quickly withered away. As more and more mycelium turned white, Lin Ming's absorption of ice elements accelerated. Bai Wu realized that the mycelium scattered across the ground was like a countdown to battle. He couldn't dawdle any longer. Although ice mages were often better at defense, he was a Yang-level mage with the title White Butterfly Bai Wu. Consider this elemental energy a gift. Next up is my masterpiece, so watch closely, Bai Wu said, raising his spike staff towards Lin Ming. Ice spikes unfold with a whoosh, the spikes on the staff suddenly extended by about a meter, and the staff turned completely white. Each spike had an arc, and the very tip pointed directly at Lin Ming. Dharma seal repetition should coffin ice butterflies suddenly, like firecrackers being lit. Dharma seals flashed one after another on the spikes, hundreds of seals flashing in just a few seconds. Then, ice spheres slowly appeared on the spikes. After the ice spheres cracked, white butterflies were revealed inside. Lin Ming, looking at the densely packed Dharma seals on the spikes and the countless butterflies, felt a pang of trypophobia. The butterflies drifted towards Lin Ming like a cloud. Lin Ning used a lightning strike to try and destroy the butterflies, but to his surprise, the butterflies suddenly increased in speed. In the blink of an eye, a butterfly touched his left hand. Lin Ning tried to pull his left hand back, but the instant the butterfly touched him, the small butterfly suddenly transformed into a block of ice about half a meter in diameter, sealing his left arm inside. The sudden weight of the ice block in his left hand caused Lin Ning to lose his balance in the air, plummeting straight down. While flapping his wings, Lin Ning looked down at his impending landing spot, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. Directly below him, the air was swarming with countless white butterflies. Bai Wu kindly warned him, "If you get frozen, you be captured alive." Captured alive. Hearing those words, Lin Ning thought of the first generation in Maureen. He knew what being captured alive meant, and a familiar fear crept into his heart. Lin Ning didn't want to be turned into a frozen mushroom and captured alive, but the current situation was extremely dangerous. If he continued to fall, he would undoubtedly crash into the swarm of butterflies and be sealed inside the ice. Lin Ning threw down a thunderball, but the thunderball was instantly dispersed by the cold air emanating from a butterfly the moment it touched it. Lin Ning grabbed his left shoulder midair, discovering that even the lightning element within his left arm had been frozen by the butterfly. As expected, Yan-level mages were no pushovers. As he swayed and plummeted, a daring idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. After confirming it several times, he raised his right hand, gritted his teeth, and unleashed a lightning blast on his left arm. With a muffled boom, Lin Ning flapped his wings again, hovering amidst the swarm of white butterflies. Below his left shoulder, there was nothing. Lin Ning's arm, severed and falling to the ground, was instantly frozen by the giant ice block formed by the butterflies upon contact with the swarm. His left arm still shimmered with the light of lightning element within the ice, looking like a beautiful specimen. Chapter 92. Lin Ning, surrounded by a swarm of white butterflies, faced an unprecedented crisis. The butterflies' flight paths were extremely unpredictable, making them impossible to target with single-target spells. When he tried to clear them with a large-scale lightning storm, the butterflies would cover themselves with ice to protect themselves from attack. Seeing these white butterflies, Lin Ning's understanding of magic changed. He had previously believed that no spell in this world was perfect. But these white butterflies made him realize that he might be wrong. Lin Ning stared at the white butterflies, as if struck by a devastating blow. He simply hugged his injured shoulder, hovering motionless in the sky. Bai Wu, seeing this, laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha. So far, no one has been able to break my ice butterflies. You better obediently turn into a block of ice." Bai Wu raised his staff, and swung it forcefully towards Lin Ning. The white butterflies swarmed onto Lin Ning from all directions. In midair, the sounds of white butterflies exploding and freezing echoed incessantly. Soon, Lin Ning was completely encased in hardened ice, transforming into a large block of ice. Because Lin Ning still had wings on his back, this block of ice, from a distance, resembled a giant, transparent amber piece that had captured a strange insect. With a loud crash, the ice block fell to the ground. Seeing that Lin Ning was under control, Bai Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to pant heavily. A close call. Bai Wu muttered to himself. The ice butterfly of the coffin, such a powerful spell, naturally consumed a great deal of energy, especially since he was trapped within Lin Ning's mycelium. Lin Ning's mycelium was like a swamp that absorbed elements. Simply standing on it felt like having one's mana constantly drained. He had almost lost control of his spell, but thankfully Lin Ning had given up resisting. Bai Wu deactivated the ice shield around him, smashed the mycelium at his feet with his staff, and walked towards Lin Ning's landing spot. Bai Wu hadn't taken more than a few steps when he felt extremely tired. He assumed it was a side effect of overusing his mana, and didn't pay much attention. But when he reached Lin Ning's landing spot, the sight before him made him stumble and fall to the ground. The huge block of ice that had trapped Lin Ning was on the ground, but it didn't contain Lin Ning. It contained his own head. Bai Wu touched his neck in horror, his face full of confusion. His head was definitely on his neck. Just as Bai Wu was still bewildered, the frozen head suddenly laughed. Hee hee hee, hee hee hee, ha ha. Bai Wu crawled backward a few steps on the ground, suddenly feeling something slippery. He turned his head, and saw that his hands were pressing against a pile of internal organs. Bai Wu abruptly stood up, and began to look around. He found that he was surrounded by fragments of a corpse, and the clothes attached to those fragments were familiar to him. Scattered all over the ground was himself. Bai Wu felt fear relentlessly scraping at his brain. Was he already dead? He had actually lost, succumbing to the backlash of his own magic, and was he now merely a dying soul, Bai Wu felt his mind growing increasingly chaotic, almost unable to think. He waved his staff wildly in place, while his own head, encased in ice, continued to laugh maniacally. Laugh. Why are you still laughing? A surge of anger rose within Bai Wu. He raised his staff, which turned completely white, and then slammed it down onto the large block of ice. His ice formation was exceptionally sturdy, possessing extremely strong defense against all other elemental attacks. And the most suitable weapon in the world to shatter ice formation was Bai Wu's own thorn staff. With a cracking sound, a fissure appeared in the ice block. Then the fissures multiplied, until finally, the ice block could no longer maintain its shape and shattered with a deafening crash. Bai Wu remained rooted to the spot, completely unaware that an eye was watching him from Lin Ning's severed arm. Lin Ning wasn't initially sure if his strategy would work. He figured that even if it failed, he only have to slink away, and even just to avoid being captured alive was worth a try. When he blew off his left hand, which was frozen in ice, he had already transferred his true form into that severed arm. The thing flying in the sky was just a mechanical, wing-flapping mass of lightning attribute mycelium. Because only his left hand was frozen, and he had blown off his entire left arm, half of his upper arm was actually exposed outside the ice. After his arm landed, Lin Ning quickly connected his exposed upper arm to the mycelium on the ground. The moment Bai Wu released his ice shell, spores had already spread around him. Lin Ning was initially worried that the spores wouldn't work, but as soon as Bai Wu released his ice shell, he started panting heavily, and even used his staff to smash the mycelium on the ground, increasing the number of spores. Every single step was perfectly coordinated. After that, Bai Wu remained trapped in an illusion. At this point, Lin Ning could have easily escaped, but to his surprise, Bai Wu actually shrunk Shen Bing's hold on his body. Lin Ning quietly crawled back down from underground and quickly reconnected with his own body. He thought he was about to lose this lightning attribute body, but surprisingly, he had actually preserved it. Lin Ning completed the connection with his original body and stood before Bai Wu. Bai Wu, still struggling in the illusion, couldn't see Lin Ning. Bai Wu had already realized he was under some kind of illusion, but he had already exhausted all his mana, so even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. Lin Ning sensed the lightning element within his body, although significantly depleted, it was still reasonably sufficient. He reached out and placed his hand directly on Bai Wu's head. Lin Ning prepared to end it all with a point-blank lightning storm. Just as Lin Ning was about to make his move, he suddenly had a better idea. Since the National Council had gone to such lengths to monitor him, he could use their own methods against them. Having made up his mind, Lin Ning pondered for a moment, then extended his finger and touched Bai Wu's forehead, using his newly acquired ability, slow parasitism. While parasitized, Bai Wu would always carry trace amounts of Lin Ning's mycelium. This mycelium would absorb Bai Wu's ice element as food, and as long as Lin Ning didn't dispel the spell, he could constantly sense Bai Wu's environment. If Bai Wu didn't realize he was being parasitized, the mycelium would be carried into the National Council, further increasing its number, and scattering spores throughout the National Council, creating his own surveillance mushrooms. Lin Ning's plan was progressing smoothly, but he hadn't expected the National Council's actions to be completely different from his expectations. Having settled everything, Lin Ning sneered, thinking, now you're carrying my seed. As for the National Council, it's really hard to say who's spying on whom right now. Bai Wu, tormented by the illusion for so long, finally collapsed to the ground. His magical power was completely exhausted. There was no need to worry about him making a comeback anytime soon. Lin Ning turned to leave, but still feeling unsatisfied, he kicked Bai Wu's backside several more times and spat on him before turning back to his mother-in-law's residence. Chapter 93. Lin Ning reunited with the others and reported on the battle with Bai Wu. Yin Feng, upon hearing that Lin Ning had left fungal hyphae in Bai Wu's body, vaguely sensed that things wouldn't go so smoothly, but considering the situation had already escalated, he didn't say much. The group went inside and hurriedly bandaged Luncul's wounds. Yin Feng kept comforting his mother-in-law, while Qi, seemingly unfazed, also busied herself with the tasks, even cooking a pot of porridge for everyone's breakfast. After everything was settled, the sun slowly rose. Lin Ning sensed that Bai Wu had already moved away from here, and he felt relieved. Seeing the sun rise, the old woman changed into a pale yellow robe and slowly walked out of the house. She came to Maureen's body and instructed everyone, Aki, go and pick some flowers. You all help with the decorations. Girls like things to look nice. Aki went and returned with a large bunch of colorful flowers. He approached Maureen and carefully arranged the flowers around her body, bustling about without showing any fear. Lin Ming, Caven, and Feng also gathered up Maureen's short gun and shattered finger bones, arranging them neatly around her. The old woman even wiped Maureen's face with a damp cloth. For some reason, Lin Ning felt that Maureen's complexion seemed gentler at this moment. After everything was arranged, the old woman went back into the house and brought out two things. One was a clay jar, and the other was a hand drum with a string of bells hanging from it. The mother-in-law carefully carried the jar to Mo Lin's side. As soon as she opened the jar, Lin Ning sensitively sensed the strong fire element aura inside. The old woman took something out of the jar, a red powder. Is it fragments of fire crystal? Lin Ning wasn't sure if his guess was accurate. He only knew that the substance contained a significant amount of fire element, and he also guessed what the old woman intended to do with it. The old woman sprinkled the red powder little by little onto Mo Lin's body, then took out two flints and gently tapped them against Mo Lin. The powder met the sparks, and a flame shot into the air. Lin Ning was astonished by the extremely high temperature of the flame. He had originally thought that burning a corpse to ashes would take at least half a day, but in fact, before he could even react, Mo Lin's body was already completely unrecognizable. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, the old woman sat down on the grass, playing a hand drum and singing a leisurely song. Looking at the flame before him and listening to the old woman's song, Lin Ning suddenly remembered that he had also experienced something similar in his previous life, but when he died, no one sang for him. The old woman sang a few songs, then smiled and asked the flames, was it nice? The flames rising from Mo Lin's body suddenly trembled noticeably. Lin Ning noticed this and was startled. He looked around to confirm that there wasn't a breath of wind. As if receiving a response, the old woman got up and went back into the house. As she approached, she called to everyone, go back inside first, let her rest for a while. Everyone obediently went back inside. The old woman changed her clothes, called over Achi, and gave him a few instructions, then said to everyone, this old woman is getting old and can't stay up all night anymore. I need to sleep for a while. Leave everything outside to Achi, he can handle it all. You don't need to interfere. I'm going to sleep now. Lin Ning and the others understood, and all went to the outer room to give their mother-in-law a quiet place to sleep. Just as she lay down, she seemed to remember something and called out to them, if you dare to leave without a word while I'm sleeping, don't blame me for being angry. I definitely catch you little brats and give each of you a big sack. Lin Ning and the others coaxed their mother-in-law for a long time, assuring her that they wouldn't leave without saying goodbye, and only then did she finally fall asleep peacefully. After the previous night, He and Lenkyu already knew Lin Ning and Kaven's non-human identities. Although they hadn't seen much of the world, they had heard of the existence of demon gods. Lenkyu, his body wrapped in bandages, kept asking Lin Ning questions. Are you going to sleep? Yes, we get sleepy. How about we don't eat? Sure, I can chew on wood. Wow, that's impressive. Do you poop? Yes. What does your poop look like? How about I show you right now? Lenkyu and Lin Ning chatted and joked, looking quite happy. Lin Ning was worried that he might laugh too hard and reopen his wounds, so he told him to sleep for a while he, Kaven, Yinfeng, and the cat went outside to check on things. The four of them went outside, and saw that the flames on Maureen's side were gradually dimming. Aki was watching closely from the side. There must be some rituals to follow. Lin Ning looked at Kaven. His clothes still had several holes. How are you feeling? Did you suffer any damage? Calvin shook his head and said, it's nothing serious. I lost some blood, but I can replenish it by eating some raw livestock later. Although I don't drink blood, I'm not so fragile that you need to worry about me. Don't worry. Lin Ning nodded, then turned to Yinfeng and asked, do we need to rest for a few more days? Or should we leave now? Yinfeng was also somewhat troubled by this question. They should actually have more time. Firstly, they needed to recuperate, and secondly, they had many things to ask their mother-in-law. However, yesterday's enemy attack made Yinfeng hesitant. He couldn't tell if Mo Lin and Bai Wu were there for the spider demon god or specifically for them. If those two originally intended to cause trouble for their mother-in-law, but were simply caught in their path, then they should stay longer to prevent further attacks. But if those two were chasing them here, then they had brought trouble upon their mother-in-law, and in that case, they should leave as soon as possible. Yinfeng shared his concerns with Lin Ning and Kaven. Lin Ning frowned and pondered for a long time. He felt that Bai Wu was probably after him. The henchman from the previous day had said, someone's missing here, which means the spider demon god hasn't been here for a while. Bai Wu must have this information. Given this, the fact that he went to such lengths to launch a night raid, and even knows the cat's abilities so well, suggests Bai Wu is definitely after him. Yin Feng nodded upon hearing this. If everything was as Lin Ming said, they should leave as soon as possible. Just as the group was discussing their departure time, an angry roar came from the house behind them. You ignorant cat! Trying to steal my things? The group rushed into the house to check the situation, and saw the old woman angrily holding a feather duster in one hand, and grabbing Qiu Dong by the back of his collar with the other. Qiu Dong, held by the scruff of his neck, looked helplessly at Lin Ming and the others, his eyes pleading for help. Chapter 94. Lin Ming was momentarily stunned to see his mother-in-law and Qiu Dong. There were too many things to understand. Of all the questions, the one Lin Ming couldn't comprehend most was how easily Qiu Dong had been controlled by his mother-in-law. Actually, it shouldn't be said that he was controlled, but rather that he had cowered. This was Qiu Dong, who always displayed his none of your business, and none of my business attitude towards people. This rebellious cat was now obediently staying in his mother-in-law's hands, showing no sign of resistance. His mother-in-law looked quite angry. She picked up Qiu Dong, raised the feather duster, and smack! Struck Qiu Dong's bottom. Qiu Dong let out a howl, flailing its paws in the air. Even so, Qiu Dong didn't resist his mother-in-law in the slightest. Qiu Dong stared wide-eyed at Lin Ming, practically screaming help. On its face. Grandma, what did he steal? Lin Ming hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly realized what Qiu Dong had done. Just now, Grandma was sleeping. Lin Ming knew Qiu Dong's abilities. Besides hypnosis, he could also enter people's dreams to obtain a wealth of information. Cat, you wouldn't. Whoosh, smack. Qiu Dong received another smack on the bottom, and tears welled up in his eyes. If what Lin Ming thought was true, he would understand why Qiu Dong dared not resist. Presumably, this cat had been curious about who Grandma really was, and had been trying to find an opportunity to enter her dreams to spy on her. However, being a dependent, it couldn't directly hypnotize Grandma, so it could only wait for her to fall asleep. After finally waiting for his mother-in-law to fall asleep, he used his dream cat abilities to peek into her dream and indeed learned her identity. Then, Qiu Dong was horrified to discover that his mother-in-law's true form was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, his mother-in-law discovered that her dream had been spied on, woke up, and was caught red-handed by Qiu Dong. And that's how things turned out. Lin Ming really wanted to save the cat's life, but Qiu Dong had been rude first, and he couldn't bring himself to plead for her. After much deliberation, Lin Ming shrugged at Qiu Dong and said, "You brought this on yourself. I can't help you. Good luck." The unspoken message was, "You think I can afford to mess with you? You got yourself into trouble, so you have to deal with it yourself." Hearing this, the old woman's face suddenly broke into a wicked smile. She dragged Qiu Dong outside, saying viciously, "When we have nothing to eat on the grasslands, we skin the cats, cut them into strips, and hang them high to make cat jerky." Qiu Dong's hair stood on end. Grandma asked Lingqiu, "Do you think we often eat cat jerky?" Lingqiu readily replied, "Yes, we do. It's chewy and quite delicious. I also like cat ears, they're crispy." Hearing even the honest Lingqiu say this, Qiu Dong panicked. Hearing someone describe the texture of her ears, she was so frightened that she stretched out her paws and scratched at the ground, refusing to leave the room no matter how much Grandma pulled her. Yin Feng chuckled first. He'd eaten cat jerky before. It was just a dried snack made from soybeans and flour, with a chewy texture. The person who invented it initially gave it a catchy name, tiger jerky, to create a buzz. Later, it was made into smaller pieces, and since the larger pieces were called tiger jerky, everyone just called the smaller ones cat jerky. It seemed that Qiu Dong hadn't eaten this before. Seeing Qiu Dong almost wet herself in fear, Grandma sighed. She already tried to discipline him, even scare him. She might as well let him off the hook. "Don't let it happen again," she said, releasing Qiu Dong's collar. Feeling free, Qiu Dong darted behind Lin Ming. "Hey, now she remembers me," Lin Ming thought to himself. While it was good that Grandma had calmed down, Lin Ming was actually more interested in asking Qiu Dong what Grandma's true form was. Was Grandma also a demon god? Or something even stranger? Just as Lin Ming was thinking this, Grandma suddenly pointed at Qiu Dong and commanded, "Little kitten, stop babbling, understand?" Qiu Dong nodded vigorously. "Humph." Grandma huffed angrily, turned, and went out. A moment later, she returned with a bag. She opened the bag, and pulled out a handful of fragrant strips of meat. Grandma handed out small handfuls to each of them, like giving snacks to children. When she gave one to Lin Ming, he asked curiously, "Grandma, what's this?" "Cat jerky, come on, little kitten, give me your hand." Qiu Dong didn't dare disobey, and tremblingly stretched out his hand, the whole cat shivering uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. Yin Feng finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Hey! What are you laughing at? Lin Ning was still puzzled. Cat jerky, ha ha ha. Goodness. Lin Ning thought to himself, so Yin Feng can be this cheerful sometimes. Yin Feng was still laughing so hard he was out of breath. He picked up a strip of meat and explained to Lin Ning and Qiu Dong, this thing, cat jerky, is made of flour, ha ha. Lin Ning and Qiu Dong simultaneously brought their small handfuls of dried meat to their noses and sniffed. Indeed, they could only smell the aroma of spices and grains. There was no cat smell at all. Upon hearing this, Qiu Dong breathed a long sigh of relief. He was finally free from cannibalism. What a perilous journey for a cat. The old woman looked at Qiu Dong and added, there are some things you can ask Arns after you've finished beating her. There are some things I can't tell you. Arns? Lin Ning and Yin Feng asked in unison. Yes, my senior sister. Aren't you looking for her? So, the spider demon god had a name. Seeing their surprised expressions, the old woman understood what was going on. It seems she sometimes follows the traditions of our line of work. We generally don't tell people our names. But for her, it doesn't really matter whether she tells you or not. Perhaps she doesn't like not telling you her name. But where are we going to find her? Cicheroa, the old woman casually stated the location of the spider demon god. Lin Ming, Yin Feng, and Caven exchanged glances. They hadn't expected the clue to the spider demon god to come so suddenly. Yin Feng took out a map from his bag, circled a location with his hand, and said to Lin Ming and Caven, Cicheroa, the city of minerals and artisans. The people there are passionate about inventions, and it has a good reputation in the country. Commerce is thriving, it's a lively place. And if we follow this road a little further, we should encounter a caravan heading to Cicheroa. We can hitch a ride then. Yin Feng gestured on the map, confirming their next route. Lin Ning listened to Yin Feng's explanation and nodded repeatedly. It seemed that the journey to the next stop would be much smoother. Chapter 95. You think, maybe Grandma is the spider demon god? Lin Ning quietly asked Yin Feng, who was standing beside him, as he watched Achi tending to Mo Lin's ashes. Yin Feng glanced into the room, then at Achi, and whispered back, do you think I don't have my doubts? There are so many things I don't understand, but I'm just too afraid to ask. Grandma happened to come out of the room at that moment, and the two quickly shut their mouths. They felt that there was no need to ask Grandma anything. If she really wanted to know, she would have already told them. Sure enough, Grandma came out of the room and stood beside them, still smiling. It wasn't me. Lin Ning and Yin Feng quickly nodded, feeling a chill run down their spines. Although they already knew Grandma often said surprising things, they still hadn't gotten used to it. Then, Grandma, you. The old woman pointed to the wooden poles with scriptures hanging in front of the door, then to her forehead, and said, a gift of light. Lin Ning was truly baffled this time. If analyzed according to the old woman's explanation, the spider demon god's future vision, and the old woman's seemingly omniscient ability, didn't come from the training of the warrior muscle assassin, nor from the special abilities of the demon god race, but from their faith. Because, according to the old woman, the spider demon god's future vision was also a gift of light. But unfortunately, the old woman seemed very secretive about her faith. It seemed they could only ask her after they found the spider demon god. Grandma, what will you do after we leave? We move away too. This place has become a dangerous place. Once Lin Kuel's injuries have healed a bit, we leave. After handling Mo Lin's ashes, Achi walked over to them. Yin Feng bent down and asked Achi seriously, aren't you really considering joining the Assassin's Guild? Lin Ning joked from the side, alright, with his talent, he'd find his place wherever he goes. You don't need to worry about him so much. Forget about finding a place. You're going to find my senior sister anyway, so let Achi come with you. Achi immediately protested when his grandmother told him to leave. What about the cow? Let them graze. What about you, Grandma? There's Lin Kuel. What about Lin Kuel? What can happen to him? He'd just lose a couple of pounds at most. Seeing that his grandmother genuinely wanted him to leave, Achi immediately pouted, tears streaming down his face. His grandmother lovingly stroked Achi's head, constantly comforting him, but from beginning to end, she insisted that he go with Lin Ning and the others. Aki glanced at Lin Ming, then at Yin Feng. Although he liked all four of them, he was still reluctant to leave his grandmother. Lin Ning and Yin Feng, however, dared not interrupt. They didn't know whether bringing Aki along was a good thing or a bad thing. Aki was indeed talented, but he was still just a child. They didn't know when their journey would end, and if anything unexpected happened, they worried they wouldn't be able to explain it to their grandmother. The grandmother seemed quite agreeable. Aki, Lunkul, and I are going to Lonlin, the place where you were born. Come find me when you miss us. I'm still healthy and strong. I want to wait until the day you get married. Upon hearing this, Achi showed no reaction, and Lin Ming and his companion nearly lost their footing. Grandma, wait a minute, what did you just say? Going to Lonlin? No, the next part. I'm strong and healthy. And, the next part after that. Waiting for you to get married. Achi is a girl? Grandma and Achi frowned, staring at them as if they were idiots. They glanced at Achi again, although she had short hair, knowing she was a girl, she did indeed look increasingly delicate. Lin Ming turned and saw Caven, quickly running over to share this earth-shattering shock with him. Caven, listen to me, Achi is actually a girl. Ah, what else? Lin Ming was stunned. He had expected Caven to be as shocked as they were, but Caven was surprisingly calm. You knew she was a girl? Of course, wasn't it pretty obvious? How is it obvious? It is obvious. The scent is slightly different. I knew it the first time I saw her. I thought you knew too. Knowing that Achi was a girl made Lin Ming, and the others even more troubled. After all, they were 4 grown men. Bringing a girl along was ultimately a bit inconvenient. Grandma, we are all men. Lin Ming started to say, then suddenly remembered something. They weren't all men, actually. Lin Ming and Yen Feng's gazes simultaneously fell on Caven. Why are you looking at me like that? I thought your ability was useless, but look, it's come in handy now. You two wouldn't happen to be. Lin Ming and Yen Feng exchanged a glance, and walked over to Caven. Caven felt a strange sense of oppression. Quick, the organization needs you now. It's your turn to sacrifice yourself. For Achi's growth in terms of clothing. I feel, it's unnecessary. Sigh, it's necessary. Absolutely necessary. Grandma watched the 3 of them arguing, and Achi asked, puzzled, Grandma, what are they doing? Nothing, it's just that in a little while your brother Caven might become Sister Caven. Achi still didn't understand, then heard Caven shout, but not here. At least give me some proper clothes to wear. Hearing this, Grandma ran back into the house and carefully pulled out a wooden box. Opening the box, inside were neatly folded women's clothes. Grandma gazed at the clothes silently for a long time, then gently stroked them, as if caressing a vibrant past. These are all my clothes from when I was young. If you don't mind, wear them, Grandma said, handing the box to Caven. Isn't this a bit much, Grandma? You kept them for so long. Grandma shook her head. If I keep them, they inevitably get damp and moth-eaten. It's better for you to wear them, it'd be putting them to good use. But Stop talking nonsense. Just wear them. Fine. Grandma finally lost her patience, and after a roar, Caven instantly obeyed. Caven took the box, and went into a side room, not coming out for a long time. Just as Lin Ming and the others were about to break down the door, they heard a slightly puzzled female voice from inside. These clothes are a bit difficult to wear. Then, the curtain was lifted, and half a bright white shoulder peeked out from the gap. Seeing the situation was dire, Achi rushed to the door, and pushed Caven back down. Lin Ming and Yen Feng both swallowed hard. Luckily, Achi was quick-witted. In that split second, they had already seen half a small hill. Chapter 96. Caven was wearing a thick, long dress, made of what seemed to be some kind of coarse cloth. Although it was a dress, it didn't feel light or airy. Her top was a tight-fitting, short-waisted garment. This combination, while unprecedented, was actually quite suitable, and on Caven, it made her look very capable. The moment Caven finished dressing and stepped out of the house, Lin Ming suddenly felt a deep sense of regret, even a touch of sadness. He felt that this Caven was not the same person as the Caven he knew before. It was as if the Caven he had always known was gone. Seeing Lin Ming's sullen expression, Caven skipped over to him, leaned close to his face, and smiled brightly. What, are you shy when you see me? Let me tell you, the lining of this dress is super soft, let me show you. Caven said, starting to lift her skirt, but before she could lift it halfway, her mother-in-law struck her on the head with a stick. You're not wearing anything underneath? Her mother-in-law demanded. What are you wearing underneath? Caven asked, puzzled. You silly girl, come here right now, her mother-in-law said, grabbing Caven by the back of the collar and dragging her into the house to start tutoring. Not long after Caven went inside, Chiao Dong ran out, covering her ears and looking terrified. Chiao Dong seemed quite frightened, gesturing wildly for a long time, unable to find the right words, finally managing to utter a simple question. Kevin? Lin Ning was quite surprised that Qiu Dong could recognize the delicate-looking girl with thin eyebrows and big eyes as Kevin. He? Amazing, isn't it? I thought it was amazing the first time I saw her too. No, he was so excited when he saw me that he tried to touch my ear. You get used to it. He'd probably be like this for the rest of the trip. Qiu Dong looked back incredulously into the house. From inside came her mother-in-law's voice lecturing Kevin about what parts of her body shouldn't be exposed, what things she shouldn't say, and what to do if a man tries to pick her up besides strangling him. From social practice to hygiene, Kevin's knowledge gaps were finally filled. Halfway through her lecture, her mother-in-law suddenly remembered He. She called He into the house as well, starting with, "You're not a child anymore, there are some things you should know," and began a comprehensive lesson. After this cramming session, Kevin and He both left the house, their faces flushed. The mother-in-law was still reminding them, "That's all for today, we continue tomorrow. There's still something else we haven't covered." Lin Ning looked at Kevin with amusement, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. However, with his mother-in-law teaching him some things, Lin Ning felt relieved. Otherwise, given Kevin's overly familiar personality, she would have caused him countless troubles once they arrived in Shichilua. Moreover, Lin Ning was pleasantly surprised to find that Kevin and Aki were holding hands when they left the house. He and Yin Feng exchanged a smile, and then went about their own business. Because Kevin needed time to familiarize herself with her new body, they stayed for a few more days. During these days, Kevin focused on learning how to fly and fight in her female form. Whenever her mother-in-law had free time, she crammed her with basic knowledge of female life. After a few days, Kevin really did look like a normal girl. Though there are some, not many. Kevin's speech and mannerisms remained unchanged, he still seemed as forthright as ever, and habitually went to the toilet with Lin Ming and the others. After being chased away, he grumbled, "What's there to hide? I've seen it all." Of course he had to hide it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to pee. Just as everything was about to be ready, Grandma approached Lin Ming alone. Grandma asked Lin Ming mysteriously, "Do you always feel like you're lacking in stamina?" Lin Ming was taken aback. Lack of stamina didn't seem to be a problem for someone his age, and he didn't have any unspeakable secrets. "Do you feel like, if you lose focus, you can't keep going? It's hard to maintain?" Lin Ming scratched his head. This phenomenon, he occasionally experienced it, but it wasn't a major problem. Grandma sighed and said, "Your soul is quite restless." Lin Ming immediately became serious. "Are you talking about me, or him?" The old woman pointed at Lin Ming and answered, "You." Hearing this, Lin Ming thought about the two questions he just asked. He felt powerless, and his mind wouldn't cooperate. The old woman was probably referring to his use of his supernatural abilities. Especially when it came to controlling the mycelium, Lin Ming always felt a lack of clarity. It felt like trying to lift a heavy object while wearing very thick cotton gloves. He was putting an effort, but it always felt like the force wasn't solid. He had originally thought this was something he could overcome through cultivation, but now, according to the old woman, it seemed like something that couldn't be solved through diligent practice. Regarding the world, I can't say too much, but regarding the soul, I can offer you some guidance. Please enlighten me. Lin Ming bowed deeply. The old woman nodded, then turned and pulled out a book as thick as a brick. Lin Ming looked at the book and sighed. "I never thought that even in this world, knowledge is power. That's still an unchanging truth." The old woman took out the book and began to give him a lesson on the science of the soul. Simply put, power comes from the soul, and everyone's soul has different characteristics. To unleash one's greatest power, one needs to align one's actions, deeds, consciousness, and spirit with the characteristics of one's soul. And you, the old woman pointed at Lin Ming again, your spirit and your soul are not compatible, and your ego is holding your soul back. Lin Ming's head started sprouting mushrooms again. "Stop! That's it!" The old woman suddenly called out to him. "That's the state. Remember that state." Lin Ming's comprehension suddenly came in handy at this moment. He suddenly understood. According to his mother-in-law, when he was terrified, lost in thought, or even anxious, he would unconsciously exhibit his true form's characteristics, sometimes mushroom sprouting, sometimes mycelium crawling out. This state was the one most compatible with his true form, the mushroom, or rather, the alien fungus. And this state shared a common characteristic, selflessness. Only then would he not be troubled by being an outsider from another world, nor would he focus on his body, but rather on his spirit. Spirit, soul, power do not come from the body, but from the soul. The more one cares about one's own existence, the more limited one's power becomes. This wasn't actually a problem for other demon races. Because other demon races were born of the earth, they first followed their souls, and then awakened their consciousness. Therefore, the concept of self appeared later. Like Anti, who was initially mistaken for a ghost when unconscious, and the Lord of Humanity who rebelled against Lin Ning before awakening, they were both like this. This innate instinct possessed by other demon races was something Lin Ning might never have noticed without being pointed it out. Because his consciousness was innate, he skipped a crucial developmental stage for the demon god seed. Lin Ming understood. Seeing Lin Ming's sudden realization, the old woman smiled happily, her eyes crinkling. While pleased, she couldn't help but boast, "How about that? I'm pretty good at teaching, aren't I? Achi was also taught by me." Looking at Lin Ming, the old woman pointed into the distance and said, "Go ahead, go try it, but be careful. This grassland is beautiful, don't ruin it." Chapter 97. Lin Ming, Mushroom Boy, Lord of the Mycelium, Demon God. Now, as he re-examines these identities, he has a different feeling. After his grandmother's guidance, Lin Ming finally understands why he often feels a sense of incongruity compared to other demon gods. Kaven, also a demon god, has 7 hearts. As long as one remains, he will not die. Anti, the ant demon god, has tens of thousands of clones across the continent, and all clones can share information at crucial moments. Xiaodong, the cat demon god, can hypnotize on a large scale and steal information from others' dreams. Fisher, the fish demon god, can trap people in a 7-second loop. The deceased snake demon god, Illic, could even directly affect a person's soul. But he, Lin Ming, has to be extremely careful even to sprout a few more mycelia. If he hadn't accidentally discovered that mycelia could absorb elements, he probably wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold in the Assassin's Guild. Among all demon gods, only Lin Ming is so weak. Now he finally understood the reason. His existence was extremely special, unlike other demon gods, who were born from the earth and eventually awakened. Lin Ming was a human soul who had taken over the body of a demon god. Fortunately, the original owner within him had never made a move, otherwise Lin Ming truly wouldn't know what to do. Lin Ming found a place a little far from his grandmother's residence, and began to cultivate his senses. For Lin Ming, this was quite difficult. He had heard of children born into the wilderness, raised by wild animals, possessing the habits of beasts. Even if such children reintegrated into human society, they would find it difficult to live like ordinary people. What ordinary people consider instinctive, they don't possess. Lin Ming, however, is like a demon race stranded in human society from childhood. What other demon races consider innate instincts he lacks? Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the grassland, closing his eyes. The few cows around him initially kept their distance, but after a while, they slowly approached, occasionally nudging him with their snouts, as if Lin Ming were no longer human, but a plant. Lin Ming kept recalling his states of fear, anxiety, and deep thought, trying to grasp the moment when his body was most comfortable. In the distance, the female Kaven, leading Aki, gazed at the cross-legged Lin Ming. "Sister Kaven, it's almost dark. Isn't he coming back yet?" Aki seemed to have become familiar with this side of Kaven. After all, compared to his taciturn older brother, he preferred this cheerful older sister. If you were to ask Achi what good qualities the previous male, Kaven, had, she could probably only think of his ability to help chop wood. Kaven squinted, shading his eyes with his hand, and stared at Lin Ming for a long time. Lin Ming was now surrounded by several cows, with birds perched on his head and shoulders. Although it sounded a bit ominous, Lin Ming did resemble a high-ranking monk who had passed away peacefully. Lin Ming remained seated cross-legged until sunrise the next day. Following the old woman's advice, no one disturbed Lin Ming, and everyone slept soundly through the night. The next day, as soon as they stepped out of the house, Yin Feng was surprised to find that the color of the entire grassland seemed to have changed. The once lush green grassland had now turned into a mottled light brown. Yin Feng crouched down and discovered that the grass was densely covered with brown mushrooms. Yin Feng quickly used his wind element to probe Lin Ming's direction, but found that Lin Ming's location was strange. There seemed to be someone there, but it didn't seem human. Yin Feng panicked. He had learned to sense location through wind element since he was less than 10 years old, but he had never sensed such a strange humanoid object before. Yin Feng wanted to run over to check on Lin Ming, but he calmed down and called everyone else. Yin Feng knew about Lin Ming's rampage at the Research Institute. Those who were touched by Lin Ming's fungus were all reduced to skeletons. Lin Ming's condition is not right. Yin Feng anxiously explained to everyone. Kevin was eating with the Chi, Mao Mao was still sleepy, and Grandma was changing Ling Yule's bandages. Hearing that something might have happened to Lin Ming, everyone dropped what they were doing and rushed towards Lin Ming's location. The closer they got to Lin Ming, the slower their steps became. Finally, they could see Lin Ming's condition clearly, and everyone gasped. The scene before them possessed an eerie, almost ethereal beauty. Lin Ming's physical form remained, but inside, it was empty. He was still sitting cross-legged, but it was clear that Lin Ming was no longer there. What remained was an empty, humanoid shell formed from mycelial veins. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ming now resembled a work of art woven from plant fibers. Within the gaps in the mycelium, there were insects and ants, and birds hopped around the mycelium, as if this thing had existed there for years. Even the old woman was perplexed. She had never witnessed anything like this before. Seeing the troubled look on her face, Yin Feng knew something was truly wrong. Lin Ming was an extremely special case, even among the demon gods. He glanced at her in horror, and his mother understood his look. Their greatest fear was that Lin Ming might have unconsciously triggered the demon god's regression. Demon gods are born from the earth. They gather energy into human form and gain consciousness, a process called awakening. However, not all demon gods successfully awaken. In some special circumstances, the awakening process might be interrupted. The incomplete human form then begins to disintegrate. This disintegration is called regression. The form after regression and disintegration is very likely the empty shell that Lin Ming has left behind. Moreover, the consciousness of a regressed demon god will dissipate completely. Yin Feng was momentarily unable to accept reality. He couldn't accept that Lin Ming, who always boasted of his invincibility, would disappear from this world in this way. But Yin Feng forced himself to consider the current situation, because everything he saw almost perfectly matched his thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. Kevin glanced around, seemingly unconcerned. Perhaps it was the innate intuition of a Nightborn, or perhaps the tacit understanding from spending so much time with Lin Ming, but he had a feeling that Lin Ming was still there. And nearby. Kevin shook her head, her pretty face filled with displeasure. She put her hands on her hips, and shouted across the grassland, "Lin Ming!" This shout startled even her grandmother. The clear female voice drifted further and further across the empty grassland, but no one answered. Humph! Bah! Kevin snorted through his nose, spat to the side, then took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, steadied himself, and shouted even louder than before, "Lin Ming!" Yin Feng felt his ears ringing. Just as Yin Feng pessimistically thought Kevin was just escaping reality, suddenly a long hand stretched out from the ground behind Kevin. The hand, taller than a person, emerged from the ground in a flash, grabbing directly at Kevin's head. Before Kevin could react, the hand suddenly tightened its grip, violently squeezing Kevin's hair. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let's talk this out. Don't pull my hair, don't pull my hair. But the hand not only didn't let go, but instead began to shake it from side to side. Chapter 98. In the distance, a small group of people were also watching them from afar. Yin Feng had actually noticed their presence. These were the same Nationalist Party squad that had caused trouble a while ago. They had shot Lin Ming a few arrows, and were driven away by Kevin, whom they affectionately called Trash. Captain, look, those are the guys. They're looking at something over there, and that pointy-eared man isn't here. This is a perfect opportunity for revenge. The man called Captain chuckled. He squinted for a while, but didn't see Kevin in his male form, who had beaten him black and blue, nor did he see Lin Ming, who had been shot several times. The captain was overjoyed. The enemy's main force was absent, and it seemed a beautiful woman was being held captive by something and couldn't move. Now was the perfect opportunity to strike. Bring me an arrow. A soldier respectfully handed over a bow and arrow. The captain drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired it with a whoosh in Kevin's direction. Kevin was still being pulled by the hair. She couldn't see what was grabbing her head. Yin Feng could see the hand, but as a powerless wind mage, he was completely helpless. Just then, an arrow flew towards them. In the midst of the chaos, before anyone noticed the sneak attack, the hand gripping Kevin's hair suddenly vanished. Yin Feng and Kevin looked around and discovered that the hand had moved to a few meters away, holding a bow and arrow. Yin Feng glared at the group of thugs, his teeth itching with hatred. The hand, having caught the arrow in midair, seemed to pause for a few seconds before suddenly disappearing underground. Almost simultaneously, a blurry black shadow appeared before the Nationalist Party squad. The entire squad was startled. To them, it seemed as if the hand had materialized into a human form and teleported before them. The human form was indistinct, lacking features, resembling a viscous black paste that seemed to be slowly writhing. The human form brought its face close to them, as if trying to make out the faces of everyone in the squad. The captain, staring at this extremely eerie person that had suddenly appeared before him, felt his pants become damp. I. The dark human form suddenly spoke. Who am I again? How would we know who you are? The captain was trembling with fear. While they were still locked in this standoff, Caven had already come running over. Calvin, still fuming, spread her wings and began to fly low, annoyed by her slow pace. Just as the black sludge was wondering about its identity, Calvin's slap arrived. Calvin slapped the humanoid figure on the back of the head, cursing, "Fine mushroom boy, I teach you to pull my hair. I teach you to pull my hair. Let me tell you, Lin Ming, this isn't over until I've beaten you into a mushroom pancake." The humanoid figure was kicked around by Calvin, leaving the members of the National Academy dumbfounded. They had no idea what this humanoid thing was, nor why this girl was so brave. The humanoid figure, while being beaten, kept muttering mushroom. Lin Ming. Mushroom. In this figure's mind, scattered fragments began to slowly piece together, like a complex jigsaw puzzle, starting with the first piece and piling up more and more. Mushroom. Mushroom, fungus, mushroom. The forest was comfortable. There were decaying trees, corpses, and water. Trees, corpses, water, all good things. I was born in that place. Those days living in harmony with the earth were blissful. It was a warm sense of belonging. Then, I suddenly became aware of myself. As I began to think of leaving that forest, my shadowy figure began to flicker in the damp corners nearby. From that moment on, I knew I wasn't human. Because humans called me a monster. Cough. Cough. The humanoid mass suddenly opened its mouth and began to cough. Seeing this, Caven stopped what he was doing, crossing his arms and staring at the thing before him. The humanoid coughed for a while, panting heavily, as if it had just run several kilometers. Its humanoid form became increasingly stable, finally revealing half its face from the thick, black mud. Lin Ming's face. Lin Ming's features gradually became clear. The soldiers from the nationalist government were all shocked to see that this strange thing was actually Lin Ming. "It's you? Weren't you shot dead by me?" One of the soldiers, whether out of recklessness or because his fear had turned into rage, actually raised his axe and swung it at Lin Ming's head. Lin Ming's consciousness was still very confused. He only remembered looking up and glaring at the group of people before passing out. He woke up on the Kong, heated brick bed, at his mother-in-law's house. Lin Ming opened his eyes, feeling pain all over his body. Caven sat beside him, looking at him anxiously. Why does my whole body hurt so much? It's probably because I beat him up. Caven admitted it readily. Where are they? They're all outside. Why outside? They think it's too hot inside, so they went out to cool off. Really? Really? Don't you feel hot? Although Caven was chatting casually with Lin Ming, her brow was constantly furrowed. After chatting for a good half hour, Caven finally nodded, went out the door, and called out, "He's all right now, come in." The others gradually entered. Caven watched as the others asked questions, and after confirming that Lin Ming was mentally sound, she turned and left, closing the door behind her. She went back to the spot where Lin Ming had collapsed. At that moment, a soldier from the National Council pulled out an axe, intending to chop Lin Ming down. The National Council members had originally been standing in front of a massive, square rock, as large as a house, where livestock would seek shade on hot days. But now, the rock was a completely different place. When the soldier tried to chop Lin Ming down, Lin Ming glared at him, and suddenly, countless mushroom-like things burst forth from the orifices of their faces and the gaps in their bodies. They were described as mushroom-like because they were moving. These mushrooms were growing, dividing, and multiplying on their own, their growth rate seemingly increased tenfold. Caven stood there, dumbfounded, watching as the various mushrooms shattered their skulls, pierced their intestines, and then their bodies were gradually absorbed by the mushrooms, becoming shriveled and dried out. Now, no livestock dare to approach this rock anymore. All that remains is a small patch of dark red mushrooms, twisted in shape, seemingly piercing through the bodies of corpses. Chapter 99. Caven was staring blankly at the blood-soaked mushroom forest when a voice suddenly sounded behind her. Did I do this? It was Lin Ming. Caven hadn't noticed Lin Ming's footsteps at all, but she wasn't surprised. She had witnessed Lin Ming's ability to teleport using the mycelium and ley lines before. Caven didn't turn around, still looking at the corpses, and answered Lin Ming, "You know perfectly well what I mean." Lin Ming fell silent. He too was looking at the corpses. The scene couldn't be described as merely horrific or bizarre. Lin Ning felt as if a portal to hell had been opened, and they were peeking into a corner of hell. The two stared at each other in silence for a while. Then, Kaven suddenly turned around, pulled off her skirt, and tossed it aside, leaving only a tight-fitting undershirt on her legs. Kaven then took off her top, leaving only her underwear. Seeing Kaven suddenly start undressing, Lin Ning was unsure what he was up to and didn't know where to look. Kaven stretched out his hand and lifted his leg, seemingly quite satisfied. He then raised his hand in a pose and calmly uttered 2 words to Lin Ning. "Come on." "Come, how, no, where, no what?" Lin Ning looked at Kaven, who was practically half naked, feeling somewhat flustered. "Shinku isn't here right now. I need to confirm something." "Confirm what?" "Confirm whether I have the ability to stop you if something unexpected happens." Lin Ning looked directly into Kaven's eyes, whose gaze was extremely firm and unwavering. Seeing Kaven's insistence, Lin Ning had no choice but to raise his hand. Kaven, seeing that Lin Ning was determined to fight, pushed off the ground with his back foot, about to step forward, when Lin Ning suddenly turned away. Lin Ning sighed, bent down to pick up Kaven's clothes, even taking a deep sniff of them, before tossing them back to Kaven. "Forget it, it's pointless." Kaven was somewhat annoyed. He felt Lin Ning was giving up on himself. But Lin Ning had already lost his will to fight, so Kaven could only obediently put on his clothes. "Not fighting is fine, but when you took my clothes just now, wasn't there something a little unnecessary? Ha ha. Goodbye." Seeing his lecherous behavior caught red-handed, Lin Ning immediately vanished into the ground with a whoosh, and Kaven felt his presence dissipate instantly. Kaven crossed his arms, somewhat puzzled, but just as he was wondering what Lin Ning was thinking, he suddenly felt a tickle in his throat. First came the itching, then the pain, and finally, an intense, foreign sensation filled his throat. Kaven frantically reached into his mouth and yanked out a large pile of blood-stained mushroom fragments. Kaven then realized that Lin Ning wasn't refusing to fight, he had already lost. If Lin Ning continued, he would suffer the same fate as those nationalist soldiers. He wouldn't even last 2 rounds. All he could do was try to save his life from Lin Ning's grasp. Kaven looked towards his grandmother's house. In the distance, he could see Lin Ning's figure, seemingly helping Lin Yule move around. Kaven wanted to spread his wings and fly back, but as soon as his wings appeared, he retracted them. This time, he chose to carry his heavy heart as he slowly walked back. When Kaven arrived at his residence, Lin Ning was telling Yin Feng about what had happened while he was unconscious. "I remembered my earliest memories." "The earliest?" Yin Feng asked, puzzled. "Yes, the earliest. That was before my awakening, when I was just a simple mass of energy." It was in that memory that Lin Ning felt his own instincts. Yin Feng then recalled the knowledge he had learned about the demon god seed when he was studying under Ellie. The appearance of the demon god seed goes through 3 stages: the energy stage, the sign stage, and the awakening stage. But he only now realized that the demon god seed actually had memories during the energy stage. "Cat, do you have memories from that time?" Xiao Dong touched her ear thoughtfully for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I remember I was initially near a house, watching the people inside bustling around every day. And then I tried appearing in different corners of the house, and they hurriedly moved away, shouting it's haunted." "Kaven, what about you?" Yin Feng suddenly asked Kaven, who had just walked over. Kaven was stumped. Because he wasn't directly generated, his appearance, like humans, was born. I guess I'm a bit special. I don't remember anything from that time." Seeing that everyone's accounts differed, Yin Feng changed the subject. Then I couldn't remember who I was anymore. It felt like I had just been born, and I couldn't see my surroundings at all. Just then, I suddenly heard someone call my name. All eyes turned to Kaven. Kaven stood with his hands on his hips, looking pleased with himself. "See? My shout worked, right?" Lin Ning nodded. "It definitely worked. I heard that voice, felt like it was calling me, so I reached out and grabbed something." "That's my head," Kaven said irritably. "Then, I felt something flying towards me. I was curious where it came from, so I went to look, and then I heard someone shouting." "What were they shouting?" "They were shouting things like dead mushroom, Lin Ming, and stuff like that. Then I woke up and saw Kaven standing next to me." The crowd chattered amongst themselves, realizing that every action Kaven had taken had genuinely helped Lin Ning. Lin Ning and Kaven exchanged a glance. He was about to thank Kaven when Kaven turned and walked away, saying as he went, "Alright, I didn't do anything. Just be alive." Lin Ning watched Kaven's retreating figure, a fleeting look of worry crossing his face. He knew what Caven was thinking. Lin Ning was now wielding his abilities with ease. Although he had lost his lightning attribute form, his terrifying power was now more than 100 times greater than before. The previous Lin Ning was at most a nuisance to this world. The current Lin Ning, however, was a real threat. Moreover, Lin Ning had directly wiped out a small squad from the National Academy of Governance. The National Academy of Governance would definitely investigate this, and the assassin would likely receive a letter of reprimand from the National Academy of Governance soon. Chapter 100. In the following days, everyone packed their bags and prepared to depart. Lin Ming, Kawan, Yin Feng, Achi, and Mao Mao were going to Shirtuluwa, while Grandma and Lunkyul were going to Lan Lin. Lunkyul, relying on his thick skin and Grandma's herbs, healed his injuries quickly, and could now walk briskly. Achi cried until her voice was hoarse when she parted from Grandma. Although Kawan was now in female form, she was truly inept at comforting people, and could only stand blankly to the side, holding Achi's hand. Grandma and Lunkyul stood at the fork in the road, watching Lin Ming and the others walk further and further away. They walked to the main road, intending to find a carriage to Shirtuluwa. Soon, a coachman drove a rather spacious-looking carriage toward them. The horse was a fine one, tall, large, and strong. As the carriage drew closer, Lin Ming, Kawan, and Qiu Dong all glanced at the horse simultaneously. The horse, which had been trotting happily, froze, its hooves seemingly immobilized after being stared at by the strange trio of cat, ghost, and mushroom. The three people and the horse stared at each other for a few seconds before the horse turned to run away. Hey, don't run. You eaten and drunk your fill. It's time to get to work. Where are you going? Seeing the horse about to run, the coachman quickly pulled on the reins, and the man and horse struggled back and forth, creating chaos in the middle of the road. Lin Ming looked around. Of the passing vehicles, only this one was the right size for the five of them. If they didn't ride in this one, they would have to wait a long time. Mycelium puppet Lin Ming subtly moved his fingers, and the horse immediately stopped its fuss. The coachman looked at his horse, somewhat puzzled. The horse obediently walked up to Lin Ming and his companions, though its movements were a little stiff. Lin Ming used his mycelium to control the horse, lowering its head and looking into its eyes, saying, "Be good, it be all right." Just as he finished speaking, a loud thud was heard from the horse's rump, and a heaping clump of horse manure landed on the ground. A tall, strong horse had actually defecated in fright at Lin Ming. What a coward! Lin Ming released the mycelium from the horse's control, and the horse stopped running, obediently waiting in place. Seeing the horse had calmed down, the coachman hurried over to Lin Ming and his companions. "Gentlemen, please excuse the commotion. This horse isn't usually like this. Do you need the carriage? Don't worry, there won't be any more problems." The driver's sales pitch was impeccable, leaving no room for error. Yin Feng negotiated the price with the driver, and then turned to instruct Cavan to take the money from the luggage to pay the driver. Cavan grabbed the luggage, pulled out her money pouch, and rummaged out several gold coins. The principle of not flaunting wealth was something the naive Cavan naturally didn't understand. The driver glanced at their heavy money pouch, and his attitude became even more amiable. Yin Feng initially thought this was just typical businessman behavior, but it wasn't until they got into the carriage that he realized something was amiss. This carriage was all show and no substance. Although it looked sleek, all the parts inside were inferior, substandard products. As soon as they sat down, Calvin whispered in Lin Ming's ear, "He has a knife under his seat." Lin Ming was taken aback by these words. Maybe it's for self-defense. They always travel long distances. Cavan quickly shook his head. "The point isn't the knife. I smell blood on it, human blood." Hearing Cavan say this, Lin Ming's posture became increasingly stiff. The carriage had already started moving. Seeing Cavan and Lin Ming whispering to each other, the driver casually remarked, "A couple, huh? The child looks a lot like the mother." Hearing this, Aki turned back to look at Cavan with a puzzled expression, then pinched her own cheek, thinking that it would be quite nice if she were as handsome as Cavan. Cavan was about to deny it when Lin Ming readily agreed. "Ah yes, we've been married for many years, and it feels a bit monotonous, so we came out for a walk," Lin Ming said, reaching out to pull Cavan into his arms. Cavan glared at Lin Ming, his teeth clenched, his eyes practically bleeding. Yin Feng, standing to the side, covered his mouth, barely suppressing his laughter. The coachman continued his incessant flattery. "It's good to be out for a drive. Having such a beautiful wife is your good fortune." Throughout the journey, Lin Ming had been thoroughly enjoying playing husband and wife with Cavan, even trying to grope him when things got going, completely ignoring Cavan's eye rolling. After traveling a while, the carriage suddenly stopped. The coachman said to them, "Please wait a moment, everyone. I need to water the horses." Lin Ming and the others didn't initially take it seriously, but after a while, a strange fragrance wafted into the carriage. Lin Ming realized something was wrong and quickly tried to warn Yin Feng, but Yin Feng's human body couldn't withstand the incense, and he had already passed out. He was in the same situation. He patted Qiu Dong again. Good heavens, because Qiu Dong had been sleeping the whole time, she had completely fallen unconscious in her sleep without any warning. Lin Ming directly transformed his body into mycelium, so he no longer needed to breathe. Kaven herself had a high resistance to poison. This sleeping potion only made her feel slightly dizzy. The two heard voices outside. "How's this cart?" "Great. A huge money bag. And a young wife, incredibly attractive, and her husband is here too." "Huh? Her husband is here too? Isn't that even better?" Listening to the lewd talk outside, Lin Ming knew it was a group of bandits. Their division of labor was probably to have the driver solicit customers, then take the unfamiliar passengers to their meeting point, where they would be drugged. Then, they would rob and kill them. Lin Ming glanced at Kaven, signaling her to continue pretending to be unconscious. A moment later, someone slammed open the carriage door. The person, their mouth and nose covered with a black cloth, searched the carriage thoroughly. "Hey, give us the money first, then we talk about the rest." Despite their accomplice's warning, the man's eyes were glued to Kaven. Kaven's chest rose and fell with his breath, the man's gaze following suit. Finally, the bandit couldn't resist the temptation and reached out to grab Kaven's chest. Whoosh! The bandit felt something red flash past his eyes. Just as he was wondering what it was, Kaven opened his eyes. You. The bandit was startled. Seeing that the bandit hadn't noticed the destination, Kaven gestured for him to look down. The man looked down and realized that his right hand, which should have been touching a round, soft, plump thing, was nowhere to be found. His wrist was cleanly severed. His screams and the gushing blood from his wrist filled the entire carriage. Those outside, seeing the commotion, peered in, only to find Kaven, his face covered in blood, glaring fiercely at them. Kaven was truly exasperated this time. He glanced back at the lecherous man with the missing hand, then at the menacing band of bandits outside, stepped out of the carriage, one hand on his hip, the other pointing to his chest, and said to the bandits, "Come on, touch me." The bandits were stunned. "Just like you think, you can touch me. Come on." One could only say that bandits were indeed ruthless, lustful. A thin man, carrying a knife, stepped out muttering, "What can a little wench do? She just wants to live on her body, doesn't she?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch him. Just before his hand touched Kaven's body, another red light flashed. The next second, his hand fell to the ground. Lin Ming watched from behind, his heart pounding with fear. He thought to himself, "I didn't even dare to touch her breasts, how dare you?"